Chapter 1 The Unusual System, Emperor Tian Chen Fan. The plot demands that the protagonist remain a young man for the first 9 chapters, and attain deity status at 50 and the 10th chapter. Themer formidable the father, Themer arrogant the protagonist. Theathor has deposited the repository of wits. Gentlemen and ladies, please enter. Chun Fan has fallen in hard times. As the divine son of Chenclin, history during contains sunlight a cold fertibilian spirit stones. No. Hilso Hassasin Hoys waiting tovt. Chen Changing, be quiet, Donkri. Father does and thave milk too. Crying one thelp, father must survive to fin milk for you. Injured Delavers Chun Fainscapes with Chen Changin gatha fastest speed, fearing that the enemy will catch up. A this moment, Chen Changin gluk sutterly confused. What a disastrous beginning. He's not from this world, he originates from a water blue planet, a descendant of Thedragon. Every Onetherus a genius. As for we het reversed worlds. Don task. Thean swearest that a day in truck toop the order. Poas mashed floway. Scattered Delaver east and west. Up and opening Geizes, have found himself here. Certainly Natin Hishamaland. This is a bizarre world. He has become Ethanofchen fan Thedavines declining Chenclin. And then. The Chen clan was annihalated. Only Chen Fan survived, fleeing with him. Hu Hawa's destined for greatness no seems to be evolving towards Sakaman fate. Ding, the system is loading. The hostess current lie 1,000 years old, the strongest Dark Lord in the world, meeting the requirements for a villain. The fate of the villain system has successfully activated. Wow, a system. Chen Changin Gui's instant lie astounded. A system? As a genius from Blue Planet, have Corsic knows about it. A seasoned interneeded dictwa has read online novels fortniers, often stay in Guplatian nearly on Thebring Kof collapse how could not know what a system is. It's definitely Akiat. Hey, wait, something's wrong. Athos Sandy are sold? What? Im still at the agab breast feeding, were ready to 1,000 years come from? Chun Changin just bewildered. Hezen Leon year old. Who was born just last night, how could he be 1,000 years old? Inverse fate analysis initiated. A 20-year-old you traversed worlds to ancient realms longevity domain, becoming Thessanofchen fan Thedavine Sanof Chenclin. Your family was annihilated, and you'll begin wandering with Chen Fan, evading assassination attempts. A 2 Chun Fan turned into Adam and joined demon cult, Makingi Office demon cult's leader, the demon prince. A 3 Chun Fan de Gutta supreme bona for you, and Derjakesfula possessedite fulfilling the prophecy. Double pupil Sarian invincible path, multiple bonas mean multiple paths. At 15, Chieoda was betrothed, and Empressian Ru with your engagement for you, making out Hirch Nemesis soft faded sunshine. A 20, Ubekemir renowned Figurianth heavenly prodigies list, the demon prince a respected Bialanth demon cult, falling in love with a righteous fairy. At 50, Ubroki Throdo true deity, and the righteous sex campaign to destroy Amons began. You want the righteous fairy loved and kill Letty Etchother. A tone 100, you was indebted to saintly realm. The righteous fairy mistaken Libeliva dohad killet her masteranat diudiply, intending to annihilate demon cult. Your father didathi hansofa from the celestial palace, and doa appears at through he heart beasward, falling into one abyss and obtaining dark emperor's inheritance. At 300, you broke Kithro tot supreme realm, leading the billion soft demon cult disciple store avengi against the righteous sect. At 500, you slaughtered tot celestial palace, mistaken believing that the beloved fairy had become celestial palace master, and other man's wife and mother. You collector in rage. But wily other shave movden, you have not. Y'all of adherent parrot her daughter. At 600, you unexpectedly learned that the beloved fairy had never marry a Donotharan that the daughter was adopted. Yo wished Totoni and gain forgiveness from her daughter. At 800, her daughter, having Gashivadria Troas, suffered revenge against Ia, breaking or cultivation by sacrificing herself. The Dark Emperor's power within you erupted, and Io brokethro Emperor status. You successfully killed her daughter but went insane. A tone thousand darkness descended, and the dark emperor's inheritance backfired, king youth dark lord. You establisheth dark heavenly court and declared war on celestial realm, questioning heaven's will. The demon cult spathus also a path. Why can't it in immortality? What hell, is this my enter life? Absurd! How could this be possible? Chunchangan finds situter lie unbelievable. How could this but him? Havos! He's not such a person. Ding, Emperor Tian Dichin Fan, the fated son, has been detected. Mission humiliate Emperor Tian Dichin Fan and behavius evolutioned. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. What, Emperor Tian Dichin Fan? Isn't that his father? System, what are you doing? The old manus being chased and near lilasing espans, and the Outelma has the emperor? Chenfan fed divines enough Chenclin and ancient realm, washborn with divina strength hand possessed primitive saintly constitution unparalleled in 10,000 andages, but do at other times hecud not awaken it and was deemed a waste within Chenclin. At 15, Hueses assassinated Behiskausen and fled Chenclin to starry forest for training. He consumed a holy fruit, awaken Ingi saintly constitution, and encountered Empress and delinching Shua house poisoned with lust, helping Harry cover random barking gonatrium finturni. A 20 here turned to Chenclin, humiliated Iskin, forcefully claim a disposition as the divine essence, and led Chenclan towards rejuvenation. At 70 during Thor between Harichas and Demon sects, had ambiguous relationships with the demonish Jiao, accused of betraying the Richa sect. A 100 Danton had a son Chonggang. The Chen clan ways annihilated Bithritus alliance, and hold with Chen Chonggang. A 112 he joined demon cult, being with Jiao and becoming its leader. Wow, what hell, what is the system doing? Chen Chang'an just utterly confused. If what the system's adurly is about him, what does it differ from what his father Chun Fan said later? In his Lefes narrative, Chun Fan was skilled during demon cult's downfall. But here, Chun Fan ultimately becomes emperor. Fed him alliance between Hemda no line. Has the system functioned? Namatur halaudly heshapt in Hishiart, he did not receive a response from the system. The enlightening that appeared on his mental interfaces. Mission humiliate Emperor Tian Dichin Fan and behavius evolutioned. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. Their words are indeed impressive. Granted that the old man is Emperor Tian Dichin Fan, how am I supposed to humiliate him? Chen Chang'an fell into contemplation. He's currently only a baby, capable of nothing more than eating Gondex greeting. So Chen Chang'an moved. And then ha creed. Son, don't cree, escape in just crucial. Damn it, they'd been chasing us for a day and night. Chang'an must be starving. Initofen da bigsitajit sami milk. Chun Fankar stashel Chen Chonggang. He looked at the Korean Chen Chonggang, feeling deeply distressed and helplessly stuck his finger in his mouth for sucking. And then Chen Chang'an spread his legs. Suddenly, a stream of urine showed up, hitting Chen Fan's face. Urinated all over Chen Fan's face. Ding, the hostess humiliated Emperor Tian Dichin Fan urinating gun his face and behaving evolutioned. Rewards primitive renal constitution, Emperortions, Emperor Tian's bloodline. Primitive renal constitution, an enhanced version of primitive saintly constitution, inheriting Thwilof golden renal warrior, Theflas of te primitive Isaindlay constitution, ensuring perpetual vitality. Emperortion Sethat breaks Trualios with a single punk. It is the culmination of Emperor Tian Dichin Fan's reflections in his life, creating an imperial martial art. Chapter 2 The Sorceress, please help me feed him. Chen Fan recede ahead, with his pursuer shot on his trail. Chen Chang'an urinate incessantly, and the system rewarded him continuously. Urinatiten Chentiendi, receiving divine demon physique refining fluid, level 1. This line repeated 3 times. Wow, this function exists too. Gazing at the ever-increasing amount of divine demon physique refining fluid, Chen Chang'an was ecstatic, kicking his legs incessantly. Yet, heckled and tyrannity anymore. Nor could Huaden Hazanasuk things were beyond his control. It trek were red sensation. Changding, doyo have a waterfall growing gunder Yorkrich, Vuriu urinating endlessly, exclaimed Chen Fan. His ragged robe was salriti damp. All thanks to Chen Changjing's masterpiece. With the Sergiovki, Chen Fan's magical power flowed over Iskin and Thichil Shireen suddenly disappeared. His life Isensilsor covered significantly. Chen Changin gazed at the 26 drops of Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid. Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid, the ultimate material for physique refinement. Consuming it strengthens Sin's body. Initial consumption yields the best results. Use. Chen Changin didn't hesitate to see it immediately. He wanted to see what cultivation was really like. After swallowing Gadrop of Divine Demon Physique Refining Fluid, Chen Changin's body emitted a dazzling golden light. The surrounding natural ki converged and poured into his body. Guiding ki into the body, refining the physique. He had entered the physique refining realm. Wow! What's happening? Chen Fan was astounded. His divine consciousness probed Chen Changjing's body, focusing on the golden penis. It was dazzling. Themor he looked, Themor shocked was. Hissin wastrol Eugenius. Eanya rolled in physique refining realm, and seemingly not an ordinary on had awakened ancient holy physique. Chen Fan couldn't be happier. His escape speed had increased again. Good grief, has Chen Fan to can drugs, how can he still accelerate, isn't the tired? The ancient holy physique is indeed formidable. Behind Chen Fan, a middle Gidman reading Goai Tiger cursed loudly. Chen Fan, why the ancient holy physique was unexpected lice enduring. After being struck by numerous swords, heckled still flee so swiftly. Chen Changin continued to use the divine demon physique refining fluid, attempting to push his physique limits further. Beauty twas futile. After using Gal 26 drops, his physique had indeed strengthened, but he hadn't broken through his limits. Was this an insatiable void? Chen Changjing furrowed to wet his brow. During the system's introduction of his father's experiences, it was mentioned that this ancient holy physique had consumed vast resources. Then his enhanced version of ancient holy renal physique would require a substantial amount of divine demon physique refining fluid to achieve brainithros. That explained it. If urinating works, then kicking down old geezer should be no problem. Bang! Chen Changin decisively kicked out. Yukik Shentiendi, receiving divine demon physique refining fluid, level 2. This line repeated 3 times. The system's voice arranged incessantly, and Chen Changin kicked why the Venmoreviger, without hesitation. Yun Grascal, let me see what's going in, exclaimed Chen Fan. Holding Chen Changing, Chen Fan felt the struggle San thought he had encountered an accident. After examining Chen Changing, finding nothing unusual, Chen Fan flicked at him. Little penis 10,000 critical hits. Chen Changin immediate liar treated. Ding, you received Chen Tan disaffectionate touch and were awarded with imperial grade technique Heaven and Earth Shift. Heaven and Earth Shift using Jumptiness Semio Medium, borrowed power of Heaven and Earth to perform great shifts. When cultivated to perfection, it allows for instantaneous shifts. System, you are a truly amazing, exclaimed Chen Changing. God damn it, that's called an affectionate touch. Fortunately, Ivy obtained the third technique. Moreover, it's a body movement technique, and he didn't have any to cultivate it into but directly loaded into his mind. Liaoyang City. Theska gradually darkened, and night fell. Chen Fan temporarily escaped the pursuit of Trituseliancy and brought Chen Changin to Liaoyang City. Hefen Danan. Human in. Entering the room, Heppendered Wertofin food for Chen Changing without being discovered. But just a schweiss about a put Chen Changing down, Heforodetis bro. Hust here, come out, coldly demanded Chen Fan. A cool evening breezable wind through Hu window. A figure suddenly appeared before Chen Fan, looking at Chen Changin in his arms with great interest. Chiao, what ariatoing hair, exclaimed Chen Fan in surprise. This woman is Seltzer. Is this yourson with her? As Chiao spoke, she reached out a thug Chen Changin who had also seen her face. Wow! So big. It felt like a being it beable. Thysicius the thirst lover, that sorceress? His father's taste, truly worthy of a fate's chosen one. Sukanan praledbadi, entangled with Hyman constant lighting king of him. His namais changang namad by his mother, said Chenfan handing Chenchangang to Chiao hold. A this moment Chenchangan seemed to return to his mother's embrace. So soft. You should have a listen Tome. It would have been better if I had laported or clanted the demon realm earlier. Said Chiao, holding Chenchangang with a trace of pity hidden behind her charm and just had released an invisible charm. She felt that she had brought trouble to him. It's not your fault. He was too naive thinking the wouldn't lie suppressed Chenclin, underestimating Thermians. And even if I was willing to leave, Michelin wouldn't be. You know they dislike demon cultivators. Besides, with my current cultivation speed, even without this connection, Thewold still attacked Chenclin, merely finding another excuse. Colluding with demon cultists just an accuse for the righteous alliance to deal with and eliminate the Chen family. Said Chenfan with the hidden in his yard surfacing again, filled with self-reproach. Wold heaver see her again? Can I ask you a favor, Chenfan siester ned slide liar dash look dot chiao. Chiao you furrow de derbrow. Changan gas da 10 for a day and danite. He must be starving. Can you help me feed him? Chenfan stone carried him into off pleading. Feed him yourself. I can't do that. Chiaya shook her head slightly. She was still a maiden, how could she do that? I don't have milk. Chenfan said, staring at Chiao Yashist. His meaning was clear. Then. Heresy of da direct that the head. Do I have Athan? The Chiao snapped, her cheek slightly flushed. Ich know you don't have a too. I went to out lithium bitey in it while ligafin some animal milk. Chenfan said. Of course, he knew this basic common sense. Bootha had neuther choice. Who was afraid Chen changing gold Makifas? If those pursuing them were attracted, they wouldn't they be an Easonite. Those guys were researching Thesitutha's moment. Get lost. I'm still a maiden. You can give a him my hour finger tobit. I'll go jet me an immal milk for you. It shouldn't be hard. Chiao ya snapped. Can it bebetin casually? What if it gets bed enough? Chiao handed Chenchangan back to Chenfan and disappeared in Tothanite. The father and exchange edge lances. Chenchangan continued to kick his legs, trying to kick Chenfan. Changung be good. It'll be ver soon. Chenfan comforted, putting his finger in Chenchangan's mouth has a teething ring. Yubit Chanti. Chapter 3 of the enemies approaching. The misfortunate Linglong immortal emperor in the blazing sun city, Chenchangang was indulging in milk, feeling slightly dizzy from it. Chi Yaoyao continued to pour more into him. Don't give him too much. He can't handle it. Look, it's already spilling from the corners of his mouth, Chenfan remarked, wiping the milk from Chenchanggang's lips. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed, Chenfan, Xiang Heba, have arrived. Come out immediately. I know you are within this city, which is now sealed off, leaving you with no chance of escape. If you come forth, I shall grant you a complete corpse. The sound resonated like thunder, causing the people of Blazing Sun City to emerge and gaze at the figures hovering in the sky, their hearts filled with trepidation. Saint Kings. My heavens, they are all Saint Kings. Who exactly is Chenfan, to warrant the attention of so many Saint Kings? Truly remarkable. Blazing Sun City is a major hub for the human race, teeming with practitioners, yet few have reached the saint level. Now, however, several Saint Kings have descended solely to hunt one individual. It's the Xiang family again, that scoundrel Xiang Heba. How could he betray me after I once considered him a brother? Chenfan clenched his fists, rage surging within him. The Chen and Xiang families were once on good terms, and he had even contemplated a union between their families following Chenchanggang's birth. Yet, when the righteous alliance struck against the Chen family, the Xiang family was the first to leap into action. In a one-on-one confrontation, it would indeed be manageable, but as a mere saint, he faced insurmountable odds against their overwhelming numbers. Do not forget, you still have a son. Chi Yaoyao patted Chenfan's shoulder, genuinely fearful he might rush out. If he were to break through to the Saint King level, it was thanks to her. Without her, he would be nothing. Chenfan was filled with hatred and fury. The past was irrelevant. There was no use in lamentation. Prepare to leave, I shall take you away, Shi Yaoyao declared. A simple formation meant to seal the clouds and lock the sun would not deter her. Can you truly escape? Chen Fan inquired. Of course. My presence here guarantees my departure, Shi Yaoyao replied, producing a formation plate. Do not forget, I will soon assume the role of the leader. A mere teleportation formation is trivial for me to manipulate. This teleportation formation led directly to the holy sect, but it required time and must not be interrupted by those adversaries. As she spoke, Shi Yaoyao formed seals with her hands. Boom, the formation plate radiated with brilliant light, a terrifying holy radiance soaring into the heavens, piercing the void. In an instant, the divine senses of several saint kings in the sky locked onto the source. A teleportation formation. There are demons from the demon sect assisting him. Join me in severing the void passage, seal off the heavens and the earth. Xiang Heba bellowed. With a swift motion, he summoned thunder that danced at his fingertips, transforming into a thunder dragon that charged towards the formation plate. Boom, waves of holy light cascaded from the heavens, colliding with the formation plate and igniting the void in a rapid explosion. An enormous black hand emerged from the rubble of the void, seizing the thunder dragon with precision and crushing it. Bang, the thunder dragon erupted, transforming into a sea of lightning, as the terrifying demonic energy surged forth, obliterating the laws of thunder. Holy light descended upon the tiger Yang Yin as Chen Fan soared into the sky, unleashing a powerful punch. The formidable fist radiated with energy, colliding with the holy light to create a fearsome energy field. The entire blazing sun city shook violently. I must protect Chang'e, I cannot hold back. Chen Fan roared. As an ancient holy body, even facing a saint king, he felt no fear. However, he was still cradling Chen Chang'e, worried about the potential repercussions. Shueyao, how much longer will you wait? Hurry and take the child away. Shi Yaoyao shouted. In an instant, a flash of white light surged forward. Chen Fan was taken aback. It's you! He could hardly believe that the milking white tiger was none other than the esteemed elder of the White Tiger clan, Bai Shueyao. She had made her move. Our White Tiger clan cannot engage in the internal conflicts of the human race. We can only assist you in taking the child away, Bai Shueyao declared as she approached. Give the child to her. Teleport him to my holy sect. Shi Yaoyao commanded. After much hesitation, Chen Fan glanced at the approaching strong adversaries and ultimately decided to hand over Chen Chang'e. Spinning and disoriented, Chen Chang'e's expression changed drastically. In his line of sight, he saw a colossal white tiger obscuring the sun, charging towards him with its mouth agape. Wow, so big. Bai Shueyao, towering hundreds of feet, effortlessly swatted away a holy mark and caught Chen Chang'e in her mouth. She swallowed him into her inner world and surged towards the rift created by the formation plate. Bai Shueyao, are you trying to incite a war between our clans? Xiang Heba roared. He wished to eradicate all obstacles but could not allow Chen Chang'e to be taken. That was unacceptable. Your foe is me, Solar Fist. Boom, with Chen Chang'e no longer hindering him, Chen Fan unleashed all his power, striking forth a solar explosion that hurtled towards Xiang Heba. The two engaged in a fierce battle high above, their holy blood staining the skies. Within the White Tiger world, everything was a blinding white, with Chen Chang'e floating in midair as a small white tiger approached him. Why did mother throw a human child in here? Is this my food? The little white tiger gaped, showing its teeth. Too bad I haven't grown teeth yet, I can't eat. The little white tiger approached, growling. Chen Chang'e furrowed his brows, his body hovered, radiating an overwhelming vitality, golden light coursing through him like a gilded statue. Howl! An ancient holy body! The little white tiger exclaimed. At merely 1 year of age, sealed and unable to speak, it was nonetheless astonished this little infant had awakened at such a young age. Ding! Detected the destined daughter, Linglong Immortal Emperor. Task: the Linglong Immortal Emperor is obstructing your dark army's advance. Please capture the Linglong Immortal Emperor as a mount and tame her for rewards of the Killing Goddess essence. The system voice suddenly rang out, leaving Chen Chang'e astounded. This is the Linglong Immortal Emperor? She is still blocking my dark army, preposterous. He gazed at Bai Linglong, her large, round eyes blinking eagerly as she approached. Roar, little brat, are you scared? I'm coming. Bai Linglong bared her teeth like a giant kitten. As she drew near, Chen Chang'e swung his tiny pink fist towards her forehead. Roar, ha, little infant, you dare strike the emperor, I could blow you away with a puff. The little pink fist approached, but Bai Linglong showed no fear. As a reincarnated immortal emperor, she feared no one, least of all a mere infant. Then, bang, as the tiny fist neared her forehead, an explosion of dazzling golden light erupted, a terrifying force cascading downward, sending Bai Linglong flying. The Heavenly Emperor's fist is terrifying indeed. How is this possible? Bai Linglong screamed, blood trickling from her forehead. She could hardly believe it, a human infant, with just a single punch, had sent her, a prodigy of the White Tiger clan, sprawling. I have forged my path through slaughter, having refined my body to a preliminary degree, yet I, a mere ant of the human race, have been struck by you. This is utterly absurd. Bai Linglong erupted in fury, golden lightning swirling around her as she raced toward Chen Chang'an at breakneck speed. She refused to believe she could not defeat a mere infant. Whoosh, a paw descended, but Chen Chang'an vanished from sight. Great spatial shift. The next moment, he found himself atop Bai Linglong. Riding a white tiger was second nature to him. Bang, the Heavenly Emperor's fist swung down, crashing into Bai Linglong's head, sending her plummeting. The scene resembled that of Wusong battling the tiger. Half an hour later, Chen Chang'an sat atop Bai Linglong, his rosy little hands grasping her ears, beginning to sway. Let us sway together, sway together. Ding! You have captured the Linglong Immortal Emperor, taming her as your mount. Reward, Killing Goddess Essence. You are now riding the Linglong Immortal Emperor. Reward, Ancient Beast Mastery Technique. You have taken the Linglong Immortal Emperor's first kiss. Reward, Charm Aura. You have plucked the Linglong Immortal Emperor's white fur. Reward, White Tiger Blood Essence. You have bitten the Linglong Immortal Emperor's ear. Reward, 1 White Tiger Sacred Tooth. Chapter 4 of the Celestial Emperor. A kick that sends you flying. Bai Linglong's world has collapsed. The hope of the tiger has been extinguished. She has been marked with a slave seal by a mere infant, as a dignified celestial emperor reborn. Before she could set forth to wreak havoc and reclaim her former glory in the celestial realm, she has become a pawn beneath another's dominion. And that dominion belongs to a mere child. She has been treated as a steed. Has she lost her wits? Has the plundering ceased so quickly? Chen Chang'an rocked back and forth on Bai Linglong's back, yet he awaited the system's voice in vain, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seems this procurement is not a perpetual venture. But wait, why is old Deng able to continue plundering? That cursed system, a product with no instructions. Chen Chang'an cursed inwardly, continuing to ride the steed. At this moment, in the outside world, within the demon sect boom, the once tranquil firmament suddenly erupted, a brilliant light piercing through the void, forming a teleportation portal. In an instant, the powerful entities of the demon sect directed their divine senses towards the portal, locking onto it. Why is it our sect's teleportation array? Has the young master returned? Everyone, be vigilant. If an enemy follows the young master, strike them down immediately. Commands echoed within the demon sect, as terrifying auras materialized, focusing on the teleportation portal. The array trembled, the light of the portal illuminating the platform. Buzz, the radiance shimmered, revealing an immensely colossal figure upon the teleportation platform, which then spoke. Bai Shuao of the White Tiger clan comes at the behest of your young master, to escort the child. Upon hearing Bai Shuao's words, those demon sect powerhouses who were poised to strike immediately withdrew. Bai Shuao, why is it you? Who did Yao instruct you to escort? A voice resounded through the heavens, as Bai Shuao looked up to see a woman materializing in the high sky. She was clad in a flowing red gown. As she descended gracefully, her crimson attire billowed in the wind, resembling a rolling sea of blood. This was a stunning matron, barefoot, her enchanting eyes exuded an alluring aura, and her voluptuous figure was undeniably captivating. The demon sect powerhouses averted their gazes at a mere glance. To gaze longer would be perilous. This woman is second only to Qi Yao, her child. You have seen them, now within my inner realm, Bai Shuao stated. She opened her mouth and 2 orbs of light emerged. To reveal were Bai Linglong and Chen Chang'an. Why is Linglong asleep? Bai Shuao was taken aback, her heart racing with concern. How can there be blood? You foolish child, it was merely a brief confinement. How could you have injured yourself so grievously? Bai Shuao remarked. After scanning Bai Linglong with her divine sense and finding no serious issues, she finally exhaled in relief. She turned her gaze to Chen Chang'an. At this moment, Chen Chang'an was scrutinizing the beautiful matron with his large, sparkling eyes. What the heck, barefoot, this is a powerhouse. The matron embraced him tightly, and he felt as if he had fallen into a bubble, being whisked away by the wind. The sensation was fragrant and delightfully soft, softer even than Qi Yao. Who is this? Why are all of old Deng's friends such extraordinary beauties, immensely powerful with significant backgrounds? Is this the treatment of a destined child? Indeed, she resembles her mother. When she grows up, she will surely captivate countless young maidens. The matron marveled. You have also borne a daughter, and such pure bloodline. It seems your clan is on the verge of a turnaround. The matron, cradling Chen Chang'an, looked towards Bai Shuao. At this moment, Bai Shuao was tending to Bai Linglong, who gradually awakened, appearing fatigued. Him Linglong possesses commendable talent. I wish to linger here for a while and converse with her, Bai Shuao stated. Roar! At this time, Bai Linglong bared her teeth in fury. She attempted to charge at Chen Chang'an, yet was firmly restrained by Bai Shuao's power, unable to move. Look how much this child adores him. I believe this can be arranged, Bai Shuiao remarked. Roar. Bai Linglong roared. She wished to convey that she was not pleased. She was furious. She wanted to strike Chen Chang'e. Chen Chang'e embraced, glanced at Bai Linglong, his expression smug as if to say, "You little brat. Your chance is slim. You have seen her, you ought to know she is extraordinary. Her child is not someone just anyone can match," the matron said. Indeed, she single-handedly eradicated the ancient sword sect, which sufficiently attests to her origins. Such a formidable being will naturally not have an ordinary child. I merely wish to test it. Why Linglong is not lacking. Her bloodline approaches a return to ancestry, and she is bound to possess the bearing of a great emperor. Bai Shuiao smiled as she spoke. Bai Linglong, indignant, waved her little claws, yet remained unable to escape her mother's embrace. Hee, just because you say she has the bearing of a great emperor, does that mean she truly does? The Supreme Emperor has not appeared for 100,000 years, the shackles of heaven and earth still persist, who can guarantee such things? Yet her child is different, there is hope for longevity, the matron scoffed. On this point, Bai Linglong did not retort. Even if this realm has its shackles, and mortals cannot attain the path of the emperor, Chen Chang'e still seeks longevity, because his mother is truly extraordinary. From that place, given time, she will undoubtedly descend and take him away. I see he is also hungry, let me feed him. My milk holds tremendous benefits for human infants, Bai Shuiao stated. Upon hearing this, the matron displayed a hint of disdain. Do you truly believe that feeding him once or twice will forge a bond? She handed Chen Chang'e to Bai Shuiao, who transformed into human form, revealing a maternal smile. She cradled Chen Chang'e and Bai Linglong and proceeded towards a palace. He has returned. Inform me when he arrives. Inside the chamber, a colossal white tiger lay prone. Beneath her bosom were an infant and a little white tiger. Hiss, how can this little one bite so fiercely? Bai Shuiao was alarmed. A human infant could actually inflict pain upon her even without utilizing her powers for defense. This should not be possible. Little did she know, at that moment, Chen Chang'e possessed extraordinary teeth, gleaming brilliantly. Those were the sacred white tiger fangs, no different from a sacred artifact. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. You are competing for resources with the Celestial Emperor Linglong. Comprehension 1. As Chen Chang'e suckled, he was astonished. This can actually enhance comprehension. He has finally discovered how to reap the benefits of this Celestial Emperor. He glanced at Bai Linglong, who was also feeding, and an idea struck him. He decisively kicked out. Bang! A swift kick sent Bai Linglong flying. Roar! Chen Chang'e had not exerted much force, yet Bai Linglong soared through the air, utilizing her formidable spring-like power to charge back. You kicked the Celestial Emperor Linglong away, obstructing her from seizing opportunities. Comprehension 100. Oh, the little one possesses such strength, no wonder she is her child. Having reached the body refinement stage, could it be that Linglong was truly struck by him earlier? Bai Shuiao was utterly astonished. As Bai Linglong's mother, she had certainly understood the meaning of her earlier cries. She simply could not believe it. Now witnessing it, she had no choice but to accept. Bai Linglong charged back, and Chen Chang'e's delicate foot swiftly kicked out again, sending her flying once more. You kicked the Celestial Emperor Linglong away, obstructing her from seizing opportunities. Comprehension 100. Roar! Ah, this is infuriating, Bai Linglong roared. Baring her fangs in a fit of rage, she launched another assault, and then, bang! She was kicked away again. Chen Chang'e appeared harmless, yet his kicking speed was terrifying. Bai Linglong could not even see it coming. Roar! Bai Linglong exploded with fury, helplessly looking towards her mother. That was rightfully hers. This brat has audaciously usurped it. All right, little one, cease kicking Linglong. This is more than enough. You shall not go hungry. Bai Shuiao could no longer restrain herself. As she spoke, Chen Chang'e quieted down. Little one, you truly cannot speak. Bai Shuiao wondered. Clearly, he had not even undergone body refinement, yet had grown teeth and possessed such extraordinary talent. How could he not speak? Chen Chang'e ignored her, much like a newborn, continuing to feed. Chapter 4 of the Celestial Emperor. A single kick sends you flying. Bai Linglong's world has collapsed. The hope of the tiger is lost. She has inexplicably been marked with a slave seal by a mere infant. A dignified Celestial Emperor, revived, has yet to wreak havoc and reclaim her former glory, only to become a plaything beneath the feet of another, of all things, a little child. Is she to be treated as a steed? No reaction. Has the opportunity passed so swiftly? Chen Chang'e swayed atop Bai Linglong's back, yet he awaited in vain for the system's voice, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It appears that one cannot simply continue to procure supplies. But wait, why can old Deng keep reaping rewards? Curse this wretched system, it's a shoddy product, devoid of even an instruction manual. Chen Chang'e muttered curses inwardly, continuing to rock atop his steed. At this moment, outside, in the demon sect boom, the once serene firmament erupted violently, a brilliant radiance piercing the void, forming a teleportation portal. Instantly, the powerful entities of the demon sect directed their divine senses towards the portal, locking onto its presence. Why is it our sect's teleportation array? Has the young master returned? Remain vigilant. If enemies have followed the young master, eliminate them on sight. Voices echoed within the demon sect as terrifying auras manifested, focusing on the teleportation pathway. The array trembled, the light from the portal casting its glow upon the formation. Buzz, the brilliance shimmered, revealing an enormous figure materializing upon the teleportation platform, which then spoke. By Shueo of the White Tiger clan, here at the behest of your young master, to escort the child. Upon her declaration, the demon sect's powerful beings who had intended to strike immediately halted. By Shueo, how is it you, who did Yao Yao send you to escort? A voice reverberated through the heavens, and Bai Shueo looked up to see a woman materializing high in the sky. She was clad in a flowing red gown, descending gracefully, as if she were the embodiment of a rolling crimson tide. This was a strikingly beautiful woman, barefoot, her exquisite eyes exuded an irresistible allure, her curvaceous figure captivating all who beheld her. The powerful beings of the demon sect dared not meet her gaze for fear of explosion. She was second only to Qi Yao Yao in her magnificence. Her child, of the one you've encountered, is now within my realm. Bai Shueo stated. As she spoke, she exhaled, and two luminous orbs floated forth, revealing none other than Bai Linglong and Chen Chang'e. Why is Linglong asleep? Bai Shueo remarked in astonishment, increasingly alarmed. How could there be blood, you foolish child? I merely confined you momentarily. How could you be so injured? Bai Shueo continued, scanning Bai Linglong with her divine sense. She finally breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming there were no serious issues. Her gaze then shifted to Chen Chang'e. At this moment, Chen Chang'e was gazing at the beautiful woman with wide, sparkling eyes. Wow, barefoot, she is indeed an extraordinary being. The woman embraced him, and he felt as though he had fallen into a bubble, carried away by the wind. The sensation was intoxicatingly fragrant and delightfully soft, softer than even Qi Yao Yao. Who is this? Why are all of old Denga's friends such unparalleled beauties, and so powerful, with grand backgrounds? Is this the treatment of the destined child? Indeed, she is her child, resembling her closely when grown. She will undoubtedly captivate countless maidens. The beautiful woman marveled. You have even given birth to a daughter, and her lineage is remarkably pure. It seems your clan is on the verge of a breakthrough with a beautiful woman. Cradling Chen Chang'e, turned her gaze towards Bai Shueo. At that moment, Bai Shueo was gently rousing Bai Linglong, who awakened wearily. Well, Linglong possesses commendable talent. I wish to stay here a while longer, to converse with her, Bai Shueo stated. Roar. At this moment, Bai Linglong was furious, baring her teeth and claws. She wished to charge at Chen Chang'e but was firmly restrained by Bai Shueo's power, unable to move. Look how fond this child is of him. I believe this will work out, Bai Shueo remarked. Roar. Bai Linglong bellowed. She wanted to express that she was not happy. She was exceedingly angry. She wanted to thrash Chen Chang'e. Chen Chang'e, being held, glanced at Bai Linglong, a smug expression seemingly saying, you little brat, the opportunity is fleeting. You have seen her, you should know she is extraordinary. Her child is not one who can be paired with just anyone, the beautiful woman remarked. Yes, she single-handedly vanquished the ancient sword sect, which is sufficient proof that she truly hails from that realm. Such a formidable being, naturally her child will be exceptional, Bai Shueo replied. Bai Linglong was indignant, waving her small claws, yet she remained unable to escape her mother's protective embrace. Heck, just because you claim she possesses the demeanor of a great emperor, does that make it so? The supreme emperors have not graced this world for 100,000 years, the shackles of heaven and earth remain. Who can guarantee such a thing? Yet her child is different, he has the potential for longevity, the beautiful woman retorted coldly. On this point, Bai Linglong had no rebuttal. Even if this realm was bound by shackles, preventing mortals from attaining the status of a great emperor, Chen Chang'e could still seek eternal life. Because his mother is indeed unique, from that realm, given time, she would surely descend and take him away. I see he is hungry as well, allow me to feed him, my milk provides immense benefits for human infants. Bai Shueo stated to the beautiful woman. Upon hearing this, expressed a hint of disdain. Does she truly believe that feeding him once or twice will forge a bond? She handed Chen Chang'e to Bai Shueo, who transformed into human form, revealing a maternal smile. Embracing Chen Chang'e, she and Bai Linglong proceeded towards a certain palace. He has returned. Inform me at once. Inside the chamber, a colossal white tiger lay prostrate. Beneath her bosom, a small child and a little white tiger rested. Hiss, how could this little one bite so painfully? Bai Shueo was taken aback. A mere human infant could inflict such pain upon her, even without activating her powers for defense. This was inconceivable. Little did she know, at that moment, Chen Chang'e possessed extraordinary teeth, shimmering brilliantly. They were the sacred teeth of the white tiger, indistinguishable from a saint's weapon. You compete with Linglong the Celestial Emperor for resources. Comprehension 1. You compete with Linglong the Celestial Emperor for resources. Comprehension 1. You compete with Linglong the Celestial Emperor for resources. Comprehension 1. As Chen Chang'e suckled, he was astonished. This can actually enhance comprehension. He had finally discovered a way to benefit from this celestial emperor's resources. He glanced over at Bai Linglong, who was also feeding, and a sudden thought struck him. He acted decisively. Bang! With a swift kick, Bai Linglong was sent flying. Roar! Chen Chang'e did not exert much force, yet Bai Linglong, propelled by her terrifying leaping ability, came rushing back. You have kicked Linglong the celestial emperor away, obstructing her from seizing opportunities. Comprehension 100. Oh, this little one possesses such strength. No wonder he is her offspring, having already reached the body refinement stage. Could it be that Linglong was truly struck by him just now? Bai Shuya was utterly astonished. As Bai Linglong's mother, she had certainly understood the meaning behind her earlier cries. She simply could not believe it. Now witnessing it firsthand, she had no choice but to accept it. Bai Linglong lunged back, and Chen Chang'e's delicate foot swiftly propelled her away once more. You have kicked Linglong the celestial emperor away, obstructing her from seizing opportunities. Comprehension 100. Roar! Ah, this is infuriating, Bai Linglong roared. Baring her teeth and claws, she charged again, only to be sent flying once more with a bang. Chen Chang'e, appearing harmless, moved with a speed so terrifying that Bai Linglong could hardly perceive it. Roar! Bai Linglong was beside herself, helplessly looking towards her mother, that was supposed to be hers. This brat has taken it all. All right, little one, cease kicking Linglong. You have had enough, and you won. Go hungry. Bai Shuya could no longer restrain herself. Her words brought Chen Chang'e to a halt. Little one, you truly cannot speak. Bai Shuya pondered. Clearly, he had not undergone body refinement, yet he had developed teeth and displayed such extraordinary talent. How could he possibly be mute? Chen Chang'e paid her no heed, resembling a newborn, simply continuing to feed. Chapter 5 of The Kiss from the Scarlet Emperor, Supreme Demon Eye, Demon Sect. The formation platform trembled once more, its runes shimmering, as two figures materialized before the crowd. We pay our respects to the young master, they proclaimed, bowing in unison. Shi Yaoyao waved her hand, her complexion somewhat pallid. You may all leave, she commanded, turning her gaze towards Chen Fan. She added, give me a little more time, and I shall be able to sever Xiang Heba's head. Chen Fan declared. He yearned to slay Xiang Heba, yet was forcibly drawn away by Shi Yaoyao, transported to this location. If we delay any longer, we may be left behind. A great sage approaches. Shi Yaoyao warned. Though she was merely a Saint King, formidable in her own right, she held no fear for the older Saint Kings. However, if a great sage were to take action, her confidence would wane. A great sage? From the Celestial Palace? Chen Fan's countenance darkened. While the Celestial Palace had not directly engaged in the annihilation of the Chun clan, its shadow undoubtedly loomed behind the scenes. Without its influence, those factions would have struggled to unite swiftly against the Chun clan. I do not know. I merely sensed it, Shi Yaoyao replied, shaking her head slightly. Such beings, upon sensing their presence, would flee without a second thought, having no inclination to linger for further inspection. Go see your son. He will reside here from now on, and I will protect you. Within the demon sect, no one will dare to harm you, Shi Yaoyao assured. Thank you, Chen Fan murmured in gratitude. At that moment, a figure swept in. Sister, what transpired? It was a beautiful woman. Upon arrival, she immediately assessed Chen Fan. The Chen clan has encountered calamity, only the two of them survived, Shi Yaoyao stated plainly. And her? The woman, though suspecting the truth, was still taken aback. The rapidly ascending Chen clan had so swiftly fallen victim to the machinations of those factions. They unleashed all their might, obliterating the ancient sword sect with a single strike, cleaving through the Taiyuan Sacred Hall, and were forcibly driven away by the heavenly Tao, Shi Yaoyao recounted, her mind involuntarily conjuring an image of that figure. That woman was the most extraordinary beauty she had ever encountered, a true celestial, yet, her greatest admiration lay with Chen Fan, to think he had actually fathered a child. You shall remain in the demon sect henceforth. Rest assured, the two of us sisters govern this place, no one shall trouble you. As for cultivation resources, they shall not be lacking, the beautiful woman declared. Having met Chen Fan on several occasions, she was aware of the bond between him and her sister. Yes, thank you, Chen Fan nodded, expressing his gratitude once more. Your son is in that room, being fed by Bai Shuya, the woman informed him. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan hurried over. Before long, the transformed Bai Shuya emerged, cradling Chen Chang'e. Your son is extraordinary, his teeth are rather special, Bai Shuya remarked, a hint of rosy hue gracing her cheeks. She had already examined him, and the golden, glimmering baby teeth were entwined with divine patterns. It was no wonder they could cause her pain. Indeed, my son possesses the bearing of an emperor, just like me. He is also an ancient sacred body. Chen Fan affirmed without reservation. Though our fates may be entwined yet unfulfilled, perhaps we could arrange a union between Linglong and your son. Would you be amenable? Bai Shuao inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Chen Fan was taken aback. He glanced at Bai Linglong, who was following behind, and was increasingly astonished. The purity of her White Tiger bloodline was unparalleled. She would undoubtedly become the holy maiden of the White Tiger clan in the future. To think she was proactively seeking a marriage alliance. Roar, I would never, a mere ancient sacred body is unworthy of my attention. Bai Linglong bellowed, striving to project a fierce demeanor. Yet, her small stature rendered her appearance rather adorable in the eyes of onlookers. Chen Fan approached and gently ruffled her small head. Your bloodline is indeed pure, but alas, it is sealed. As for the union, I have no objections, provided it aligns with your daughter's wishes. Chen Fan smiled. Linglong has no objections. Look at her, she is so delighted she almost wants to leap with joy. This signifies her consent, Bai Shuao chuckled. Roar, mother, I do not consent. How could you do this? I am not pleased at all. Bai Linglong protested. Roar, Linglong, look at yourself, you are beaming with joy, bouncing around. However, you must not approach, as Chang'ing is still small, and your claws are quite sharp, which could harm him. Bai Linglong? Could I possibly harm that infant? He should be grateful I am not attacking him. Bai Linglong felt utterly helpless. She turned to Chen Chang'ing, who was perched high above, their gazes meeting in a display of pride. Roar, infant, just you wait. Bai Linglong howled. Linglong, dear, a union is a good thing, but do not become overly excited. Chang'ing is still young and may be frightened. You would not want to leave him with lasting trauma, would you? Bai Shuao laughed, scooping Bai Linglong into her arms. This matter is settled. Here is the White Tiger Jade talisman of our clan. Consider it a token. Should you require assistance in the future, simply inform me, Bai Shuao stated, producing a piece of white jade shaped like a tiger. Chen Fan pondered for a moment before producing a sword. I have nothing left. This sword was left by my son's mother, so let it serve as an exchange. It is not a precious sword, merely a wooden one, imbued with a trace of her sword energy, Chen Fan explained, revealing a wooden sword crafted for Chen Chang'ing by his mother during her pregnancy. The sword bore the inscription Chang'ing. The Chang'ing sword is quite commendable, Bai Shuao remarked, accepting the sword with satisfaction. Though it appeared ordinary, possessing a trace of that person's sword energy rendered it a formidable weapon, far more valuable than the White Tiger Jade talisman. After exchanging tokens and engaging in pleasantries, Bai Shuao departed with Bai Linglong. Chen Fan and his son settled into the demon sect. A day later, mother, is this my little brother? Chen Chang'ing, nestled in a rocking cradle, was awakened by an ethereal voice. He opened his eyes to see a little girl approaching. She appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old. Though small, she was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a flowing purple gown. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, her fair skin emanating a lustrous glow, presenting an image of flawless perfection. Chen Chang'ing was astonished. This little girl was extraordinary. Lianer, why are you making such a ruckus? Look, you have woken Chang'ing, the beautiful woman chided, approaching and lifting the awakened Chen Chang'ing into her arms. Chen Chang'ing was taken aback. This beautiful woman actually had a daughter. He had thought she was merely another of Lao Dang's lovers. Ding, task detected as sympathy with the Scarlet Emperor. Qi Lian activated, befriend the Scarlet Emperor, allow her to join the Dark Heavenly Court, become allies to sweep through the immortal realm. Rewards, Evil God Technique, Supreme Demon Eye. What on earth, there is a task. Chen Chang'ing marveled. Have I encountered an ally? How am I to complete this task? Should I directly approach her and say, child, I see great potential in you. Join my Dark Heavenly Court, and you shall be second only to me in power? That seems inappropriate. Would she even comprehend such a proposal at her age? Mother, may I hold my little brother? At this moment, Qi Lian spoke, her voice sweet and innocent, tugging at the beautiful woman's ample leg. No. You are too small. How could you possibly hold Chang'ing? What if he were to fall and be harmed? Humph, I merely wish to see him. Qi Lian huffed, her cheeks puffed out. How stingy, not even allowing a hug. I just want to hold him. Mother, I am already in the body refinement realm. He is so small, I would never let him fall. Mother is here watching, and with your mother's extraordinary abilities, there is no need to worry. Please, let me hold my brother. Qi Lian pouted, beginning to act cute. Alright, you may hold him, but if you drop Chang'ing, I will make you regret it today. The beautiful woman relented. Qi Lian beamed, eagerly taking Chen Chang'ing into her arms. Hello, little brother, I am Qi Lian. Mother says your name is Chen Chang'ing. From now on, I shall be your elder sister. Did you hear? So adorable. Moa. You have received a kiss from the Scarlet Emperor, gaining her affection and becoming family. Completing the task, with rewards Evil God Technique, Supreme Demon Eye Evil God Technique, a celestial grade imperial cultivation method created by the Evil God, consisting of 7 levels, with each layer representing a significant power increase, accompanied by a berserk attribute. Supreme Demon Eye, an innate supreme eye, undefeated through the ages, containing supreme techniques, capable of manifesting deities and demons, and opening the heavens and the earth. Chapter 6, The Red Emperor's Mark, the demonic seed of the heart buzz. In an instant, Chen Chang'an's eyes opened and closed, revealing a terrifying black light that emanated from his once clear gaze. A chilling aura suddenly surged from his being, akin to the arrival of an ancient, indestructible deity or demon. Xi Lian was taken aback. Mother, my brother's eyes have turned monstrous. Startled, she nearly dropped Chen Chang'an to the ground. The beautiful woman, Xi Jinjin, reacted swiftly, catching him just in time. Her gaze fell upon those eyes, her expression filled with astonishment. What kind of strange eyes are these, she thought. Such a horrifying aura. Xi Jinjin was utterly shocked. Upon closer inspection, she discerned shadows swirling within Chen Chang'an's eyes, resembling ageless, indomitable deities, transcending the highest realms. Her body trembled, just one glance caused a tumultuous surge of demonic energy within her. The Supreme Demonic Eye, my heavens, this truly is the legendary Supreme Demonic Eye. Xi Jinjin recalled, recognizing it as a legendary entity, comparable even to the indomitable eyes of ancient times, and perhaps even more terrifying. 3,000 deities dwell within these eyes, giving rise to 3,000 demonic realms. Such an anomalous gaze existed only in myths, yet here it was, manifesting before her. She found it hard to believe. Boom! At that moment, chaotic energy enveloped the skies above the demonic sect, a fearsome aura descending from the heavens, instilling dread in billions of lives. What is that, my heavens, such dense chaos? What is this phenomenon, and who is awakening? The atmosphere was charged with an ominous pressure, even the venerable sages felt their hearts quiver. Those are eyes, my heavens, so many eyes. As chaotic energy swirled, countless eyes appeared in the firmament, densely packed, seemingly gazing down upon the world. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, with some of the weaker ones already kneeling in reverence. Their hearts thundered, witnessing the dreadful spectacle, mouths agape in disbelief. There are beings within those eyes. No, those are not mere beings, they are demons. They could no longer bear to look. One more glance, and we shall burst. The multitude of eyes connected with the laws of heaven and earth, casting the entire sky in a dark purple hue. Within each eye, silhouettes began to emerge. These were the phantoms of deities and demons. Boom, the great path thundered, and all living beings bowed their heads. The myriad eyes suddenly moved with terrifying speed, overlapping in an instant. Abruptly, a pair of immense eyes emerged from the chaos, embodying the essence of countless paths, supreme and unparalleled. The Supreme Demonic Eye, my heavens, this is indeed the legendary Supreme Demonic Eye. Divine Providence graces our demonic sect with such a prodigy. The powerful members of the sect cheered. I have birthed the Supreme Demonic Eye. Finally, we have someone who can contend with the Celestial Hall. Born supreme, unmatched demonic eyes, they exclaimed. At that moment, within a palace of the demonic sect, an elder suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the firmament. The Supreme Demonic Eye. At last, the opportunity we have awaited has arrived, he murmured, his figure vanishing from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood before Xi Jinjin, looking at the child in her arms. Master! Is this truly the legendary Supreme Demonic Eye? Indeed, indeed. The elder's joy grew with each passing moment, his aged eyes nearly squinting with delight. He cradled Chen Chang'an from Xi Jinjin's arms, his hands trembling with excitement. Excellent! Excellent, at long last, I have awaited this opportunity. Our sect has welcomed an unparalleled genius. From this day forth, I shall officially abdicate, appointing Qi Yaoyao as the new sect leader, and Chen Chang'an as our sect's young master, seeing him as akin to seeing the sect leader. A proclamation resonated throughout the heavens, leaving all members of the demonic sect in disbelief. The sect leader has abdicated. Chen Chang'an, it seems, is the bearer of the Supreme Demonic Eye. The Supreme Demonic Eye is an unparalleled prodigy, deserving of the title of our sect's young master, some powerful figures declared. Meanwhile, the elder, still holding Chen Chang'an, playfully tapped his forehead, continuing to smile. What a handsome child, reminiscent of my own youthful grace. Xi Jinjin interjected, Master, you remain as shameless as ever. Chang'an, from today onward, you officially become the young master of our sect. I, this old man, have nothing of value to offer you, so I shall head to the Celestial Hall and deal with a few old geezers to celebrate. Celestial Hall, I am on my way. The elder laughed heartily before vanishing from sight. Chen Chongzhen was lifted by an unseen force, floating in the air. Mother, brother is so powerful. Qi Lian exclaimed, jumping up to embrace Chen Chongzhen. That's right, Lianer, from now on, you must take good care of your brother. Don't let anyone bully him. Qi Zhenjin ruffled Qi Lian's hair affectionately. Of course, brother, don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to bully you. Qi Lian beamed, holding Chen Chongzhen tightly. She gazed at his tender face and leaned in closer. So sweet. You have captured the heart of the Red Emperor, gaining the indomitable demonic heart. Indomitable demonic heart, a world-destroying black lotus, containing the power of cataclysm. Ah! Mother, brother has wet himself, his pants are all wet, will he be cold? Suddenly, Qi Lian shouted, her own little dress was soaked as well, drenched by Chen Changgen's mishap. You have marked the Red Emperor, affirming this ally greatly, embracing her from the heart, rewarding you with the demonic seed of the heart. Demonic seed of the heart. The most potent heart technique of the demonic path, transcending from the way into the demonic and achieving unparalleled demonic divinity, the system's voice echoed, as Chen Chongzhen blinked his big eyes. Qi Zhenjin picked him up, lost in thought. Wetting your pants, you, child, who never cries or makes a fuss, why would you suddenly wet yourself? Qi Zhenjin murmured, helping Chen Chongzhen change his pants. Another day passed, Qi Yaoyao and Chen Fan returned, and she commenced the ceremony for the new sect leader's inauguration. Chen Chongzhen also made his debut before the prominent figures of the demonic sect, and everyone was left in a state of astonishment. At the banquet, Qi Yaoyao declared, from today onward, I announce that Chen Fan is the vice-sect leader of our sect, holding an equal status to mine. Do any of you have objections? She glared at the many elders and guest elders. Bow to the vice-sect leader. The powerful members of the demonic sect all paid their respects, showing no disdain towards Chen Fan's seemingly foolish actions, for in the demonic sect, the leader's word was law. Another day passed, the former sect leader returned. Yaoyao, I have slain 2 great sages from the Celestial Hall, paving the way for you from now on, focus on your cultivation for a millennium, they shall not dare to speak of exterminating the demons. You must instruct the others to temper their actions and refrain from capturing mortals for training. The former sect leader provided a brief directive before falling into a deep slumber. He was far too old. Slaying 2 great sages had cost him dearly. Qi Yaoyao, having listened to the former sect leader's words, ordered various demonic forces to cease their indiscriminate slaughter of innocents and to target the righteous forces instead. Thus, the relationship between the righteous and demonic paths began to ease, and the ancient realm fell into a brief period of tranquility. Chapter 7 truly delves into the depths of the bones. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed since the foundation was laid. Chen Chonggang has turned 3 years old. On this bright and sunny day, Chen Fan suddenly addressed the young Chen Chonggang, who was deep in his cultivation. Chonggang, my dear, I have a gift for you. Come, let us step outside for a moment. What gift? Chen Chonggang furrowed his brow, but he couldn't help but recall the system's analysis from 2 years prior. He was merely 3 years old, could it be? The supreme bone, surely not. Could this truly be the moment of convergence? You'll find out soon enough, Chen Fan replied, lifting Chen Chonggang into his arms. Father, where are you taking me? Chen Chonggang inquired. You shall see shortly, Chen Fan evaded. With one hand cradling Chen Chonggang, he made his way toward a palace. Before long, Qi Yaoyao emerged from within. It is ready, she announced. Her words seemed to carry an enchanting allure, and as Chen Chonggang listened, his consciousness began to wane. In his hazy state, he perceived himself being placed upon a high platform. Father, 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 he cried out, a sense of urgency in his tone. No, this can't be happening. It truly is the supreme bone. Chen Chonggang realized with dread that he did not wish to be entangled in this affair. He feared the 3-year pact. Was he truly capable of confronting it? Be good, Chonggang, just take a little nap. It will be over soon, Qi Yaoyao gently urged as she wielded the knife of the demon. I was meant to be invincible. With more bones came more paths to I. In this way, what could his celestial palace's reconstituted I use to contend with us? Surely, we shall prevail. Qi Yaoyao murmured. Chen Fan observed quietly. Though the act of extracting a person's supreme bone seemed somewhat unscrupulous, within this world, he felt compelled to proceed. Regardless of the myriad consequences, he, as a father, would bear the burden for his son. Let it change hands directly. My son's physique is remarkably robust. It is quite astonishing that he has not undergone a substantial medicinal bath, yet he possesses such strength. Does your ancient sacred body have a legacy of body refinement techniques? Qi Yaoyao inquired. She had never encountered a being of such physical prowess at this age. It was truly alarming. Not only was his blood golden, but even his bones shimmered with a terrifying luster. He has reached the pinnacle of body refinement. He is but a step away from establishing a foundational path. I wonder what heart technique would be suitable to impart to him. However, with Chang'eng's innate talent, what technique should I bestow upon him? Establishing a foundation is of utmost importance. The talent that Chen Chang'eng has thus far displayed is exceedingly formidable. His martial arts comprehension is nearly photographic. He learns anything at a glance, mastering it with ease. Such talents should exist only in legends. Let us observe for now, Qi Yaoyao whispered as she commenced the bone exchange. When Chen Chang'eng awoke, it was already nighttime. The site of the bone exchange had healed completely. This is the terrifying aspect of the ancient sacred body. Not only does it grow larger, stronger, and more enduring, but its recovery capability is also extraordinary. Of course, this was inextricably linked to the divine and demonic body refinement liquid that Chen Chang'eng had long appropriated from the elder Chen Fan. Chang'eng? Chen Fan called out upon seeing him open his eyes. Father, what have you done to me? Chen Chang'eng sat up, feigning confusion. Oh, nothing much. It was just that there was a slight issue with your bones, so I had Aunt Yao swap them out for you, Chen Fan explained. He approached Chen Chang'eng to examine him closely. There appeared to be no lingering side effects. Father, it hurts, hold me, Chen Chang'eng suddenly declared. How could this be? Chen Fan was perplexed. The wounds had vanished. How could he still be in pain? He brought Chen Chang'eng closer, seating him on his lap. Golden light shone from his eyes, intricate runes interweaving as his gaze locked onto Chen Chang'eng's chest. There, a bone radiated resplendent Dao light. Strange, is it here that it hurts? Chen Fan inquired, reaching out to touch the shimmering bone on Chen Chang'eng's chest. That was the supreme bone that had been exchanged. As his hand descended, Chen Chang'eng's lips quivered. Ah, he exclaimed in apparent agony before delivering a swift kick without hesitation. Youth has no price, and he struck at his father's groin with fervor. You have dealt a fatal blow to the Emperor of Heaven, rewarded with the myriad foundational techniques. The system's voice echoed as Chen Chang'eng continued to cry out. What a performance! One must at least act the part. Strange, how can it still hurt? Chen Fan mused. He did not perceive a thousandfold impact. For someone of his cultivation, Chen Chang'eng's kick felt merely like a tickle. Father, I no longer feel pain. How peculiar, Chen Chang'eng remarked as he rolled off his father's lap. The pained expression on his face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. Could it be a lingering side effect? Chang'eng, lie down here. I shall return shortly, Chen Fan said, puzzled, as he set Chen Chang'eng down and hurried off to find Qi Yaoyao. Not long after his departure, a figure entered from outside, resembling a large black rat. It was Qi Lian. She had arrived. Chang'eng, why didn't you visit sister today? Qi Lian skipped over, throwing herself at Chen Chang'eng. I overslept, Chen Chang'eng replied nonchalantly. 3 years had passed, and he had grown accustomed to it. This elder sister treated him well and often clung to him, and he certainly would not push her away. Oh, had I known you were here, I would have come sooner. It's all that idiot Yurua's fault for dragging me into that bandit game. By the way, Chang'eng, if one day I were captured by villains and they took advantage of me, what would you do? Qi Lian gazed at Chen Chang'eng with hopeful eyes, eager to know his response. I would give the villains a light kiss. Ah. Why would you do that? He's a man. That way, he won't be able to kiss you, sister, Chen Chang'eng replied, his clear eyes shining with innocence. He was quite adept at feigning. Yuck, Chang'eng, that's disgusting. Kissing a boy. Qi Lian feigned revulsion, yet deep within, she felt an inexplicable joy. This joy was a mystery to her, yet it undeniably lifted her spirits. You and Qi Di have expressed your feelings, further strengthening your bond, becoming inseparable allies. Reward divine and demonic foundation liquid. The system's voice chimed, leaving Chen Chang'eng somewhat taken aback. The rewards from this NPC, Qi Lian, surpassed even those from the elder Chen Fan. When it rains, it pours. The divine and demonic foundation liquid was clearly intended for establishing a foundation. 3 days later, after Chen Fan and Qi Yaoyao examined Chen Chang'eng's body but found no issues, they ultimately decided to keep the supreme bone within him. Meanwhile, Chen Chang'eng commenced his own foundation establishment. In pursuit of the most potent foundational technique, the Heavenly Demon Sutra, he sought to lay a solid foundation for himself. On the surface, Chen Chang'eng utilized the Heavenly Demon Sutra, but he also applied the myriad foundational techniques awarded by the system, supplemented by the Dao Heartseed Demon method. To merge the myriad paths into one foundation was the ultimate foundation. On the day he established his foundation, horrific phenomena erupted throughout the demon sect, with the resonance of myriad paths, the blessings of the heavens, and the descent of a radiant rain. Countless members of the demon sect bathed in this luminous rain, absorbing the resources of the great Tao, awakening to enlightenment, and breaking through their own shackles. Chapter 7 truly delves into the depths of the soul. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since the foundation was laid. Chen Changgang is now 3 years old. On this bright and sunny day, Chen Fan suddenly addressed the meditating Chen Changgang, saying, "Changgang, my dear, I have something to present to you. Come, accompany your father outside for a moment." What is it? Chen Changgang furrowed his brow, but he could not help but recall the system's analysis from 2 years prior. He is 3 years old. Goodness, the supreme bone, could it be? Is it truly time for that? You will find out soon enough, Chen Fan replied, as he lifted Chen Changgang into his arms. Father, where are you taking me? Chen Changgang inquired. You will know shortly. Chen Fan did not provide a direct answer. With one hand cradling Chen Changgang, he made his way towards a certain palace. Before long, Qi Yaoyao emerged from within. It is ready, she announced. Her words seemed to carry an enchanting quality, and as Chen Changgang listened, his consciousness began to fade. In a daze, he perceived himself placed upon a high platform. Father, 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 he cried out. No, please. Goodness, it is indeed the supreme bone, Chen Changgang realized. He did not wish to be in. He feared the 3-year pact. Could he truly contend with that? Changgang, dear, just take a short nap, it will be over soon, Qi Yaoyao gently urged, wielding the knife herself. The demonic eye was meant to be invincible, with multiple bones leading to multiple paths. In this manner, how could his heavenly palaces contend with us? Are we not destined to triumph? Qi Yaoyao murmured. Chen Fan observed in silence. Though the act of extracting the supreme bone was somewhat unethical, within this world, he had no choice but to proceed thusly. Regardless of the myriad causes and effects, he, as a father, would bear the burden for his son. Let us exchange it directly, Chen Fan whispered. Your son's physique is remarkably strong. It is quite strange that he has not undergone much medicinal bathing yet remains so powerful. Do you possess a method for refining the body within your ancient sacred body? Qi Yaoyao inquired. In her experience, she had never encountered a being of such physique at this age. It was genuinely alarming. Not only was his blood golden, but even his bones gleamed with a fearful radiance. He has reached the pinnacle of body refinement, just one step away from establishing the Tao Foundation. I ponder whether I should pass on to him the heart method for establishing the Tao Foundation. However, considering Changgang's talent, what heart method should I impart to him? Establishing the foundation is of utmost importance. The talent that Chen Changgang has displayed thus far is exceedingly formidable. His comprehension of techniques is nearly instantaneous. He masters everything he learns in a single attempt, achieving unparalleled proficiency. Such talent should exist only in legends. Let us observe for now, Qi Yaoyao said softly, commencing the bone exchange. When Chen Changgang awakened, it was already nightfall. The area where he had undergone the bone exchange had healed completely. This is the terrifying aspect of the ancient sacred body. Not only is it larger, stronger, and more enduring, of course, this is inextricably linked to the divine and demonic body refinement liquid that Chen Changgang had long appropriated from the elder Chen Fan. Changgang? Chen Fan called out upon seeing him open his eyes. Your father had Andyao exchange them for you, Chen Fan explained, approaching Chen Changgang to inspect him closely. There seemed to be no lingering side effects. Father, it hurts, hold me, Chen Changgang suddenly said. How could that be? Chen Fan questioned, perplexed. The wounds had vanished. How could there be pain? He lifted Chen Changgang into his lap as he sat on the bed. His eyes shimmered with golden light, intricate runes intertwining, as his gaze locked onto the area of Chen Changgang's chest. There, a bone radiated with dazzling Dao light. Strange, is it here that it hurts? Chen Fan asked, reaching out to touch the glimmering bone on Chen Changgang's chest. That is the newly exchanged supreme bone. As his hand fell, Chen Changgang's lips moved. Chen Changgang exclaimed in apparent agony, then, without hesitation, delivered a kick straight to his father's groin. Youth has no price, he struck with vigor. You must at least appear to be in pain. How curious, why does it hurt? Chen Fan pondered. He did not perceive the thousandfold critical strike. Given his cultivation, Chen Changgang's kick felt merely like a tickle. Father, I no longer feel pain. How strange. Chen Changgang rolled off his father's lap. The pained expression on his face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. Could it be a lingering side effect? Changgang, you lie down here. Father will return shortly, Chen Fan said, puzzled, as he set Chen Changgang down and hurried away to find Qi Yaoyao. Shortly after his departure, a figure entered from outside, resembling a large black rat. It was Qi Lian. She had arrived. Changgang, why didn't you go to your sister's place today? 3 years had passed, and he had grown accustomed to it. This sister treated him well, and he had grown fond of her company. Naturally, he would not turn her away. Oh, had I known you were here, I wouldn't have come. It was all that silly Yurua's fault. insisting I play some bandit game. By the way, Changgang, if one day your sister is captured by villains and they try to take advantage of her, what will you do? Shi Lian looked at Chen Changgang with hopeful eyes, eager to learn his response. Why would you do that? He's a man. That way, he wouldn't be able to kiss my sister, Chen Changgang replied, his clear eyes shining with innocence. He was quite adept at feigning. Ugh, Changgang, how disgusting. You would actually kiss a boy. Shi Lian feigned revulsion, yet inwardly, she was elated. This inexplicable joy filled her heart with unexplainable delight. You and the Red Emperor have expressed your feelings for one another. Further, the rewards from this NPC, Shi Lian, were far superior to those from the elder Chen Fan. It was a case of quality over quantity. 3 days later, after Chen Fan and Qi Yaoyao examined Chen Changgang's body, failing to identify any issues, they concluded that the supreme bone should remain within him. Meanwhile, Chen Changgang began his foundation building process, seeking the strongest foundation building technique from the demonic sect, the Heavenly Demon Sutra. He aimed to establish his foundation. Although Chen Changgang appeared to be utilizing the Heavenly Demon Sutra, he was merging myriad paths as the foundation. This is the ultimate foundation building technique. On the day he established his foundation, a terrifying phenomenon enveloped the demonic sect, a resonance of myriad paths, blessings from the heavenly Tao, and a rain of light descended. Many within the demonic sect bathed in this rain of light, absorbing the resources of the Tao, gaining enlightenment, and breaking through their own limitations. Chapter 8 The Nine-Leaf Sword Ancestor and the Supreme Imperial Weapon. 7 years have passed in the blink of. Chen Changgang is now 10 years old. Unlike other prodigies, his 7 years were marked by a significant commotion only at the moment of his foundation establishment, after which he has maintained a low profile. Aside from the occasional mention of the young master by disciples within the demonic sect, the outside world has been completely oblivious to the existence of the young master of the demonic sect. On yet another sunny day, with a gentle breeze and clear skies, it was a perfect day for a leisurely slumber. Chen Changga was taking a short nap in the courtyard. Changga, aren't you practicing your sword today? The voice of Chen Fan drifted in from outside the courtyard, prompting Chen Changga to sit up from his reclining chair in surprise. Father, you're back already? Did you find anything of value in the imperial tomb? Did you unearth a timeless empress? Did she crawl out of her coffin to become your wife and my stepmother? Chen Changga inquired. His father had been away for a year, claiming to be in search of treasures within the imperial tomb, seeking a breakthrough to become a sage king. According to the narrative surrounding the Chosen One, his father was indeed expected to have a fruitful journey. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? That imperial tomb is a place of heavenly burial, belonging to a peerless emperor, fraught with peril. I haven't even traversed half of the tomb in this past year. As for the timeless imperial corpses, if one could reach it is impossible to encounter any imperial corpse, but there are indeed opportunities within. Chen Fan chuckled warmly. He stepped into the courtyard, glancing around as if searching for something. Seeing his father's smug demeanor, Chen Changga quickly deduced the truth. His father had broken through, he had become a sage king, truly deserving of the title of Chosen One. A sage king over 100 years old is certainly a prominent figure in the ancient realm. Though you possess, for someone like me, cultivating is as effortless as drinking water. If I were to rush, it would only hinder my progress. Steadiness is key, Chen Changga replied with a smile. Nonsense, talent is merely the foundation for cultivation. It can provide an advantage, but to travel far on the path, one must exert effort, otherwise, you will find yourself surpassed by others. Do you remember the story I once shared about the tortoise and the hare? The hare was overly proud and was ultimately surpassed by the tortoise. Chen Fan delivered another lengthy lecture. Chen Changga chuckled softly. Of course, I know the tale of the tortoise and the hare. You, like me, hail from the blue planet, perpetually trying to inspire me to work harder. So, father, you must strive even harder. Only through diligence can one triumph. This way, I, as your son, can brazily indulge in a life of leisure. The stronger you become, the more secure my position. If I encounter someone I cannot defeat, I can always call out, my father is Chen Fan, who dares challenge me? Besides, if I were to push myself too hard and inadvertently break through to become an emperor, those watching from behind would surely have their hearts shattered, rendering them useless. Chen Changga continued to jest. He was indeed somewhat lazy regarding cultivation, yet his progress had not faltered. In fact, he was far ahead. He had surpassed Shi Lian, who was 3 years his senior, as she was still at the Spirit Sea realm while he had already reached the Celestial realm, breaking through to an impeccable level, unmatched among his peers. Was this not being far ahead? Nonsense, nonsense, I cannot argue with you, Chen Fan conceded. This plant is a treasure, I have planted it here, so do not dare uproot it. His father wore a look of exasperation. If Chen Changga had not displayed the same realm as Qi Lian, he would have bound him and forced him to cultivate day in and day out. Ah, your mother is not around, so I shall indulge you a bit, Chen Fan murmured. Every father hopes for his child to succeed and wishes for them to live comfortably. Chen Chang's realm was on par with his contemporaries, so there was little more to say. After his father departed, Chen Chang'e approached the newly planted grass. A treasure, what is this? Chen Chang'e inquired, gazing at the newly planted grass. It was a sword grass, with its 3,000 verdant leaves resembling slender green swords dancing in the wind. The chosen item, 9-leaf sword ancestor, has been detected. It is obstructing your dark army, hindering your advancement on the path to immortality. Resolve it swiftly to receive the reward, the supreme imperial weapon, demon god sword. What? This is the 9-leaf sword ancestor? Chen Chang'e exclaimed. The 9-leaf sword ancestor, the remnant of the guardian of the Green Emperor's tomb, its essence transformed rapidly under the influence of the Green Emperor's body. A millennium later, when the Green Emperor's tomb opened, many powerful individuals, including Chen Fan, obtained it and brought it away. In the first year after acquiring it, Chen Fan returned to the demonic sect and planted it in the courtyard, hoping it would continue to evolve. Good heavens! It truly is the 9-leaf sword grass. Chen Chang'e marveled. Over the span of 10 years, he had come to understand the system. It would refresh NPCs, and upon pondering in his heart, it would automatically interpret their histories. However, he considered all of it to be fictitious. He had no dark army to speak of. The 9-leaf sword grass was an unparalleled treasure, and with his father having planted it here, it would be unthinkable to simply uproot it. If he did so, he would surely incur his father's wrath. Thus, without hesitation, Chen Chang'e uprooted it. You have captured the 9-leaf sword ancestor, removing the obstacle to your army's advance. Reward: the supreme imperial weapon, De Luo demon sword. The system's voice echoed, and Chen Chang'e smiled. As expected, it works. So, having claimed his reward, he replanted the 9-leaf sword grass in another corner. When it came to planting, one must certainly fertilize. You have insulted the 9-leaf sword ancestor. Reward: grass character sword technique. Ah, you rascal, how dare you make me drink urine? I shall slay you. The 9-leaf sword grass quivered violently under the onslaught of urine, an overwhelming sword intent enveloping the area, with slivers of sword energy slicing towards Chen Chang'e. The sword energy was terrifying, yet it faced Chen Chang'e. With a flicker of his eyes, he unleashed a black light. Bang! The myriad of sword energies dissipated, scattering with the wind. You are far too weak. The indifferent words left the 9-leaf sword grass momentarily stunned. The Supreme Demon Eye. You possess the Supreme Demon Eye, it exclaimed in shock, swaying frantically. Chen Chang'e could not be bothered to spare it another glance. If he offered you sustenance, and you grew agitated, it was truly a case of not knowing what was good for you. With that, he exited the door. You have won over the 9-leaf sword ancestor. Reward: invincible sword intent. As the system's voice resonated, Chen Chang'e resolved firmly, from now on, I must make a habit of this daily. At this moment, the 9-leaf sword grass was utterly astonished. This fellow's physique is extraordinary. Even more terrifying than his father. What could he possibly be? This urine contains such life essence, it could aid in restoring my fragmented body. Urine as exquisite as nectar and ambrosia, how frightening! The 9-leaf sword grass exclaimed in astonishment. Had it not been injured, it would have undoubtedly transformed and cleaved Chen Chang'e into 108 pieces. Now, however, it had changed its mind. It must first restore its health. I am not yielding to this detestable fellow. I am merely enduring humiliation for the sake of recovery, it muttered, fervently absorbing the life essence coursing over its surface to replenish its body. Chapter 9. Lu Ruyan, the celestial body of stars. Time flows like water, and the years sing like a melody. Chen Chang'e has reached the age of 15. He chuckled to himself. Today marks the triannual recruitment day of my demonic sect, as well as the grand competition among disciples. I must exert myself to the utmost and become an inner disciple, so that I may unite with Cuihua as partners in the path. Partners in the path? With Cuihua, came the skeptical response. Indeed, Cuihua has agreed that once I ascend to the status of inner disciple, she shall become my partner. Give up on that fantasy. Cuihua has already taken someone else, and you remain oblivious. I have seen her frequently emerging from Hao Youqian's abode. Impossible, Cuihua loves me, how could she possibly be with Hao Youqian? I refuse to believe it. The youth's agitation was palpable. He hastened away from the square in search of Cuihua. Fool! At 30 years of age, you still lack the qualifications for the inner sect, and yet you dare dream that Cuihua, with her allure, would consider you truly deluded, murmured another young man. The expansive square was alive with the cacophony of voices, all gathered before a towering stone tablet. A middle-aged man surveyed the throng of youths and exclaimed, "This generation is truly inferior to the last. You are the most disappointing disciples I have encountered in many years." As his words fell, the crowd lowered their heads in shame. And you possess commendable talent and striking appearances. From today forth, you shall attend to the young master in his courtyard." The middle-aged man pointed at 5 female disciples, seemingly random yet deliberately selected. In an instant, the faces of those 5 young women paled. "Attend to him? We came to cultivate, not to serve as menial workers," protested one of the women. "Elder Dan, I will not accept this. I am a water god body, deserving of the rank of core disciple. Why must I be relegated to the duties of a mere servant? Ah, Shui Bingyue, do you dare question my judgment?" Elder Dan's displeasure was evident. "Indeed, as a prodigy of the divine body, I have never been accustomed to serving others in such a manner." With a resounding crash, Shui Bingyue was sent sprawling. Only those who have truly grown into prodigies have the right to speak up. "You foolish child, were it not for your father's slight connection to me, I would have preferred not to allow you to serve the young master at all. Depart, go and be a core disciple." Elder Dan's voice was cold. "Ungrateful wretch. Lacking any sense, truly a disappointment. If those seasoned veterans heard they were to serve the young master, they would have eagerly signed up already." He then turned to the other 4 women. "Now that I have spoken, do any of you have objections?" "None, we shall abide by the elder's command," they replied in unison. Though they were all divine bodies and loathed the idea of serving, the prospect of attending to the young master was something they could begrudgingly accept now. All that remained was to pray that he was not some twisted individual with peculiar tastes for games of escape or bondage. "Very well. You may follow them now, they will instruct you further." With that, Elder Dan took a deep breath and turned his attention back to the crowd. "Now, we shall commence with the assessments of those from the affiliated factions. Should you meet the criteria, you shall be admitted into the holy sect. First up, the Lu family, Lu Ruyan." With a loud call, a young girl stepped forward to the stone tablet, focusing intently as she placed her hand upon it. Boom! In an instant, the entire realm seemed to tremble, the stone tablet radiating with dazzling light, stirring the winds and clouds. The heavens changed hue, as a colossal river of lunar energy hung in the starry sky, casting a brilliant glow. "A phenomenon! A true phenomenon, you possess celestial powers!" Elder Dan exclaimed in astonishment. "I recognize her, I have heard her name. Lu Ruyan of the Lu family. It is said she possesses an extraordinary physique. Her appearance certainly seemed remarkable." The crowd gasped. Legend spoke of Lu Ruyan from the Lu family, an affiliate of the demonic sect, who was born with an unusual phenomenon, undeniably exceptional. Now they were convinced. This is real. The celestial river flows in the heavens, with myriad worlds floating within, as the terrifying power of the lunar energy surges forth. The lunar saint body, my heavens, this is an unparalleled furnace, the lunar saint body. It is said that even a single drop of her water can greatly enhance one's cultivation. Truly extraordinary. Is this the prodigy the Lu family has hidden away? Her talent is indeed fearsome. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Elder Dan was left speechless. A saint body, at long last, a saint body has emerged. Excellent, excellent. I have high hopes for you. From this day forth, you shall be a true disciple of my demonic sect. As Elder Dan's words settled, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of disappointment. Becoming a true disciple was not her aspiration, she yearned to be a saintess. Next, from the Lu family, Lu Shanshur. In contrast to the bustling square, the rear mountain of the demonic sect was tranquil. A young woman lingered outside a courtyard, ultimately mustering the resolve to step inside. Within, a young man was sipping wine, clad in white garments. He bore a visage so handsome it seemed ethereal, flawless, and beyond reproach, akin to a celestial being. In the realm of beautiful men, none could rival him. He was none other than Chen Shanggang. "Young master, Xing Kai has come." Xing Kai lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Shanggang's gaze. He was too beautiful, so breathtaking that it left one gasping for breath. Having perfectly inherited his mother's unparalleled beauty, coupled with an enchanting aura, it was said that he had been the remedy for many of the demonic sect's true female disciples' sleepless nights. "Xing Kai, please take a seat," Chen Shanggang spoke in a calm manner. She was the true disciple of the demonic sect, Xing Kai, the possessor of the celestial body of stars, and had previously managed his mundane affairs. However, after her ascension to true disciple, those duties had shifted to another, though she often visited to discuss matters with Chen Shanggang. Xing Kai cautiously stood beside Chen Shanggang, refraining from sitting, instead pouring him wine. "Something seems amiss, speak your mind," Chen Shanggang urged. Xing Kai's demeanor suggested that she bore a weighty concern. "Young master, our sect is to select 3 saintesses, one of whom will undoubtedly be Sister Qi. The remaining 2 must compete. I seek your assistance to help me become a saintess." As she spoke, Xing Kai fell silent, hinting at her desire for Chen Shanggang to offer her an advantageous position. "Young master, If you assist Xing Kai in this endeavor, I shall repay your kindness in kind, she added, noticing his silence. She was desperate to attain the status of saintess. Oh, a repayment, pray tell, how would you repay me? Chen Changgang inquired with a teasing tone. His words caught Xing Kai off guard, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I doubt if you help me gain an advantage, I too will extend my assistance when the time comes. Once I have achieved great mastery, I shall serve you faithfully, young master. Xing Kai boldly declared, laying her intentions bare. Chen Changgang reached out, grasping her hand and gently setting down the wine jug before pulling her into his embrace. A mere backdoor is insufficient for my taste. I prefer the grand entrance, as you well know, but I could have any woman I desired. If you wish to become a saintess, your offering must be far greater. Chapter 9 Lu Ruyan, the stellar sacred body. Time flows like water, and the years sing like songs. Chen Changda has turned 15. Today marks the triannual disciple recruitment day of my demonic sect, as well as the grand competition among disciples. I must exert myself to become an inner disciple and bind my fate with Tsuihua. Bind fates? With Tsuihua? You, indeed, Tsuihua has promised me that once I become an inner disciple, she will become my partner. You should abandon that hope. Tsuihua has long since taken another, and yet you cling to your fantasies. I've seen her frequently emerging from Hao Youqian's abode lately. Impossible, Tsuihua loves me. How could she possibly be with Hao Youqian? I refuse to believe it. Upon hearing this, the young man became anxious. He hurried away from the square to seek out Tsuihua. Fool, at 30, you still cannot enter the inner sect, yet you dream that Tsuihua, with her ample charms, would ever notice you. Such ignorance of your own limitations. Another young man murmured. The vast square buzzed with voices, and before a towering stone tablet, a throng of people gathered. A middle-aged man surveyed the group of youngsters and proclaimed, indeed, this generation pales in comparison to its predecessors. You are the worst disciples I have encountered in many years. As his words echoed, the crowd lowered their heads. You, and your talents are decent, and your appearance is commendable. From today forth, you shall assist the young master in his courtyard. The middle-aged man pointed seemingly at random, but in truth, he had already scrutinized and selected 5 female disciples. In an instant, the faces of those 5 women turned ashen. Assist, serve, we are here to cultivate, not to perform menial tasks. Elder Dan, I refuse to accept this. I am the water god body. I deserve to be a core disciple. Why must I do the work of a servant? At this moment, a woman stepped forward. Shui Bingyue, do you dare to question this elder's decision? Elder Dan's displeasure was palpable. Indeed. As a prodigy of a divine body, I have never been accustomed to serving others, nor do I have the inclination to do so now. Bang! Shui Bingyue was flung away as her words fell. Only those who have grown into true prodigies have the right to Foolish girl, were it not for my slight acquaintance with your father, I would not even consider letting you serve the young master. Off with you, go and be a core disciple. Elder Dan's voice was cold. Unappreciative wretch. Lacking any foresight, truly a poor specimen, those old hands would have eagerly volunteered to serve the young master upon hearing the opportunity. He then turned to the other 4 women. Now that I have spoken, do you 4 have any objections? None. We shall abide by the elder's orders, they replied in unison. Although they were also divine bodies and reluctant to serve, the fact that it was the young master made it somewhat acceptable. Now, all that remains is to pray that the fellow is not a perverse eccentric, indulging in bizarre games like escape rooms or candle bondage. Very well, you shall follow them now. Instructions will be provided. With that, Elder Dan's words concluded, and several disciples from the demonic sect stepped forward to escort the new disciples away. Taking a deep breath, Elder Dan turned his gaze to another group of individuals in the square. Let the assessment of those from affiliated forces commence. If you meet the criteria, you may enter the sacred sect. First up of the Lu family, Lu Ruyan. A loud announcement rang out as a young girl approached the stone tablet, holding her breath and placing her hand upon it. Thunderous booms echoed. In an instant, the very heavens trembled, and the stone tablet radiated brilliant light, stirring the winds and clouds. The sky transformed, revealing a colossal river of the dark moon suspended among the stars, emanating a dazzling brilliance. A miraculous phenomenon. You are at the realm of divine powers. Elder Dan was astonished. I recognize her. I have heard her name. Lu Ruyan of the Lu family, rumored to possess an extraordinary physique. The crowd gasped in awe. The tales of Lu Ruyan, born under an extraordinary omen, had now been validated before their eyes. This is indeed true. The celestial river flowed above, with vast worlds swirling within, and the fearsome power of the dark moon surged forth. The dark moon's sacred body, heaven above, this is an unparalleled furnace. The dark moon's sacred body. It is said that a woman of such a physique could enhance her cultivation merely by tasting a drop of her water. Unbelievable, is this the prodigy the Liu family has concealed? Such talent is indeed terrifying. The crowd erupted in exclamations, and many elders of the demonic sect gathered to witness. Elder Dan was left speechless. The sacred body. At last, the sacred body has appeared. Excellent, excellent, I have high hopes for you, sacred body, excellent, from today, you shall be a true disciple of my demonic sect. With Elder Dan's pronouncement, Liu Ruyan felt a tinge of disappointment. A true disciple, this was not her aspiration, she yearned to be a saintess. Next, from the Liu family, Liu Shanshur. Unlike the bustling square, the back mountains of the demonic sect were tranquil. A young woman wandered outside a courtyard, finally summoning the resolve to enter. Inside the courtyard, a young man was sipping wine, dressed in white, with a face as beautiful as a celestial being. He was perfection incarnate, a flawless vision reminiscent of a fallen immortal. No earthly beauty could compare. He was none other than Chen Changge. Young master, you have been seen. Xing Kai lowered her head, unable to meet Chen Changge's gaze. He was too beautiful, so breathtakingly perfect that he inherited his mother's unparalleled beauty and exuded an enchanting aura. Not to mention, just a faint smile from him could leave countless girls swooning, unable to resist. In times past, he had been the remedy for many true female disciples of the demonic sect during their nightly slumbers. Kair has arrived. Please, take a seat. Chen Changge spoke nonchalantly. She was a true disciple of the demonic sect, Xing Kair, bearer of the stellar sacred body, who once managed his trivial affairs. However, after her elevation to true disciple, that role had shifted to another, yet she often visited to engage in discourse with Chen Changge. Xing Kair cautiously stood beside Chen Changge, refraining from sitting, instead pouring wine for him. Something is amiss, do speak your mind, Chen Changge remarked. Xing Kair's demeanor indicated that something was troubling her. Young master, our sect is to select 3 saintesses, one of whom will undoubtedly be senior sister Qi, while the remaining 2 must compete. I wish to implore you for assistance, to help me become a saintess. As she spoke, she fell silent, hoping for Chen Changge's support. Young master, if you assist Kair in this endeavor, I shall repay your kindness in kind, Xing Kair added, observing Chen Changge's silence. She urgently needed to become a saintess of the demonic sect. Oh, repay, and how might Kair repay me? Chen Changge teased, intrigued by her words. His playful inquiry momentarily left Xing Kair at a loss for words. If you help me, I would also assist you, and once my powers have fully matured, I shall surely serve you, young master. Xing Kair boldly asserted. Chen Changge reached out, grasping her hand, gently placing the wine jug aside, and then pulled her into his embrace. A mere back door is insufficient to satisfy me. I prefer the grand entrance, as you know. This young master can have any woman he desires, but if you wish to become a saintess, that little offering will not suffice. Chapter 10. Xingcai's small hands were ice cold. The moment they were touched, it felt as if the startled head of a turtle had suddenly recoiled. Yet, they were still grasped firmly. Chen Changge's hand rested upon that delicate little hand, and under the bright sunlight, his handsome visage became increasingly captivating. Though I wish to serve you wholeheartedly, my young master, you must understand that I cannot falter. My cultivation has yet to reach full maturity, and I cannot afford to lose my primordial yin. I beg for your forgiveness. Xingcai lay in Chen Changge's embrace, stealing glances at his alluring face before lowering her gaze once more. She dared not look directly at him, fearing that the more she gazed, the more her heart would be ensnared. Is that so? What a pity, Chen Changge remarked, his tone devoid of anger. With his other hand, he gently caressed her exquisite features, rendering Xingcai utterly frozen. Xingcai, do you realize, I find myself somewhat disappointed. As he spoke, his tone gradually grew colder. Xingcai's expression shifted dramatically. Such words, spoken with an absolute zero intensity, were a rarity from Chen Changge. Young master, I truly cannot, it would lead to my ruin, she stammered, her heart racing, unable to fathom his intentions. You were originally merely a divine body. It was I who bestowed upon you the sacred fruit that allowed your transformation into a holy body. I have already given you more than enough. Why do you still covet the position of the saintess? Is the Wan Yun sect truly so benevolent to you? Despite all I have provided, you are still unwilling to betray them. As Chen Changge's words fell, his hand settled upon Xingcai's delicate form, and she remained blissfully unaware. She felt as if his words were thunderclaps, shattering her heart. He knew of her true identity as an undercover agent. How could this be? When did you find out? Xingcai exclaimed in panic. That large hand wandered upon her delicate body, and only then did she realize, attempting to struggle yet finding herself immobilized. Chen Changge replied with indifference, effortlessly plucking a red plum blossom atop the snowy peak. This made Xingcai exceedingly uncomfortable, yet she remained unable to move. Initially, I thought you had potential and contemplated nurturing you. I spared your life because of your latent talent for joining the Nightfall, seeing your worth. But 3 years have passed. I have elevated you from a core disciple to a true disciple, and yet you still cling to the Wan Yun sect, vying for the position of saintess. I am truly disappointed, Chen Xianging stated coolly. Xingcai, lying across his lap, was engulfed in torment. Blood began to seep from her chest, cut by an invisible sword's energy. You know you have been exposed, yet you have been deceiving yourself. You cherish the days spent by my side, but you fear that your original intentions will be forgotten. Your heart has already wavered, yet, in the end, you remain unchanged. Is the Wan Yun sect truly so magnificent? Xingcai attempted to speak but found her voice trapped. Blood stained her skirt. Now, the time for punishment has come. You must provide me with an answer. Will you be my dog or the Wan Yun sect's dog? As Chen Xianging spoke, his blood-stained fingers brushed against Xingcai's crimson lips, reminiscent of a makeup application. Young master, I recognize my mistakes. I acknowledge my errors. Xingcai finally managed to speak, extricating herself from Chen Xianging's embrace and kneeling upon the ground. Agonizing pain surged through her chest, where the tender skin had split open, torn by the malevolent sword energy. Chen Xianging inscribed 2 characters upon her chest: female slave. Xingcai is willing to serve the young master, to follow him forever. I humbly beseech you to grant me this chance, she declared, gritting her teeth in submission. She knelt before him. Chen Xianging, seated, lifted his foot to tilt her chin upward. Words alone are insufficient, you must demonstrate your commitment through action, he stated. If I take action, I know some secrets of the Wan Yun sect, and I can share them all with you, Xingcai responded, though her voice lacked confidence. She was uncertain of what she truly understood about Chen Xianging, who appeared so carefree, yet held a depth that eluded her grasp. Secrets, only that which others are unaware of qualifies as a secret. Frankly, I find your tender, fair body far more appealing. It incites a rush of hormones, Chen Xianging replied, his tone calm and unhurried. His foot maintained its delicate hold on her chin while he swirled a half-filled cup of wine in his hand. What? You hesitate. Do you truly believe I would trust that losing your primordialine would lead to your downfall? Chen Xianging's words intensified Xingcai's anxiety. She slowly rose, as if steeling herself for a crucial decision. Xingcai is willing to serve the young master. Do you wish for it to occur today, here? She summoned her courage to pose the question. As Chen Xianging saw her approach, he embraced her tightly. I relish outdoor encounters, they offer a unique thrill that can ignite one's passion, he replied, and Xingcai understood his implication. Her face drained of color as she leaned in for a kiss upon his handsome visage, yet, the sensation was less than pleasurable. It felt rather cold, akin to kissing a block of iron frozen in winter. The difference was that it would not cling. She trailed kisses down his face, her beautiful eyes reflecting determination. As her throat constricted, a glimmer of icy light erupted from her mouth, shooting directly towards Chen Xianging's forehead. Bang! Ah! In the instant Xingcai made her move, a large hand pierced through her chest. Why? Blood poured from Xingcai's lips, disbelief etched upon her features. The cold needle she expelled failed to breach his head, halting just a mere 0.01 centimeters from his forehead, ensnared by an overwhelming force. You still refuse to choose me. Am I truly so inadequate? Chen Xianging's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded the blood-soaked woman in his arms, as if she were merely a plaything. Xingcai has feelings for you, young master, but if I betray them, Yang will perish. The strength ebbed from her voice, her breath growing shallower. Once a homeless girl, she had been rescued and nurtured by the elders of the Wan Yun sect. Betrayal was not an option. If there is a next life, I wish to follow the young master, she uttered, her delicate hand falling weakly, her spirit extinguished. But I do not favor such a version of you, Chen Xianging stated, discarding Xingcai's lifeless body onto the ground. Using his powers, he seized the glimmering needle, feeling a chilling aura emanate from it. This ice soul silver needle is truly disconcerting. You genuinely seek to perish alongside me? Chen Xianging mused, his hand clenching tightly, reducing the needle to mere powder. Bring forth the intruders. Xingcai attempted to assassinate this young master and has been subdued, he commanded with a booming voice, causing several guards to rush in. Somewhat flustered, the leader hastened to Chen Xianging's side, bowing deeply. We beseech your forgiveness, young master. This is our failure, please do not be enraged. Enough with the idle chatter, I have no patience for it. Drag her away, take her to Xingtai, and make it public knowledge, a spy of the Wan Yun sect. Chen Xianging interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. The guards, all disciples of the demonic sect, had merely been fulfilling their duty for task points. Their strength paled in comparison to his, and any talk of protecting him was mere pretense. His true guardians were the unseen protectors. Should they intervene, he would indeed be in peril. Hearing his command, the guards swiftly complied, taking Xingcai's body away. Chapter 10. Xingcai her small hands were icy cold, and the moment they were touched, it felt as if the startled head of a tortoise had retreated in shock, yet they were still grasped firmly. Chen Changing's hand settled upon that smooth little hand, and under the radiant sunlight, his handsome visage appeared increasingly captivating. Although I, the young master, yearn to serve you wholeheartedly, you are aware that I cannot falter, she lamented. My cultivation has yet to reach fruition, and I cannot afford to lose my primordial Yin. I beseech your forgiveness, young master. Xingcai lay in Chen Changing's embrace, lifting her gaze to his striking face before lowering her eyes once more, afraid to meet his gaze directly, fearing that prolonged eye contact would only deepen her infatuation. Is that so? How regrettable, Chen Changing remarked, his tone devoid of anger. His other hand rose to gently caress her exquisite features, causing Xingcai to freeze in place. Kai, do you know, I find myself somewhat disappointed. Chen Changing's voice grew increasingly cold. Xingcai's expression shifted dramatically. The icy words he uttered were a rarity from him. Young master, I truly cannot, it would ruin everything, she stammered, her heart racing uncontrollably, unable to fathom Chen Changing's intentions. You were initially merely a divine body, and it was I who bestowed upon you the sacred fruit, enabling your transformation into a sacred entity. I have given you more than enough. Why do you still desire the position of the saintess? Is the Wan Yun sect truly so benevolent to you? Despite all I have provided, you still hesitate to betray them. As his words fell, his hand descended upon Xingcai's delicate form, and she remained blissfully unaware. The impact of his revelation struck her like thunder, shattering her insides. He knew of her undercover identity. How could this be possible? When did you discover this? Xingcai exclaimed in panic. His large hand roamed over her body, and only then did she realize, attempting to struggle but finding herself utterly immobilized. Chen Changing's expression remained indifferent as he effortlessly plucked a sprig of red plum from the summit of the snowy mountain. This action unsettled Xingcai greatly, yet she found herself unable to move. Initially, I thought well of you, intending to nurture your potential. I spared your life because I perceived your worth as a candidate for the Nightshade. However, 3 years have passed. I have elevated you from a core disciple to an inner disciple, yet you remain steadfastly devoted to the Wan Yun sect, vying for the position of saintess. My disappointment is profound, Chen Changing stated matter-of-factly. Xingcai, resting upon his lap, was engulfed in agony. Of blood began to seep from her chest, sliced by an invisible sword aura. Deep down, you are aware that you have been exposed, yet you have deceived yourself. You cherished the days spent by my side, yet you fear losing sight of your original intentions. Your heart has long wavered, yet, in the end, you remain unyielding to is the Wan Yun sect truly so commendable? Xingcai wished to speak but found herself mute, her blood staining her garments. Your punishment has been delivered. It is time for you to provide me with an answer. Will you serve as my dog, or remain a dog of the Wan Yun sect? As Chen Changing spoke, he traced her blood-stained lips with his fingers, as though applying lipstick. Young master, Kai acknowledges her mistakes. Kai acknowledges her mistakes, she finally managed to voice, breaking free from Chen Changing's embrace to kneel before him. Her chest throbbed with excruciating pain, the tender skin splitting open, ravaged by the terrifying sword aura. Chen Changing inscribed 2 characters upon her chest: female slave. Kai is willing to serve the young master, to follow him forever. I implore you to grant me a chance. Xingcai declared, gritting her teeth in humility. She knelt before him, while Chen Changing remained seated, lifting his foot to tilt her chin upward. Words alone are insufficient, you must demonstrate your sincerity through actions, he asserted. I am aware of certain secrets of the Wan Yun sect, and I am willing to share them with you, Xingcai responded hesitantly, her confidence waning. She was uncertain of what Chen Changing truly comprehended beneath his seemingly languid demeanor. Secrets, true secrets are those unknown to others. I find myself far more captivated by your delicate form. It is a sight that ignites one's primal instincts, Chen Changing replied, his tone calm and unhurried. He toyed with her exquisite chin using his foot, holding a glass filled with half a cup of wine, swaying it gently. Why, are you unwilling? Do you truly believe I would be swayed by your loss of primordial Yin? Chen Changing's words heightened Xingcai's anxiety. Gradually, she stood, as if resolving to make a choice. Kai is willing to serve the young master. Do you desire it to happen today, right here? She summoned her courage to inquire. Chen Changing pulled her close, enveloping her in his embrace. I relish the thrill of outdoor encounters, it provides a unique exhilaration that can be quite invigorating, he confessed. Xingcai's face turned ashen, and in a moment of submission, she leaned in to kiss his striking visage. The sensation was less than pleasant, cold like a kiss upon a winter-chilled iron block, yet devoid of any stickiness. As she trailed her lips down his face, a determined glint flickered in her beautiful eyes. With a swift motion, she expelled a glimmering cold needle from her throat, aiming it directly at Chen Qianying's forehead. Bang! Oh! At the instant Xing Sai struck, a large hand pierced through her chest. Why, she gasped, blood spilling uncontrollably, disbelief etched across her features. The cold needle she had released, so close, could not penetrate his skull, halting just a fraction away, ensnared by a formidable force. You still refuse to choose me. Am I truly so inadequate? Chen Qianying's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded the bleeding woman in his arms, akin to examining a mere plaything. Kai does harbor feelings for you, but my master has shown me kindness. I cannot betray him, she whispered, growing increasingly feeble, her breath fading. Once a homeless girl, she had been discovered and nurtured by an elder of the Wan Yun sect. She could not forsake them. Young master, Kai does like you. If possible, I would willingly follow you, but if I betray them, Yang will perish. In another life, I only wish to accompany you, she uttered, her alabaster hand drooping lifelessly, her spirit extinguished. But I do not favor you in this state, Chen Qianying remarked, casting Xing Sai's lifeless body to the ground. With a wave of his hand, he seized the glimmering needle, sensing the chilling aura it emanated. The ice soul silver needle, this poison is truly disquieting. Did you truly seek to perish alongside me? Chen Qianying murmured, gripping the needle tightly until it shattered into powder. Come forth. Xing Sai attempted to assassinate this young master and has now been dealt with. With a commanding shout, several guards rushed in, their demeanor frantic. The leader hastened to Chen Qianying's side, bowing deeply. Young master, we have failed in our duty. Please, quell your anger. Enough with the pleasantries, I have no patience for your excuses. Remove her and transport her to Xingtai, for the public to witness. A spy of the Wan Yun sect. Chen Qianying interrupted, gesturing dismissively. The guards, mere disciples of the demonic sect, had only feigned protection for the sake of their mission points. Their skills inferior to his true protectors were those unseen guardians. Should they intervene, he would indeed be in peril. Upon receiving his orders, the guards quickly complied, carrying away Xing Sai's lifeless form. Chapter 11 of the Conference of Righteousness and Demonic Forces at the Cloud Sect. As the sun reached its zenith, casting a brilliant light upon the world, a young man sat cross-legged atop the sacred mountain, drawing in the forces of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a ripple disturbed the serene void, and a figure materialized beside him, a woman, holding a shattered soul token. Xingyang, she spoke, and the young man rose to his feet. Has master come with urgent matters? He inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. He had been in the midst of his cultivation. It was unusual for his master to visit without pressing need. Kair has perished. The woman lamented, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was humiliated to death by the young lord of the demonic sect, and her body is displayed on the torturous rack of their cult. As she spoke, her grip on the soul token loosened, revealing a character engraved upon it that had fractured. Kai had transformed into Kai-en-san. Xingyang's eyes widened in horror. Sister, no, how could this happen? How could she have been exposed? Trembling, he accepted the broken token from her hand, tears streaming down as if they were a ceaseless torrent. She did not expose herself, the woman replied solemnly. According to our informants, it was the young lord of the demonic sect who sought to possess her for his own desires. She resisted, and thus her identity was revealed. Master, I must go to the demonic sect. Will you take me? I shall slay him. I will offer his head as a tribute to my sister. I must avenge her. Xingyang pleaded, wiping away his tears, his voice hoarse with desperation. She was gone, and he had to take action. That cannot be, the woman replied. The demonic sect is already on high alert due to this incident. If you were to infiltrate, it would surely expose you and endanger others. There is a way to confront that young lord, but it depends on your own strength. As she spoke, she produced a token. Xingyang looked puzzled. The Righteous and Demonic Order token, the emblem of the Conference of Righteousness and Demonic Forces. Only there will you have the opportunity to encounter him, to duel him, yet you are far too weak. You are in the celestial realm, while the young lord is a true king, a prodigy among thousands. She began to retract the token. Xingyang, however, acted swiftly, seizing it. Master, give it to me. I will slay him. What does it matter if he is a true king? Even if he were a god, I would still vanquish him. With fervor, he snatched the token away. For revenge, he would spare no effort. Ah, Kair's demise grieves me deeply as well, the woman sighed. Take this. It will enable you to temporarily unleash your full potential and elevate your realm. Combined with your solar divine body, it may just allow you to contend with him. She produced a pill. Xingyang received the pill and immediately knelt before her. Disciple thanks master. There is no need for thanks. Kyra grew up under my watch, and her death pains my heart. However, as her elder, should I act against him, it would surely invite the wrath of the demonic sect's powerful members. Thus, this vengeance must fall to you, she spoke, her voice trembling with emotion, laden with sorrow. Xingyang wiped his tears, joking out, rest assured, master, I will avenge my sister. 3 days later, within the demonic sect, Chen Xiangyang continued his cultivation as usual. Shaneng. Shaneng. Suddenly, a voice called out urgently from outside the courtyard. He hastily ceased his practice, rising to greet the visitor with a faint smile. Sister, what brings you here? A woman entered, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her beauty radiant, her eyes sparkling like gems as they fixed on Chen Xiangyang. Why have you not sought me out lately? Do I bring you discontent? Xilian asked, a hint of reproach in her tone. Ahem, I have been cultivating. You have already broken through to the true king realm and are striving for the sovereign realm. If I do not exert myself, I shall be left far behind. Chen Xiangyang replied. Xilian, accustomed to this exchange, intertwined her arm with his. Exerting yourself, if your words could be trusted, there would be no swindlers in the world. Having grown up together, she knew him all too well. You lazy dog. Cultivation is a rare endeavor for you. Ah, sister does not trust Xiangyang, which truly saddens me. Stop, wipe that pitiful expression off your face. I know you too well, your tricks do not work on me. Chen Xiangyang's words were cut short as she interrupted. They seated themselves, and Xilian continued, did you not say you would keep Xing Kaira around to turn her, to cultivate her as part of the Nightshade faction, to scheme against the Cloud sect? What has happened to lead to her death? She attacked me. The Cloud sect assigned her a task. She was to become a saintess or kill me, Chen Xiangyang explained. Given the current circumstances of the demonic sect, the chances of her becoming a saintess are minuscule. She is far too weak. In the celestial realm, there are several true kings among the elite disciples. It would not be her turn. This was also the reason Xing Kair had sought Chen Xiangyang's aid. The Cloud sect's intentions are inscrutable, Xilian sighed. Though the Cloud sect could not match the demonic sect's power, it was a significant force in the ancient realm, guarded by a sage king. They are targeting me. I am simply too handsome for their liking. They probably intend to strike during the conference of righteousness and demonic forces. Xing Kair was merely a pawn discarded. Enough with the self-admiration, Xilian rolled her eyes. You are indeed handsome, but it is certainly not the reason they have acted against you. However, it is inevitable that Xing Kair was forsaken. As an undercover agent, to fall for a demonic sex prodigy, abandonment was her fate. Even if Xing Kair were to rise with my support and triumph in this contest for the Saintess title, she would eventually be discarded. Because she has grown emotionally attached. If I am a demonic sect prodigy, then would you not be a demonic enchantress as well? Chen Xiangyang exclaimed dramatically. A snow-white hand swiftly grasped his ear, pinching it. No more of that. You are to witness my battle. Xilian declared. Ah, is it time for sisters' match? There is no need for me to go. The outcome is certain. You will win. It is inevitable that you will become the saintess. No one can rival you. Chen Xiangyang chuckled, grasping her delicate hand. That was previously the case. However, my opponent this afternoon is Yurua. Since she became a true king, her physique has undergone a transformation. I may not be able to win, and even if victory were assured, do you not wish to come? Do you want to see me lose? Do you not wish to witness my glorious ascent as the saintess? Xilian's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Chen Xiangyang hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? A sister is the one who has cared for me the most. To become the saintess, this young master shall naturally be there to support you. Let us go, we must see. Chapter 12 Aligns. As Lu Ruyan faces the prospect of an annulment with the demon sect. In the resplendent palace of the heavenly demon hall, a woman gazes around in astonishment. How has she suddenly been summoned here? You are Lu Ruyan? A voice emerges from behind her, startling Lu Ruyan into a swift turn. She sees a man and a woman entering, their eyes roving over her delicate form. I pay my respects to the sect leader. Lu Ruyan exclaims. Ah, indeed, the saint body of the Taiyin. Such beauty, enduring the oppressive force of extreme yin for so long, must have been arduous. Xia Yao remarks with a slight nod. Chen Fan also casts a few assessing glances. Not bad. Though your cultivation is somewhat lacking. Their words leave Lu Ruyan perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Why do they regard her as though she were an object for appraisal? Ruyan, you are well aware that your physique is exceptionally suitable to serve as a furnace. The Liu family has kept you hidden for many years, yet they have underestimated their own foundation, unable to provide you with sufficient resources. You must realize that at your age, being merely at the divine passage realm places you only slightly above those disciples without background. However, compared to the saint body, the disparity is vast. A 15-year-old possessing a saint body ought to be at least at the true king realm naturally. To unlock your potential, you must engage in dual cultivation. Only through this will you experience rapid growth. Are you willing to become the furnace for the young master? Upon hearing Qi Yaoyao's words, Lu Ruyan's expression shifts dramatically. To become the furnace for the young master? The young master, of course, refers to the heir of the demon sect. As the daughter of the subordinate Lu family, she has long been aware of the young master's illustrious reputation. Chen Changgung, rumored to be as resplendent as snow, akin to a celestial being, and a possessor of the supreme demon eye, such a figure is undoubtedly a paragon of excellence. Yet, to become a furnace means all her hard-earned accomplishments in cultivation would belong to another. What significance would her own cultivation hold? Sect leader, you need not worry, there are two types of furnaces. One is merely exploited, while the other partakes in dual cultivation, mutually beneficial, and you are fortunate to have been chosen for the latter. Qi Yaoyao continues, her words, the light, carry an enchanting allure that reverberates in Lu Ruyan's mind. The Yin-Yang sacred canon is particularly suited to your Taiyin saint body. Should you agree, the Lu family will receive robust support from the sacred sect, and your father's affliction can be treated. Moreover, you shall never lack for cultivation resources. Within the sacred sect, your status will be akin to that of a saintess. Qi Yaoyao persists in her seduction. Meanwhile, Chen Fan remains silent, observing that in terms of appearance, Lu Ruyan certainly qualifies as a worthy furnace for his son, yet, he wishes to ascertain her character, though Qi Yaoyao insists there is no time for such inquiries. Despite the young master's innate talents, his languid demeanor necessitates alternative means for swift cultivation, and the Yin-Yang sacred canon serves this purpose well. With Lu Ruyan's emergence, it is indeed a fortuitous enhancement. Upon hearing of the Yin-Yang sacred canon, Lu Ruyan's interest is piqued. Her slow progress in cultivation stems from the Lu family's lack of sufficiently powerful techniques. If she were to obtain the Yin-Yang sacred canon and engage in dual cultivation without being exploited, she could indeed grow at an accelerated pace. However, sect leader, I have been betrothed to the eldest son of the Shao family since childhood. The matter of becoming a furnace, Lu Ruyan contemplates before speaking candidly. This sect leader is well aware of that, but do you truly believe that the waste from the Shao family deserves you? Are you willing to be shackled to a worthless individual for the rest of your life? From the moment Shaoyan failed to establish his foundation, it was evident that you belonged to two separate worlds. Being a partner to such a waste is akin to offering yourself as a furnace to a stray dog, Qi Yaoyao asserts. Lu Ruyan falls silent once again. She has contemplated annulling the engagement, yet the betrothal was arranged by her father with the head of the Shao family, and she is reluctant to cause emotional strife. Yet, if she does not acquiesce today, she may find it impossible to leave the heavenly demon hall. Returning to the sect leader, Lu Ruyan is willing to serve as the young master's furnace, but could I present it to my family as being a concubine to the young master? Lu Ruyan responds. She wishes to annul the engagement but does not want to be perceived as sacrificing her dignity for her future. She desires both reputation and fortune. That is up to you, however. Whether you can be a concubine depends on your own abilities. I shall have Elder Yin handle the annulment, Qi Yaoyao declares before turning to leave. Chen Fan furrows his brow. What a predicament! This 3-year agreement cannot fall upon my son. The surname Shao, indeed, belongs to the protagonist, and here we are with an annulment. What a disaster! Chen Fan muses inwardly. What troubles you? Have you grown weary of her? Qi Yaoyao suddenly inquires. She is too weak. I fear that having her serve as a furnace for Changgung may not be ideal, Chen Fan replies, somewhat reluctant. He is apprehensive about the 3-year agreement. The last incident with the Naylan family was notorious, with Changgung merely a true king and her at the divine passage realm. Accumulating resources should not pose a significant issue. As the contest of fate approaches, Changgung must grow swiftly. If you had urged him to cultivate earlier, I, as the head of the family, would not be so burdened, Qi Yaoyao retorts, her dissatisfaction evident. The supreme demon eye, alongside the ancient sacred body, are formidable talents when combined in one individual. Had he not been lax in his training, he might have already broken through to the monarch realm, establishing himself as the unrivaled leader of the younger generation. That is not the case. I merely thought to ease his burden during his mother's absence, Chen Fan responds, still harboring concerns about the annulment. Having lived 2 lives, he genuinely fears the emergence of a so-called destined protagonist, a child of fate. Especially now, as they stand on the cusp of destiny's contest. What is there to fear? The Shao family is but a shadow of its former glory, having long since fallen into decline. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. Not if you remain apprehensive, it would be wiser to eliminate the Shao family entirely. No one could challenge our sacred sect, Qi Yao scoffs. The Shao family, a once glorious lineage, is now a mere shell of its former self, insignificant before the might of the demon sect. Listen to me, the yin-yang sacred canon is the best means for Changgung's swift growth. His laziness is a result of your indulgence. Ultimately, you, as his father, bear considerable responsibility. With that, Chen Fan falls silent. Their years of camaraderie, punctuated by occasional disputes, have forged a strong bond between them. He has little to counter her claims. First, the unexpected discovery of the supreme bone, now an annulment. His son seems to be 100 pounds of brilliance, yet only 1 pound of rotten flesh. As a father, he must exert himself further. In this moment, he resolves to cultivate with even greater diligence, to forge a brighter future for his son. Chapter 13. You could have secured the first place, had I not held back. The demonic sect. The plaza was abuzz with excitement. Oh, is that not the senior sister? She's here. Is she about to take the stage? How peculiar. Who is this handsome man accompanying her? I've never seen him before. Oh no, that is the young master. Bow down to the young master. 99. Someone recognized Chen Changjin, startled, and hurriedly bowed in respect. Chen Changjin nodded, offering no words in return. Clear the way. What are you blocking for? Xilian shouted. As her voice fell, the crowd swiftly parted to make way. Could that truly be the young master? He exudes an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being, unlike our demonic cultivators. What the hell, is he new here? Who told you that demonic cultivators must all be rugged men? The young master has captured my heart, boss. I wish to bear the young master a child. You wouldn't mind, would you, Liang? I've realized I've fallen for the young master. From this day forth, I no longer know you, and you no longer know me. We have broken up. I am now devoted to the young master. Young master, I adore you. Do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful? My foot, you, with your chubby face and big ears, get lost. I'm disgusted just looking at you. A young man retorted to a plump girl. The girl, upon hearing this, immediately turned around, fury radiating from her. Ah, you dare call this goddess chubby and big-eared? I shall end your life. With a thunderous roar, the plump girl unleashed her ultimate move, soaring into the sky, causing the earth to tremble. The crowd erupted into chaos, yet Chen Changjian remained unfazed. He was accustomed to it. His perfection always drew attention, inciting countless declarations of love whenever he stepped outside. Changjian, why do you always appear so cold and reticent whenever you emerge? Xilian inquired softly. The Chen Changjian at home and the one out in the world seemed like two entirely different individuals. Showboating, huh? I diligently cultivate, and as the young master, if I don't show off when I step out, why am I even cultivating? What does it mean to be the young master? Chen Changjian murmured. While showboating might attract criticism, the feeling of being the center of attention is genuinely exhilarating. Speaking of whimsical things all day, and concocting various beverages, Changjian, you truly are an enigma. Xilian, though not comprehending the meaning of showboating, had grown accustomed to his peculiarities, having heard him speak of incomprehensible matters too many times before. Because I am a genius. In the realm of geniuses, you ordinary folk cannot fathom it. Even if I explained, it would elude your understanding. Chen Changjian chuckled at his smile, warm and captivating like sunshine, incited even greater commotion. Ah, the young master smiled. Oh, the young master smiled at me. How thrilling. Shut your mouth. You'd think you were sprawled beneath the young master's legs. Some expressed their disdain, shouting loudly, but it was to no avail. There were far too many little fairies enamored with Chen Changjian. The two ascended the high platform, capturing the attention of the crowd, even overshadowing the battles taking place in the aerial arena. Chen Changjian took his seat, casting a glance at the arena before losing interest and retracting his gaze. Your demeanor suggests you look down upon them. Of course, who do you think I am? Though I may appear lazy, I am indeed the true king. Those who toil day and night, only now achieving the status of true king, are utterly worthless in my eyes, Chen Changjian scoffed. Xilian rolled her eyes beside him. Keep pretending. Who doesn't know you sleep during the day and secretly cultivate at night? Xilian teased. She merely jested, having never witnessed Chen Changjian's nighttime cultivation. Truly, I'm not exaggerating, they are all beneath me. Chen Changjian remained dismissive. In his eyes, the younger generation truly resembled nothing more than rubbish. So weak, only a true king. Upon realizing that as his realm ascended, the rewards for extracting from Xilian and old Dang would also rise, his cultivation soared like a rocket. At this moment, he appeared as a true king, yet his actual strength had already reached the divine tribulation realm. This is unparalleled among the younger generation. The ultimate victor of the Holy Sect's Saint Son contest is Qian Shan Yue. From this day forth, Qian Shan Yue shall be the first Saint Son of our Holy Sect, the second Saint Son shall be Yuan Tianxian, and the third Saint Son shall be Yu Jun Mo. At this moment, on the highest platform, Shi Jinjin proclaimed loudly. As her words fell, applause rumbled like thunder. Qian Shan Yue on the arena hastily swallowed a medicinal pill, casting a glance around, his gaze ultimately landing on Chen Changjian. He wishes to compete with you, Qi Lian remarked. Something I can easily handle. I have no interest in it, Chen Changzhen replied, leaning lazily against Qi Lian, deputy leader. I request to battle the young master. At this moment, Chen Shangyue spoke up. He clenched his fists, seemingly resolved. On the high platform, Qi Xinjin, who was preparing for the final battle of the Saint Daughters, couldn't help but feel surprised. To challenge Chen Changzhen, this piqued her interest. That fellow possesses the supreme demon eye. Aside from having defeated Yuan Tianxin 3 years ago, he has not made a move since. How strong is he now? Is he truly only at the true king level, or is he concealing his strength? Changzhen, Shangyue wishes to challenge you. Will you accept it? Qi Xinjin inquired. Chen Changzhen, who had originally closed his eyes, opened them once more. He stood up, a gesture of respect towards Qi Xinjin. Too weak. I have no interest. His indifferent words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Weak. Chen Shangyue, observing the disdainful expression and hearing the dismissive words, felt his battle spirit surge. I have already defeated all the young male cultivators of the holy sect. I am undoubtedly the strongest. Pray tell, young master, in your eyes, what constitutes the strongest true king? Chen Shangyue asked. The strongest. You could achieve the top spot only because this young master chose not to intervene, Chen Changzhen declared with unmatched arrogance, utterly dismissive challenges. He held no interest whatsoever. Ding, your subordinate Chen Shangyue has shown rebellion, feeling unsatisfied, shaking the morale of the troops. Please suppress him with absolute strength to quell the army's unrest, rewarding you with Divine Calamity Liquid and Devil Fruit. Divine Calamity Liquid greatly effective for refining the souls and consolidating the divine bodies of beings in the Divine Calamity realm. Devil Fruit, consuming it may awaken one's innate abilities, leading to a transformation of one's constitution. The system's voice suddenly rang out, causing Chen Changzhen to raise an eyebrow. What is this? Just as I declined, a task appears? If you wanted to come, you should have come sooner, but I still wish to battle the young master. Defeat would bring no regret. At this moment, Chen Shangyue declared, unwilling to back down. He was a rising star. Previously, the strongest disciple of the demonic sect was Yuan Tianxian, but 3 years ago, he was crushed by Chen Changzhen. He too yearned for a challenge. If you wish to fight, go back, swallow some pills, rest, and then discuss with the other two before coming together, Chen Changzhen responded, maintaining his stance. His tone and disdain irritated many prodigies, yet no one dared to voice their discontent. After all, he was the young master, possessing the capital to be arrogant. I may not be the young master's match, but is it not a bit presumptuous for the young master to have us 3 saints' sons join forces? Chen Shangyue clenched his fists tightly. As fellow prodigies, being looked down upon was not to his liking. Who hasn't he been young and impetuous? His reasons for challenging were twofold. Firstly, he wished to witness the terror of the supreme demon eye. Secondly, he sought to explore his own limits. Beyond that, there were no other intentions. He never anticipated that the illustrious Mou Saint body would be deemed insignificant in the eyes of Chen Changzhen. Presumptuous, allowing the 3 of you to fight together is to spare you the humiliation of failing to land even a single blow on this young master. Return and nurse your injuries, Chen Changzhen declared, sitting back down. Qi Lian was taken aback. Has this guy been drinking some pride-infused broth? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? 1 against 3. Are you joking? They are all true kings. Qi Lian wondered. Naturally, it is time to show them a bit of my strength, lest old Deng think I am incapable of fighting. Chen Changzhen replied this was one of his motives. The primary one remained the task presented by the system. He had indeed used the Divine Calamity Liquid before, finding it remarkably effective for someone in the Divine Calamity realm. The newly emerged Devil Fruit, capable of awakening innate abilities, genuinely piqued his interest. Do you wish to recruit Chen Shangyue into the Nightshade? Qi Lian appeared to have connected the dots and asked. I do have such an idea. His constitution is suitable, and his strength ranks among the younger generation. Nightshade ought to have a responsible leader. I prefer to remain a hands-off manager. Chen Changzhen nodded. This reasoning is sound. Given Chen Shangyue's current strength and his Mou Saint body, he would indeed be quite fitting for Nightshade. It would be beneficial to inject some fresh blood into the organization. You can certainly have the leader pull him into the background, Qi Lian suggested. No, when facing the young and impetuous, one must conquer them with strength, only then will they willingly submit. Relying on power to suppress them is ultimately not the best approach, Chen Changzhen smiled. At this moment, the elder presiding over the event spoke up next. We shall commence the ranking battle among the Saint Daughters. Qi Lian will face you. Ruo. Please both of you ascend to the stage promptly. Chapter 14 The Celestial Sound Divine Body, such is your fate. Qi Lian, please ascend the stage to face you. Ruo. With these words, a figure gracefully leaped onto the arena. It was a woman, adorned in a flowing blue dress, her form light as a butterfly, landing softly upon the ethereal platform. She gazed towards Chen Changgang, a delicate smile gracing her exquisite heart-shaped face, her alluring cherry lips parting slightly to emit a voice as melodious as silver bells. Sister Qi, are you not coming up? Surely, you do not intend to relinquish the position of the first saintess to Urua. I would be immensely grateful for such generosity. While Urua appeared to direct her attention at Qi Lian, he did not meet her gaze, harboring no particular thoughts about her. If not for being dragged around by Qi Lian in their youth, their paths would have never crossed. You may take my place, but only if you can defeat me, Qi Lian declared, stepping forth towards the arena. We still have to fight? That sounds rather challenging, sister, why not show some mercy? Urua replied, her words imbued with an enchanting allure that threatened to ensnare one's consciousness. An imperceptible divine power enveloped Chen Changgang, shielding him from her magical influence. I have heard that junior sister Yu's celestial sound divine body has undergone a transformation, granting her the ability to contend with the holy body. Let us engage in battle, Qi Lian proclaimed, radiating an aura of terrifying heat. The void beneath her long legs ignited with ferocious flames. Heavenly fire, sacred body. In an instant, the temperature within several thousand miles surged dramatically, yet once Qi Lian stepped onto the arena, that ominous heat dissipated entirely. Sister's heavenly fire sacred body is indeed formidable. I shall make the first move. With a resonant hum, Urua conjured a guqin. She stood aloft on the platform, strumming its strings, unleashing terrifying notes that transformed into swords of sound. Heavenly fire seal. With a thunderous roar, Qi Lian formed hand seals, conjuring an immense wall of fire that spanned the entire arena, establishing an impenetrable defense. Little Rua, though your melodies are elusive, as long as I close off my six senses, you shall not disturb my primordial spirit. As Qi Lian swiftly altered her hand seals, the firewall advanced relentlessly. Urua raised an eyebrow, her sound-wrought sword energies disintegrating upon contact with the formidable laws of fire. Qi Lian's heavenly fire sacred body remained as terrifying as ever. Sister Lian, I have had the fortune to learn a piece entitled The Great Dream of 3000. Please, indulge. With a flourish, the strings of the guqin sang a high-pitched note that suddenly turned tender, soothing like a lullaby. Rockabye, rockabye, to grandma's bridged by the heavens. I dreamt of my great-grandmother. A shout erupted from the elders on the high platform where the audience, ensnared in a light slumber, jolted awake in alarm. The celestial sound could even influence them through the arena's formation. Indeed, the celestial sound body was terrifying. In the distance, Qian Shangyue, healing from injuries, occasionally glanced at Chen Changgang, her expression increasingly complex. Such a terrifying great dream technique, yet it cannot affect the young master. Just how strong is he? Qian Shangyue murmured. Beside her, Yuan Tianxian patted her shoulder. Buddy, you've put me in a terrible position, he whispered. I merely wished to test the waters. 3 years ago, senior brother Yuan battled the young master for over an hour. Now I wish to see how the supreme demonic eyes fare. By the way, senior brother Yuan, during your fierce battle, were you able to force out his divine abilities? What of the supreme demonic eyes? Qian Shangyue inquired. 3 years prior, he had been injured and sequestered, missing the encounter between Yuan Tianxian and Chen Changgang. He only knew that Yuan Tianxuan's hour-long battle had become a topic of much discussion. An hour of fierce battle? You overestimate me. Yuan Tianxian scoffed. You haven't seen the projected footage. The young master decreed that no one was to speak of it. It's no surprise you haven't seen it. That hour was nothing but a one-sided thrashing. That fearsome individual merely dodged my attacks until he delivered a single punch that knocked me down without so much as ruffling his hair. So, what transpired exactly? Did senior brother Yuan manage to force out the powers of the demonic eyes? Force out? You must be dreaming, Qian Shangyue. You were seeking your own demise and dragging me down with you. You overestimate Yuan Tianxian. He merely endured a punch. At that moment, a young man approached and interjected, just a punch? How could that be? Qian Shangyue gasped in disbelief. In the same realm, how could the heavenly demon battle body possibly withstand just a punch? You cannot be serious. Qian Shangyue remained unconvinced, well aware of Yuan Tianxuan's might. Pa! Only you foolish ones would believe the young master is merely at the true king level. He is likely already a sovereign. Yu Junmo spat. He had never believed Chen Changgang would boast. Such actions indicated a certainty of victory. Let me be, Qian Shangyue murmured, her expression one of incredulity as she scrutinized Chen Changgang anew. No matter how she looked at him, he appeared to be a true king. In a modest courtyard of the demonic sect, Bingyue, why do you refuse to be the young master's maid? An elderly woman inquired of Shui Bingyue. Grandmother, as a proud divine body and the eldest daughter of the Shui family, how could I possibly serve as someone's maid? Even if he is the young master, I have no desire for such servitude. I have no penchant for catering to others. Xu Weibingyue's frustration grew with each word. However, the elderly woman was already fuming. Foolish girl! Do you not realize what you have missed? I had to plead and risk punishment for Elder Dan to grant the young master an additional spot, thus giving you a chance to be selected? Yet how could you, such a foolish child? You infuriate me. The elderly woman was exceedingly vexed, raising her hand as if to strike Xu Weibingyue, but ultimately refrained. Seeing this, Xu Weibingyue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Grandmother, I do not comprehend. We possess hands and feet, abilities of our own. Why must we lower ourselves to seek others' favor? Do you think that if I serve him as a maid, his lofty status will elevate our Xu family? Impossible, such a person would only toy with us. I, Xu Weibingyue, a born divine body, would soar like a phoenix in any faction. Xu Weibingyue declared, her pride unwavering. She refused to grovel before others, determined to grow stronger with dignity through her own efforts. Foolishness! Narrow-mindedness. Have you ever seen the young master? Do you know how exceptional and powerful he is? The elderly woman challenged. He is merely the supreme demonic eyes, that is but a legend, unseen by anyone. Does that guarantee he is an unparalleled prodigy? True strength is forged step by step. Talented prodigies are as common as grains of sand. Not everyone can overshadow the world. Xu Weibingyue countered. Though her innate gifts may not rival others, she believed that with conviction, she could become a true powerhouse. Ignorant! Short-sighted, do you truly think the young master is just the supreme demonic eyes? Not to mention anything else, just the title of young master is a status that all contemporaries aspire to, an existence beyond reach. His words alone could determine the future of the Xu family. The young master possesses the demeanor of an emperor and is rumored to be of immortal stature. Do you comprehend what that implies? And his father, bisect Master Chen, he is a favored sage king under 200 years of age. How many in the ancient realm can compare? He is a being with the potential to become an emperor. Within the demonic sect, among the strongest in the sacred realm, Chen Fan is the youngest and most promising, wielding terrifying power. For such a descendant, others would be scrambling to curry favor. Alas! Your father has leveraged all his connections, yet you squandered your opportunity with your capriciousness. Such is your fate. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, the elderly woman turned and departed, casting not another glance at Xu Weibingyue. Watching the retreating figure, Xu Weibingyue clenched her fists. You are not necessarily correct. Relying on others ultimately pales in comparison to growing stronger on one's own. I, Xu Weibingyue, will show you that I can become strong without depending on him. One day, the world will know my name, she whispered to herself, striding towards the arena, eager to witness the breathtaking prowess of the so-called young master that had garnered such admiration from numerous elders. Chapter 15. Damn it, unleash your full power. The demon sect. Sister Qi shall emerge victorious. Sister Qi shall emerge victorious. Nonsense, sister, you must win. The first saintess must be our sister Yu. The climactic clash between the two great saintesses is reaching its zenith, unperturbed by the terrifying melodies of the zither, and the crowd is ablaze with enthusiasm. They fervently chant, rallying behind their chosen goddess. Chen Shanggung finds the spectacle rather mundane. He lounges lazily. At that moment, a pair of beautiful eyes scrutinizes him. It appears that he is merely a tad more attractive. They speak of the supreme demon eye with such reverence, yet now he stands at the same cultivation level as those saintly bodies. Xu Weibingyue muses inwardly. Chen Shanggung's true king realm is laid bare before her, easily discernible. She regards him with disdain. A pretty fade is but a common sight, ultimately unable to withstand the ravages of time. The more one is prideful and arrogant, the more difficult one finds growth. Xu Weibingyue mutters to herself, then shifts her gaze back to the arena. The battle on the stage has entered its final moments. The two formidable true kings possess the strength to move mountains and part seas, shattering the void, yet on this modified void arena, their prowess is of little consequence. A terrifying sea of fire royals, and the fire phoenix, towering hundreds of feet, could grow to 1,000 or even 10,000 feet were it not for the arena's constraints. It bursts forth from the inferno, the turbulent air akin to 100,000 mountains bearing down upon the stage, causing the entire platform to tremble violently. Heaven-burning annihilation seal, Ka. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, Shilian forms a seal with one hand, and the fire phoenix beneath her feet lunges toward Urua. Urua's face pales, the demonic zither she clutches emanating a faint, ominous light, releasing a cascade of musical notes. Nether soundwave technique, buzz. She abruptly alters her technique, deftly plucking the zither strings, a dazzling radiance shining from her brow. The divine sound body's divine ability has been unleashed. This is a reinforcement type ability that allows the nether sound to amplify 100-fold in the instant the strings are plucked. Duong, as the strings vibrate, the nether emerges. The terrifying notes coalesce into a colossal figure. It is the embodiment of the king of the underworld. The king of the underworld shields Urua, whose feet tread upon the nether, standing 100 feet tall, brandishing a war spear. Bang! A thrust of the spear collides with a terrifying great seal, magical energy surging forth, vast as the ocean. The fire phoenix spreads its wings, suddenly transforming into a streak of light that crashes against the fiery seal, instantly amplifying its might. Boom! A cataclysmic surge of energy cascades down, and with a thunderous roar, the figure of the king of the underworld explodes, sending Yurua flying. Qi Lian stands aloft, the sea of flames swirling beneath her, gasping for breath, her consciousness unfurling. I have been defeated, Yurua gasps, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her hair disheveled, her gown tattered. What was once her snow-white skin is now marred and charred by the fearsome heavenly fire. In the Battle of the Saintesses, Qi Lian emerges victorious, while Yurua faces defeat. Half a day later, Qi Lian faces Yin Shuer. The elder referee bellows, the three great Saintesses have been determined, and now the rankings must be established, as these rankings pertain to the resources necessary for their future growth. However, just as Qi Lian helps Yurua to her feet, a voice emerges from below, reporting to the elder, I forfeit. I willingly accept the position of the third Saintess. In an instant, the crowd falls silent, captivated by a woman in the viewing seats. The onlookers are incredulous. The elder referee is equally astonished. He glances at Qi Jinjin and the other high-ranking officials, hoping they can reach a decision. Forfeit? Why forfeit? Have you considered that by forfeiting, the training resources you would receive in the future will be significantly less than those of the other two? And you are destined to assist the first Saintess in the future. Qi Jinjin states, according to the traditions of the demon sect, the young master is chosen from the first Saintess and the first Saint. She is the second Saintess, tasked with supporting her sister, Qi Yaoyao, thus forfeiting any chance at the position of sect leader. Although the position of young master has been confirmed as Chun Changgung by the old sect leader, the resources allocated for training the Saintesses remain substantial. To not even contest for them is indeed surprising. Shuer, aware that she is no match for her two senior sisters, feels there is no necessity to compete. Yin Shuer states, since you say this, then the match this afternoon shall be cancelled. Thus, from this day forth, Qi Lian shall be our sect's first Saintess, Yurua the second Saintess, and Yin Shuer the third Saintess. Do any of you have objections? Qi Jinjin's words resonate throughout the arena, and after a sweeping glance, no one dares to stand against it. We bow to the Saintesses, we pay our respects to Her Highness the Saintess. The crowd roars, the matter settled. At this moment, Chun Changgung makes his move. He leaps onto the arena. Oh, it's the young master. The young master has ascended the stage. Could he possibly wish to challenge the three great saint sons now? The battle is about to commence. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. This is bound to be intense. I must find Xiao Huihui to witness this. Hurry, your Xiao Huihui is presently exhausted from battling someone in bed. If you delay, she may very well fall asleep. Bah, you're such a blabbermouth. Do you dare to provoke me? Do you doubt me? I nearly lost my patience, and now I am truly exhausted. Only then did I have the heart to come here. As Chun Changgung suddenly ascends the stage, the crowd is astounded. Qi Jinjin also watches with keen interest. Chun Changgung's lips move, and he proclaims with arrogance, come forth, this young master does not wish to squander time. If you are afraid, feel free to summon more true disciples. To me, you are all but ants, whether there is 1 or 100 makes no difference. He stands there, exuding an air of unyielding pride, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, his white robe billowing like pure snow, a figure so transcendent and unique, standing apart from the world. All together now, Xian Xuanyue addresses the two. He leaps into the void arena, the two exchange glances, wry smiles adorning their faces. Although they know defeat is certain, it is worthwhile to test the young master's might. They follow suit, landing in the void arena. Yuan Tianxian furrows his brow tightly, his gaze fixed on Chun Changgung. Tianxian, it has been 3 years. Do you believe you have the qualification to satisfy me today? Chen Changgung inquires. 3 years ago, he had taken the initiative to strike, hoping to demonstrate to Lao Dang that his cultivation had not waned. At that time, Yuan Tianxian had been brimming with confidence, holding his head high in the face of Chun Changgung. Now, facing him again, he can only force a smile. Whether the young master can find satisfaction will be revealed through experience. Yuan Tianxian says, glancing at the other two. His meaning is clear, surround him. We shall 3 against 1, it would be ignoble to win otherwise, so we implore the young master to strike first. Xian Xuanyue suggests. This causes Yuan Tianxian and Yu Junmo's expressions to change dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? Allowing him a single strike is tantamount to seeking death. The original 1 in 10 chance of victory would be utterly squandered by your suggestion. You should strike first. I fear you may not even get a single chance to attack in a consecutive strike. Chun Changgung replies, thank you, young master, for granting us this opportunity. Demon Warbody, activate. Demon Blood, unleash, chaos of the demon. Just as Chun Changgung's words fall, Yuan Tianxian makes his move, immediately unleashing his strongest technique. His aura surges at a terrifying speed. Damn it. Unleash your full power, he bellows at the two, and Yu Junmo, realizing the urgency, soars into the sky. King of the underworld body, activate, gate of the netherworld, descend, boom. Chapter 16 of the defense is unbreakable. How can I find pleasure? The celestial demon phantom, that is the manifestation of the celestial demon battle body's divine ability, and Brother Yuan has become even more formidable. Brother Yu is no less impressive. The gate of the underworld has evolved, giving rise to the wall of the underworld. They immediately resort to divine abilities, unleashing their most potent attacks. They truly possess remarkable audacity. Could they be attempting to slap the young master's face? The young master has taken a significant risk. Challenging the three great saints simultaneously, the chances of victory seem slim. Here it comes, the betting opens. Place your bets. Buy for the saints to win over here, sell for the young master to win over there. Oh, and as a follower of the young master, if I bet on his victory, I can gain an additional 300 spirit stones. The two saints immediately unleash their full power, astonishing everyone in an instant. It is simply unbelievable. The aura they project is overwhelmingly terrifying. The colossal celestial demon phantom compresses the heavens and earth, dominating the void. The wall of the underworld rapidly manifests, restricting Chen Qianxing's movements, and then the gate of the underworld opens, revealing an immensely large black hand reaching out from within. Boom! The celestial demon strikes first, wielding a battle halberd that comes crashing down. That enormous ghostly hand swiftly follows, grasping with a fearsome might. Chen Qianxing merely casts a calm glance. Bang! The two devastating attacks descend as if striking an indomitable mountain, unable to shake Chen Qianxing in the slightest. Why aren't you making a move? Activate your abilities. Damn it, pull me up. Yet you do nothing. Yuan Tianxian shouted. Qian Shuangyue watches the scene, filled with astonishment. The two tremendous attacks fail to budge the standing Chen Qianxing. Just how strong is he? Buzz. Qian Shuangyue realizes the gravity of the situation, unwilling to take chances, and immediately unleashes all his power. His figure hovers, and an expansive, boundless black sea of demons materializes behind him. The Black Sea roils like a newly formed world, crashing down and releasing an endless oppressive force. Waves of blood moons emerge from the sea of demons, appearing as if the sun rises from the eastern mountains, undefeated. 12 blood moons, each more potent than the last. At Qian Shuangyue's level, he can already condense 7 blood-red moons, with each moon enhancing his strength. His power doubles. What is the young master doing? He remains utterly unfazed. This divine ability of senior brother Qian is the lifebound technique of the demon moon sacred body, renowned among the many sacred bodies. Why is the young master not retaliating? Could it be that he is contemplating a strategy to break the deadlock? Heaven above, even a single divine ability is beyond my grasp, and with all 3 divine abilities crushing down, I cannot fathom how the young master intends to turn the tide. How strange, despite the terrifying nature of these 3 divine abilities, why have they failed to shake the young master? Could it be that the 3 saints are holding back, fearing harm to the young master? Perhaps it is merely the nuances of human relationships at play. Indeed, this world is inescapable from human sentiments. If they were merely to create a show of force, deliberately refraining from defeating the young master, it would be entirely reasonable. The crowd buzzes with discussions. Qian Shuangyue unleashes wave after wave of blood moons, yet Chen Qianxing remains immovable. How can this be? The 3 are taken aback, incredulous. Qian Shuangyue's expression is as if he has consumed 1 billion tons of excrement. He has pushed his abilities to the extreme, the essence of the demon moon sacred body burning fiercely, yet he still cannot budge Chen Qianxing. What kind of technique does the young master possess? Too weak. At that moment, Chen Qianxing speaks. He has moved his left hand, previously resting behind him, suddenly forms a fist, brilliant golden light erupting like a sun in an explosion of radiance. The heavenly emperor's fist. Chen Qianxing strikes. He forms a fist seal, suppressing his divine power as much as possible, and then delivers a single, thunderous punch. Boom! The fist shatters all techniques, silencing divine abilities. The terrifying fist light impacts the void, causing it to shatter continuously. In an instant, the 3 are hurled away by the overwhelming force, crashing against the array of the void arena. Bang! The void arena trembles violently. Chen Qianxing has already turned, heading towards the observation platform. Crack! At that moment, cracks suddenly appear in the great array of the void arena. Is it over? Has it ended? What has transpired? Just a moment ago, wasn't the young master besieged? Why has he suddenly changed like this? What kind of power is this? Oh heavens! What kind of fist technique does the young master wield that I have never seen before? Such a terrifying force, that blazing fist light is akin to unparalleled divine power, breaking through everything. A single punch shatters the laws, an utterly domineering strength. The might of the fist, swallowing mountains and rivers, suppressing the heavens and earth, is so terrifying that we are left in the dust. The disciples of the demon cult murmur among themselves, some unable to process what just happened. The elders are equally stunned. Qi Zhenjin's beautiful eyes sparkle with brilliance. Good lad, he truly concealed his cultivation. Today, he has revealed his true colors. Leading this righteous and demonic assembly, he has showcased our sex might. Very impressive. Qi Yaoyao exclaims. Among those present, she is the strongest, fully aware of the terror encapsulated in that punch. As Chen Qianxing departs the arena, he turns to the 3, stating, if you cannot even break my defense, what right do you have to seek my pleasure? Too weak. Boring indeed. Heaven did not give birth to me, Chen Qianxing. The martial way is an eternal night. As he speaks, everyone falls silent. The three fallen on the arena floor are now coughing up blood. Bastard, you've gotten me killed. Yuan Tianxian is spitting blood, cursing vehemently. His chest is a bloody mess, ribs shattered, meridians mostly cracked. It is a scene of utter devastation. Senior brother Yuan, I finally believe you were not boasting that day. The young master is terrifyingly strong. Yu Junmo remarks. At the realm of the imperial sovereign in our teens, we are ashamed in comparison to I have dragged you down with me. Chen Xuanyue expresses with regret. Had it not been for his challenge to Chen Changsheng, the two wouldn't have been injured. Ha, it is of no concern to me, flesh wounds heal with time. What a pity, I missed witnessing the power of the supreme demon eye. Yu Junmo responds. He fears not failure, nor being bested by himself. He only fears being defeated by an enemy. This defeat will compel him to cultivate with doubled fervor. Today, he understands why senior brother Yuan went mad with training after his loss. He has truly witnessed it. From this day forth, I shall also regard the young master as my cultivation target. Striving with determination, Chen Xuanyue coughs blood, staggering to his feet. At this moment, the entire observation square is in chaos. Some are howling, others are sobbing, while some are left in their undergarments after being stripped of their clothing. I have lost everything. Those who bet on Chen Changsheng's defeat have lost it all. Changsheng, when did you break through to the imperial sovereign realm? Outside the square, Qilian inquires. To such formidable power undoubtedly indicates the imperial sovereign realm. Just a moment ago, I saw their fierce momentum, and the pressure hit me like a wave, prompting my breakthrough. Chen Changsheng reveals a faint smile. His words irked Qilian. I was wondering why you hadn't come to find me these days. It turns out you secretly broke through. Speaking of which, why have I never seen you face a tribulation? Qilian ponders, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, young master, why have we never seen you undergo a tribulation? Isn't there a heavenly tribulation for those not in the celestial realm? Yu Ruo, trailing behind, asks. This is the source of their confusion. That is for ordinary individuals. For someone like me, a peerless prodigy, heavenly tribulations are non-existent. Chen Changsheng's response leaves the two women skeptical. Could it be that peerless prodigies are exempt from such trials? They question, but Chen Changsheng is disinclined to explain. After all, they would not comprehend. He is, after all, a man with a cheat. Heavenly tribulations and the like are certainly managed by the system. Chapter 17. The exquisite sword array of the immortal slayer. I understand human affairs. You have triumphed over Qianshanjiyu, quelling the turmoil within the army, and have received the rewards of divine calamity liquid and demon fruit, which have finally been credited to your account. Buzz, Chen Changsheng murmured as a bottle and a fruit materialized in his hand. The bottle was entirely lustrous white, resembling a stout, round-bottomed flask, filled to the brim with divine calamity liquid. This liquid primarily targets the primordial spirit and physical form of cultivators at the divine calamity stage, facilitating their transformation. During his own breakthrough to this stage, he had extracted a considerable amount from Lao Dang and Qilian. This single bottle no longer piqued his interest. Is this all there is to the demon fruit? Chen Changsheng pondered as he scrutinized the fruit in his hand. It resembled a fist-sized pumpkin, yet it was cloaked in darkness. Atop it were two leaf-like appendages, giving it the distant appearance of demonic wings. Qianshanjiyu had submitted, and now he could be repurposed, earning the reward of the immortal slayer sword array. What on earth? The system's voice resonated once more, leaving Chen Changsheng astounded. Not only was there the reward for the task, but also the sudden frequency of the tasks themselves. Qianshanjiyu actually had a task. System, is this the immortal slayer sword array from the primordial era? Chen Changsheng inquired. If this were indeed the sword array from that epoch, he would be utterly invincible. Whoever dared to challenge him would meet their demise. Unfortunately, the system remained as obtuse as ever, lacking the intelligence to respond to his query. Curse it, what utter foolishness! Sometimes the items awarded would be introduced abruptly, while at other times, they would not be mentioned at all, which left him utterly perplexed. Take, for instance, the Supreme Emperor weapon, the Daluo Demon Sword, which he had previously acquired from the Nine-Leaved Sword ancestor. He had drawn it forth once, and it bore no distinction from an iron block, being exceedingly heavy. As for its origins, there had been no introduction whatsoever. Forget it, let us have him come over to take a look. You, summon Qianshanjiyu to me, Chen Changsheng commanded into the void. Yes, young master. A chilling voice echoed from the emptiness, its presence felt but not seen. This was Chen Changsheng's protector. Shortly after his return to the courtyard, a figure materialized. Young master, the person has been brought. A shadowy form emerged, and Qianshanjiyu landed, appearing somewhat dazed. He had no idea how he had been summoned. You may leave now. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and the shadow dissipated. It was only then that Qianshanjiyu regained his senses. I pay my respects to the young master. He hastily cupped his hands in salute. How did you find the battle? Chen Changsheng inquired. It was quite satisfactory. Engaging in combat with the young master was immensely beneficial. I am deeply grateful for your mercy, young master, Qianshanji flattered, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he was unable to fathom Chen Qianying's intentions in bringing him here. What is your purpose in cultivating? Chen Qianying suddenly posed another question. Qianshanji lowered his head, lost in thought. What is the purpose of cultivation? Of course, it is to grow stronger. To bring glory to my family. Qianshanji hailed from the Qian family, an affiliate of the demon sect, and was indeed a scion of a prestigious lineage. His entry into the demon sect was not solely for personal enhancement. He also aimed to establish a foothold within the sect and, upon gaining strength, protect the Qian family. Is that all? Strength is relative. I may seem formidable, yet to my father, I am but an insignificant ant. Humans must always have a goal. Have you heard of the Nightfall? Chen Qianying remarked. His demeanor was placid, his words mild, contrasting sharply with the arrogance he exhibited in the square, as if he were an entirely different individual. This tone astonished Qianshanji immensely. I know a little about Nightfall. Among the disciples, it is rumored that those prodigies who vanish without a trace have all gone to Nightfall, Qianshanji responded, reflecting on the years prior, as he had heard of Nightfall long before Chen Qianying joined the demon sect. The specifics of the organization remained a mystery to all. Would you be willing to join Nightfall? Chen Qianying asked. Join Nightfall? Certainly, Qianshanji replied without hesitation. Oh, you do not inquire as to why. Are you not curious about the purpose of Nightfall? You simply agree. Chen Qianying chuckled. It is fated that the young master summoned me here. I have no choice. Qianshanji replied with a bitter smile. The moment he entered this courtyard, he had lost all options and could only acquiesce. You are not foolish. You are worthy of nurturing. Haikmu, Chen Qianying spoke, and a shadow materialized suddenly. He appeared like a specter beside them. Qianshanji was taken aback. This was a powerful being skilled in the laws of space. Tell him what is required to join Nightfall, Chen Qianying said nonchalantly. The shadow beside him nodded, affirming that joining Nightfall required but one thing: absolute obedience. Louder, absolute obedience. Whatever the young master says is correct. Haikmu bellowed. This was their customary shout. Do you understand? Chen Qianying directed his gaze towards Qianshanji. Yes, young master. Qianshanji nodded. Take this and go with Haikmu to a designated location. Chen Qianying tossed a bottle. Upon seeing the bottle, Haikmu's demeanor shifted slightly, as if he were swallowing greedily. The contents of the bottle were something he yearned for. This item will aid in mending your injuries, allowing for swift recovery while simultaneously facilitating a breakthrough in your cultivation, Chen Qianying explained. This is the celestial silkworm bean, a product of the system. When consumed after sustaining severe injuries, it not only promotes rapid recovery but also significantly enhances one's strength, making it an essential item for those in Nightfall. This is merely an initial reward. Thank you, young master, Qianshanji exclaimed joyfully. He was unaware of what it was, yet it must be something extraordinary for a being like Haikmu to desire it so fervently. Haikmu, take him away. After the assessment, he shall remain by your side as a team leader. If he fails the assessment, the celestial silkworm beans will be yours, Chen Qianying declared. Upon hearing this, Haikmu was elated. Yes, young master, follow me. Haikmu bowed and led Qianshanji away. The two figures departed the courtyard, vanishing into the void, and shortly thereafter exited the demon sect. Before long, they materialized in an underground palace. My lord, this is a token of my respect for you, Qianshanji suddenly spoke, producing two celestial silkworm beans. He understood the intricacies of human relations. Haikmu halted. Though he was tempted to accept, he could not. It was against the rules. Accept what the young master bestows, and do not even think about what he does not give, Haikmu stated, refraining from extending his hand to take the two beans. He did not dare. Rest assured, I will not create difficulties for you upon entering here. You will undergo specialized training. Everything will depend on your own intentions. Whether you can pass the assessment in 3 months will depend on your own abilities, Haikmu added. His attitude left Qianshanji utterly astonished. This intricate web of human affairs, he would not accept. Chapter 18. The Celestial King descends to the 9 heavens. Are you truly going to break off the engagement? You have subdued Qian Shangyue, repurposing her wisely and rewarding yourself with the inescapable sword array. The incomplete version of the inescapable sword array consists of 4 fractured celestial swords, wielding dominion over supreme slaughter. Although currently defective, it possesses the capability to slay any formidable being below the celestial rank. Incredible, Chen Qiangzhen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Despite its imperfections, the power it holds to vanquish those beneath the celestial rank is undeniably impressive. The inescapable sword array is excessively potent. The host is unable to bear it. Please select a formation location. What? This thing cannot be activated with a single command. The system's voice suddenly echoed, causing Chen Qiangzhen to exclaim in astonishment. Please select a formation location. Damn it, such a waste. If it cannot be carried, it will undoubtedly impose numerous restrictions. Can it be arranged upon my person? Inserting 4 celestial swords into my body is not out of the question. Chen Qiangzhen murmured. He cast a glance around, surveying the vast courtyard. Merely arranging it in the courtyard feels a bit insufficient. Perhaps at the demon sect, encircling the entire sect would be more fitting. Clang, in an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The celestial swords sang, startling all spirits, thunder rumbled, the heavens shook, and 4 resplendent celestial swords pierced through the clouds, suddenly descending upon the location of the demon sect. 4 beams of light soared into the sky, tearing apart the firmament, as countless stars radiated dazzling brilliance, swiftly swirling together like a cosmic river. The entire demon sect was shrouded in a fearsome aura, as numerous powerful beings materialized in the heavens. What is happening, Deputy Sect Master? Could it be an enemy attack? Quickly, rush to the Ancestral Hall and summon the Elder from seclusion, inform the other 2 Sect Masters to return. An Elder bellowed. Shizhinjin's beautiful eyes darted around, her expression grave. The protective grand formation of the demon sect activated, forming a barrier to shield the many demon mountains. Strange, I do not sense any killing intent. Where do these swords originate? The runes within them are unfathomable to me, Shizhinjin murmured. She glanced at the 4 celestial swords, and just one look sent a piercing pain through her head, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze. Terrifying, merely a glance, and the emanating sword energy nearly extinguished her primordial spirity buzz. Just as the elder of the demon sect emerged from seclusion, the 4 celestial swords vanished without a trace. In an instant, everyone was left bewildered. The entire realm fell silent once more, the swirling stars disappearing from view. Where have they gone? Could it be that a legacy has appeared within our sect? Shizhinjin furrowed her brow. She extended her consciousness to its fullest extent, yet it remained ineffective. At this moment, as the orchestrator of this commotion, Chen Changzhen lay in a small courtyard, munching on a fruit. It was a devil fruit. He was gnawing on the devil fruit as if it were an ordinary snack. Delightful. This sensation feels as if a current flows from the soles of my feet to my brain, stimulating me, Chen Changzhen murmured. His chest radiated resplendent golden light, and a colossal golden lotus materialized before him. The ancient kidney body reawakened, thunder rumbled, Chen Changzhen levitated, immediately settling into a meditative position mid-air. He shone with a formidable golden light, an overwhelming vital essence emanating from his being. That terrifying life force surged forth like a volcanic eruption, transforming into massive dragons that soared into the heavens. The firmament rolled, chaotic energies surged, resonating with the principles of heaven and earth, producing a dreadful commotion. The brilliant golden light illuminated the entire demon sect, akin to the very first ray of light since the dawn of creation, eternal and indomitable. The entire demon sect was once again stirred into action. What is this? Damn it, is there no peace for my cultivation? Just as I entered a state of focus, this happens again. I was just about to break through, and now you come along, disrupting my heavenly tribulation. Is this amusing, creating such a racket every day? One might think the heavens are barking mad. Boom, a young man shouted, cursing the heavens, and a bolt of divine thunder descended, abruptly enveloping him. Ah, the heavens did not bark, but he certainly did. Damn it, just as I sealed my coffin, you come to attack. Ha, I shall see which fool dares provoke my holy sect. Within the ancestral, he was utterly furious. After such a tremendous commotion, he broke free from his seal, only to find nothing had transpired. And now, how little time has passed, another disturbance. Goodness, it turns out it was your awakening. Then there's no cause for concern. I shall wash up and return to slumber. The elder glanced at the heavens, and his previously furious expression instantly softened as he looked at the meditating Chen Changzhen, retreating back into his coffin. Thunder rumbled, the heavens shone with golden light, intertwining with the terrifying chaotic energies, obscuring the entire firmament. The creatures within the demon realm were startled. They gazed skyward, their hearts filled with trepidation. A figure manifested high above, seated amidst the 9 heavens. He radiated golden light, divine brilliance illuminating his form, surrounded by an awe-inspiring chaotic aura, akin to a celestial king overlooking the myriad realms. That transcendent presence compelled all to instinctively bow in reverence. He was so exalted that all beings dared not gaze upon him. A manifestation of the sacred body, the celestial king descends to the 9 heavens. When materialized, it becomes a divine ability. It is the young master. The young master has awakened once more. Another divine ability, the young master's unparalleled visage, none can rival, surely will amplify the sanctity of our sect. The crowd gasped, the week of heart bowing and worship. Meanwhile, Chen Changzhen remained in meditation, comprehending the evolution of his divine abilities. 3 Divine abilities, indeed, splendid. This awakening of divine abilities grows increasingly ostentatious. Chen Changzhen muttered to himself, for his ancient kidney body is an enhanced version of the ancient sacred body, possessing identical divine abilities. The celestial king descending to the 9 heavens is one of them. However, he had previously awakened 2 others, the azure lotus of the spirit sea and the yin-yang life and death diagram. Now, he had fully awakened 3, if only the supreme demon I would awaken as well. Chen Changzhen murmured, this devil fruit he consumed. In truth, he yearned for the awakening of the supreme demon I even more. Presently, the supreme demon I could only be considered a preliminary awakening, merely allowing him to shoot laser beams from his eyes. It does not qualify as a life-bound divine ability, Buzz. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was a beautiful woman. You brat, why haven't you gathered your divine abilities? The beautiful woman admonished lightly. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen immediately reined in his aura. Anshin, what brings you here? Shi Zhenjin feigned anger, her expression stern. If I hadn't come, the holy sect would have been dismantled by you. You too, create such uproar at every turn. What will the outside world think? They will surely believe our holy sect possesses some heavenly treasures. As Shi Zhenjin spoke, Chen Changzhen had already landed. A faint smile appeared on his face. I simply could not restrain myself. I was just sitting and enjoying a drink when the awakening occurred. Once the sensation struck, it was unstoppable, an unavoidable circumstance. Being a genius truly is a burden. Shi Zhenjin rolled her eyes at this. So, in your view, if you awaken, you're not pleased, you little rascal. Enough of this. I came here because your father asked me to inform you of something, to prepare yourself. Indeed, your father and your aunt Yao Yao have selected a Taiyin sacred body as your furnace, so be ready to cultivate the Yin-Yang sacred canon. The furnace is named Lu Ruyan. Shi Zhenjin pondered before speaking. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen could no longer contain himself. Lu Ruyan, they wouldn't be breaking off the engagement, would they? He exclaimed in shock. Not breaking off the engagement. But how did you know about it? Has Nightfall's information network become so powerful that you even know this? Shi Zhenjin responded, quite astonished at this matter. Aside from the three parties involved, she was the only one privy to it within the entire demon sect. No, I merely guessed. Allow me a moment of silence, Chen Changzhen replied, myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Heaven did not give birth to Lu Ruyan, and the scoundrel path stretches eons like a long night. 30 years of fortune in the east, 30 years of fortune in the west. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. Xiaoyun, will rise one day. The system's analysis flashed through his mind. It fits, damn it, Chen Changzhen murmured to himself. What are you muttering about? What fits? Shi Zhenjin inquired. It's nothing. Anshin, I need to step out for a moment. I wish to visit the Lu family. Oh, I must also bring some powerful allies. After saying this, Chen Changzhen dashed out the door. Chapter 19 of the annulment of the engagement, with the system of Xiaoyun, Xiao family. In the conference hall of the Xiao family, Lu Qingshan clasped his hands together and spoke. Xiao brother, we have come to discuss the marriage between Ruoyan and your son. Sitting high in the main seat, Xiao Huang appeared somewhat taken aback. Your son is already 15 years old, and my daughter is of the same age. As the saying goes, a man should marry when he comes of age, and a woman should wed when she is ready. It is high time this matter reached a conclusion. Lu Qingshan slowly began. Years ago, your father and mine shared a bond, and as per our agreement, Ruoyan was to marry into the Xiao family. Xiao Huang turned to glance at the girl beside him, Lu Ruoyan. It was astonishing to see how much she had blossomed in the decades since they last met. She had already reached the realm of divine mastery. This left him somewhat astonished. Xiao brother, while there was a prior agreement, you must see the current circumstances regarding your son. Just as water flows downward, people naturally seek to rise. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the holy sect, while your son has yet to establish his foundation or awaken his spiritual senses. I believe it would be prudent to dissolve this engagement. As Lu Qingshan's words rang out, the smile that had adorned Xiao Huang's face immediately darkened. Are you proposing an annulment? He had thought the Lu family had come to negotiate the marriage, which was why he had welcomed them with a smile. How can you act in such a manner, Lu brother? With a resounding clap, Xiao Huang slammed his palm on the table. Lu brother, I am powerless in this matter. Ruoyan has become a true disciple of the holy sect, and your Xiao family is no longer what it once was. It would be unwise to force a union between them when they are incompatible. It is better to untie this engagement now, Lu Qingshan replied, no longer holding back. And now that the matter was laid bare, he decided to take a firmer stance. If Xiao Huang remained obstinate, he would have to let the elders behind him speak to negotiate with the Xiao family. At that point, their conversation would not be so cordial. Our Lu family acknowledges our prior breach of contract and is willing to compensate your son with a few longevity elixirs, Lu Qingshan added. Raising his hand, he retrieved a white jade vial from his storage ring, containing the life-extending elixirs. You, Lu brother, you are well aware of the current plight of the Xiao family. To withdraw from the engagement at this juncture would only push us deeper into despair. Is there no way to delay this annulment? Xiao Huang initially intended to take a firm stand, but upon considering the Xiao family's predicament and his son's issues, he ultimately lowered his head and spoke in a pleading tone. Lu Qingshan sighed ruefully. Xiao brother, we understand the situation of the Xiao family, but our sympathy can no longer continue. You have consistently rejected our attempts to join the holy sect while simultaneously seeking our protection. Such a situation cannot persist indefinitely. If it were not for our Lu family's support over the past decade, the Xiao family would have been unable to endure. In truth, we have fulfilled our obligations and there is no need to prolong this any further. Once, the Lu family was inferior to the Shao family, but Lu Qingshan's father made a decisive choice to ally with the demon sect, thus securing their prosperity. They had even extended invitations to the Shao family, but the latter had declined. At that moment, an elderly man beside Lu Qingshan cleared his throat. Xiao Huang turned to look, his brows knitting together. The old man in the black robe emanated an inscrutable aura, hinting at immense power. Is this the strength of that faction? The Lu family has truly allied with a formidable force. This is Elder Wang, from the Holy Sect. He has come today regarding Ruoyan's matter. As a true disciple of the Holy Sect, she is no longer suitable to be the fiancée of someone who has yet to establish their foundation. I implore you, Xiao brother, to annul the engagement. Lu Qingshan hastily interjected. At this moment, Elder Wang released a terrifying aura that caused the countenances of several Shao family members to change dramatically. Are you using your power to pressure me? Xiao Huang retorted. While he may be weak in strength, he would not allow his spirit to falter. Indeed, I am using my influence against you. What can you do about it? The sect master has decreed that your son is unworthy of Ruoyan, and this engagement should be dissolved, for your own good and for the Lu families. Elder Wang said coldly, his aura laced with a menacing killing intent that barely contained itself from erupting. Though the Shao family had fallen, they still had a powerful figure at the Divine Calamity Realm and a population numbering in the tens of thousands. Should bloodshed occur, the sect master feared it would damage the relationship between the righteous and demonic factions. A peaceful resolution was preferable. Such as the demon sect, such as the Lu family. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. A young man strode in, glancing at Lu Qingshan and the others, his fiery gaze seemingly capable of devouring them whole. You nur! Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was none other than his son, Xiao Yun, once considered the genius of the Shao family, who had now been labeled as a waste. Father, since they do not wish to honor the past agreement, let us annul it. Our Shao family is too humble to support such a grand figure, Xiao Yun stated. His words caused the faces of the Shao family members to change dramatically. If they were to annul the engagement with the Lu family now, their position would become precarious. Are you Lu Ruoyan? Xiao Yun asked, looking at Lu Ruoyan with a hint of surprise. She was rather beautiful. Although only 15, she was already a budding beauty, her features beginning to take shape. You are too weak. You and I do not belong to the same world. It would be pointless to maintain this engagement, Lu Ruoyan replied calmly. This decision had been on her mind for several days. Annulling the engagement would indeed be for the best. Rest assured, this matter is a fault on our Lu family's part, and I will compensate you. These longevity elixirs can at least extend your life by 30 years. Furthermore, the Lu family can assist your Shao family in promoting a powerful figure to the Divine Calamity Realm to help resolve your mining issues. Lu Ruoyan took the white jade vial from Lu Qingshan's hand and slowly opened it. Inside were 3 translucent elixirs, exuding a powerful life essence and fragrant aroma. Top-grade longevity elixirs. The crowd gasped. 3 top-grade longevity elixirs, each capable of extending life by 30 years, were a conservative estimate. For ordinary mortals, Xiao Yun was at least at the body refinement realm and could absorb more of the medicinal potency, thus extending his lifespan even further. This compensation was simply exceptional. Compensation? Is that all you can offer? Do I, Xiao Yun, really need your paltry compensation? With a forceful motion, Xiao Yun struck Lu Ruoyan's hand, sending the vial containing the 3 longevity elixirs flying. He sneered, fixing his gaze on Lu Ruoyan. After 10 years apart, you have indeed flourished, transforming into a phoenix from the ashes. How splendid! His words dripped with sarcasm. Lu Ruoyan raised an eyebrow. It cannot be described as transforming into a phoenix, but we are indeed no longer from the same world, and there is no need for us to continue entangled. Annulment would be beneficial for both of us. Suppressing her anger, she reiterated. Perhaps you have merely latched onto a wealthy patron. I have heard you awaken some form of the Taiyin sacred body. According to the texts, that is indeed a top-tier furnace. TSK, to become a furnace for others, you are willing to disregard a past agreement. Ungrateful. What a fine Lu family it is. My grandfather was indeed blind, he saved a group of ingrates. As Xiao Yun's words fell, Lu Qingshan and Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted drastically. How could he have guessed this? Rumor had it that although Xiao Yun was Is Miss Lu left speechless? After all, being a furnace is such an unpleasant notion. How could you possibly bring yourself to say it? Xiao Yun continued to mock her. So what? I will be a furnace. What of it? Being a furnace is still better than being the wife of a waste like you. Lu Ruoyan suddenly shouted in anger. Her outburst even caught Elder Wang by surprise. Back when your grandfather saved mine, our Lu family protected your Shao family for 20 years. In recent years, we have even safeguarded several of your mining territories. We have repaid our debts, yet you still wish to hold this over us, as if the Lu family owes the Xiao family indefinitely? I hereby declare the annulment of this engagement. Lu Ruoyan's chest heaved with indignation. She produced the original engagement contract and the token of their initial promise, placing it before Xiao Yun. Ha! Truly worthy of the Lu family's eldest daughter, just a few honest words, and you are already on the defensive. To be honest, someone like you who clings to power and relies on men to rise is hardly worth my notice. Today, it is not you, Lu Ruoyan, who is annulling the engagement, it is I, Xiao Yun, who is divorcing you. As he spoke, Xiao Yun took out a brush and paper, proceeding to draft a divorce decree on the spot. At this moment, words echoed in his mind, you have mocked Lu Ruoyan and initiated a reverse annulment. Completing a system task, the system begins binding. Given the past goodwill between our families, I, Xiao Yun, offer you these words. The wheel of fortune turns. Today, no one supports my ambition to rise. One day, I shall ascend the snowy peaks alone. Xiao Yun will ultimately become a being you cannot hope to reach. With the system bound to him, Xiao Yun grew increasingly resolute. His bold proclamation left Lu Ruoyan trembling with rage. She stared at the divorce decree thrown before her, feeling profound humiliation, her gaze turning frigid. Good, good, now that is the son of the Xiao family. Xiao Huang clapped his hands in approval, elated that his son had not disappointed him. You dare to divorce me? Boom! Just as Lu Ruoyan was about to explode with fury, a terrifying aura surged forth. Elder Wang slammed his palm on the table, having initially aimed for a peaceful resolution, but upon witnessing the bullying as the words fell, Xiao Huang and the others were flung backward. Elder Wang turned to Lu Ruoyan, demanding the engagement contract be handed over to be torn apart, otherwise, chaos would ensue. The members of the Xiao family spat blood as Xiao Yun knelt on one knee, gripping the floor with both hands, drowning in humiliation. This old man is incredibly powerful, the Xiao family has no one capable of opposing him. What's the matter? Are you not satisfied? Boom! Elder Wang glared at Xiao Yun, his pressure increasing, akin to a mountain crushing down on him, causing Xiao Yun to cough up blood, yet, he still refused to kneel. Sir! Sir, this is the marriage contract, this is the marriage contract. At this moment, Xiao Huang produced the marriage contract, fearing Elder Wang would harm Xiao Yun. Lu girl, tear it up. Elder Wang glanced at it and spoke. As his words fell, Lu Ruoyan cast a glance, channeling her power, reducing both marriage contracts to powder, returning the token of their promise. She stated, you are a waste now, and you will only remain a waste in the future. I, Lu Ruoyan, shall await you in the holy sect. I wish to see if there will truly be a reversal of fortunes in this world. Elder Wang, let us depart. With that, she turned and walked towards the door. Elder Wang lifted Xiao Yun effortlessly, patting his shoulder. Ah, a tough one you are. Boom! As the words fell, Xiao Yun was sent flying. You. Xiao Huang rushed over, flipping Xiao Yun onto his back and checking his condition, his face turning pale instantly. His meridians were shattered, he was left with but a breath of life. Chapter 20 of the arrival of the Lu family. Lu girl, the marriage has been annulled. Once you handle the remaining affairs, you may return to the holy sect, Elder Wang remarked to Lu Ruoyan. Given his stature, he typically would not need to show deference to a junior, yet the current Lu Ruoyan was not an ordinary case. She was the furnace for the young master. In the future, she would be the one whispering sweet nothings to him, thus it was essential to curry favor with her. Elder Wang, what about Xiao Yun? Lu Ruoyan hesitated, wishing to inquire whether Elder Wang's earlier actions had resulted in Xiao Yun's demise. What's the matter, Lu girl? Are you feeling sympathetic? Do not forget, you are about to become the young master's furnace. Even as a furnace, you must harbor no other thoughts, Elder Wang reminded her. It's not that. I simply recall our past friendship and do not wish for him to come to harm. As for feelings, we have not seen each other for 10 years, aside from the marriage contract, there are no ties binding us now, Lu Ruoyan hurriedly explained. If any negative rumors reach that esteemed individual's ears, the Lu family might find itself in peril. Rest assured, it was merely a lesson for him. He will not die in the future. You can focus on practicing divine skills alongside the young master, Elder Wang assured her. Without the command of the sect leader, he merely wishes to kill. However, the current Xiao Yun is as good as dead, he will never have the chance to cultivate again. And my father, what is his condition? Lu Ruoyan inquired, for her father, Lu Qingshan, had an old injury that had been acting up. Elder Wang, a renowned alchemist, was here not only to support her in annulling the marriage but also to cure her father. The cold dragon poison has already been expelled and now, he merely requires a period of recuperation with fire element pills, and he will face no further issues, Elder Wang stated. He paused, contemplating, before asking, Lu girl, honestly speaking, how did your father come to be afflicted by the cold dragon poison? This is not the result of any cold attribute cultivation method. Have you encountered a true cold attribute dragon? His words caused Lu Ruoyan to feel a sense of foreboding. Indeed, as an alchemist, he had discerned the root of the problem. To be frank, Elder Wang, the cold dragon poison on my father was indeed caused by a cold attribute dragon, though we cannot ascertain whether it was a true dragon. He merely caught a glimpse, and thus became as he is now. That place has become a forbidden zone, and no one dares venture there, Lu Ruoyan explained. A dragon need not necessarily be a true dragon. It could also be a hybrid possessing dragon blood. A forbidden zone, where might that be? Elder Wang inquired, intrigued. If it were a true dragon, he would certainly wish to investigate. The cold pool of Tianshan. That mountain range is now shrouded in ice and snow. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the cold becomes, to the point where even magical powers cannot withstand it, Lu Ruoyan recounted. Ordinary cold does not frighten cultivators. They can simply rely on their magical defenses, but the cold of Tianshan is exceedingly strange. The cold pool of Tianshan sounds fascinating. Suddenly, as Elder Wang was contemplating whether to visit the cold pool of Tianshan before returning to the demon sect, a terrifying commotion erupted outside. An ominous aura enveloped the entire Lu family, causing everyone to feel an unbearable pressure that rendered them immobile. Elder Wang burst from the house, gazing skyward, his expression one of astonishment. The heavens had shattered, a colossal hole had opened up, the ground trembled as the gaping void continued to expand, and a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. Is the sky collapsing? The Lu family exclaimed, while Lu Qingshan's countenance turned grave. An unfathomable pressure emanated from the rift, spreading rapidly and causing the entire Lu family to quiver. A furious roar erupted from within, startling the onlookers, who soon beheld a dreadful entity. The creature was dark, enormous, and fur-covered, terrifying indeed. Lu Qingshan's pupils constricted violently, and he instinctively bent his back. Tao Tai, the nine-headed fiend. He finally discerned that it was a nine-headed beast, hundreds of feet long, dragging a palanquin through the void, descending forcefully. As the oppressive aura spread, silence fell over an area of millions of miles surrounding the Lu family. All living things lay prostrate. An absolute powerhouse. What manner of being could possess such a conveyance? Lu Qingshan found it difficult to fathom. The Tao Tai pulling the palanquin merely exuded a faint aura, yet it rendered someone of Lu Qingshan's cultivation level unable to stand. The holy chariot has arrived. Do not fail to welcome the young master. Elder Wang declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan froze momentarily, then gasped in astonishment. The holy chariot, the young master, has the esteemed one from the holy sect arrived here? How can this be possible? The black, exotic Tao Tai roared as it descended from the heavens, locking onto the Lu family. Welcome, young master. Elder Wang bellowed, his tone solemn and reverent. Welcome, young master, the crowd echoed fervently. Lu Ruoyan lowered her head, then cautiously raised it. Stealing a glance, the nine-headed Tao Tai swiftly shrank in size, decelerating as it landed with the palanquin. Beside the palanquin were several figures, accompanying it to provide protection. Once the Tao Tai halted and the palanquin stabilized, those guarding it swiftly parted. The formation surrounding the palanquin closed, and a figure stepped into Lu Ruoyan's anxious gaze. Dressed in garments as white as snow, he resembled a celestial being. This was the first impression Lu Ruoyan and the others had. So ethereal. Was this the young master of the holy sect, the man destined to enter her life? He was extraordinarily handsome, far superior to Xiao Yun. Welcome, young master. Elder Wang called out once more. Welcome, young master, the crowd echoed again. Chen Qiangying, clad in white, descended from the palanquin, walking gracefully through the air as a row of guards swiftly dispersed. Is this the Lu family? Chen Qiangying surveyed the surroundings and asked nonchalantly. Reporting to the young master, this is indeed the Lu family. The elder over there, who is at the saint level, is our sex alchemist, Wang Canlon. An elderly man beside Chen Qiangying replied. Chen Qiangying nodded, taking a step forward and suddenly landing on the ground, approaching Wang Canlon closely. Shortly, we shall return to the holy sect. Did the young master come to see Miss Lu? Wang Canlon asked cautiously. Logically, this esteemed individual should not be present here. Even a top-tier furnace should not warrant such a personal visit. Taken care of? You must be Lu Ruoyan? Chen Qiangying's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. This minor change in expression, however, felt like the sky had fallen to Wang Canlon. He frowned. Could it be that the young master is dissatisfied with something? Ruoyan pays her respects to the young master. Lu Ruoyan's heart raced, her nerves fraying as if countless fawns were attempting to break free from her mental defenses. He is so handsome, how nerve-wracking. He is exquisitely refined, though his strength is somewhat lacking. As Chen Qiangying spoke, he strode towards the main hall of the Lu family. Chapter 21, Conceptual Martial Arts, the Radiance of the Just Path. He is so handsome. Is this the esteemed figure of the holy sect? My heart races, my dear friends, I have fallen for her. Get lost, you, how dare you? Do you really think the esteemed one would have any interest in you? Every gesture of his exudes such an aloofness, igniting a fervent desire within. The Lu family is in an uproar, with every girl in a state of infatuation, yet Lu Ruyan is filled with unease. She overheard him expressing disdain for her weakness. Lu girl, hurry and follow him inside. At this moment, Wang Canlan interjected. Lu Ruyan, her heart increasingly troubled, complied and entered. Cough, Elder Su, this is the ecstasy joy pill. It not only enhances size and strength but can also alter durations. It is humbly presented to you. Wang Canlan handed a box to the elder. The elder, named Suing, also known as Su III, is a figure of great repute among the holy ones, belonging to the upper echelons of the demon sect's strongest practitioners. He accepted the box but shook his head in contemplation. The item is excellent, yet I truly do not know its purpose. Let us all enter together. You are familiar with this place, so simply relay whatever the young master inquires. Su III spoke as he made his way toward the main hall. Wang Canlan's expression darkened immediately, his heart aching profoundly. Not only had his painstakingly acquired elixir vanished, but he also could not extract any useful information inside the Lu family's conference hall. Chen Qiangying occupied the main seat, with Lu Ruyan standing beside him, while the rest included members of the Lu family and several elders from the demon sect. Ding! Detection of the villainous Lu Ruyan Emperor. The Rat and Snake Alliance is activated, recruiting Lu Ruyan Emperor as a maid, rewarding the conceptual martial art, the Radiance of the Just Path. Wait! What nonsense is this? You dare equate me with that scoundrel Lu Ruyan? Am I truly such a person? Believe me, I can accuse you of slander. Chen Qiangying cursed inwardly. The heavens did not give birth to Lu Ruyan. This scoundrel's path is as eternal as the long night. This I can accept, for I have read enough novels, but this has nothing to do with me. I did not even annul the engagement. Ruyan, what of the Shao family? How was the marriage annulled? Was it truly cancelled? Chen Qiangying inquired. Replying to the young master, the Shao family has fallen into decline. Elder Wang and I exerted pressure on them, and the marriage was forcibly annulled. Lu Ruyan recounted the events. The crowd below listened with puzzled expressions. If the marriage has been annulled, then it has been annulled. Can one really deceive you? Is there fear that Ruyan might become entangled with that Xiao Yun, tarnishing her reputation? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiangying appeared as if he had confirmed a suspicion. It was precisely as he thought. He would have to pay a visit to the Shao family to resolve this lingering issue. Otherwise, he would unnecessarily gain another formidable rival. Elder Wang, your handling of matters seems rather inappropriate. Chen Qiangying turned his gaze upon Wang Canlan. Wang Canlan was taken aback. Inappropriate? Are you blaming me for causing harm? This young master, he thought, was becoming too arrogant, daring to provoke a mere scion of a fallen family, which led him to strike with a palm. I acknowledge my mistake. I truly recognize my error. Wang Canlan nearly knelt. In the demon sect, one must face punishment for mistakes, and some punishments could be fatal. He was uncertain where he had erred, merely speculating that he might have hurt Xiao Yun, which led to his questioning. After all, the sect leader had stated, peacefully dissolve the engagement. He was merely accustomed to the ways of the demon sect. If the higher-ups deemed you at fault, you were to admit guilt regardless of the truth. Just admit your fault. Recognized your error, then do enlighten me. Where did you err? Chen Qiangying pressed further. His words rendered Wang Canlan's face more distressed than consuming excrement, his panic escalating. I should not have struck Xiao Yun. I should not have violated the sect leader's orders by pressuring the Shao family. No, you ought to have obliterated him with that strike, or better yet, not engaged him at all, Chen Qiangying asserted. He understood the implications of Qi Jinjin's intentions. Peaceful resolution. This was for the upcoming righteous and demonic gathering. Wang Canlan, momentarily at a loss for words, could not comprehend what to say. Chen Qiangying then addressed Lu Ruyan. From now on, stay by my side as a maid. Yes, young master. Lu Ruyan quickly nodded in agreement. Let us proceed to the Shao family. I am curious, what qualifications does this worthless scion of a fallen family possess to be engaged to a holy Yin body? Chen Qiangying stated as he slowly rose. You have recruited Lu Ruyan Emperor as a maid, rewarding the conceptual martial art, the Radiance of the Just Path. The Radiance of the Just Path. A conceptual martial art that, once unleashed, causes those weaker than the host to disintegrate under its light, while those stronger emit a green glow, and all family members are rendered unfaithful. Fascinating, it is, in fact, a delightful little toy, Chen Shanging mused. He had thought it would be the type that could effortlessly disarm opponents, however, it could serve well to vex others. At the Xiao family, Xiao Yun lay unconscious upon his bed. Alas, patriarch of the Xiao family, I am powerless, it would be wise to prepare for the worst, an elderly man remarked as he prepared to depart. I would grant you anything if you could bring him back to consciousness. Xiao Huang knelt, clinging to the old man's leg. This Master Zhang, known as Zhang the half-sage, is the only divine alchemist in their vicinity. If even he could not save Xiao Yun, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. It is not that I do not wish to help, but there is simply no way. His organs are shattered, his meridians destroyed, and a powerful force roams within him. He survives solely on a thread of breath, the old man explained, shaking his head as he pried Xiao Huang away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, the Lu family is despicable, how could they resort to such viciousness, despite our father having saved theirs? A man, witnessing Master Zhang's departure, raged, striking the nearby table. Xiao Huang was engulfed in sorrow. Everyone, please leave. Allow Yunner some peace. I will seek other methods. If all else fails, I will have no choice but to seek her. Xiao Huang spoke softly, urging the crowd to depart. Not long after their exit, Xiao Yun's body began to emit a glow. System loading complete, opening the novice gift pack. Ding, novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, the ancient Overlord body, the Holy Grade Battle Blade, the Overlord Sacred Knife, and 3 drops of Divine Liquid. Buzz. Xiao Yun's form levitated, a surge of vitality coursing through him, his meridians rapidly reformed, and his organs underwent refinement, aligning into a faint golden hue. System, sign in. Xiao Yun suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Ding. Sign-in successful, first sign-in at the ancestral grounds of the Xiao family completed, rewarding the Battle Saint technique. Excellent, 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 I, Xiao Yun, have finally risen to power. Lu Ruyan, I shall see if you, that wretched woman, will regret this annulment. Xiao Yun recalled his previous experiences, a surge of killing intent overwhelming him. The king has returned, the end of Lu Ruyan is nigh. Chapter 22. The confident Xiao Yun arrives at the Xiao family. Master, the young master has awakened. A servant rushed to Xiao Huang, who had just left the room. What did you say? Xiao Huang and the others could hardly believe their ears. The young master has woken up. He truly has, he can even get out of bed. The servant gasped for breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Huang firmly grasped the servant's shoulders and questioned, Are you jesting with me, the head of the family? He could hardly fathom the possibility. How could this be? Just moments ago, Xiao Yun lay in a deep coma, his meridians shattered. How could he suddenly awaken and even rise? Master, you must see for yourself. Whoosh, before the servant could finish, Xiao Huang and the others transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. Upon arriving at Xiao Yun's chamber, they beheld him adjusting his robe, and disbelief washed over them. Yunner, you, Xiao Huang stammered, utterly astonished, unable to articulate his joy. His son, Xiao Yun, had truly returned to life. Father, are you all right? Xiao Yun rushed over, concern etched on his face. He had not forgotten that he was not the only one struck by Wang Canlun. His elderly father and several uncles had also suffered. I'm fine. Xiao Huang reassured, Yunner, I don't know why, but amidst the haze, I felt an immense vitality surge into my body, and then my injuries healed rapidly. After that, I simply awoke. Father, what on earth did you give me? Xiao Yun feigned curiosity. Xiao Huang and the others were momentarily taken aback. An immense vitality, brother, could it be from Mr. Zhang? He did mention that the divine pill might have effects, one man suggested. Indeed, it must be Mr. Zhang, he brought forth a divine pill, it surely has to be the reason. Yunner, you owe your life to Mr. Zhang, had he not fortuitously passed through our Xiao family city, you might have met with calamity. Xiao Huang's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. He had thought he would have to send his son off before his time, but now it seemed they had weathered this storm. How astonishing, Xiao Yun murmured quietly, though internally he scoffed. That's so-called Mr. Zhang, I owe my revival to the system, it is the system's reward that has granted me life. Mr. Zhang is renowned as a legendary alchemist, traversing the 100 cities. You have truly reclaimed your life this time. Do not act recklessly in the future. If a marriage falls through, then so be it, such a woman is not worth it, Xiao Huang consoled. Now that we have survived this trial, you shall surely ascend to great heights in the future. As for your cultivation, father, do not worry, my meridians have been reforged, I can now draw an energy, establish a foundation, and open my spiritual orifices, Xiaoyan interrupted, summoning a surge of celestial energy with a mere gesture. The others looked on, astonished. Excellent, excellent, Yuner, you have truly turned misfortune into fortune. Xiao Huang clapped in praise. With this, he need not fret over Xiaoyan's cultivation, the Xiao family would thus be spared from much turmoil. Ha ha ha. You, my boy, have indeed turned calamity into blessing. That old demon from the cult must not have anticipated this. Xiaoyan's uncle laughed heartily. Rest assured, uncles, now that I can cultivate, I will certainly seek retribution from that cult in the future, Xiaoyan declared, brimming with confidence. He had already reached the imperial sovereign realm, surpassing Lu Ruyan, and with the system's aid, he was destined to elevate the Xiao family. When that time came, he would confront the cult and show that woman the folly of her narrow vision. Boom! Just as everyone celebrated Xiaoyan's miraculous recovery, a terrifying noise erupted from the heavens, akin to a thunderous explosion. The entire world trembled. Master, master, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Several servants rushed in from outside. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Xiao family members turned grim. What do you mean the sky is falling? Why the panic? The sky is truly falling, an enormous hole has appeared and is expanding, accompanied by a deafening roar. They gasped in shock. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, confused. The sky is falling, are we to summon Nuwa to mend it? They rushed outside and looked up, only to find the skies darkening ominously. Which fellow Daoist is undergoing tribulation? Xiao Huang called out, tentatively inquiring. But there was no response, only the colossal figure of a nine-headed Taotai emerged, casting a shadow over the sun and moon. The Xiao family trembled as the ground shook violently and fierce winds howled. A terrifying aura spread, and figures began to materialize in the sky, slowly descending. The Xiao family members gasped in horror. What kind of powerful beings are these? What is the purpose of such a grand display? Are they friend or foe? Third brother, take the younger generation to the underground palace and prepare for a swift exit. Yuner, you must leave as well. Xiao Huang commanded. His elder brother beside him frowned and added, listen to your second brother. Hurry, this energy is too malevolent, the visitors cannot mean well. Upon hearing this, the third brother moved to pull Xiaoyan away. Although the Xiao family had fallen from grace, they had anticipated such scenarios and had long since constructed a teleportation array in the underground palace, allowing them to swiftly evacuate the younger generation in times of crisis. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow but did not lag behind, he departed swiftly. Seal the void. A voice suddenly emanated from the carriage. The elders of the cult were taken aback. Seal the void, what is the young master planning? Daring not to question further, they immediately complied, sending dozens of array flags soaring into the air. Unbeknownst to which esteemed elder has graced us with their presence, Xiao Huang of the Xiao family humbly welcomes you, Xiao Huang bellowed. He caught sight of several elders from the cult but could not discern who was inside the carriage. He understood that the true authority lay within, yet the next moment, Xiao Huang's complexion drained of color, overtaken by fear. It is Elder Wang. They are indeed members of the cult. He recognized Wang Canlon, and the other elders from the Xiao family did as well. Buzz, the carriage's barrier dissipated, and a figure emerged, surveying the entire Xiao family with a commanding presence. It was none other than Lu Ruyan. In that moment, she stood beside the carriage like a handmaiden, awaiting the emergence of the significant figure within. The onlookers held their breath, too terrified to make a sound. Who is that? Their status is astonishingly high. A young man slowly stepped out from within, clad in snow-white robes. He appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens. His breathtaking visage left the mundane world in awe. The women of the Xiao family, upon catching a glimpse, were rendered speechless, entranced by his beauty. The young master's arrival demands your reverence. Kneel and greet him. Boom! Third Elder Su's words resonated like thunder, and the crowd fell to their knees in fear, some so terrified they lost control of their bodily functions and fainted. Xiao Huang felt as though he were sitting on a bed of needles, trembling as he knelt. Indeed, it is that man. What brings him here? He could not fathom, but he knew it had to do with his son Xiao Yun and Lu Ruyan's engagement. Which one among you is Xiao Yun? Chen Chang'ing floated in the air, asking with an air of indifference. As his succinct words fell, the entire Xiao family fell silent, trembling as they knelt on the ground. Are your ears deaf? Which one is Xiao Yun? Boom! Third Elder Su bellowed, and a menacing black light descended upon the Xiao family, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that reduced a 100-mile radius to dust. Chapter 23. The accord for the week. With a single strike, countless lives were extinguished. Xiao Huang's body trembled as he clutched a pendant tightly in his hand, sweat soaking the trinket. You actually violated the accord of righteousness and demonic forces," he exclaimed in terror. Fear held him back from stepping forward, yet he had no choice but to do so. The lives taken in that moment were his kin. As the head of the family, he had to take a stand. The accord of righteousness and demonic forces? That is merely a covenant for the weak, Chen Changzhen remarked, his form flickering into existence before Xiao Huang with alarming speed. You must be his father, you should be stalling for time. He should be fleeing, the Xiao clan must have a teleportation array. Chen Changgen's words were light, yet they filled Xiao Huang with dread, sending shivers down his spine that he knew everything. I will give you a quarter of an hour. Let him come forth, otherwise, the slaughter will commence. Chen Changgen's tone was casual, yet undeniably authoritative. Lu Ruyan soared through the air, finally catching up. She did not spare a glance at the members of the Xiao clan. The moment Xiaoyan penned the divorce decree, her disdain for these people had reached new heights. They could have resolved matters peacefully, yet they insisted on complicating the situation. Now, with this individual present, she found herself powerless to intervene. My son is already dead. That old fool struck him down with a single palm. Xiao Huang shouted, pointing at Wang Canlan. Oh, dead, ah. Chen Changzhen inhaled deeply, drawing two members of the Xiao clan toward him with an overwhelming force, lifting them off the ground. Tell me, did Xiaoyan die? Dead, dead, the two gasped, clutching their throats as if ensnared by an invisible hand, struggling to answer. Bang! Lying is not the mark of a good child. With a swift motion, he crushed the two elders of the true king realm, their bodies exploding into fragments. The young master is formidable. Lu Ruyan was left in awe. To crush two true kings with his bare hands was akin to squashing ants. They had no capacity to resist. Ah, family head, save me, save me. Two more were seized, also true kings. Tell me, did Xiaoyan die? Chen Changzhen repeated, his expression one of mockery. Bang! The two struggled for mere moments before their bodies, too, erupted. Chen Changzhen turned his gaze toward Xiao Huang. Time is running out. We, the Xiao clan, have never wronged you. You dare to slaughter the innocent without fear of divine retribution? Xiao Huang bellowed. The loss of 4 true kings at once was a catastrophic blow to the Xiao clan. Bang! Oh, divine retribution, what is that? Chen Changzhen raised his hand and flicked his fingers, causing 2 true kings to explode instantaneously, their reactions too slow to register. He had never believed in divine retribution, it was merely a comfort for the weak. 15 years had passed since the Chen clan was decimated by the righteous. Those righteous individuals were still living well. Where was the divine retribution? It was all nonsense. Within the underground palace of the Xiao clan's third elder urged, Yuner, we must leave, we cannot remain here. I will not go. Xiaoyan shook his head, forcefully pushing away his uncle's hand. You take them away. I will seek my father. This situation arose because of me, I cannot abandon my post. He was not foolish, the demonic energy could only originate from the demon sect. The IT was undoubtedly a retaliation for his humiliation of Lu Ruyan. The earlier explosion signified that something terrible had occurred. He had to ascertain the situation outside. Survive today, and we may have a tomorrow. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. You are the last hope of the Xiao clan, you must leave now, the array must be activated. The third elder of the Xiao clan continuously placed spirit stones onto the array platform. Once the teleportation array activated, they could escape. To leave the Xiao clan is one thing, to escape the clutches of this demon sect is another. Tomorrow's matters are for tomorrow's people to handle. Even if I must perish today, I will go forth with honor. You all must go. Xiaoyan insisted, refusing to board the teleportation array. Buzz, the teleportation array activated, and the younger generation of the What use is it for you to stay? Xiao clan's third elder grasped Xiaoyan, attempting to drag him onto the platform, but in the next moment, crack, the sound of shattering echoed from the array platform. The array's formations had fractured, and his expression changed dramatically. The once radiant platform now fell silent, its brilliance dimmed. Void sealed, it's over. The third elder's heart sank in despair. The void had been sealed. Moreover, the power ceiling it far exceeded that of the Xiao clan's divine array. Their teleportation array could not breach the void passage and had been countered, resulting in the formation's rupture. I must go. Xiaoyan declared, striding toward the palace's exit. Yuner. Xiao clan's third elder gasped in shock. He then realized Xiaoyan's speed was terrifying, surpassing even his own as a sovereign. How can this be possible? Stay hidden here, there are ancient array formations providing protection, severing all scrutiny. No one will discover you. The third elder instructed hastily, following closely behind Ai in the plaza of the Shao clan. Corpses lay strewn about as the crowd lamented. Xiao Huang remained silent, crushed under Chen Changgen's foot, his gaze fixed on Chen Changgen, wishing he could devour him whole. Such stubbornness, Chen Changgen scoffed. Young master, shall I extract their souls entirely and refine them within the soul banner, allowing them to reunite as a family? At that moment, Su Lao San proposed. As a practitioner of demonic arts, he possessed no compassion. No, don't kill me, I will speak. Xiao Yun, he is in the underground palace, preparing to use the teleportation array to escape. A man crawled forward, pleading. Xiao Yi. Do you know what you are saying? Xiao Huang's face twisted in panic. By the timeline, Xiao Yun should be teleporting now, and Xiao Yi, fearing for his life, had chosen to betray the Shao clan. Pa! You are selfish, you think yourself exceptional, you are noble, for the sake of your son, you would condemn us all to death. Truly, you are a splendid family head. Xiao Yi roared, turning to Chen Changgen and crawling toward him on his knees. My lord! My lord, the underground palace of the Shao clan is protected by an ancient grand formation, impervious even to the scrutiny of saints. I can lead the way, I beseech you to spare my family. Xiao Yi implored. He feared death. His daughter, lacking talent, had not been selected as a seed candidate and thus remained outside the underground palace. Therefore, he chose betrayal. He sought a path to survival for his daughter and wife, even if it meant facing the scorn of his ancestors. Scoundrel! Xiao Yi, you traitor, may you not find peace in death, someone shouted in anger. Accompany him to take a look. The Shao clan was once a prominent family, with some foundation. We must not let our guard down, Chen Changgen instructed Su Lao San. Su Lao San was astonished. To have him, the strongest among them, accompany them was to overestimate the Shao clan. That won't be necessary, I shall go. Just then, a voice filled with terrifying intent echoed from afar. A young man rushed forward. It was none other than Xiao Yun. Chapter 24. The Divine Maiden of the Zheng family, Zheng Qingwan, and the Shao family. Release my father, this matter has nothing to do with him. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly, a surge of murderous intent flooding his being. As a son, witnessing his father being trampled like a dog by others, his heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Bang! Chen Changgen withdrew his foot, sending Xiao Huang flying through the air. Father! Xiao Yun cried out, swiftly darting forward to catch him, urgently checking for injuries. Fortunately, it was merely superficial wounds, yet, his expression was exceedingly grim. His father was at the sovereign realm, yet before Chen Changgen, he had no room to resist. This man is formidable. You are the strongest here, yet you remain silent. Are you afraid of death? Chen Changgen directed his gaze towards the eldest of the Shao family, Xiao Yuan. He was the only one among the Shao clan to have reached the divine catastrophe realm, but he had remained silent throughout. He merely watched quietly, which piqued Chen Changgen's curiosity. Weakness is fate, Xiao Yuan replied, casting his eyes skyward as if glimpsing the future. I shall ascend, may the remaining descendants of the Shao family escape far and wide. Lu Ruyan. This was a matter between you and me. You sought to annul the engagement, and we have acquiesced. Why must you allow him to humiliate the Shao family? Xiao Yun shouted, supporting Xiao Huang. Lu Ruyan turned to him, her expression icy. I heard you sent her a letter of divorce. I must admit, you are quite brave, Chen Changgen interjected, appearing suddenly before the father and son duo. And what of it? It was the Lu family who broke their promise first. Should the Shao family suffer the humiliation of a broken engagement without recourse? Xiao Yun met Chen Changgen's gaze, his words steady and unyielding. What of it? Merely that the Shao family shall be exterminated, Chen Changgen replied nonchalantly. Internally, he felt a surge of frustration. Where was the system with a new mission? Given the emergence of Xiao Yun, it would be logical for a task to be assigned at this moment. Such a character should be the destined protagonist, deserving of grand missions and rewards. To consider annihilating the Shao family over such a trivial matter, is this the nature of the demonic sect? Do you not fear the pact of righteousness and evil? Though the Shao family is small, we are not without our patrons. At this juncture, Xiao Huang spoke up. He rose, seemingly resolute. The pact of righteousness and evil, what is that? Chen Changgen scoffed. If he dared to strike, he would not be concerned with such matters. He was merely awaiting the system's mission, yet it remained conspicuously absent, testing his patience. As a powerful being, you eschew reason, wantonly slaughtering the innocent. You are unworthy of humanity, no different from beasts, Xiao Yun added. He glared at Chen Changgen. This matter arose from me. How about a duel between us of the same realm? If you win, I shall submit to your will. If I win, you shall leave the Shao family, and I shall apologize to Lu Ruyan. Do you dare? Since it was his doing, he must resolve it. This was the only path available to him. Are you afraid? Are you such a brazen brute that you fear losing to me, Xiao Yun, and losing face? Xiao Yun continued, determined to provoke Chen Changing into a wager, thus allowing the Xiao family a glimmer of hope. Reason? Why do you ants cling to reason? If I were to adhere to reason, why would I cultivate as an immortal? I would merely debate with others upon stepping out. Chen Changing chuckled, his demeanor dripping with disdain. The destined child, Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun, is obstructing your path to unifying the immortal realm, seeking to reason with you and challenge you. Defeat Cloud Emperor Xiao Yun, and the reward shall be 10,000 points of divine fire and the ghostly flames of the underworld. Finally, it had arrived. Chen Changing's eyes sparkled with amusement. You dare not wager. This is proof of your fear. You fear that your esteemed identity may falter against someone so inconspicuous as I, and you dread the prospect of defeat. Xiao Yun continued to bellow. The pendant in Xiao Huang's grasp glimmered brightly. He silently chanted, Xingwan, Yuner is in peril, I must invoke the pendant, please come swiftly. The pendant glimmered, yet there was no response. At this moment, Chen Changing made his move. The Empyrean fist of the Great Shift was unleashed. He abruptly appeared before Xiao Yun, delivering a punch directly to his forehead. Bang! The speed was so astonishing that Xiao Yun barely had time to react before raising his arm to block, only to be sent flying. Yuner! Xiao Huang shouted. You sneak attack! Despicable! Xiao Yun spat blood, his right hand mangled. He staggered to his feet, his body shimmering with countless battle runes, his fighting spirit surging. He can still stand, this is intriguing, Chen Changing noted, somewhat surprised. A sudden ascension to the sovereign realm allowed this individual to withstand his strike. This fellow possesses secrets. Is it the old man within the ring? Yet, upon closer inspection, he saw no ring upon Xiao Yun's person. Battle Saint method, activate. Primal Overlord body, activate. Buzz, Xiao Yun's aura erupted violently, and a battle blade appeared in his hand. It was the Overlord blade, a sacred weapon. Young master, be cautious, that is a sacred weapon. Su Laosan shouted, quickly warning, utterly astonished. This lad has managed to summon a sacred weapon. The members of the Xiao family watched in disbelief. How could this be? Heavens, young master Yun's aura is terrifying. It turns out he can cultivate. I thought that previous strike had no strength. No wonder young Master Yun could withstand that man's punch, he has been biding his time. Young Master Yun, go for it, a member of the Xiao clan shouted, cheering for Xiao Yun. Both Xiao Yuan and Xiao Huang were incredulous. How could Yuner be at the sovereign realm? Where did he acquire a sacred weapon? Xiao Huang was filled with confusion, suddenly struck by a thought. It must have been Jiang Qingwan who secretly met with him. He thought of one person, Jiang Qingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. Only she could possibly provide Xiao Yun with such a sacred weapon. He is not a waste after all. Lu Ruiyan too was taken aback. She had sensed something amiss earlier. Xiao Yun had managed to withstand Xiao Huang and even counter that man's punch. She never expected him to be at the sovereign realm. Humph, you have pretended to be a waste for over a decade. It serves you right to be rejected. You have deceived me for so many years. The sovereign realm is inconsequential. He is certainly no match for the young master, she scoffed. At this moment, although Xiao Yun wielded a sacred weapon, she did not believe he could triumph over Chen Changing. Behold, this is the Overlord blade. Unfathomable 13 cuts, slash. Xiao Yun swung the blade, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The unfathomable 13 cuts, the mightiest technique of the Xiao clan, was created by their greatest emperor during their zenith. Xiao Yun has actually comprehended it. The members of the Xiao family were utterly stunned, their admiration for Xiao Yun soaring. They watched the trajectory of each strike, their blood boiling with excitement. It is indeed the unfathomable 13 cuts. Young Master Yun, go for it, they cheered. Chen Changing remained motionless, his eyes shimmering with dark light, raising his hand to simply pinch. Bang, the blade shadows rained down upon him, yet he stood unwavering, effortlessly grasping the golden blade's edge. The terrifying blade energy surged, yet it could not harm him in the slightest. How is this possible? What realm are you in? Xiao Yun gripped the hilt, attempting to withdraw the blade, yet exerting all his strength, he could not budge it. He was incredulous. This youth's power is truly terrifying. A trivial performance. His black eyes rotated, and a beam of black light shot forth, accompanied by a cascade of primordial destruction runes. This was the might of the supreme demon eye. It shot forth suddenly, moving at an alarming speed. Xiao Yun's head was pierced through. Yuner, young Master Yun. In the eyes of all, Xiao Yun fell towards the ground. Chen Changing released his grip, and the Overlord blade flew out, directly impaling Xiao Yun's abdomen, skewering him. No! Yuner! Xiao Huang dashed forward with incredible speed, striding to catch Xiao Yun. Roar, I refuse to accept this, I want to live. Just then, Xiaoyun suddenly roared, his entire being radiating blinding golden light. A brilliant glow erupted from his forehead, and a divine image soared from his mind. It was that divine image that shielded Xiaoyun's essence, preventing him from being obliterated by the supreme demonized gaze. The image depicted a woman. The woman was stunning, resembling an immortal. Even as a painting, she seemed to come alive. Xingwan. Xiao Huang gasped in astonishment. That was Jiang Xingwan, the divine maiden of the Jiang family. Chapter 25 of the death of Xiao Yun and the annihilation of the Xiao clan. Within Xiao Huang's mind, distant memories began to surface. In his youth, he traversed the ancient realms and fortuitously encountered Jiang Xingwan, with whom he shared numerous life and death experiences. They journeyed through the ancient world for nearly a century, ultimately pledging their love in secrecy, giving rise to the present-day Xiao Yun. They had envisioned a tranquil life together, yet, unexpectedly, the head of the Jiang family arrived and forcibly took Jiang Xingwan away. The image of the divine maiden Xingwan danced, radiating divine light. It cradled Xiaoyun's form, and a terrifying divine brilliance surged forth, piercing the heavens. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled, and the void erupted. The once sealed void was violently torn apart. A wormhole in the void, a powerful presence descended. Su Laosen furrowed his brow, but he raised his hand to form a seal, intending to utilize the great formation to seal the ruptured void once more. However, Chen Changging raised his hand. Let them descend, I may have an old foe to confront, he declared, gazing at the wormhole, from which potent energies emanated, followed by several figures emerging. 5 women, they donned matching light purple gowns, adorned with a totem featuring the character for Jiang, the ancient clan of the Jiang family, for celestial beings and one divine king. A mere glance from Chen Changging revealed their cultivation levels. Do you know what it signifies that you have used the pendant? The leading woman cast a haughty glance at Xiao Huang and inquired. I am aware. Yun'er has awakened, he is now at the sovereign lord level, he is qualified to return to the Jiang family and claim his identity. Xiao Huang proclaimed. The 5 women turned their gazes toward Xiao Yun. Is it truly him? How can a 15-year-old sovereign lord possess such prowess? One of the women exclaimed in astonishment. A 15-year-old at the sovereign lord level, such talent would mark him as a divine child even within their Jiang family. I have encountered a divine child, the leading woman bowed first. Xiao Yun, who was in the midst of healing, looked on in disbelief. Do I actually have a background, he thought, recalling Xiao Huang's words from his childhood, your mother is not dead. She has merely returned to her family. Goodness, so I am from an illustrious family, he exclaimed inwardly. I knew it, how could a time traveler be so unfortunate? It's either being orphaned or having parents who are both rulers. Xiao Yun's heart raced as he ceased his cultivation, gazing fervently at the 5 women. What did you call me? Divine child, they replied in unison. The woman of divine king rank continued. The mother of the divine child was the last divine maiden of our clan. Before parting from the divine child, she proclaimed that if he could rise, he should return to the Jiang family and become our divine child. Currently, Xiao Yun, merely a 15-year-old sovereign lord, was enough to overshadow all his peers within the Jiang family. This was even more terrifying than a holy body. He undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to become a divine child. Excellent, 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 ha ha ha, who would have thought that I could turn my fortunes around? This bastard wants to kill me. You must slay him. Xiao Yun laughed heartily, suddenly turning to point at Chen Changging, shouting. The 5 women could not have overlooked Chen Changging, yet their blatant disregard suggested their immense strength, or perhaps the Jiang family behind them was formidable enough to allow such audacity. From which faction do you demonic cultivators hail? Point me in the right direction, the leader of the divine king women demanded, exuding an air of superiority. Su Laosan, kill 4 and leave 1, Chen Changging instructed. Buzz. Su Laosan appeared like a ghostly shadow. Not good. It's a saint, they exclaimed. Senior, halt, we are of the Jiang family. The 5 women were suddenly alarmed. Su Laosan and the others concealed their auras on the ground, making it undetectable to them, leading the women to falsely believe they were not particularly strong. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the terror that ensued. Appearing in the sky like a phantom, Su Laosan's speed was so extraordinary that even the divine kings could not discern it. Bang! In an instant, 4 celestial beings exploded, annihilated by a mere thought. The resplendent blood of the divine surged forth, causing the void to tremble, yet it did not lose vitality, continuously pulsating. However, it soon transformed into a rain of light. They're dead, 4 celestial beings have fallen. How dare you? We are disciples of the Jiang family. Do you not fear retribution for your transgressions against us? The leading divine king woman trembled, clutching a purple gold token inscribed with the ancient character for Jiang. I shall not kill you. Return and inform your family head that the debts from 15 years ago shall first be collected from the Shao family, Chen Changgang replied nonchalantly. On the night of the Chen clan's annihilation 15 years prior, the Jiang family had also participated, with the Saint King intervening. In his investigations over the years, he discovered that many of the Chen family's mines had fallen under the Jiang family's control. Knowing Xiao Yun's connection to the Jiang family, he resolved to leave none alive today. Bang! Just as the woman grasping the token prepared to channel her power, a terrifying force struck her, pulling her entire being into the wormhole. Bang! A wisp of pitch-black demonic energy followed, transforming into a black spear that pierced through her abdomen, transporting her across the endless void. The Jiang family, this is a sacred land. The ancient clan has stood unwavering for countless millennia, still radiant today. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous roar shattered the tranquility of the Jiang family. The void exploded over billions of miles, stars disintegrated, and a wisp of black light severed through the galaxy, penetrating the world where the Jiang family resided. Bang! The dark spear landed before the gates of the Jiang family, pinning a woman in place, rendering her immobile. The entire Jiang family quaked, as divine senses scanned, subsequently locking onto the woman. Xiao Tao, how could it be her? Gasped someone as several figures emerged. Greetings, family head. A middle-aged man appeared, his expression dark as he gazed at the continuously bleeding Jiang Xiao Tao. It is the law of the Saint King. The aura is transformed from demonic energy, it is a demonic cultivator. The individuals beside the Jiang family head immediately recognized the issue, exchanging glances. The Saint King acted against a divine king who dares provoke our Jiang family. The family head is in disarray. Jiang Xiaotao's words remained unspoken as she drew her last breath. She had perished. Even a wisp of the Saint King's law was beyond the endurance of a mere divine king. Xiao, the Xiao family, not good, little sister. The Jiang family head was taken aback, suddenly realizing something, and his figure vanished without a trace. At this moment, within the Xiao family, Chen Changgang stood with one foot planted on Xiao Yun's head, pressing him firmly into the ground, rendering him immobile. Even a salted fish cannot flip over. He looked down with disdain, his eyes betraying a hint of loathing. I initially intended to take only you. Since you have some connection to the Jiang family, then none shall remain. Bang! Chen Changgang exerted all his divine power, stomping down as if his foot were that of a qilin, obliterating Xiao Yun's head. This was the qilin's secret technique. 3 years prior, he had pilfered it from old Deng.At. The time, he had just broken through to the true king level, and at the moment his foot descended, a wisp of blue light burst forth from Xiao Yun's remains, merging into Chen Changgang's body. What was that? Did I just receive an item? Chen Changgang pondered, inspecting his body, but found nothing. No, Yuner. Xiao Huang roared as a sword chi cleaved through him, splitting him in two. You have defeated the Emperor of Clouds, Xiao Yun. Reward a myriad points of divine fire, the ghostly flames of the underworld, the system's voice echoed. With a thought, a wisp of black flame danced at his fingertips, resembling a female ghost twirling upon his finger. The ghostly flames of the underworld. Excellent. Chen Changgang gazed at the increasingly eerie blue flames, a smile in his eyes as he cast the flames upon Xiao Yun's corpse. Xiao Yun died with lingering resentment. His unwillingness and hatred were consumed by the ghostly flames of the underworld, rendering him utterly void. The entire Xiao family wailed in despair, terrifying soul banners fluttering, extracting their souls. Some begged for mercy, others resisted, their fates all culminated in death. Lord, Lord, I am willing to be your dog. Do not kill me, I will take you to the underground palace of the Xiao family. Xiaoi pleaded, yet he too had his soul extracted, memories plundered, and perished. Chen Changgang had no need for such a slave. He was far too weak, not even worthy of being a chariot slave. Chapter 26 The Doctrine of Yin and Yang. Anomaly. In Tianshan. Under the eerie glow of the ghostly flames, the Xiao family lay in ruins. Young master, the underground palace has been opened, but within it lie 56 young descendants, all slain. The vast crypt is desolate, containing only some ordinary spirit stones and elixirs, reported Su Laosan. He had personally scoured the palace, but found nothing of value. Not a single discovery? Chen Changmeng inquired. The Xiao clan is an ancient lineage, having once produced an emperor. Are you certain there is nothing of significance? Have you searched thoroughly? If we are to speak of the extraordinary, there is only this jade pendant. I cannot discern its nature, it eludes my perception. Everything else is mundane, but we could take it back to replenish our stock, Su Laosan replied, producing an ancient jade piece. The jade was the size of a palm, a deep green hue, bearing only the character Xiao engraved upon it. Chen Changgang scrutinized it, his consciousness probing again and again, yet he could not penetrate its essence. There is something here. It could be a sealed inner space, he murmured. Even your consciousness cannot breach it, he asked Su Laosan, who shook his head in response. Chen Xiangying felt astonished. If even a Sage King could not breach this space, then this jade must indeed be special, perhaps a vessel for a certain technique, he speculated, tucking the jade away. Take this blade. It need not be submitted to the repository. Chen Xiangying tossed the dominating blade of the Xiao family's Xiaoyun to Su Laosan's sacred weapons were exclusive to the sacred realm and held considerable value in the ancient world of 3,000 domains. Su Laosan hurriedly expressed his gratitude and accepted it. Young master, the slaughter of the Xiao family may have dire repercussions. The churchmaster, Su Laosan hesitated, then whispered a caution. Fear not. Since I have come, the churchmaster must have anticipated it. Chen Xiangying stated. He had brought so many individuals with him. Shi Jinjin would certainly surmise his intentions. The so-called pact between the righteous and the demonic was merely a formality established when he became the young master, inked by the former churchmaster at the Celestial Palace. Now, after 15 years of peace, it was time to break the rules. This was merely the beginning. Inform Haimu, we may proceed against the Ji family, Chen Xiangying commanded, leaving Su Laosan astonished. Is it finally time for the Nightfall to take action? At the Lu residence, nestled in an antiquated courtyard, Chen Xiangying beckoned, come here, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, trembling with dread, quickly responded, young master, my status is humble. Come here as I command, he replied with an air of indifference. Lu Ruyan, taken aback, promptly sat upon Chen Xiangying's lap. He encircled her waist, gently pinching the soft flesh there, whispering, are you afraid of me, or is it the fact that I have slain your former fiancé that troubles you? Lu Ruyan fidgeted, feeling at a loss, her delicate form stiffened in his embrace. Afraid of him, indeed, with a mere command, he had reduced the entire Xiao family to ash, leaving no survivors among the countless souls. How could she not fear? If she were to remain by such a man's side, one misstep could provoke his ire, and the Lu family might become the next victim of his wrath. I dare not, Lu Ruyan replied timidly. You have embraced the Emperor Ruyan and indulged in corruption. For this, you shall be rewarded with the 9-turn yin-yang pill. The 9-turn yin-yang pill, infused with the principles of yin and yang, its consumption allows for dual cultivation, yielding double the effect and double the pleasure. You have embraced the Emperor Ruyan and indulged in corruption. For this, you shall be rewarded with the 9-turn yin-yang pill. Chen Xiangying was taken aback. At last, he could reap the benefits, yet he had not anticipated that this ancient and notorious empress would require such intimacy to do so. It was even more challenging than extracting from Qi Lian. Old Deng was preferable, rewards could be claimed simply by riding atop him, but alas, old Deng seldom stayed home, always off on adventures. You are exploiting the Emperor Ruyan. Duration. 1. What is this? Chen Xiangying, scaling the heights, was astonished. The system's voice sounded off. Duration 1. This could still yield rewards. Unbelievable, though he lacked for nothing, who would not desire more. Chen Xiangying eagerly continued to exploit. You are exploiting the Emperor Ruyan. Duration. 1. Lu Ruyan's complexion shifted from rosy to distorted as the sensation turned painful. Young master, please be gentle, my chest aches, she murmured softly. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Xiangying released her, quelling his urge to continue. He realized that persisting in this manner would be unbearable for anyone, let alone a mere 15-year-old girl. Up close, you are growing ever more beautiful, Chen Xiangying whispered, lowering his head. Lu Ruyan hastily shut her eyes. He leaned in and kissed her. You have taken the Emperor Ruyan's first kiss, rewarded the doctrine of yin and yang. The doctrine of yin and yang, the unity of yin and yang, the path without limits. The complete version of the sacred yin-yang canon, an unparalleled dual cultivation secret. Chen Xiangying noted the reward with satisfaction. You may leave now, holding you makes me somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, he spoke. His words left Lu Ruyan bewildered, and then he leaned close to her ear, whispering softly. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's face flushed. Is that possible? You are currently too weak, you must grow stronger. You reward me, and I shall reward you. Is that not agreeable? Chen Xiangying proposed. As Ruyan is but the young master's servant, I am willing, Lu Ruyan replied, her head bowed. With rewards on the horizon, she was eager to offer her assistance, having already resolved to align herself with this youth. He was undeniably handsome and possessed a formidable background, making him an excellent choice for her at this moment. Half a day later, Chen Xiangying released Lu Ruyan's hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for not reaping more rewards. It's been too long. I cannot extract anything. He felt exasperated. Enough, I shall not trouble you further. This is a sacred fruit. Consuming it may chance a transformation of your physique or enhance your divine powers. Your fortune lies in your hands. Chen Xiangying produced a fruit the size of a fist, radiant green. In that instant, a delightful aroma wafted to Lu Ruyan's delicate nose. She swallowed hard, the numbness in her mouth had vanished. A splendid item. After all her efforts, she finally had a reward. Before consuming the sacred fruit, take this divine liquid. Chen Qiangying stood, tossing her another bottle that sparkled as it landed in Lu Ruyan's hands. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, young master," she hastily expressed her gratitude, clasping the items tightly. Opportunities, indeed, how fortunate to be the young master of the sacred church, bestowing such fortunes merely to please him. Her father had been right. One must strive for greatness, her choice in aligning with Lu Ruyan would not be in vain. Strange, do you not feel the sudden chill in the air? Just as Chen Qiangying rose, suppressing his desires, he sensed the oddity in their surroundings. It was peculiar for someone at the divine tribulation stage to feel cold. Something was amiss. "It has grown colder, but that is normal," young master may not be aware, but it tends to become chilly around this time of year, Lu Ruyan replied. "Something is awry." "Su Laosan," Chen Qiangying declared, sensing the urgency. "Su Laosan has arrived." Like a specter, Su Laosan appeared, bowing respectfully. "What is the situation around us? Are there any rare treasures?" "I am uncertain. The source of this chill is several million miles away in the Tianshan mountain range. Nearby cities have been engulfed in a terrifying cold, leading to the demise of many souls. Wang Canlon and his companions have ventured to investigate. They suspect a true dragon of the cold attribute resides there," Su Laosan reported. Were it not for Chen Qiangying's safety, he would have already set off for exploration himself. Such anomalies often heralded opportunities. "Prepare yourselves, we shall go and investigate," Chen Qiangying commanded. A true dragon? His interest was piqued. Chapter 26, The Yin-Yang Scriptures. The anomaly of Tianshan. Under the eerie glow of the ghostly flames, the territory of the Shao family lay in desolation. "Young master, the underground palace has been opened. Inside, 56 young members have all been slain. The vast mausoleum is now barren, save for a few ordinary spirit stones and elixirs," reported Su Laosan. He had personally scoured the underground chambers but found nothing of worth. "Is there truly nothing of significance?" Chen Qiangying inquired. "The Shao clan is an ancient and illustrious lineage, having once produced an emperor." "Are you certain there is no special artifact, and that you searched meticulously?" "If we speak of the unusual, there is this jade pendant," Su Laosan replied, producing an ancient piece of jade. It was the size of a palm, a vibrant emerald hue, with a single character, Shao, inscribed upon it. Chen Qiangying examined it closely, scanning it with his consciousness repeatedly, yet he could not penetrate its essence. "There is something within." "It may contain a sealed inner space," he murmured. "Not even your consciousness can break through?" he asked Su Laosan, who shook his head in response. Chen Qiangying felt astonished. "A space that even a saint king could not breach must indeed be extraordinary." "It may serve as a vessel for some form of cultivation technique," he pondered, tucking the ancient jade away. "Take this blade." "There is no need to submit it to the repository," he said, tossing Xiaoyan's Dominator blade to Su Laosan. The sacred weapon was a prized possession exclusive to the realms of the holy, highly valued across the ancient world of 3,000 domains. Su Laosan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, accepting it. "Young master, the massacre of the Shao family may lead to dire consequences. The master will not take this lightly," Su Laosan cautioned in a hushed tone. "Fear not. Since I have come, the master has surely anticipated this," Chen Qiangying replied. With so many followers at his side, Shi Jinjin would undoubtedly surmise his intentions. The so-called agreement between the righteous and the demonic was merely a pact signed by the former master when he ascended to the immortal palace. Having enjoyed 15 years of peace, it was time to disrupt the status quo. The Shao family was merely the beginning. "Inform Haimu, it is time to act against the Ji family," Chen Qiangying commanded, causing Su Laosan to be taken aback. "Are we finally allowing the Nightfall to make its move?" In a quaint, antiquated courtyard, Chen Qiangying beckoned to Lu Ruyan. "Come sit here." Lu Ruyan, trembling with trepidation, quickly replied, "Young master, my status is humble. Come here as I say," he stated indifferently, causing Lu Ruyan to gasp in shock and promptly take a seat upon Chen Qiangying's lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist, gently squeezing the soft flesh there, and whispered, "Are you frightened of me, or is it that I have slain your former betrothed, leaving you discontent?" Lu Ruyan fidgeted restlessly, unsure how to respond, her delicate form rigid within Chen Qiangying's embrace. "Am I afraid of him?" Of course, with a mere command, the entire Shao family was reduced to ashes, with not a single soul left alive. How could she not be afraid? If she were to linger beside such a man, a single misstep could see the Lu family meet the same fate as the Shao family. "I do not dare," she replied timidly. "You have embraced the Empress Ruyan, conspired alongside her, and shall be rewarded with the 9-turn yin-yang pill." The 9-turn yin-yang pill. Imbued with the principles of yin and yang, its consumption enhances dual cultivation, yielding doubled effects and doubled ecstasy. You have embraced the Empress Ruyan, conspired alongside her, and shall be rewarded with the 9-turn yin-yang pill. Chen Chongying was astonished. Finally, I can reap the rewards. Yet he had not anticipated that this ancient and seemingly unyielding empress required such intimacy to garner benefits. It was even more challenging than reaping from Qilian Gold Deng was far better. One could simply ride atop him to gain rewards, though he seldom remained at home, always off on adventures. What is this? As Chen Chongying scaled the heights of his ambitions, he was shocked by the system's peculiar voice. Duration 1. Can this truly yield rewards? Unbelievable, though I am not in want, who would refuse more? Chen Chongying frantically sought the benefits. You have embraced the Empress Ruyan, duration 1. As Lu Ruyan's complexion flushed with a strange sensation, it soon twisted into one of pain. Young master, please be gentle. My chest aches, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Chongying released her, suppressing his urge to continue, but he understood that such actions could be unbearable, especially for a mere 15-year-old girl. Up close, you grow ever more beautiful, he whispered. Lowering his head, Lu Ruyan quickly closed her eyes as he leaned in to kiss her. You have taken the Empress Ruyan's first kiss. Reward the Yin-Yang Scriptures. The Yin-Yang Scriptures, the unity of Yin and Yang, the path of infinity. The complete version of the sacred text of Yin and Yang, an unparalleled dual cultivation secret. Chen Chongying counted 6 rewards. You may leave now, holding you is somewhat uncomfortable. After a while, he remarked. His words left Lu Ruyan bewildered, and then he leaned close to her ear, whispering sweet nothings. In an instant, her face turned crimson. Is that also possible? You are currently too weak. You must grow stronger. I will reward you, and you shall reward me in return. Do you not wish to? Chen Chongying stated. As Ruyan is but a servant to the young master, I am willing, she replied, lowering her gaze. With rewards in sight, she was eager to contribute, for she had resolved to attach herself to this young man. He was undeniably handsome and possessed a formidable background, making him an exceptional choice for her at this moment. Half a day later, Chen Chongying released Lu Ruyan's hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret for not having harvested more rewards. Has it taken too long? I cannot extract even a little. He felt as though he might lose his mind. Enough. I shall not trouble you further. This is a sacred fruit. Consuming it carries a chance to transform your physique or enhance your divine abilities. The potential for fortune lies within your grasp. Chen Chongying produced a fist-sized green fruit. Instantly, a delightful aroma enveloped Lu Ruyan's senses. She swallowed hard, the numbness in her mouth dissipating entirely. What a treasure! After toiling for so long, she finally had something to show for her efforts. Before consuming the sacred fruit, take this divine liquid. Chen Chongying rose and tossed her a glimmering vial that landed in her hand. In that moment, Lu Ruyan was elated. Thank you, young master, she exclaimed, grasping the item tightly. Opportunities abound. Truly, the young master of the sacred sect is generous, merely seeking to please him has granted me such fortune. Her father had spoken wisely. One must always strive for greater heights, Lu Ruyan mused to herself. Strange, do you not feel that the temperature here has suddenly dropped significantly? Having just risen, Chen Chongying suppressed his desires and sensed something amiss in the surrounding environment. For someone at the divine catastrophe realm, feeling cold was decidedly unusual. It has indeed grown colder, but this is normal. Young master may not be aware, but it tends to be chillier here at this time of year, Lu Ruyan responded. Something is amiss. Su Lao-san. Chen Chongying declared, feeling increasingly uneasy. Your presence is required, young master. Su Lao-san appeared like a wraith, bowing respectfully. What is the situation around us? Are there any treasures of heaven and earth? Chen Chongying inquired. Uncertain. The source of this chill emanates from the Tianshan mountain range. Millions of miles away, nearby cities have already succumbed to this terrifying cold, resulting in the demise of countless beings. Wang Canlan and the others have ventured forth to investigate, suspecting the presence of a cold attribute true dragon, Su Lao-san reported. Had it not been for Chen Chongying's safety, he would have already set out to explore, for such anomalies often heralded the arrival of great fortunes. Prepare yourselves. We shall investigate, Chen Chongying commanded. A true dragon? His interest was piqued. Chapter 26 The Doctrine of Yin and Yang. Anomaly in Tianshan. Under the eerie glow of the ghostly flames, the Shao family lay in ruins, reduced to a desolate wasteland. Master, the underground palace has been opened inside. We found 56 younger members, all slain. The vast crypt is empty, save for a few ordinary spirit stones and elixirs, reported Su Lao San. He had personally scoured the palace but found nothing of value. Is there truly not a single noteworthy discovery? Chen Shanggung inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. The Shao clan is an ancient lineage, once home to an emperor. Are you certain there is nothing extraordinary? Nothing at all. The only item of interest appears to be this jade pendant, Su Lao San replied, producing a piece of ancient jade. Its nature eludes my perception, I cannot discern its essence, everything else is merely mundane. We can take it back to replenish our stock. The jade was palm-sized, a vibrant green hue, with a single character, Shao, inscribed upon it. Chen Shanggung examined it closely, probing with his spiritual awareness time and again, yet he could not penetrate its depths. There is something concealed within, perhaps a sealed inner space, he murmured. Even your spiritual consciousness cannot breach it? He asked Su Lao San, who shook his head in reply. Chen Shanggung felt a flicker of astonishment. A space that even a saint king cannot access must indeed be remarkable. It could be a vessel for a certain technique, he mused, stowing the jade away. Take this blade, there is no need to submit it to the repository, Chen Shanggung said, tossing the dominator blade of Xiaoyun to Su Lao San. The holy weapon was an exclusive armament for the Holy Realm, quite valuable in the ancient domains. Thank you, Master, Su Lao San said hurriedly, accepting the weapon. Master, the slaughter of the Shao family may have dire repercussions, Su Lao San cautioned in a hushed tone. Fear not, since I have come, the cult master has likely anticipated this, Chen Shanggung replied. With such a large entourage, Shi Jinjin would certainly suspect his intentions. The so-called agreement between righteousness and evil was merely a pact signed by the former cult master at the Ascendant Palace when he became the master. After 15 years of peace, it is time to disrupt the status quo. The Shao family is merely the beginning. Inform Heimu that we may act against the Ji family, Chen Shanggung commanded, leaving Su Lao San astonished. Are we finally allowing the Nightfall to take action? In the quaint, antique courtyard of the Lu family, Chen Shanggung beckoned. Come sit here. Lu Ruyan, trembling in trepidation, stammered, Master, my status is humble. Come here as I say, he replied coldly. Struck by his words, Lu Ruyan hastily seated herself upon his lap. He wrapped his arms around her waist, gently squeezing the softness there, and softly asked, Are you frightened of me? Or is it that I have slain your former fiancé, causing you distress? Lu Ruyan fidgeted, overwhelmed, her delicate form stiffening in his embrace. Am I afraid of him? Of course I am. With a mere command, the entire Shao family was turned to ash, with countless lives extinguished. How could I not fear? If I were to remain by such a man's side, a single misstep could lead to the Lu family meeting the same fate as the Shao family. I dare not, she replied timidly. You have embraced the Emperor Ruyan, engaging in collusion, and thus you are rewarded with the 9-turn yin-yang pill. The 9-turn yin-yang pill, infused with the principles of yin and yang, its consumption allows for dual cultivation, yielding double the effect and double the joy. Chen Shanggung was taken aback. So I can finally reap the benefits, yet, I did not expect that this wretched empress, enduring as the long night, would require such intimacy to do so. More challenging than coaxing Qilian. The old days were better. Simply riding atop him would yield rewards, but alas, he seldom stays home, always off on adventures. Enduring with the Empress Ruyan. Duration 1. What is this? Chen Shanggung, scaling new heights, was astonished. The system's voice was awry. Duration 1. This can yield rewards. Outrageous, though I lack for nothing. Who would refuse more? He frantically reveled in the gains. Enduring with the Empress Ruyan. Duration 1. Lu Ruyan's complexion flushed, an unusual sensation coursing through her, before contorting in pain. Master, please be gentle, my chest aches, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Coughing lightly, Chen Shanggung released his grasp, curbing his desire. He understood that such a continuation would be unbearable, especially for one so young. Up close, you have grown even more beautiful, he whispered, lowering his gaze as Lu Ruyan hurriedly closed her eyes. He leaned in and kissed her. You have taken the Empress Ruyan's first kiss. Reward of the Yin-Yang Doctrine. Yin-Yang Doctrine, the unity of yin and yang, the path without limits, the complete version of the sacred Yin-Yang classic, an unparalleled dual cultivation secret. Chen Shanggung noted the reward. You may go now. Holding you is somewhat uncomfortable, he remarked after a pause. His words left Lu Ruyan bewildered, but he leaned in close, whispering secrets into her ear. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. Is that truly possible? You are currently too weak, you must grow stronger. In return for your rewards, I shall also reward you. Do you perhaps decline? Chen Shanggung proposed. As the servant of the master, I am willing, Lu Ruyan replied, her head bowed. With rewards at stake, she was eager to offer her efforts, having resolved to align herself with this young man. His striking appearance and formidable background made him an excellent choice in her eyes. Half a day later, Chen Shanggung released Lu Ruyan's hair, feeling a pang of regret for not having reaped more benefits. Has it been too long? Surely I should have received more. He was on the verge of madness. All right, I shall not trouble you further. Here is the sacred fruit. Consuming it holds a chance to transform your physique or enhance your divine abilities. Your fortune lies in your own hands. He produced a fist-sized green fruit. An enticing aroma enveloped Lu Ruyan's senses. She swallowed hard, the numbness in her mouth dissipating. A fine treasure. After all my efforts, I have finally reaped a reward. Before consuming the sacred fruit, take this divine liquid, Chen Changgung instructed, tossing a shimmering vial into her hands. In that moment, Lu Ruyan was overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, master, she exclaimed, clutching the items tightly. Fortune indeed, truly, the master of the holy sect is generous. Merely to please him has granted me such fortune. Her father had been right. One must aim for greater heights. Her choice to align with Lu Ruyan would be the correct one. How strange, do you not feel the temperature drop suddenly? Having risen, Chen Changgung suppressed his inner desires, sensing something amiss in the environment. For one at the divine calamity realm, to feel cold was highly unusual. It has indeed grown colder, but that is customary for this time of year, Lu Ruyan replied. Something is not right, Su Lao-san, Chen Changgung declared, sensing an impending danger. Su Lao-san has arrived. He appeared like a specter, bowing respectfully. What is the situation around us? Are there any heavenly materials or treasures? I'm uncertain. The source of this chill emanates from the Tian Shan Mountains, millions of miles away. Nearby cities have already succumbed to this dreadful cold, resulting in many lives lost. Wang Canlan and the others have ventured to investigate, suspecting the presence of a cold attribute true dragon, Su Lao-san explained. If not for Chen Changgung's safety, he would have already set off to explore himself, for such anomalies often heralded opportunities. Prepare yourselves, we must investigate, Chen Changgung commanded, intrigued by the mention of a true dragon. Chapter 27 of the Ice-Cloud Sacred Palace. The chill of Tianshan. The Ice-Cloud Sacred Palace is enveloped in a vast expanse of white snow. Here, day and night blend seamlessly, devoid of the shroud of darkness, and the biting cold penetrates to the bone. Within a palace blanketed in snow, the palace master spoke, the disturbances from Tianshan are growing increasingly pronounced. It appears that matters are coming to a head there. We should make haste to take our positions. Indeed, Palace Master, replied several women, the escalating commotion in Tianshan will undoubtedly. That location is in closest proximity to the demon realm, where the demonic cult resides. If those fiends venture there, they may well uncover the secrets hidden within the depths of Tianshan. The beautiful matron nodded in acknowledgement. With a mere gesture, a decree materialized. Let it be known, summon the disciples participating in the righteous and demonic conference, along with the esteemed elders of the sacred realm, to Tianshan. Understood, Palace Master. The women responded promptly and swiftly departed. Before long, an immense ice phoenix soared away from the Ice-Cloud Sacred Palace, heading towards Tianshan. Tianshan, blanketed in pristine snow, its peak shimmering with a brilliant radiance, exudes an air of mystery from afar. Occasionally, figures braving the fierce cold ride their treasures deeper into Tianshan in search of extraordinary natural treasures. How frigid, what lies within, it is truly freezing. Thus far, I have only heard tales of some divine-grade snow lotuses being discovered, but no sacred-grade treasures have emerged. Damn it! As a powerful figure in the divine fire realm, I can still feel the chill from the periphery. This is utterly abnormal. Is a divine fire cultivator truly considered strong? Are you aware that a true deity recently entered and perished within? Even a true deity must tread carefully within. You dare to call yourself strong? Who do you think you are? I am a heavenly god, speak your mind. Get lost, a mere true deity dares to put on airs. I am a god king. Get out of my sight. If you fear death, you better retreat. This opportunity is not meant for you worthless beings. Outside Tianshan, numerous creatures congregated upon a mountain, its ice not yet fully formed. Meanwhile, on the other side of this divine mountain, Su Lao-san approached Chen Changgang. Young master, Wang Canlan and the others have lost contact with us. Should we continue our exploration? What, are you afraid of death? Chen Changgang reclined upon Lu Ruyan's lap, relishing the moment, with a hide stripped from a fire dragon beneath them to ward off the cold. The dangers within are too great. For the sake of the young master's safety, perhaps we should venture in to investigate, Su Lao-san proposed, unafraid of death but concerned for Chen Changgung's well-being. After all, this was their demonic cult's young master. Should anything happen, they would be unable to respond in time. There's no need. You shall pave the way. Venture slightly inside and see if there is any response from the communication talismans, Chen Changgang instructed. Then shall I escort the young master to the nearby large city for safety before exploring? Su Lao-san suggested, finding the idea unsatisfactory and wanting Chen Changgang to relocate to the neighboring city. Chen Changgung's expression darkened. Su Lao-san, what are we, demonic cultivators? Why are you hesitating? As demonic cultivators, not only do we refrain from killing and arson, but now you are worried about others doing so. At your age, are you to be reduced to a coward? Chen Changgang admonished sharply. Young master, your reprimand is just. I shall take my leave to fulfill the task. Su Laosen quickly acquiesced and retreated into Tianshan. Young master, they have all departed. Are you truly safe? Lu Ruyan inquired, cradling Chen Changgong's head with concern. Your bosom may not be ample, but where is your intellect? As the young master, do I rely solely on my guards? Chen Changgang replied, nudging his head against Lu Ruyan's softness. The visible guards are merely at his command. The true protectors remain hidden from sight, ready to appear should he find himself in peril. Moreover, he possesses the means of protection bestowed by old Dingbi. He has never truly feared anyone. Chapter 28 of the Divine Mountain Sect. Yet, your life is fleeting beneath the Tianshan. The frigid winds howled, and the landscape was engulfed in a blanket of white snow. Su Laosan had been absent for half a day after entering the outskirts of Tianshan, seemingly losing all contact. This only heightened Chen Changgong's curiosity about what lay within. Fellow cultivator, what hide do you sit upon that allows us to sense its warmth from afar? At that moment, two young men approached, their gazes fixated on the fire dragon hide that Chen Changgang occupied, a glimmer of greed flickering in their eyes. Though well concealed, it failed to escape the notice of Chen Changgong's supreme demonic gaze. The fire dragon hide was an unexpected acquisition. If you two gentlemen do not mind, you may take a seat nearby and enjoy some of its warmth, free from the biting chill, Chen Changgang offered, just as Lu Ruyan, who had been about to dismiss them, was taken aback by his unexpected cordiality. Is the young master truly so accommodating? Then I thank you, fellow cultivator. I am Ji Buoduan, and this is my younger brother, Ji Buxiao. May I ask how you are addressed? Ji Buoduan inquired, presenting himself with an air of refined politeness, reminiscent of a scion from a prestigious family. Lu family, Lu Jiang. This is my betrothed, Lu Ruyan, Chen Changgang replied, rising with great enthusiasm. Your prowess is formidable, esteemed Ji brothers, yet do you hail from a sect? Have you ventured within? Chen Changgang queried. We are disciples of the Divine Mountain Sect. The Lu family you mentioned, might it be the one several 100,000 miles away? Ji Buxiao asked. Chen Changgang nodded, maintaining a warm smile. Ah, so you are disciples of the Divine Mountain Sect. I have long admired your esteemed name, but alas, I have not had the fortune to join. In truth, he had never even heard of the Divine Mountain Sect, yet the duo's strength suggested they were of some renown in the vicinity given their age. Indeed. Our Divine Mountain Sect is under the protection of a divine king, boasting 100,000 sacred mountains and countless disciples. Should you wish to join us, it is not a matter to be taken lightly. One must possess exceptional talent, they expounded. After exchanging pleasantries, the two brothers rose to take their leave. They exchanged glances with Chen Changgang and smirked. Fellow cultivator, we have matters to attend to. Farewell. With a cupped fist salute, they hastily retreated along the path they had come. Chen Changgong's smile gradually faded. Young master, those two are clearly not of good character. Why do you still extend such hospitality? Lu Ruyan questioned, perplexed. He is not usually so accommodating. To fish for greater prey, Chen Changgang replied nonchalantly. The disturbances emanating from Tianshan are too peculiar. We require more slaves to assist us in our exploration. He reclined once more, using Lu Ruyan's thigh as a pillow, awaiting the arrival of larger game. Meanwhile, the Ji brothers had meandered to the backside of a snow-capped mountain, grinning as they spoke to a young man. Young master, we have gathered the intelligence. The two we passed earlier are from the Lu family, the one affiliated with the demonic cult. He claims to be a scion of that family, and the rather delicate-looking one is his betrothed, not a significant power. We can easily subdue them. They relayed their findings to the young man, who appeared intrigued. The Lu family, the little beauty possesses the realm of divine abilities. As his betrothed, he must be of a similar level, obscured perhaps by some treasure or a unique cultivation method, the young man mused. Then it is time to act. You both have done well. What a fool, he harbors no suspicion, he must be a naive young master just beginning his journey, they chimed in. Indeed, with minimal effort, we have uncovered his foundation entirely. Excellent, when we succeed, I shall take the little lady's first time, and you two shall be rewarded, the young man declared, visibly pleased. His words astonished the brothers. Young master, will you not keep her for yourself? Not necessary. I find Lu Jiang far more intriguing. I wonder how thrilling it would be to conquer such a handsome fellow. He chuckled wickedly. The two older men accompanying him furrowed their brows. What are you afraid of? There are only two divine kings here, and they are somewhat acquainted with us. Why do you two celestial beings hesitate? Fear not, just act. Worst case, that little lady's rear will be yours. Now, let us proceed. I, Ji Bozhang, am eager to discover whether such a striking individual is as enjoyable as he appears. Ji Bozhang led nearly 100 members of the Divine Mountain sect toward Chen Changgang's location. Chen Changgang lay at ease, while Lu Ruyan observed the approaching throng with growing apprehension. She immediately leaned closer to Chen Changgang's ear and whispered, "Young master, they are coming." Chen Changgang remained reclined, unperturbed. "Do you still remember us?" Ji Boduan grinned lasciviously, his demeanor shifting starkly from the previous politeness. Their gaze fixated on Lu Ruyan, growing increasingly brazen. As Ji Bozhang approached, his admiration for the reclining Chen Changgang intensified. "Greetings, I am Ji Bozhang, and this is my father, Ji Delu. My young master wishes to avoid dealings with you. It would be prudent for you to leave promptly." Lu Ruyan scowled in disgust. The lecherous stares from the Divine Mountain sect members made her exceedingly uncomfortable, and she yearned to drive her sword through them. "That fire dragon hide resembles the one I just discarded. Rise, I wish to examine whether this is indeed the fire dragon hide lost by our Divine Mountain sect," Ji Bozhang commanded, his gaze never straying from Chen Changgang. "Is this truly your fire dragon hide?" Chen Changgang retorted, just as Su Laosan's figure materialized. He had emerged from Tianshan. "Oh, is this your guardian, just this, an old man, can he fight?" Ji Bozhang scoffed. "Old man, my father, Ji Delu, Divine King Ji Delu, will you not have your young master rise so I may inspect this matter properly?" Ji Bozhang chuckled, becoming increasingly lascivious. Chen Changgang frowned, realizing that this was not directed at Lu Ruyan but rather aimed at him. "Old man, I assumed you were formidable. Why do you hesitate to strike? Are you afraid?" Ji Bozhang taunted, slapping Su Laosan's face. The latter remained calm, awaiting Chen Changgang's response. The two older men flanking Ji Bozhang grew increasingly solemn, sensing something ominous. They could not discern Su Laosan's cultivation level, he was too enigmatic. "Lu Jiang, your guardian is lacking. I expected more prowess. If only you had accompanied me, I would guarantee your protection. Su Laosan, eliminate him." With a resounding boom, Ji Bozhang's body exploded into a shower of gore. The sudden turn of events caught not only the members of the Divine Mountain sect off guard, but also those surrounding them. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, causing the snow-capped mountain to tremble precariously, and cold sweat poured from the brows of the onlookers, their expressions shifting in horror. A powerhouse. A true powerhouse. The two celestial beings, the most formidable of the group, understood the gravity of Su Laosan's might. Chen Changgang rose, casting not a glance at the blood-soaked snow. "Ji Bozhang, your days are numbered. Take them all. We shall pave the way into Tianshan." As Chen Changgang's words echoed, Su Laosan extended his hand, swiftly capturing the members of the Divine Mountain sect. World of the Palm, a saintly powerhouse. And no. Senior, spare us." The two celestial beings, ensnared, were paralyzed with terror, yet no one responded to their pleas. The terrifying essence of the saintly laws enveloped them, ensnaring them within Su Laosan's grasp. "Do you understand why I had him strike you?" Chen Changgang inquired of Su Laosan. "My subordinate failed to act promptly," Su Laosan replied, bowing his head. "Having taken too long, the esteemed one was displeased." "Understood. I hope there will be no next time," Chen Changgang concluded, stepping into the void as he ascended toward Tianshan. Chapter 29. The arrival at the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace and the grand formation on Tianshan Mountain. Others gazed at the figure of Chen Changgang, hardly daring to breathe, overwhelmed by fear. A powerful being from the sacred realm, thunderous roars echoed. Just as they were in shock, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged forth. A colossal figure emerged ahead, an enormous beast, a nine-headed Tatai pulling a grand carriage, manifesting abruptly. As Chen Changgang and Lu Ruyan entered the carriage, they departed with an air of unassailable confidence. Heavens, what kind of formidable force does this young master hail from, to command such terror and require the protection of a sacred realm expert? The perverse leader of the Sacred Mountain sect has actually perished. Good riddance, his demise brings me such elation. Ha, you dared to toy with my partner, scoundrel, you've met your match this time. As Chen Changgang's chariot gradually faded from view in the direction of Tianshan, whispers emerged, and some spat upon the bloodstains on the ground. "Young master, the outskirts of Tianshan are merely infested with snow demons, the strongest among them only at the monarch realm. There is little danger, however. Inside lurks a terrifying aura that has severed our connection with Wang Canlon," Su Laosan reported while driving. He dared not dwell on the recent humiliation inflicted by Ji Bozhang. Before this master, he could only smile. "Still no contact?" Chen Changgang inquired. "None, however. My subordinates have discovered signals they left behind. We can follow them, their passage should not pose significant danger, ensuring the young master's safety," Su Laosan replied slowly. Tian Shan, often referred to as a mountain range, is, in truth, a moderately sized realm of ice and snow. Its depths are cloaked in a dreadful aura, forming a natural barrier that isolates it from the outside world. Over the course of a day, Chen Changgang pressed forward, reaching the natural barrier that isolates the depths of Tian Shan. With a powerful grasp, the nine-headed Taotai swiftly shrank, landing in his palm. This is the Taotai steed, originally the sacred mount of the demon sect leader. It is a treasured artifact, with the nine-headed Taotai ritualistically refined within, capable of enlarging or shrinking at will. Now, it has become Chen Changgang's chariot. Standing atop the snowy peak, he observed the swirling mists ahead, channeling his divine power to its utmost. The cold was bone-chilling. Young master, take the extreme fire pill. The cold within you has accumulated excessively, which is detrimental to your meridians, Su Laosan advised. Upon arriving here, even he felt the chill. Consuming the extreme fire pill would temporarily repel the cold, preventing it from invading his body. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had already taken hers. Despite being merely at the divine channeling realm, even she felt an overwhelming chill after consuming the pill, needing to wrap herself in the hide of a fire serpent for warmth. It matters not. This cold possesses the ability to temper the body, Chen Changgang responded. Su Laosan, have you crossed this barrier? He inquired. The formation of this natural barrier may be closely related to the terrifying chill emanating from Tian Shan. Su Laosan shook his head slightly. I have not. Based on the signs left by Wang Canlon and his companions, the interior is perilous. I refrained from venturing further and hurriedly sought the young master after finding their signals. I have lingered here long enough. Further exploration may lead to greater delays. Let a few individuals venture forth, have them fly in to investigate, Chen Changgang commanded. Buzz. Su Laosan spread his hand, radiant holy light shimmering, as 5 youths of the celestial realm were released. Shielded by Su Laosan's holy light, they would not be frozen into ice sculptures for a brief period. My lord, spare us, we were unaware of your presence and have offended you. Please, we beseech your mercy. It was all the idea of that scoundrel Jibuozhang. We too were compelled. We implore you to grant us clemency. The 5 emerged from the palm world, immediately pleading for their lives. Su Laosan barked, if you wish to live, then carefully cross that barrier and fly to the snow peak within. My lord, that is impossible. Our strengths are too meager. We fear we cannot reach there. Would it not be better for you to allow 2 elders to fly over instead? Indeed, our strengths are too feeble. We cannot fulfill your orders. The heavenly elder possesses immense power. Bang! Before they could finish, their bodies exploded. Either die or pave the way, Chen Changgang said impassively. With a flick of his finger, a thread of divine power descended upon them, resulting in their immediate detonation. The remaining 3 turned pale, hastily soaring forth. To remain outside meant certain death. Entering, shielded by holy light, might grant them a chance to survive. Move swiftly. Do you wish to perish? Su Laosan bellowed at the 3, who, feeling helpless, shut their eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate, and crossed the white barrier. An overwhelmingly terrifying force of law descended upon them, causing them to plummet instantly. Chen Changgang furrowed his brow, casting a glance into the unfathomable abyss below, where the 3 were no longer visible. Young master, it is the law of gravity. Su Laosan observed the emerging runes, his brow slightly furrowing, sensing trouble. Shall we continue to compel the sacred chariot to forge ahead? He asked. With him at the helm, forcing entry should pose no issue. Just then, a cry echoed from the heavens. Chen Changgang looked up to see an enormous ice phoenix soaring down. On its back were numerous figures. Hey! Senior sister, there are indeed others below. Indeed, it is truly astonishing that there are still individuals capable of entering Tian Shan. Another group of oblivious aristocrats. Without assistance, they are bound to be trapped here. Silence. A group of maidens atop the ice phoenix whispered, one veiled woman rebuking them. She cast a glance before retracting her gaze. Master, there are powerful beings. It seems disciples from a major force are attempting to breach the Sioux, New Jersey formation of our sacred palace, she reported to a beautiful matron clad in palace garb. The matron sat cross-legged upon the back of the ice phoenix, her beautiful eyes opening. Indeed, powerful figures have arrived. It appears the Jiang family has also come to this vicinity. This time, our endeavor may not go smoothly. Friends above, establishing a formation here is rather inappropriate. Su Laosan's voice reached the ears of the maidens. The matron's brow furrowed instantly. Saint King, the old man below surely possesses the ability to overhear our conversations. Friends, this is the sacred ground of our Ice Cloud sacred palace, and thus, a protective formation is necessary, the matron replied coldly. As the ice phoenix arrived at the Sioux, New Jersey formation, it radiated an incomparably resplendent cold light, terrifying runes pouring forth, causing the entire Tian Shan to tremble. It is indeed the Ice Cloud's sacred palace. It seems the commotion here is significantly related to them. Should we interrogate them? Su Laosan inquired. What is the strength of the newcomers? Chen Changgang asked. The aura of the Ice Phoenix was fearsome. As a being of the divine tribulation realm, he naturally did not dare to pry recklessly. There are 2 Saint Kings and 3 Saints present, making it 4 in total when counting this Ice Phoenix. Thus, it appears the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace has mobilized their entire force. Chen Changgang remarked in astonishment. The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace is a prominent power within the righteous path, and he was certainly aware of its reputation. It is a sect that only accepts female disciples, openly boasting 2 Saint Kings in residence, with 2 of them present here. It indicates that even the palace master of the Ice Cloud has arrived, which surprised him. What could possibly compel the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace to mobilize such a formidable force to Tianshan? Esteemed predecessors, I am Lu Jiang. May I request a ride upon your esteemed palace's Ice Phoenix to behold the splendor of Tianshan? Chapter 30. The ripe and cold Ice Cloud, the Void Insect Monarch. Do not jest, younglings of the demon sect. With your vast family fortunes, why must you rely on the carriage of our holy palace? The beautiful matron spoke, her words a firm rejection. Her statement left the veiled woman beside her astonished. The demon sect, is it truly their kind? She gasped, realizing that they had indeed infiltrated this celestial mountain. Master, can you confirm they belong to the demon sect? The woman inquired. Binger, your discernment still lacks refinement. Do not be deceived by that youth's ethereal appearance. It is merely a fade. The demon sect's practitioners are masters of deception. Though he may radiate the aura of those esteemed sons and daughters of the celestial realm, a hint of malevolence lingers in his eyes. He has likely claimed numerous lives recently, the matron imparted softly. Bai Ningbing, one of the holy maidens of their Ice Cloud Sacred Palace and her cherished disciple, absorbed her master's wisdom, fully aware that she was being groomed as a successor. Your words are etched in my heart, Master. Bai Ningbing nodded, unable to resist casting a glance at the striking young man standing upon the snowy peak below. Such beauty is a rarity in this world. Could he truly be an ordinary youth, or is he a celestial being from the realms above? Suddenly, the great formation trembled as the Ice Phoenix opened a portal, preparing to surge forward. With a hum, Chen Changjian raised his hand, and the Taodai Saint drove forward, releasing an overwhelming aura. Roar! The Taodai bellowed, dominating the heavens and the earth. The ladies of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace were startled by the sudden commotion, turning to behold an enormous Taodai materializing beside them. They were taken aback and quickly summoned their magical artifacts. The matron in royal attire was equally taken aback. The demon sect's leader's carriage, how can this be? She exclaimed, raising her hand as holy light shimmered, calming the panicked disciples of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Chen Changjian and his companions slowly ascended, landing atop the carriage. Senior, I wish to enter and behold the vistas of the celestial mountain. May I be granted permission? Chen Changjian addressed the beautiful matron, his demeanor calm. This left the matron astonished. Such a youth could maintain such composure in her presence. Of course, however, I am curious. Who is your esteemed master? She inquired. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she recognized many powerful figures of the demon sect and was intrigued to learn who had the honor of having the renowned Shadow Saint King, Su Laosan, personally escorting this humble youth. My father, Chen Fan, he replied courteously. Chen Fan? The matron furrowed her brow. That name was unfamiliar to her. Could he be a reclusive master? Surely not. Has she been in seclusion for too long, and the demon sect acquired a new leader? Master, he must be the young lord of the demon sect, Bai Ningbing transmitted to the matron. The matron was taken aback. The demon sect had indeed appointed a new young lord, indicating a change in leadership. Chen Fan is a newly risen Saint King, known as the Bloodhand Butcher, the deputy leader of the demon sect, Bai Ningbing elaborated. This revelation left the matron astonished. A recently emerged Saint King in just a century, such an individual would undoubtedly be an extraordinary talent, deserving of her utmost caution. Let us depart, the matron commanded coldly, and the Ice Phoenix entered the great formation. Chen Changjian stood upon the back of the Taodai, casually remarking, Ruoyan, hurry inside, you are too weak and may freeze to death. Lu Ruoyan swiftly boarded the carriage, while the nine-headed Taodai followed closely behind the Ice Phoenix. Su Laosan, is this beautiful matron the master of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Cold Ice Cloud? Chen Changjian inquired softly. The matron was breathtaking, her beauty ripe and alluring. Indeed, Su Laosan confirmed. Young lord, this woman is formidable. She has been in seclusion for over 200 years and is likely at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, capable of traversing the ancient world. Su Laosan was familiar with such ancient powerhouses, having lived for millennia. Does she have a partner? Chen Changjian suddenly asked. Su Laosan was momentarily taken aback. A partner, why the sudden inquiry? Surely the young lord does not mean to, he stammered. It was said that over 5,000 years ago, when Cold Icecloud was a holy maiden of the Icecloud sacred palace, she was pursued by the celestial realm's prodigies. However, the outcome remained unknown. It was presumed that she did not succeed, for had she, according to the palace's rules, she could not assume the role of matron. The women of the Icecloud sacred palace have an eccentric regulation that they must retain their maidenhood, remaining pure as ice. This is a tale long past. Those aware of it have either become titans or returned to dust, Su Laosan whispered. So, she is merely ripe for the picking, yet no one has laid claim, Chen Changzhen jested. He gazed at the receding ice phoenix, a sly smile gracing his lips. Su Laosan, witnessing this, was alarmed. Young lord, surely you do not intend, this is unwise. That woman has cultivated the Icecloud sacred heart technique, transforming herself into a being of ice, devoid of any emotion. It would be impossible for her to develop feelings. If you wish to play, you might consider the young woman beside her. By Ningbing, given time, she is destined to become the matron of the Icecloud sacred palace. Her Icecloud sacred heart technique has yet to reach full maturity, making her the most susceptible to breaking her composure, Su Laosan proposed. Chen Changzhen shook his head. You do not comprehend. As long as the temperature rises sufficiently, even ice will melt. He murmured, turning to re-enter the carriage after some time. As a formation interfered, they lost track of their quarry. Young lord, we have lost them, Su Laosan, who was driving the carriage atop the Taotai, frowned. They had followed along but had become lost, momentarily losing their direction and the ice phoenix. Su Laosan, do you know what happens when smoke is inhaled and then exhaled? Ha! The indifferent voice emanated from the carriage, leaving Su Laosan puzzled. What is exhaled after inhaling smoke? Lung mist. Chen Changzhen emerged from the carriage, standing atop the Taotia's back, scolding Su Laosan, whose face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the ice phoenix would employ such cunning tactics, leading them into a formation within a formation. He had breached the outer formation but remained ensnared within another. With a hum, Chen Changzhen raised his hand, and a small insect materialized, shining with strands of dark light. As it appeared, the void quivered, rippling as if disturbed by water. Su Laosan was left in utter shock upon seeing the insect. It was a black beetle, thumb-sized, with a fan-shaped head and a surface resembling fish scales. The void insect monarch! Su Laosan exclaimed. Scarabaeus, consume the nearby void formation runes, Chen Changzhen commanded, and the beetle took flight. This Scarabaeus had been a gift from Lao Dang when he was a child, something to play with. The name had also been given by Lao Dang. Though it resembled a dung beetle, it did not feast on excrement. Instead, it consumed the crystallized laws of the void, feeding on the void itself, making it a professional when it came to dismantling formations, especially those inscribed in the void, devour them all. At times, Chen Changzhen couldn't help but marvel at Lao Dang's fortune. Even the insects he casually picked up were the rare void insect monarchs. Chapter 31, The Sudden Change of the Cold Pool. The pureblood ice dragon Tianshan, Cold Pool. The palace master is trapped, said a voice filled with disdain. All those from the demonic sect have perished outside the formation, unable to enter, not even those few saints. Humph. How foolish of them to dare invade our holy palace's imperial formation. Even a flawed one is beyond the capabilities of these demonic beings, Ice Phoenix remarked coldly. She was well versed in formations and could ensnare foes within. Let us not be careless. If we can enter the cold pool and seize what lies within, everything will become manageable, suggested Cold Bingyun. She turned to her companions. Ruxiang, you shall accompany me down. Sushin, you and the others will remain nearby, ready to relay any messages should a formidable presence approach. Do not let them discover our intentions. Binger, lead the junior sisters to gather some snow lotus, but be wary of the snow demons. With that, Cold Bingyun and Cold Ruxiang made their way towards the cold pool of Tianshan, summoning a luminous orb that cast a dazzling light, forming a protective barrier around them, shielding them from the frigid aura of the pool. After half a day, outside Tianshan, countless figures tore through the sky. They were a myriad of vehicles and flying palanquins. Is that the Zhang clan? Oh heavens, the ancient Zhang family has truly arrived at Tianshan. Crossing dozens of domains to reach Tianshan was astonishing. Could it be that great fortunes awaited here? The crowd gazed up at the densely packed silhouettes in awe, some even bowing in reverence. In the high heavens, upon an ancient bronze war chariot stood a young man, clad in a golden battle robe, his dark hair billowing. He radiated a menacing aura, his blood vitality palpable even from a distance. This presence at Tianshan could indeed be that kind of treasure. If we acquire it, we shall achieve great merit, a woman beside him remarked. Xian Yi, should it truly be that kind of entity, it may attract immensely powerful forces. We might not stand a chance, the young man replied. Their entourage was too small. Even if they succeeded in acquiring it, they might not be able to safeguard it. Why not send word back? Although we have yet to ascertain if the Shao family incident is linked to the demonic sect, we can raise suspicions, claiming they have acquired it, especially since remnants of demonic energy linger there. To the world, the demonic sect embodies all demon cultivators. Reporting this to the clan leader would suffice as an explanation, Jiang Xian suggested. The young man fell into contemplation. The Shao family incident had been entrusted to him by his father, undoubtedly a test. Yet, if he reported carelessly, would it truly be without consequence? Do not concern yourself with the Shao family's troubles. If indeed there lies that entity within Tianshan, acquiring it will elevate your standing above the other young lords in the family, Jiang Xian continued to persuade. Nodding, the young man agreed. Very well, let us state our suspicions of a great medicinal transformation within. We shall refrain from making definitive claims, but we need to delay our report for a few days. We must first enter and gather pertinent information before notifying them. He was not naive. Reporting prematurely would yield only the credit of a mere message. However, if they could acquire ample intelligence or even seize the treasure, the merit would be vastly different. Increase our speed. Dispatch someone below to investigate the major forces arriving. The young man commanded. The snow peaks below were the outskirts of Tianshan, where many beings congregated. Those who arrived early would undoubtedly know if formidable forces were entering. Outside the cold pool of Tianshan, the void shattered continuously, resembling a collapsing mountain. Upon closer inspection, a colossal insect was gnawing at the void, constructing an incredibly stable spatial passage. The nine-headed Taodai followed closely behind the black insect, traversing the heavy mountains. White Ningbing, who had been gathering snow lotus, looked up, her expression shifting drastically. The demonic sect, that ethereal youth has arrived. He had managed to emerge from their incomplete imperial formation in merely half a day. Boom! Just as White Ningbing contemplated retreating to send a message, a terrifying sound erupted from the cold pool. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. Terrifying icy waters surged towards the sky, cascading down upon the summit of Tianshan like an ocean. Run! At that moment, a figure burst forth from the cold pool. The Grand Elder. The elders of Ice Cloud's sacred palace were instantly alarmed. The one who emerged was none other than their Grand Elder, Cold Ruxiang, her condition a scene of disbelief. A dignified saint, soaked in blood. Retreat, Ice Phoenix, withdraw, take them away. Cold Ruxiang urged anxiously. Her speed was astounding, as she swiftly left the cold pool, crossing hundreds of snow peaks. The disciples of Ice Cloud's sacred palace hastily followed Cold Phoenix's direction, some abandoning half-gathered snow lotus. Grand Elder, where is our master? White Ningbing inquired. She has fallen. There is a great terror within. Cold Ruxiang's words left White Ningbing momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. This cannot be. My first thought is that it's impossible. Ice Phoenix, we must leave. Cold Ruxiang pressed. No. Master, it cannot be. She is a saint. How could she not have emerged? White Ningbing refused to believe it, charging towards the cold pool. Ningbing, come back. Cold Ruxiang shouted. The others echoed, Saintess, return. Ice Phoenix, go. Cold Ruxiang urged again. Yet, the Saintess hesitated, struggling to accept that such a powerful being could remain trapped within the cold pool. Quickly, there's a true dragon within. If we do not leave now, we shall all perish. Roar! As Cold Ruxiang's words fell, another terrifying dragon's roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens. The waters of the cold pool surged restlessly, no longer tranquil as before. Ice Phoenix, alarmed, dashed towards the outskirts of Tianshan. White Ningbing attempted to approach the cold pool but was repelled by a horrifying pressure, crashing onto a snow peak. Master, she cried out towards the cold pool, only to be met with the resounding echoes of the dragon's roar, deafening and overwhelming. Roar! A fearsome icy light erupted from the cold pool as an enormous ice dragon surged forth. Its body resembled intricately carved ice, shimmering ominously under the sun's rays. The nearly 1,000-foot-long dragon struck the surface of the cold pool, creating a terrifying splash. The splashes transformed into ice shards, shooting out like icy blades in all directions. Roar! The ice dragon bellowed, frigid winds howling, shaking the very fabric of the world. Chen Xiangning, perched upon the back of the Taodai, found himself remarkably steady. He observed the scene with astonishment. Young master, this is a pure-blood true dragon. What lies beneath the cold pool is likely its guardian. Su Laosan remarked. It must have been the people from Ice Cloud's sacred palace who disturbed the treasures within, provoking the ire of this ice dragon. It seems unable to leave the cold pool, Chen Xiangning noted. The ice dragon thrashed within the cold pool, continuously striking the water's surface with its tail, venting its fury, yet it remained within the cold pool. Su Laosan, can we defeat it? Chen Changmeng inquired. It will be quite difficult. It is also a saint, but it is injured, likely by cold Bingyun. Su Laosan responded. The ice dragon exuded the aura of a saint, yet being within the cold pool and possessing true dragon bloodline, its combat prowess rivaled that of a saint king. His concern lay in whether there were other such entities within. Approaching now would be tantamount to seeking death. After all, cold Bingyun had yet to emerge. Chapter 32. By Ningbing's setback in the imperial medicine beneath the cold pool roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, sending tremors across the entire Tianshan range. An increasing number of figures began to converge towards the cold pool. At this moment, Bai Ningbing, the closest to the pool, summoned an ice mirror to struggle against the overwhelming pressure. Despite being a celestial being, she found herself utterly immobilized by this terrifying force. It was utterly horrifying. Were it not for the ice mirror, she would undoubtedly face death. Young master, shall we rescue her? Su Laosan inquired. It would not be difficult for him to save Bai Ningbing, provided that Chen Changzhen wished to do so. What is your status? Chen Changzhen countered. I am but a guardian of the holy sect, and a practitioner of demonic arts, Su Laosan replied after a moment's contemplation. Then it is settled. We are practitioners of the demonic sect. The act of saving lives is not our concern, that is the duty of the righteous, Chen Changzhen declared. Though he could have sent Su Laosan to save Bai Ningbing from replight, he had no desire to do so. This matter had no bearing on their demonic sect. No matter how beautiful Bai Ningbing might be, he had no intention of intervening. After a considerable time, the ice dragon submerged into the cold pool, and the tremors of the Tianshan mountains ceased. Chen Changzhen flew over and landed beside Bai Ningbing, somewhat surprised to find that she was still alive. How comfortable you seem, Bai Ningbing scoffed coldly, her face ashen and a streak of crimson trickling from her lips. Indeed, the paths of righteousness and demonic arts diverge. I truly dare not approach you, my lady, Chen Changzhen remarked. Humph, then what brings you here? Bai Ningbing retorted with a series of cold laughs. Had Chen Changzhen chosen to assist her earlier, she might have regarded him with respect, but now, she harbored no favorable impressions of him. I came to see if you had perished. I did not expect you to still be able to move, Chen Changzhen stated plainly. He lacked any interest in women and felt no need to flatter one for mere physical gratification. In this lifetime, it was only women who would seek to please him, none were worthy of his pursuit. You! Bai Ningbing seethed with indignation, stamping her foot. Indeed, not a single good soul among the practitioners of the demonic sect. My master was right. With that thought, she swallowed a healing pill. My lady, what lies beneath the cold pool? Chen Changzhen inquired. I do not know. If you wish to find out, you must descend and investigate for yourself. Bai Ningbing retorted sharply. Having seen him refuse to help her in her moment of peril, she was unwilling to divulge the secrets of the cold pool, even if he saved her. After all, it was a secret of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Su Laosan, let this young lady experience what it means to be a woman, Chen Changzhen suggested. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, he could only resort to Bai Ningbing. You dare! Bai Ningbing exclaimed, as the saintess, I represent the entire Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. If a single hair on my head is harmed, you will face the wrath of the entire palace. Do not think I am speaking idly. She declared, retreating step by step. Even if she were uninjured, she could do nothing against Su Laosan. Young master, is this wise? Su Laosan approached, appearing somewhat troubled. The cold atmosphere and the expansive view made it a precarious situation. What if outsiders intruded? How you choose to ravage is entirely up to you. I only desire results, Chen Changzhen replied, stepping forward to the edge of the cold pool. He bent down and uprooted a snow lotus. Unfortunately, it was too young. The snow lotus was a rare spiritual herb, imbued with pure, extreme cold energy. Had it been of a saintly grade, he would have been intrigued, but this mere decade-old specimen was beneath his interest. Speak, girl. I have no desire to invade your mind. As for the notion of playing with you, I lack interest. It would be mutually beneficial for you to simply speak, Su Laosan stated. He had no great desire to toy with women, especially not one so young. Though Bai Ningbing was over 200 years old, in comparison to his several thousand years, she was but a young girl. Senior, this concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Bai Ningbing replied, reluctant to divulge. The secrets of your Ice Cloud Sacred Palace are of no concern to me. If you choose to remain silent, I shall be compelled to employ forceful means to extract the truth from you, and you are aware of the consequences, Su Laosan warned, raising his hand, as sacred laws coiled around him, radiating brilliant holy light. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. If he were to forcibly invade her mind, even if she survived, she would be rendered a fool. If I tell you, will you take me down to seek my master? The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace will surely reward you handsomely, she shouted towards Chen Changzhen. She floated into the air and landed at the edge of the cold pool. Speak, Chen Changzhen commanded succinctly. There lies the imperial medicine below. My master discovered it over 2,000 years ago during its metamorphosis, and it has now reached maturity. I beseech you for assistance, Bai Ningbing implored. By the way, I am Bai Ningbing, she introduced herself. She found herself in a dire situation and had no choice but to seek Chen Changgen's help initially. She had hoped to stall for time until the others from the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace returned, but it seemed they had already departed the Tianshan range. Your people must have taken the items with them, Chen Changzhen remarked. The members of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace had left in a hurry, likely taking the treasures with them. It was too late to realize this now. They could not intercept them. It is possible they left empty-handed. You are aware of the might of that ice dragon. My master may very well be trapped beneath, Bai Ningbing added quickly. If you are willing to assist, I will repay you generously, she asserted, using whatever words she could muster, uncertain if the elder Lang Rushan had succeeded. Your so-called generous reward? What could you possibly offer with your frail frame? Are you suggesting to offer yourself? How laughable! If those 2 lumps on your chest were indeed the elixir of immortality, I might be curious enough to take a bite, Chen Changzhen scoffed, his disdain evident. Bai Ningbing's face flushed with anger. Lecher, she cursed inwardly. Young master, should I descend to take a look? There is still a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Perhaps the item truly remains below, Su Laosan suggested. The allure of the imperial medicine was immense, even the slightest possibility compelled him to investigate. Do you believe you can defeat the ice dragon? Chen Changzhen queried. It would be difficult for one to slay it alone, but I could hold it off long enough for her to investigate, Su Laosan replied earnestly. You truly are a fool, Chen Changzhen said, a frown crossing his face. How could they hold it off and allow Bai Ningbing to inspect? He found it utterly untrustworthy. What if that beautiful woman, Lang Bingyun, were indeed alive? Wouldn't that simply benefit her? Young master! Young master, I am at fault, I am at fault. At that moment, voices echoed from afar. 2 figures raced towards the cold pool, landing before Chen Changzhen, 2 elders of the demonic sect, Wang Canlon and a woman. Where have you been? Chen Changzhen scanned the disheveled duo. Reporting to the young master, I and Elder Hua Bushi lost our way and fell into a dangerous formation before managing to escape. One spoke hurriedly. Indeed, young master, we encountered a saintly grade snow lotus and intended to pluck it as an offering for you, only to find ourselves ensnared in a perilous formation. The 2 spoke in turn, hastily presenting the dozens of snow lotuses they had gathered, 17 in total, comprising 15 divine grade, 1 semi-saintly grade, and 1 saintly grade. A bountiful harvest, indeed. Chen Changzhen glanced at them, then with a swift motion, he seized the saintly grade snow lotus in his grasp. Collect the rest. Where are the others? He inquired. He had brought more than just these 2. There were over 10 others, either saints or divine kings. Reporting to the young master, we became separated. This wretched place is rife with formations and powerful snow demons. Even the white mist obstructs divine senses. Wang Canlon trembled. They had not only failed their scouting mission but had also become lost. Fearing punishment, the repercussions from the demonic sect were indeed daunting. You are an alchemist. Tell me, what do you perceive here? Chen Changzhen asked, remarkably devoid of his usual coldness. Reporting to the young master, I detected a faint medicinal scent. There is indeed a great medicine here, likely of saintly grade or higher, though the aroma is exceedingly faint, likely submerged in the cold pool. Chapter 32 Bai Ningbing in distress. The imperial medicine beneath the cold pool roar. The dragoness roar echoed through the skies, its terrifying pressure causing the entire Tianshan range to tremble. An increasing number of figures surged towards the cold pool of Tianshan. At that moment, Bai Ningbing, positioned closest to the cold pool, summoned an ice mirror to struggle against this overwhelming force. Though she had ascended to the status of a celestial being, she found herself utterly immobilized beneath this oppressive weight. It was utterly horrifying. Were it not for the ice mirror, her demise would have been certain. Young master, shall we save her? Su Laosan inquired. It would not be difficult for him to rescue Bai Ningbing, provided Chen Changgen was inclined to do so. What is your status? Chen Changgen retorted. I am a protector of the holy sect, a disciple of the demonic path, Su Laosan reflected before adding. Then that settles it. We are indeed the demons of the demonic sect. The act of saving lives is not our concern, that is a matter for the righteous and virtuous, Chen Changgen replied. He could have ordered Su Laosan to act and save Bai Ningbing from her plight, yet he chose not to. This affair had nothing to do with their demonic sect. No matter how beautiful Bai Ningbing was, he would not intervene. After a while, the icy giant dragon plunged into the cold pool, and the tremors across Tianshan ceased. Chen Changying flew over and landed beside Bai Ningbing, somewhat surprised that she was still alive. "It seems you are quite comfortable," Bai Ningbing scoffed, her face pale, with a trickle of crimson staining her lips. "Righteous and demonic paths diverge. I truly dare not approach you, my lady," Chen Changying remarked. Then what brings you down here?" Bai Ningbing retorted coldly. Had Chen Changying been willing to extend his hand in aid earlier, she might have regarded him with some respect, even if he was a demonic cultivator. However, her current impression of him was anything but favorable. "I came to see if you were dead. I did not expect you to still be moving," Chen Changying stated bluntly that he had no need for women, nor was there any necessity to curry favor with one for mere carnal desires. In this lifetime, he was the one who was pursued, not the pursuer. "You!" Bai Ningbing's ire flared at his words, and she stamped her foot in anger. "Indeed, none of the demons are good. My master was right," she thought, swallowing a pill to heal her wounds. "My lady, what lies beneath the cold pool?" Chen Changying inquired. "I do not know. If you wish to find out, go down and investigate for yourself," Bai Ningbing retorted sharply. Having witnessed his indifference to her peril, she could not possibly divulge the secrets of the cold pool. Even if he saved her, she would have to deliberate whether to speak, for this was a secret of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace. "Su Lao-san, see if you can teach this young lady what it means to be a woman," Chen Changying commanded. With the other members of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace having departed on the Ice Phoenix, he could only focus his efforts on Bai Ningbing. "You dare!" Bai Ningbing exclaimed, "As the representative of the entire Ice Cloud Holy Palace, should a single strand of my hair be harmed, you will face the wrath of the entire palace. Do not think I speak idly." She retreated step by step. Even if she were uninjured, she would be powerless against Su Lao-san. "Young master, are you here?" Su Lao-san approached, looking rather troubled. It was not just cold here, the open space posed a significant risk if someone were to intrude. "How to ravage her is up to you. I only desire results," Chen Changying replied, taking a step forward to the edge of the cold pool. He bent down and uprooted a snow lotus. Unfortunately, it was too young. The snow lotus was a rare spiritual herb, imbued with pure, extreme cold energy. Had it been a sacred-grade specimen, he might have shown interest. However, this one, being merely over a decade old, was hardly worth his attention. "My dear, speak up. I have no interest in soul-searching. As for playing with you, I truly lack any interest." "It would be for your own good and mine," Su Lao-san said. He held little desire for such games, especially not with one so young. Though Bai Ningbing was over 200 years old, compared to his several thousand years, she was but a mere child. "Senior, this concerns the secrets of my Ice Cloud Holy Palace," Bai Ningbing protested, reluctant to divulge information. "I have no interest in the secrets of your Ice Cloud Holy Palace. If you refuse to speak, I will have no choice but to resort to forceful soul-searching, the consequences of which you should well understand," Su Lao-san warned, raising his hand as sacred laws entwined around it, shimmering with holy light. Bai Ningbing's expression darkened. If he were to forcefully search her soul, she would either die or be rendered foolish. "If I tell you, will you take me down to find my master? The Ice Cloud Holy Palace will surely reward you handsomely," she shouted to Chen Changying. She flew through the air and landed beside the cold pool. "Speak," Chen Changying commanded, his words terse. "There lies imperial medicine beneath. Over 2,000 years ago, my master discovered it during its transformation. It has now reached maturity. I beseech you for assistance, noble sire. By the way, I am Bai Ningbing," she introduced herself. With no other options, she was compelled to seek Chen Changying's help. Initially, she had hoped to stall for time until the people from the Ice Cloud Holy Palace returned to negotiate, but it seemed they had already departed Tianshan. "Your people must have taken what was there," Chen Changying surmised. The members of the Ice Cloud Holy Palace had left in a hurry. They likely carried everything away. Realizing this now was too late. There was no way to intercept them. They would not return. There is a chance they did not succeed. "You are aware of the might of the icy giant dragon. My master may be trapped below, but if you are willing to assist, I, Ningbing, shall repay you generously," Bai Ningbing hurriedly insisted. She had no knowledge of whether the Grand Elder Lang Rushuang had succeeded. Now, she could only resort to such words. "Your so-called generous reward, what could you possibly offer, a mere frail body? Are you suggesting I should take you as a plaything? Absurd. If those 2 mounds on your chest were the elixir of immortality, perhaps I might be tempted to nibble a bit," Chen Changying scoffed. His words ignited fury on Bai Ningbing's face. "You lecher," she cursed inwardly. "Young master, should I take a look down there?" Su Lao-san proposed. There was still a faint scent of herbs lingering. Perhaps the imperial medicine truly remained below. Can you best the icy giant dragon? Chen Changgung questioned. I alone may struggle to defeat it, yet I can certainly hold it off long enough for her to investigate, Su Laosan replied earnestly. You truly are as foolish as the smoke expelled from a lung, Chen Changgung remarked, displeased. Their plan to hold the dragon and allow Bai Ningbing to investigate was utterly untrustworthy. If that beautiful woman, Leng Bingyun, had not perished, any benefits would merely fall into her hands. Young master! Young master, I am to blame, I am to blame. At that moment, voices echoed from a distance. Two figures raced towards the cold pool of Tianshan, landing before Chen Changgung. Two elders of the demonic sect. Wang Canlon and a woman. Where have you been? Chen Changgung scanned the disheveled pair. Reporting to the young master, I and Elder Hua Bushi lost our way and fell into a residual formation before managing to escape, one of them explained. Indeed, young master, we encountered a sacred-grade snow lotus and intended to present it to you, only to find ourselves ensnared in a fearsome residual formation, the other added, hastily producing dozens of snow lotuses they had collected. 17 in total of 15 of divine quality, 1 semi-sacred, and 1 sacred. Quite a bountiful harvest, Chen Changgung remarked, drawing the sacred-grade snow lotus into his grasp with a swift motion. Put the rest away. What of the others? He inquired. He had brought more than just these 2 guards, there were over 10, either saints or divine kings. Reporting to the young master, we got separated. This cursed place is filled with formations and powerful snow spirits, and the white mist obstructs our divine senses. Wang Canlon trembled. They had not only failed their reconnaissance mission but had now become lost, genuinely fearing punishment. The punishments within the demonic sect were exceedingly dreadful. You are an alchemist, tell me, what is this? Chen Changgung asked, unusually devoid of his usual sarcasm. Reporting to the young master, I sense a fragrance of medicine. There is likely a great herb here, of sacred grade or higher, though the scent is very faint, possibly hidden within the icy waters beneath the cold pool. Chapter 33, Entering the Cold Pool, Ice Cave. Are you certain the medicine remains? Chen Changzhen inquired. In such circumstances, it is often the more seasoned alchemist whose words carry greater authority. Despite Wang Canlon's subservient demeanor before the young master Chen Changzhen, his standing within the demonic sect was formidable, with only those of saintly rank daring to challenge him. The rest, upon seeing him, were compelled to bow their heads, such as the stature of a saint-grade alchemist. Young master, the fragrance of the medicine lingers persistently, it is continuously leaking out. Though difficult to detect, it cannot evade the keen senses of this saint-grade alchemist. The potent elixir is undoubtedly still present, Wang Canlon assured, thumping his chest with confidence. While he may not excel in combat, he was indeed proficient in matters such as these. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he declared, Hua Bushi, Su Laosan, you two hold off that ice dragon. Wang Canlon and I shall descend. He was resolute. If it truly was an imperial-grade medicine, it would be a tremendous gain. Young master, should we not seek out those few lost individuals and wait for them? The opportunity would be greater, Hua Bushi suggested. Although she had not yet laid eyes on the ice dragon, the previous roars and overwhelming presence indicated its formidable strength, especially in this cold pool where it held a significant advantage. Proceed. Chen Changzhen brusquely dismissed Hua Bushi's words. Once those incompetent individuals emerged from their daze, others from various factions would surely arrive, presenting a plethora of complications. It was far better to act now. The clash of saintly beings would undoubtedly deter those approaching. Young master, the ice dragon cannot leave the cold pool. The best course of action is for us to descend together, at which point I shall shield you with holy light, allowing you to delve deeper without the interference of oppressive pressure, Su Laosan proposed. Chen Changzhen nodded in agreement. Young master, may I request your assistance? At that moment, Bai Ningbing could no longer contain herself and spoke up. It seemed that these individuals had neglected to consider her. As she anticipated, even when she spoke, Chen Changzhen had yet to cast a glance in her direction. Young master, you promised me. Bai Ningbing reiterated. How audacious, spouting nonsense. When did our young master ever make such a promise? Departed once. Su Laosan bellowed. Bai Ningbing's complexion turned ashen. You all, she began to curse, yet found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the demons of the sect were untrustworthy. The seemingly celestial youth was so utterly devoid of integrity. It was infuriating. Bai Ningbing cursed silently within her heart. Chen Changzhen advanced toward the cold pool abuzz. As Su Laosan raised his hand, a beam of holy light enveloped Chen Changzhen, and the four of them plunged into the cold pool. The water was frigid, a bone-chilling cold. Without the protection of holy light, Chen Changzhen would not have dared to descend. Even with the extreme fire pill, the deeper they went, the lower the visibility became, as if a force was severely constraining their divine sense. Chen Changzhen frowned. Wang Canlon, do you sense a direction? He inquired. Wang Canlon nodded and ventured deeper, visibly excited. As an alchemist, he was acutely sensitive to the fragrance of medicine. This scent was undeniably that of an imperial-grade elixir. Even if it were not of imperial quality, it would still be a supreme-grade medicine. If he could procure the elixir, it would be a monumental achievement. Young master, it's just below. Wang Canlon exclaimed. A faint glow shimmered below, causing Chen Changzhen and Su Laosan's expressions to shift dramatically. Of the ice dragon, that glow emanated from the ice dragon, which lay in wait at the mouth of a cave. Act! Chen Changzhen swiftly retreated to the side. He was far too weak to confront the ice dragon directly. He needed Su Laosan and Hua Bushi to draw it away, allowing him and Wang Canlon to investigate the cave. Prison Shadow. Floral Slaughter. Su Laosan and Hua Bushi unleashed their attacks. In an instant, shadows enveloped the cold pool, and countless petals danced like swords toward the ice dragon. Boom, roar, the ice dragon roared in fury, its massive form stirring. It unleashed icy breath, annihilating wave after wave of shadows, locking onto Su Laosan, and delivered a powerful tail swipe. With a tail extending hundreds of feet, it struck like a colossal ice sword beneath the cold pool. The waters churned violently as the two fought and retreated, showing no intention of engaging the ice dragon directly. Vile beast, if you dare, emerge from the pool and fight. Su Laosan shouted, a resplendent halo appearing behind him, within which stars glittered like a radiant galaxy. That was his holy halo. As the halo activated, a tremendous aura radiated. Su Laosan slapped his hand, condensing an enormous black hand that aimed to intercept the dragon's sweeping tail. Bang! The clash reverberated, causing the entire cold pool to shake violently, and Su Laosan was sent staggering back several thousand meters. He did so intentionally. Only by doing this could he lure the ice dragon away. Hua Bushi, possessing relatively lesser strength, was merely at the saint level. She dared not engage directly but instead waited for an opportunity to strike from the shadows. The battle intensified, roared, and raged. The ice dragon began to shine with brilliance, its speed increasing. It charged toward Su Laosan, intent on tearing him apart. Seeing the creature distance itself, Chen Changzhen promptly followed Wang Canlon toward the cave's entrance. Shielded by holy light, he felt no cold. This was a vast ice cave, larger even than the ice dragon itself. Their entry felt akin to a speck of dust, utterly insignificant. Younger master, something is amiss. It is surprisingly warm. Wang Canlon remarked, removing the holy light from Chen Changzhen. He sensed the true conditions within the ice cave. It was indeed warm. In such a large ice cave, the ice dragon had not entered but was instead guarding the entrance? Chen Changzhen murmured. Younger master, there may be a legacy here. The bloodline of that ice dragon is very pure. It cannot be mute. It must be sealed. Wang Canlon stated. The two sped through the ice cave, their pace swift, yet its depth far exceeded their expectations. After a considerable time, Wang Canlon cautioned, younger master, that girl seems to have followed us. Does she, a celestial being, dare to descend? Chen Changzhen expressed surprise. This cold pool was no ordinary cold. A celestial being venturing down would undoubtedly be affected. The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace's techniques are unique. She must have consumed medicine and possesses protective artifacts, Wang Canlon explained. Pay her no mind. If necessary, eliminate her, Chen Changzhen replied. His curiosity lay solely with what lay within. As they delved deeper, the ice cave grew increasingly warm, yet it showed no signs of melting. This was eerily peculiar. The two surveyed their surroundings, noting that not a single rune was familiar, causing them to feel increasingly apprehensive. Young master, these are likely ancient runes. Although I am not an array master, I should recognize at least one. There is truly a legacy here. Wang Canlon whispered. As a saint, how could he not recognize a single rune with the walls of the entire ice cave inscribed with them? Do you sense that? There is a subtle sound, Chen Changzhen queried. He faintly heard noises, strangely resembling something falling. Younger master, it is the fire lotus. It is undergoing transformation. Wang Canlon exclaimed, elated as he sniffed the air. He hastened forward, realizing he had lost sight of Chen Changzhen, and quickly retreated. Younger master, I am at fault, he said, then accelerated once more, leading Chen Changzhen onward. As they progressed, the ice cave widened, and they soon beheld a dazzling blaze. There are people, voices echoed from within, causing Wang Canlon to gasp in astonishment. Someone had arrived first. It was Lung Bingyun. Upon hearing that scream, Chen Changzhen immediately recognized it as Lung Bingyun. She appeared to be in great distress. The two rushed forward, and upon seeing the scene before them, they were utterly stunned. Chapter 33, Entering the Cold Pool, the Ice Cave. Are you certain the elixir is still present? Chen Changzhen inquired. In such circumstances, it is often the case that a more experienced alchemist speaks with greater authority. Despite Wang Canlan appearing as humble as a dog before the young master Chen Changzhen, his status within the demonic sect was formidable, only rivaled by a select few sages. The rest would lower their heads in his presence, such as the esteemed position of a saint-level alchemist. Young master, the fragrance of the elixir lingers persistently, indicating it is continuously leaking. Although it is subtle, it cannot escape the discerning nose of this saint-level alchemist. The precious elixir is undoubtedly still here, Wang Canlan assured, thumping his chest. While he may not excel in combat, this was undoubtedly his forte. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he declared, "Hua Bushi, Su Laosan, you two hold off that ice dragon, Wang Canlan and I shall descend." He was resolute. If it truly was an imperial elixir, it would be a tremendous gain. "Young master, should we not seek out those few who have gone missing? Waiting for them would present a greater opportunity," Hua Bushi suggested. Although she had not witnessed the ice dragon, the earlier dragon's roar and its imposing presence indicated its formidable power, especially within the frigid depths of the Tianshan cold pool, where it held a significant advantage. "Proceed." Chen Changzhen disregarded Hua Bushi's words. If those inept individuals emerged from the maze, others from rival factions would inevitably follow, bringing a host of complications. It was better to act now. The clash of the sages would deter those who dared to approach. "You must understand, the ice dragon cannot leave the cold pool. The best course of action is for us to descend together. I will shield you with the holy light, protecting you from its oppressive aura, allowing for a deeper exploration," Su Laosan proposed. Chen Changzhen nodded in acquiescence. "Young master, may I request your assistance?" At that moment, Bai Ningbing could no longer contain herself and interjected. It appeared that she had been excluded from their discussion entirely. As she expected, even when she spoke, Chen Changzhen did not deign to glance her way. "Young master, you promised me," Bai Ningbing reiterated. "How audacious, spouting nonsense. When has our young master ever made such a promise to you? Depart at once." Su Laosan bellowed. Bai Ningbing's face turned ashen. "You." She wished to retort but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the denizens of the demonic sect were untrustworthy. The seemingly ethereal youth was so utterly lacking in integrity. How detestable! Chen Changzhen made his way toward the cold pool. With a hum, Su Laosan raised a hand, and a beam of holy light enveloped Chen Changzhen before the four of them descended into the cold pool. The water was frigid, penetrating to the bone. Without the protection of the holy light, even with a fiery pill, Chen Changzhen would not dare to venture down. The deeper they sank, the lower the visibility became, as if a force were severely limiting their divine senses. Chen Changzhen furrowed his brow. "Wang Canlan, do you sense a direction?" he inquired. Wang Canlan nodded, moving toward the depths with palpable excitement. As an alchemist, he was acutely sensitive to the fragrance of elixirs. This aroma was undoubtedly imperial grade. Even if it were not, it must be a supreme elixir. Securing such a treasure would be a monumental achievement for him. "Young master, it lies just below," Wang Canlan exclaimed. A faint glow shimmered beneath them, causing Chen Changzhen and Su Laosan to exchange alarmed glances. The ice dragon, that light emanated from the ice dragon, which lay in wait, guarding an entrance. "Engage." Chen Changzhen swiftly retreated to the side. He was far too weak to confront the ice dragon directly. He needed Su Laosan and Hua Bushi to draw its attention, allowing him and Wang Canlan to investigate the cave. Prison Shadow. 100 Flower Kill. Su Laosan and Hua Bushi launched their attacks. In an instant, shadows enveloped the cold pool, a flurry of petals transformed into swords aimed at the ice dragon. Boom, roar, the ice dragon roared in fury, its massive form shifting. It unleashed a torrent of icy breath, obliterating the shadows while homing in on Su Laosan, swinging its tail like a true dragon. The tail, several hundred feet long, struck like a colossal ice sword, causing the cold pool to tremble violently. The two fought while retreating, clearly not intending to engage the ice dragon directly. "Vile beast! If you possess the courage, emerge from the pool and fight!" Su Laosan shouted, a radiant halo manifesting behind him, filled with sparkling stars akin to a shimmering galaxy. That was his holy halo. Once activated, its divine might surged forth. Su Laosan clapped his hands, conjuring an enormous black hand that struck toward the sweeping tail of the dragon. Bang! The collision sent shockwaves throughout the cold pool, forcing Su Laosan to retreat several thousand meters. This was intentional. Only by doing so could he draw the ice dragon away. Hua Bushi, being of lesser strength and merely at the saint level, dared not engage head-on and instead waited for the opportune moment to strike. The battle intensified. Roar, the ice dragon, now enraged, glimmered with luminous energy as it accelerated toward Su Laosan, intent on tearing him apart. Seeing it distance itself, Chen Changzhen promptly followed Wang Canlan toward the entrance of the cave. The holy light sheltered him, sparing him from the biting cold. It was a vast ice cave, larger even than the ice dragon itself. They felt as insignificant as a speck of dust within its confines. Young master, something feels amiss. It is surprisingly warm here. Wang Canlan remarked, retracting the holy light from Chen Changzhen that he sensed the true nature of the ice cave. Indeed, it was warm. In such a large ice cave, the ice dragon had not entered but rather guarded the entrance. Was it protecting the elixir? Chen Changzhen murmured. Young master, this may hold a legacy. The bloodline of that ice dragon is remarkably pure. It would not be incapable of speech but is likely sealed, Wang Canlan explained. The two navigated swiftly through the ice cave, its depth exceeding their expectations. After a while, Wang Canlan warned, young master, that girl seems to have followed us. Does she dare to descend? Chen Changzhen was taken aback. This cold pool was no ordinary chill. A being of her caliber would undoubtedly be affected. The Ice Cloud Sacred Palace possesses unique techniques. She must have consumed a pill and has protective artifacts, Wang Canlan noted. Do not concern yourself with her. If necessary, eliminate her, Chen Changzhen commanded. His curiosity now lay solely with what resided within. As they delved deeper, the temperature within the ice cave grew increasingly warm, yet the ice remained intact. This was peculiar. The two surveyed the surrounding ruins, none of which they recognized, heightening their alarm. Young master, these may well be ancient runes. While I am not an array master, I should at least be able to identify one. There is indeed a legacy here. Wang Canlan whispered. A dignified saint, and yet the walls of this ice cave were inscribed with runes. How could he possibly not recognize even a single one? Do you hear that? There seems to be a faint sound, Chen Changzhen queried, having caught a peculiar noise, reminiscent of something falling. Young master, it is the fire lotus. It is undergoing metamorphosis. Wang Canlan exclaimed, elated as he sniffed the air. He quickened his pace, realizing he had lost Chen Changzhen, and hastily retraced his steps. Young master, I am at fault, he lamented, then accelerated again with Chen Changzhen and TOW. As they pressed forward, the ice cave widened, leading them to a dazzling glow. Ah! There are people, a voice echoed from within, shocking Wang Canlan. Someone had arrived before them. It was Lang Bingyun. Chen Changzhen recognized the voice immediately. It was indeed Lang Bingyun, and she appeared to be in distress. The two rushed forward, only to be utterly astonished by the scene before them. Chapter 34 of the New Mount. The Imperial Lotus Seed. Help me, help me. The figure of Lang Bingyun hovered helplessly, ensnared by the fiery glow emanating from a towering fire lotus, which coiled around her like a dragon of flames, rendering her immobile. She beheld two individuals, calling out for assistance. This was the Imperial Lotus. It was transforming, seeking to refine her and consolidate its corporeal form, intending to transmigrate into a human. Wang Canlan was struck with astonishment. The esteemed mistress of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Lang Bingyun, was unexpectedly ensnared by an Imperial Lotus. Stop it! Chen Chang'ing commanded. Spiritual herbs are inherently destined for longevity, unbound by the constraints of lifespan, capable of infinitely absorbing the energies of heaven and earth to undergo metamorphosis. However, they are incapable of cultivation. This is the decree of the heavenly Tao. Yet, there are formidable herbs that self-destruct their corporeal forms to initiate transformation and embark on the path of cultivation. The fire lotus before them was one such entity. It sought to shed its original form, to invade Lang Bingyun's body, evading the tribulations of heaven. Suppress! Amidst his shock, Wang Canlan summoned a medicinal cauldron. He naturally would not stand idly by. Should this Imperial Fire Lotus succeed, their expedition would end in utter failure. A fractured supreme artifact could not possibly endure. A faint voice emerged from within the Fire Lotus. It had no means to counteract. It was directly subdued. It called out to the ice dragon, yet the ice dragon did not return. Held back by unseen forces. Boom! Lang Bingyun fell to the ground, flames shooting skyward. An incomparably terrifying wave of heat surged forth, causing Wang Canlan's countenance to change dramatically as he desperately maneuvered the medicinal cauldron to exert maximum suppression. Young master, it is burning its essence, seeking to incinerate everything! Wang Canlan shouted. Chen Chang'ing felt only the searing heat. He glanced at the beautiful woman sprawled on the ground and rushed towards her. It was not a heroic rescue, rather, the chill radiating from her form could counterbalance the horrifying temperature. As he embraced her, he felt as if he had clutched a block of ice. The sensation was piercingly cold. This, however, was a torment for Wang Canlan, whose entire being was engulfed in flames, resembling charred coal. Release me, and I shall grant you my essence. Otherwise, we shall be reduced to ashes. The fire lotus threatened, its voice echoing with interference. Its transformation had failed, and its accompanying sacred beast had been unable to safeguard it. Impossible. At most, I shall leave you a seed. Wang Canlan, now entirely blackened, refused to yield. The medicinal cauldron quivered violently, supreme runes upon it gleaming, forming resplendent beams of light. Damn it, I shall go all out. A massive azure ring materialized behind Wang Canlon, his lifeblood ablaze. The cauldron expanded relentlessly, seemingly on the verge of bursting the entire ice cavern, fiercely suppressing the fire lotus. Just then, a brilliant light radiated from Chen Xianging's brow, and a butterfly emerged. It was a golden butterfly, the imperial jade butterfly. How could this be? How could the young master possess such a thing? Wang Canlon gasped in astonishment. The imperial jade butterfly, an exceedingly ancient creature and the nemesis of all spiritual herbs, appeared, and in an instant, its dazzling golden light surged forth, suppressing the flames. The fire lotus, which had been engulfed in flames, suddenly fell silent, its breath retracting rapidly. The imperial jade butterfly fluttered down, landing atop the fire lotus. You cannot possibly command me, the fire lotus wailed in despair. How could such a being, specifically designed to counter it, exist in this world? Who on earth is this boy? Collect! Chen Xianging, embracing Lung Bingyun, formed a seal with one hand. In an instant, the imperial jade butterfly emanated an overwhelming force of attraction, uprooting the entire fire lotus. He reached out, and a box materialized, directly enclosing the fire lotus within. Wang Canlon was left in disbelief. He gazed at the box, his expression one of shock, struggling to trust his own eyes. The World Treasure Box! Is this truly the World Treasure Box? Wang Canlon exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. It was an unparalleled treasure, containing its own miniature world, capable of harboring living beings. This was beyond the capabilities of a spatial ring. Forget what you have witnessed today, Chen Xianging said to the beautiful woman in his arms. You saw nothing. Oh dear, what was I here for? Ah yes, to find the grand herb. How strange, where could it have gone? Wang Canlon muttered to himself. He surveyed the surroundings, cautious of glancing in Chen Xianging's direction, fearful of uncovering more secrets. After storing the imperial jade butterfly in the world box, Chen Xianging commanded Wang Canlon, come here and see why her body is so frigid. At this moment, Lung Bingyun had already lost consciousness, yet her coldness was alarming. The Ice Cloud Sacred Heart Technique, and the treasure within her, likely the Ice Cloud Mirror of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. She has also consumed a grand herb, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying force of extreme ice, Wang Canlon remarked, increasingly horrified. Young master, this could very well be the twin lotus. There should be another ice lotus that she has ingested. However, she has sustained serious injuries, making it difficult to refine. At this moment, that immense energy is assaulting her delicate form, while the Ice Cloud Mirror is protecting its master. Wang Canlon continued, casting his gaze around. The twin imperial lotus? This place is certainly extraordinary. Chen Xianging hesitated. This woman was both beautiful and formidable. Now that she had fallen into his hands, he contemplated how to proceed. Should he indulge first, then eliminate her? That would merely be a fleeting pleasure, a reward for his subordinate. Not much benefit in that. Saving her seemed pointless as well. Such a person, constantly denouncing demonic cults and sorcerers, harbored a profound aversion to demonic cultivators. The challenge of subjugating her would be immense. Young master, I possess a type of elixir that can control her, rendering her enraptured. At that moment, Wang Canlon produced 2 pills. One was for controlling individuals, while the other allowed for unrestrained actions post-control, and she would be exceedingly obedient. Chen Xianging glanced at them but exhibited no interest. The risks associated with the elixirs were too great. If she were to break free, he would be hard-pressed to notice, akin to carrying a bomb on his person. He was uneasy about using the elixirs for control. Young master, fret not, this is a sacred pill. Given her current state, she cannot possibly escape its grasp unless she wishes for death. Wang Canlon added. Chen Xianging shook his head. Such a pure and virtuous woman could hardly fear death. Her chastity likely mattered more to her than life itself. Young master, this is the only option. Either eliminate her, which would be a pity. If Elder Yuming were present, he could employ his technique to control her. Wang Canlon's gaze lingered on the voluptuous figure of the beautiful woman, filled with regret. Such a captivating creature was truly a loss. To indulge before killing her would also be unfortunate. Technique, humans and beasts should be somewhat similar. Chen Xianging suddenly recalled the technique he practiced, the ancient beast mastery technique. He had once extracted this from Bai Linglong, even imprinting a slave mark upon her. Even if that little white tiger had returned to the White Tiger clan, he could still sense her emotional fluctuations. Chen Xianging formed seals with his hands, conjuring an enormous beast seal that rapidly condensed and then shrank to the size of a palm. He gazed at the beautifully pale forehead of Leng Bingyun and directly imprinted the beast seal upon her. In an instant, a totem emerged upon Leng Bingyun's forehead, signifying success. Chen Xianging was astonished. It truly works. I am indeed a genius. From this day forth, Lung Bingyun would become Chun Chang'ing's beast slave, his mount. He beheld her voluptuous form and exquisite visage. Not bad, quite splendid. Chen Chang'ing felt elated. But just then, a radiant light suddenly erupted from Lung Bingyun's brow, an intensely brilliant cold light surging forth. Boom, a lotus seed shattered the ice cavern and soared into the sky. The Imperial Lotus Seed, Chapter 35 of The Gathering of the Strong. The Jiang family strikes. The Imperial Lotus Seed soared skyward, and Chen Changzhen seized the opportunity to grab the cold Bingyun, swiftly placing her into the world treasure box. He shot forth, intent on capturing the Imperial Lotus Seed. The Imperial Lotus Seed radiated a dazzling light that reverberated throughout the entire Tian Shan, startling the ice dragon engaged in battle with its fierce roar. The Imperial Lotus Seed. Is that truly the Imperial Lotus Seed? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. With the Imperial Lotus Seed in his grasp, Chen Chang'en's hand glimmered with brilliance, attempting to withstand the overwhelming chill. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from above, aiming to capture both Chen Changzhen and the Imperial Lotus Seed. Begone! A pitch-black battle knife sliced through the air from a distance, forcing the giant hand to retreat. All members of the Jiang family, get out of my way, declared an elder from the demon sect. Humph! Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those fated to possess them, a woman scoffed, her hand striking out, not willing to relinquish the Imperial Lotus Seed. Do not harm the young master. Retreat at once. With a thunderous roar, yet another elder from the demon sect emerged, igniting a chaotic battle. Chen Changzhen, clutching the Imperial Lotus Seed, made his way towards his vehicle, shivering with cold. So frigid. Despite channeling his divine power, he found himself unable to counteract the chilling force, which rapidly encased his hand in ice. The terrifying cold surged into his body, penetrating his meridians, attempting to freeze him in place. A radiant holy light manifested on his forehead, shielding him from the extreme cold. Old Deng is protecting him. Chen Fan's methods within him activated. In the distance, a young man fixed his gaze upon him, swiftly appearing before Chen Changzhen. Little brother, leave the item behind, and I shall allow you to depart. The young man spoke with an arrogant tone. Begone! Chen Changzhen retorted coldly, flicking his fingers, emitting a dazzling light. How dare an ant of a monarch obstruct him, seeking death? Yet, just as he struck, a beam of cold light flashed, shattering the divine energy he had gathered. Where is my master? Bai Ningbing charged in, demanding answers. She had employed all her means to follow Chen Changzhen down the cold pond and into the ice cave, yet cold Bingyun was nowhere to be found. Upon reaching the cave's end, she discovered it had been pierced by the ice lotus seed. She is dead. Chen Changzhen declared, his right hand gathering golden light as he unleashed a powerful punch. Heavenly Emperor's Fist. The strike erupted with the force of a celestial sovereign, compressing the very fabric of reality, causing the void to explode as the terrifying might of the punch reached its zenith. Bai Ningbing's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of martial art is this? It harbors such terrifying power. As a celestial being, even if injured, she should not feel such trepidation from a mere punch. Ice palm. She reacted swiftly, striking out simultaneously as the young man also made his move. Void hand seal. With a thunderous clash, their combined assaults met Chen Chang'en's punch imprint, unleashing a cataclysmic eruption of power. Chen Changzhen was forced back several dozen meters. How is this possible? The young man exclaimed in shock. Although they appeared to have gained the upper hand, he found little joy in the victory. As a monarch, alongside a seemingly formidable woman, they had merely pushed back a youth. Old Huang, why are you still not out? Chen Changzhen bellowed. A figure materialized beside him, a venerable old man clad in coarse linen, hair disheveled, resembling a beggar devoid of any semblance of a powerful being. Gentlemen, step aside. This is not your affair, this item belongs to our demon sect. Old Huang spoke, his yellowed teeth drawing the attention of the two, causing them to frown. His appearance suggested either a beggar or a hidden master, and in this moment, it was evidently the latter. Ha ha ha. The esteemed old Huang, bullying the disciples of the Jiang family is rather ungracious. At that moment, a voice resounded through the heavens, and a figure shot forth in a flash. Before Chen Changzhen could discern who it was, the person had already appeared before the Jiang family youth. 9 ancestors, what brings you here? The young man exclaimed in shock. Shangzhen pays his respects to the 9 ancestors. He quickly offered a bow. Had I not come, the world would believe the Jiang family has no capable fighters left, and they would surely ride over us, the old man remarked, gesturing for Jiang Shengzhen to step back. He, Jiang Wanyan, it has been many years. I thought you had perished in some corner of the world, old Huang laughed heartily, showing no fear of Jiang Wanyan. You, old Huang, have not perished, so how could I? Jiang Wanyan replied directly. Pray tell, how shall we deal with this lotus seed? The imperial lotus seed was a coveted prize the Jiang family also sought to claim. Are you out of your mind, or have you forgotten to take your medicine? The imperial lotus seed is in the hands of our demon sect's young master. Naturally, it belongs to us. What, does the Jiang family wish to fight? Old Huang stated, raising his hand, an overwhelming force descending upon Chen Changzhen, easing his burden. The imperial lotus seed has been sealed. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those fated to possess them. It is not solely yours, as there is a share for all who witness it. Jiang Wanyan retorted, had it merely been some sacred herbs, I would not have intervened, but the imperial medicine is different. It is far more precious. Consuming it may not guarantee ascension to the celestial realm, but it certainly offers a chance to become a supreme being. Well said, those who witness it share the spoils. 5,000 years ago, I even met your partner. May I not partake in a share? Old Huang laughed heartily, summoning an umbrella into his hand. The yellow spring umbrella. After all this time, old Huang remains as unrestrained as ever. I wonder if his strength has improved. At that moment, a voice echoed across the heavens, a terrifying pressure enveloping the area. A figure materialized, causing old Huang to furrow his brow. Another powerful figure from the Jiang family has arrived, Zhang Daoyi. Old Huang's gaze locked onto a figure that solidified from the void, appearing abruptly. Hand over the imperial lotus seed, and I shall allow you to leave today. Otherwise, I will take your lives. Zhang Daoyi proclaimed with unyielding dominance, his terrifying divine sense descending upon Chen Changzhen, seeking to peer into his very essence. Be gone! Old Huang bellowed, unfurling the yellow spring umbrella to counteract the oppressive divine sense. He immediately conveyed a message to Chen Changzhen, urging him to flee, for this old man was a half-step supreme being. A half-step supreme being, such a presence ranks among the top contenders in the ancient realm. Chen Changzhen's expression was uncharacteristically grave. The Jiang family, indeed, was the most powerful ancient clan, with depths that astonished him that he clutched the lotus seed, securing it tightly. Two figures appeared beside him, a mad dragon. Heavenly robbery. You two old fellows have taken on the role of bodyguards. This truly comes as a surprise. Is this youth the one with the supreme demonic eyes? At that moment, Zhang Daoyi's murderous intent ignited. The supreme demonic eyes undoubtedly belonged to the most formidable prodigy of the demon sect. Should they be eliminated, the path for their Jiang family figure would be much clearer. 3 against 2 is hardly a fair fight, Jiang Wanyan interjected. The 3 great sages of the demon sect have arrived. This protective array is beyond my expectations, yet, it does not instill fear, especially with a half-step supreme being on our side. If you wish to fight, I do not mind accompanying you. However, I cannot guarantee that the boy will remain unscathed, old Huang declared. Though the 3 of them appeared evenly matched, if one were to protect Chen Changzhen while the other 2 engaged, they might indeed secure victory against Jiang Changzhen. Heh, how shameful for the demon to target a mere youth. How can you bear such a face? Zhang Daoyi mocked coldly. When necessary, one must employ necessary means. This lad should be a direct descendant of the Jiang family, correct? Heavenly Robbery's voice was chilling, his emaciated form shrouded in sinister black light. Are the 3 elders not a match for him? Chen Changzhen inquired in a low voice. According to past conventions, these 3 old demons would not speak so courteously unless something was amiss. And there is another, he has yet to reveal himself, yet he is indeed present. Perhaps he is the sole supreme being of the Jiang family. Mad Dragon whispered. Their trepidation stemmed from this individual. Should that old man's aura be felt, they would have dared to engage, even in the presence of Zhang Daoyi's half-step supreme status. How about this? Let him battle with Changzhen. Whoever prevails shall claim the imperial lotus seed, Zhang Daoyi proposed. Jiang Wanyan furrowed his brow, while Chen Changzhen and the others exchanged glances of surprise. The young man's aura was subtle. Even I cannot discern it. Can Changzhen truly be his opponent? After all, his earlier punch could contend with both Changzhen and that young lady. Jiang Wanyan communicated through thought, outlining the situation. He was Jiang Changzhen's protector and had observed the Heavenly Emperor's fist with clarity. Chapter 35, Convergence of the Strong. The Jiang family strikes. The imperial lotus seed soared into the sky, as Chen Chang'an directly seized Lang Bingyun and thrust her into the world treasure box. He shot forth in a blaze, intent on capturing the imperial lotus seed. The seed radiated a resplendent brilliance, stirring the entire Tianshan, while the battling ice dragon roared in response. The Imperial Lotus Seed. It truly is the Imperial Lotus Seed, an astonished voice exclaimed. As Chen Chang'an grasped the Imperial Lotus Seed, a dazzling light enveloped his hand, battling against the terrifying cold force. Suddenly, a colossal hand descended from above, seeking to seize both Chen Chang'an and the Imperial Lotus Seed. Get lost! A pitch-black battle knife sliced through the air from afar, repelling the giant hand. All of you from the Zhang family, be gone, an elder from the demon cult declared. Humph! The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the worthy, a woman scoffed, her hand striking down, unwilling to relinquish the Imperial Lotus Seed. Do not harm the young master, retreat at once. With a thunderous roar, another elder from the demon cult charged into the fray. A chaotic battle erupted. Chen Chang'an, with the Imperial Lotus Seed in tow, made his way toward his vehicle. He was trembling from the cold. So cold! Despite channeling divine power, he still could not withstand the frigid force, as his hand was swiftly enveloped in a fearsome frost. The terrifying chill surged into his body, invading his meridians, attempting to freeze him solid. A radiant holy light manifested on Chen Chang'an's forehead, effectively blocking the frigid force. Old Deng is protecting him. The means left by Chen Fan within his body were activated. In the distance, a young man fixated on him, suddenly appearing before Chen Chang'an. Little brother, leave the item and you may depart, the youth proclaimed arrogantly. Get lost! Chen Chang'an retorted coldly, flicking his finger, a brilliant light erupting. An ant among emperors dared to obstruct him, seeking death, yet, just as he made his move, a flash of icy light surged forth, shattering the divine energy he had gathered. Where is my master? Bai Ningbing rushed in, demanding an answer. Having deployed all her means to follow Chen Chang'an into the icy pond and into the ice cave, she found no trace of Ling Bingyun. Upon reaching the end of the ice cave, she discovered it had been pierced by the ice lotus seed. She's dead, Chen Chang'an stated. His right hand gathered golden light, and with a sudden punch, he unleashed the Heavenly Emperor fist. The punch erupted forth as if the Heavenly Emperor himself had descended. The terrifying fist light compressed the heavens and earth, causing the void to shatter, releasing the full extent of its power. Bai Ningbing's expression changed dramatically. What kind of martial art is this? It contains such dreadful might. As a celestial being, she should not feel such trepidation from this punch, even while injured. Ice palm. She finally reacted, executing a palm strike. Simultaneously, the young man also made his move. Void hand seal. Boom! The two launched their attacks simultaneously, colliding with the fist imprint Chen Chang'an had unleashed, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of power. Chen Chang'an was forced back several dozen meters. How is this possible? The youth exclaimed in shock. Though it seemed they had gained the upper hand, he felt no joy. As an emperor, allying with an apparently formidable woman, they had merely managed to repel a mere youth. Old Huang, why aren't you coming out? Chen Chang'an bellowed. A figure materialized beside him. It was an old man, clad in coarse linen, with disheveled hair, resembling a beggar, devoid of any aura of a powerful being. You two, step back. This matter does not concern you. The Imperial Lotus Seed belongs to our demon cult. Old Huang spoke, his yellowed teeth standing out, causing the two to frown. In such a guise, he was either a beggar or a reclusive master. Given the current situation, it was evidently the latter. Ah, the esteemed elder Huang, bullying a disciple of the Zhang family, is truly lacking in decency. At that moment, a voice resonated through the heavens and earth, and a figure suddenly burst forth, flashing past. Before Chen Chang'an could discern, the person had already appeared before the Zhang family youth. Ancestor Jiao, what brings you here? The youth was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Shang Jin pays his respects to Ancestor Jiao. He quickly reacted, bowing. If I do not come, the world would think our Zhang family has no one capable, and they would ride roughshod over us, the elder said, gesturing for Zhang Shengjin to step back. Heh, Zhang Wanyan, it has been many years. I thought you had perished in some corner. Elder Huang laughed heartily. He was unafraid of Zhang Wanyan. If you, Elder Huang, have not perished, how could I? Zhang Wanyan responded directly. Let us discuss how to deal with this lotus seed. The Imperial Lotus Seed was something the Zhang family also coveted. Have you lost your mind or forgotten to take your medicine? The Imperial Lotus Seed is in the hands of our demon cult's young master. It is naturally our possession. What, does the Zhang family seek a fight? Elder Huang remarked. He raised his hand, a terrifying force descending upon Chen Chang'an, causing him to suddenly feel at ease. The Imperial Lotus Seed has been sealed. The treasures of heaven and earth belong to the worthy. It does not solely belong to you, as it is a shared fortune. Jiang Wanyan stated. If it were merely some sacred herbs, he would not intervene, but the imperial medicine was different. It was far more precious than supreme medicines. Consuming it might not guarantee becoming an emperor, but achieving supremacy was certainly within reach. What a shared fortune! 5,000 years ago, I still saw your partner. Would I not be entitled to a share? Elder Huan laughed heartily, producing an umbrella. The yellow spring umbrella. After so many years, old Huang remains as unabashed as ever. I wonder if his strength has grown. Just then, a voice echoed through the heavens, a terrifying pressure enveloping the realm. A figure materialized at Elder Huang's brow furrowed. Another powerful individual from the Jiang family had arrived. Jiang Daoyi. Elder Huang's gaze locked onto a figure that materialized from void to reality. Hand over the imperial lotus seed, and I shall allow you to leave today. Otherwise, I shall kill. Jiang Daoyi proclaimed dominantly, his terrifying divine sense descending upon Chen Chanan, seeking to penetrate his being. Get lost! Elder Huang roared, opening the yellow spring umbrella to dispel the overwhelming divine sense. He immediately transmitted a message to Chen Chanan, urging him to flee. This old fellow was a half-step supreme being. A half-step supreme being, such a presence ranks among the top in the ancient realm. Chen Chanan's expression turned unusually grave. The Jiang family truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful ancient clan, possessing such profound roots. He clutched the lotus seed, stowing it away. Two figures materialized beside him. Mad Dragon. Rob Heaven's fortune, you two old fellows have taken to being bodyguards, how surprising. Is this youth the supreme demon Eye? At that moment, Jiang Daoyi harbored murderous intent. The supreme demon Eye was undoubtedly the most formidable prodigy of the demon cult. Should he perish, the path for their Jiang family's esteemed one would be cleared. 3 against 2 is rather uninteresting, Jiang Wanyan remarked. The 3 great saints of the demon cult had arrived, and the protective force was somewhat beyond his expectations. Yet, this was insufficient to make them wary. After all, they had a half-step supreme on their side. If you wish to fight, I do not mind accompanying you. However, whether that lad survives is another matter, Elder Huang stated. The 3 of them appeared evenly matched, yet, if one were to protect Chen Chang'an while the other 2 engaged, they might very well achieve victory against Jiang Shangzhen. Heh, truly worthy of being a demon. To strike against a junior, how shameless. Jiang Daoyi mocked coldly. When necessary, one must employ necessary means. This lad should be of the Jiang family's direct line, correct? Rob Heaven's fortune spoke in a chilling tone, his emaciated form shrouded in a fearsome black light. Are the 3 elders not a match? Chen Chang'an whispered, sensing something amiss. According to past precedent, these 3 old demons would not speak so politely. Something must be amiss. And there is another. He has not revealed himself, but he is indeed present. Perhaps it is the only supreme being of the Jiang family. Mad Dragon murmured. What they feared was this: the aura of that old fellow lingered. Otherwise, they would dare to engage, even if Jiang Daoyi was a half-step supreme being. How about this? Let him battle with Shangzhen. Whoever wins claims the imperial lotus seed. At this moment, Jiang Daoyi proposed. Jiang Wanyan frowned. Chen Chang'an and the others were taken aback. That youth's aura was obscure, even I could not perceive it. Is Shangzhen truly a match? Just now, with one punch, he could contend with Shangzhen and that girl. Jiang Wanyan transmitted a message, inquiring about the situation. He was the protector of Jiang Shangzhen and had clearly observed the Heavenly Emperor fist from earlier. Chapter 36, The Boundless Demon Sovereign, Old Deng's Arrival. You read that correctly. Jiang Dao was astonished. Jiang Shangzhen is indeed a direct descendant of the Jiang family and possesses the Great Sun's sacred body. How could he possibly join forces with others to attack a mere youth, one who has yet to prove himself? This young man appears to be significantly younger than Jiang Shangzhen. It is no mistake, the punch he delivered contained an overwhelming force that was truly fearsome. The woman allied with Shangzhen is a disciple of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, likely the Saintess, at the Celestial God Realm. Though she is heavily injured, subduing a true king monarch should not pose a problem, Jiang Wanyan remarked. If that is so, then they are 2 monarchs attacking a single youth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dao's murderous intent intensified. Despite his youth, the ability to overpower 2 monarchs signifies that if he does not meet an untimely demise, he will inevitably rise to prominence. Young master, we may commence the battle. The old patriarch has arrived. At that moment, Jie Tianyun communicated with Chen Chang'e. Chen Chang'e was taken aback. The old patriarch, the very same old man who once cradled me. He had actually emerged from the ancestor hall. You want me to fight him? Very well. Chen Chang'e turned to Jiang Dao, instantly filled with newfound confidence. The old patriarch's arrival implies that there is someone within the Jiang family who can contend with their supreme being. There is little to fear now, perhaps he could even decisively defeat Jiang Shangzhen. Shangzhen is still young, his cultivation not yet sufficient, he is no match for you, why not allow this old man to press forward and engage you in battle? Jiang Dao suddenly altered his stance. He was not foolish, facing Jiang Shangzhen would only bring humiliation. Jiang Dao, do you still have any sense of shame, to bully a junior? How could you even conceive of such a thing? How about I spar with you instead? Huang Laozu bellowed. A half-buried ancient creature, even if it were to press forward, could not easily be defeated by a mere junior. They did not fully trust Jiang Dao. This rascal is merely a half-step supreme. Should he suddenly unleash his strongest might to kill, they would find it hard to intervene. Kid, deal with him. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Chang'e's ear. It was the old patriarch. Chen Chang'e's brow furrowed slightly. All right, then you shall press forward, I will fight you. That won't do. As soon as Chen Chang'e's words fell, the three old men immediately shouted in strong objection. Chen Chang'e stepped out from among them. They were about to intervene when their expressions changed, and they fell silent. Clearly, they had also received the old patriarch's message. Indeed, brimming with youthful arrogance, Jiang Dao remarked, his eyes half squinted, resembling an old fox. His aura quickly retracted, genuinely preparing to press forward. Jiang Dao, should you dare to employ tricks, I guarantee that among the younger generation of the Jiang family, whoever steps out shall meet their end. Huang Laozu threatened. Young man, for 5 millennia I have traversed the ancient realm without a single defeat. Today, to engage with me is indeed your fortune, strike. Jiang Dao ignored Huang Laozu and addressed Chen Chang'e. Chen Chang'e's lips twitched. Strike, you mean to let me take one blow? Celestial Emperor Bloodline, activate. Primal Ancient Kidney Body, activate. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth from Chen Chang'e, his entire being radiating golden light, enveloped in thunder. His presence left Jiang Dao in shock. Could this truly be the true king realm? He distinctly observed the true king power coursing through Chen Chang'e's form, yet the aura was far too terrifying. It had already surpassed that of a monarch. This left him bewildered. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Chen Chang'e's figure flickered, boundless golden light converging into a single fist aimed at Jiang Dao. The punch erupted as if the Heavenly Emperor had descended, the great Dao resounding endlessly, causing the very fabric of the heavens and earth to tremble violently. That vast aura seemed to crush all in its path. Foolishness! Merely boasting of grandeur is insufficient, strength is paramount. Great Void Hand, strangle! Jiang Dao's expression suddenly changed, his aura surging forth. He had changed his mind. As the Heavenly Emperor Fist descended, his great hand reached out, distorting the endless void, forming a terrifying vortex intended to consume Chen Chang'e entirely. Damn it! Boom! Huang Laozu and the other two immediately sprang into action, yet a figure manifested, standing before them. The supreme of the Jiang family had made his move. At the very moment of his appearance, time and space seemed to come to a standstill. The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. Old man, do you truly believe that I am but a mere bone? Can I not contend with you? A faint voice echoed, and the expression of the Jiang family supreme transformed, filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, the void laws that Jiang Dao had assembled began to crumble, his body immobilized by an overwhelming force. Chen Chang'e's fist came crashing down. Bang! The golden light erupted as Jiang Dao's aged visage was struck by a colossal fist imprint, flipping him over entirely. A figure appeared before Chen Chang'e. It was an old man, hunched over as if a candle flickering in the wind, propped up by a pitch-black cane. Yang Wujie, you have indeed come. An old woman regarded the old patriarch with immense trepidation. Old hag, after all these years, you remain the same. The old man has been here for quite some time, yet you have failed to sense his presence. Should I say you are nothing but a waste? Yang Wujie's words were calm and measured. On the other side, Jiang Dao had regained his footing, cold sweat pouring down his brow, not daring to take a breath. It was utterly terrifying. In an instant, he felt as if he were suffocating, as though facing death itself. Truly, the boundless demon sovereign, I am but a frail old man nearing death. How could I possibly possess the same might as the boundless demon sovereign? Your young companion is not of the true king realm. It was he who first broke the rules. Thus Daoi followed suit to speak. How shall we resolve this matter? The old woman stated, seeking to assert dominance. There is no use in being unreasonable. The imperial lotus seed, we shall take it. Your life, old man, is also desired. As Yang Wujie spoke, dark light surged from the cane in his hand, and ominous runes materialized. Do you wish to initiate a supreme battle? My Jiang family has several members en route. How many of your demonic sect dare to mobilize? Do not forget the righteous demonic agreement you established earlier. The old woman felt a tinge of fear. She was convinced that Yang Wujie's words were not mere jest, this demon truly intended to act against her. Old ancestor, the righteous demonic agreement has already been violated by them. That wretched brat massacred the Shao family. He killed my son. At that moment, a voice resonated through the heavens, carrying with it overwhelming murderous intent. A stunning woman rushed forth, her exquisite eyes radiating an intense bloodlust, fixating on Chen Changde. Wretched brat! Why did you kill Yuner? Why did you annihilate the Shao family? As the woman spoke, the members of the Jiang family frowned. Annihilating an entire clan, Qingyi, are you implying that it was he who killed our cousins? Jiang Shengjin exclaimed in shock. The entirety of the Shao family, numbering in the tens of thousands, had been left without a single survivor, reduced to scorched earth, accomplished by a mere youth. He bears the aura of the Shao family's ancient imperial jade. Shao Huang had me drop my blood into it. I sense it clearly. I implore the old ancestor to take action and assist me in eradicating this demon. Jiang Qingwan shouted, her aura surging forth, her cultivation in the Divine King realm on full display. She had reached the Divine King realm. The old woman was somewhat taken aback. Old ancestor, there is no need for concern, the celestial palace is already on its way, this wretched brat must die. Jiang Qingwan's words were icy, her murderous gaze never leaving Chen Changde. Yang Wujie stood beside him, the Divine King's consciousness unable to approach him at all. Wretched brat, at such a tender age, to annihilate an entire clan, you truly are something. The old woman glared at Chen Changde, her murderous intent palpable. This could very well become another Yang Wujie, or perhaps even someone who surpasses him in power. Now is indeed the best time to eliminate him. Yang the old demon, hand him over. Such an evil entity, should he grow, he could pose a threat to the ancient realm. You wouldn't want your demonic sect to become a target for the world, would you? The old woman threatened. The last demon extermination campaign had already caused many demonic factions to distance themselves from the demonic sect. She was eager to see whether Yang Wujie would dare to protect him. Have you seen? In these times, foolishness seems to be on the rise. Yang Wujie said to Chen Changde with a gentle smile, seemingly unconcerned with those present. Meanwhile, Huang Laozu was frantically sending messages. He was summoning the demonic sect's offerings and various affiliated factions to prepare for the impending arrival of the Celestial Palace. Yang Wujie, do you truly intend to protect this wretched brat? Are you prepared to make an enemy of the entire ancient realm? The old woman's aura began to rise. She sensed powerful presences traversing the void towards them. It must be the Celestial Palace. That aura was overwhelmingly righteous. It could not belong to a strong entity of the demonic sect. She continued to speak. This wretched brat shall surely die today. You cannot protect him. Cannot protect him? Today, I shall witness which ancient relic dares to harm Changde. Boom, a voice echoed through the void, and then it exploded as a figure crossed the expanse. At the moment of his appearance, the myriad paths of heaven resonated. Chen Changde looked on in surprise. Old Deng had actually arrived. Chapter 37 of the Great Completion of the Sacred Body, the Slaughterer of Saints. Who are you? Upon Chen Fan's arrival, the members of the Jiang family furrowed their brows. The aura he exuded was not that of a demonic cultivator, leading them to initially suspect that a powerful figure from the Immortal Palace had arrived. Chen Fan, you may also refer to me as the Bloodied Hand Slaughterer. Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the old woman, his vitality surging, an overwhelming aura overshadowing everyone present. This took Yang Wujie by surprise. This little beast is your son. He has slain my Dao companion and my son. Do you not owe me, and the Jiang family, an explanation? Jiang Qingwan reprimanded coldly. An explanation? Bang! Before her words could fully settle, Chen Fan had already appeared beside Jiang Qingwan, delivering a devastating punch. The terrifying force struck her head, causing it to explode, her primordial spirit escaping. Qingwan! Jiang Wanyan shouted in alarm, the members of the Jiang family stunned. Such speed! What realm is this fellow in? The aged Supreme Elder fixed her gaze intently, attempting to discern Chen Fan's true power. Is this explanation satisfactory for you? Chen Fan inquired. Jiang Qingwan's physical form lay shattered, her primordial spirit exhibiting cracks, shielded by the supreme laws of the old woman. Why you are the ancient sacred body. The old woman stammered, trembling as she pointed at Chen Fan. She had realized it. Chen Fan was indeed the ancient sacred body. More alarming was his cultivation level, already at the great saint stage, with a physique comparable to or even surpassing that of a supreme. It is you. You are still alive. Jiang Wanyan exclaimed in shock, having recognized Chen Fan. It appears you still remember me. 15 years ago, you breached the protective formation of the Chen clan. Today, I have come to seek justice. Chen Fan's gaze locked onto Jiang Wanyan. Although the ancient Jiang family had little involvement in the Chen clan's annihilation, those who participated were remarkably powerful. It was Jiang Wanyan who had shattered the protective formation of the Chen clan. Elder Huang, take Changgung away, Chen Fan commanded. As soon as his words fell, Elder Huang seized Chen Changgung and attempted to flee from Tian Mountain. No one is allowed to leave, the old woman bellowed. If this young one were to escape, it would signify that the demonic sect had no fear whatsoever. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Boom! Yang Wuji stepped forward, causing the very heavens to tremble. Although he too was an ancient supreme, his fearsome reputation far surpassed that of the old woman, and his strength exceeded hers. Humph! It is truly surprising that you survived my strike back then and have grown to this extent. Since you have come, let us settle this once and for all. Jiang Wanyan roared, a hint of fear in his voice. 15 years had passed, and Chen Fan had astonishingly advanced from a saint to a great saint. Such speed was unparalleled. What terrified him most was that he was still the ancient sacred body. Should he be given 100 years, would he not become invincible in the ancient realm? He needed to quickly comprehend the grudges between the two. Settle, 15 years ago, I, a mere saint, withstood your great saint's strike. What do you count for today? Boom! Chen Fan's aura surged violently, and behind him manifested an enormous ring, akin to the myriad stars in the sky, resplendent in its brilliance. It was massive, with a diameter of 100 feet. The Saint Ring. This was Chen Fan's Saint Ring. The typical saint's ring measured merely 1 foot in diameter, yet has stretched to 100 feet. How is this possible? Jiang Wanyan gasped in disbelief. Attack! Chen Fan roared, and an infinite void collapsed. Countless snow-capped peaks obliterated. The heavens revealed an endless abyss. Great stars ignited and rapidly exploded. Boom! He stepped forward, delivering a punch aimed at Jiang Wanyan. In an instant, the members of the Jiang family sprang into action. A great battle erupted. Chen Fan's target was none other than Jiang Wanyan, whom he longed to eliminate. He charged directly forward. Bluffing, solar strike. As Jiang Wanyan raised his hand, a sun manifested, hurtling toward the charging Chen Changgung. Chen Changgung's fist sword, unmatched in its might. Boom! With a single punch, the terrifying force shattered the sun, an unstoppable power cascading down, enveloping Jiang Wanyan in boundless golden radiance. Ah, how is this possible? Jiang Wanyan was sent flying by a single punch, his body exploding as he plummeted alongside the stars. His primordial spirit, filled with terror, fled in all directions. The great completion of the sacred body, a perfected ancient sacred body, how can this be? The starry conflict erupted, drawing the attention of the old woman, who was engaged in battle with Yang Wuji's. With that one punch, she fully comprehended Chen Fan's might. Even Jiang Wanyan, at the same great saint level, could not withstand a single blow from him. Elder, save me! Jiang Wanyan's primordial spirit cried out as it fled into the cosmos. Legends spoke of the perfected ancient sacred body being able to challenge emperors. How could he, a mere great saint, compete? You cannot escape. Boom! Chen Fan's figure flickered, appearing ahead of him, stepping upon a great star and unleashing a punch. The stars erupted, the river of stars fractured, and the fleeing Jiang Wanyan was engulfed by the terrifying light of the punch. All hope for his survival vanished. No! The horrific punch consumed Jiang Wanyan, leaving only a desperate scream in its wake. Jiang Daoi's expression shifted dramatically. Having repelled Jie Tianyun and the Mad Dragon, he wasted no time in tearing through the void to escape. Now you wish to flee, too late. Chen Fan bellowed. His figure vanished into the starry sky, merging with the void as he unleashed a punch, shattering the boundless expanse. The one who had intended to escape, Jiang Daoi, was now pale with fear. You truly achieved great completion. Even with the evidence before him, Jiang Daoi could hardly believe that a perfected ancient sacred body had emerged in this world. He was filled with dread, summoning a golden tower to suppress the approaching Chen Fan. Chen Fan was undaunted, charging forward, delivering a punch at the rapidly enlarging golden tower. Boom! The supreme artifact, the golden Xian Tower, shattered, its terrifying fragments crashing like meteors into the nearby stars, toppling many celestial bodies. Amidst the endless radiance, Chen Fan's figure traversed through, his speed and strength far surpassing that of the half-step supreme Jiang Daoi. 5 elements sacred body, breakthrough punch. Bang! Jiang Daoi unleashed his inherent power in haste, attempting to counter. Yet unexpectedly, Chen Fan's terrifying punch descended, obliterating his entire arm, sending him hurtling away. Pfft, damn, how could you have achieved great completion? Jiang Daoyi spat blood, his body a mangled mess, resembling a mass of meat in tumult. He found it inconceivable, to reach great completion at the great saint stage, achieving perfection, was akin to being on the verge of physical ascension to emperorhood. He, a half-step supreme, could not withstand even a single punch. You are far too weak. Chen Fan advanced, traversing the river of stars. He was enveloped in sacred light, a terrifying aura overshadowing several universes, collapsing the starry rivers beneath, as if the very fabric of time and space trembled. You cannot kill me. We, the Jiang family, bang. Before Jiang Daoyi could finish, a colossal hand struck down, reducing him to mere dust. Jiang Daoyi perished. Now it is your turn, old crone. Chen Fan turned his gaze towards the battlefield nearby. The two combatants were struck with shock, finding it hard to believe, feeling as though it were unreal. Two great saints had been so effortlessly slaughtered, and Chen Fan was merely a great saint. He had simply achieved a physical breakthrough ahead of time, a perfected sacred body. Old hag, your time is up. Yang Wujis declared. Humph, to challenge an emperor, today, I shall see if this so-called perfected sacred body can truly stand against an emperor. Boom! The Ancient Emperor's Great Map, open. Chapter 38. Unarmed assault on the imperial weapon, slaying Jiang Shangzhen. The ancient diagram of the Great Emperor, the ultimate imperial weapon of the Jiang clan, forged by the heavenly emperor of the Jiang family. The old crone summoned the ancient diagram of the Great Emperor, unleashing an overwhelming aura that swept across the heavens and oppressed the universe. A colossal ancient diagram materialized in the boundless starry sky, rapidly enlarging and emitting a terrifying chaotic energy. The imperial might was vast and majestic. As a figure emerged from the enormous ancient diagram, the figure was imposing, surrounded by the laws of the imperial path. It was the manifestation of the heavenly emperor. He had refined his projection within the ancient diagram, signifying his dominion over all realms. Countless stars flickered within the diagram, transforming from illusion to reality, forming a new expanse of starry sky that bore down upon them. Chen Fan and Yang Wuji furrowed their brows. This old wretch had actually brought the imperial weapon. Typically, imperial weapons do not leave their respective factions, as they require protection for their descendants. This old crone's act of bringing the imperial weapon here surely harbored sinister intentions. But what of the imperial weapon? Chen Fan, fear it not, embrace mountain seal, Chen Fan bellowed, forming a seal with his hands. A gigantic law seal, akin to an ancient deity lifting a massive mountain, surged toward the encroaching starry sky. Boom, the stars surged forth, a terrifying killing formation manifested, with an overwhelming array of killing runes submerging the universe. The Embrace Mountain seal was crushed, yet Chen Fan did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, his entire being radiated with golden light, as his law body merged, expanding at a terrifying speed, standing tall against the starry sky. Humph, what of the perfected holy body? The imperial weapon, like an emperor descending, is but an ant. Watch as I crush you. The old crone formed a seal, and the imperial phantom along with the myriad stars moved into action, raising a hand to strike at Chen Fan. Boom, Chen Fan unleashed a punch, his colossal law body shattering the starry universe, his invincible momentum rivaling that of the emperor in person, as if the starry sky could not contain him, rapidly collapsing. His entire being crackled with golden lightning as he hurled a punch toward the imperial phantom. In the fierce collision, Chen Fan's figure did not retreat as the old woman had anticipated. Rather, a stalemate was established, terrifying laws surged forth, the starry sky ignited, continuously exploding, as if the universe itself were on the brink of annihilation. How is this possible? The old crone gasped, incredulous. Unarmed against an imperial weapon, where does this freak of nature come from? Is the ancient holy body truly that terrifying? Yang Wuji observed, refraining from rushing to assist. Instead, he focused on two distant figures. Strong individuals from the celestial palace have arrived. They too did not intervene, merely watching, increasingly astonished, doubting the scene before them. Such a fierce warrior, unarmed, shaking the great emperor's ancient diagram of the Jiang family. Tianshan, compared to the battle in the starry sky, Tianshan had calmed down, with everyone focused on the celestial conflict. Meanwhile, Su Laosen and others, with the help of Jie Tianyun, managed to subdue the ice dragon. Young master, should we plant a beast seal? Su Laosen inquired. Young man, this is a semi-sentient beast, with an exceptionally pure bloodline. Killing it would be a waste. Huang Laozu advised. Very well, this creature is not unwelcome. Chen Chang'e replied, swiftly deploying the ancient beast taming technique. Roar, the ice dragon bellowed in fury, attempting to struggle, yet it was utterly immobilized. It could only despairingly submit to the beast taming seal. Roar, a glow shone from its brow as the seal took effect, rising and howling toward the heavens. Chen Chang'e leaped onto its back. He glanced upwards, only to see countless stars plummeting. The exact nature of the battle remained unclear to him. The surging laws and the emerging chains of order were overwhelmingly terrifying. Rest assured, young master, the sect master is engaged in fierce combat, and the advantage lies with him. Huan Laozu assured the perfected holy body can indeed contend with the emperor. This is no exaggeration. Have the celestial palace arrived? Chen Chang'e asked. They are here, merely observing. The old sect master is holding the line. They dare not intervene, Jie Tianyun responded. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang'e lowered his gaze. With a sweep of his divine sense, a smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. Prepare to strike. We shall eradicate the Jiang family. Chen Chang'e declared that Jiang Shangzhen has yet to depart, and he is also awaiting the outcome of the battle, and he intends to slay Jiang Shangzhen. Roar! The ice dragon roared, soaring into the sky, carrying Chen Chang'e through the snowy peaks. Soon, Chen Chang'e locked onto a snow peak. Kill! With a sweep of his hand, figures surged toward the snow peak. There, a throng of figures gathered, all of Jiang Shangzhen's guards and some followers. It's the demon sect. Young master, flee quickly, you all hold back these demons, I will protect the young master. A woman shouted. She commanded a bronze war chariot to flee. Jiang Shangzhen stood atop the bronze chariot, his brow furrowed. It is that wretched creature who killed my cousin, Aunt Shen. Why does that wretched creature still dare to act? Does he not fear the strong from the celestial palace annihilating him? Jiang Shangzhen exclaimed. Jiang Shen shook her head, activating all the formations of the bronze war chariot, especially the acceleration formation. Young master, he is pursuing us. A chilling aura surged from behind, and Jiang Xian's complexion changed dramatically. The ice dragon had actually been subdued, just him alone. Aunt Xian, can you hold back the ice dragon? Jiang Shangzhen inquired. She knew Jiang Xian was also a saint, but she had never witnessed her true combat prowess. For a time, yes, the ice dragon has left the Tianshan cold pool, significantly diminishing its strength. If it were in the cold pool, she would not dare to say such a thing, but here, she could roar. Just then, a fearsome dragon's roar resonated, and a brilliant cold light erupted from the ice dragon's mouth. In an instant, a massive ice mountain rose before them, obstructing the path of the bronze war chariot. Bang! The ice mountain rapidly expanded. The bronze war chariot crashed into it, attempting to break through, yet it was futile. The heavenly horse pulling the chariot was instantly encased in ice, transforming the entire bronze war chariot into a frozen sculpture. Jiang Xian, leading Jiang Shangzhen, fled at once, but the ice dragon merely watched. A gigantic dragon claw struck out, infused with terrifying runes. It was the true dragon's secret technique, the true dragon's claw. Young master, go! She seized Jiang Shangzhen and hurled him away. Damn it, do you truly wish to eradicate us? Jiang Shangzhen roared in anger. He swiftly retreated, yet, he had barely escaped when a figure appeared before him. It was none other than Chen Chang'e. With Chen Chang'e's use of the great relocation technique, pursuing a sovereign realm individual was a mere trifle. What do you intend to do? Jiang Shangzhen clenched his fists, stepping back step by step. A whoosh, as shadows flickered. Jiang Shangzhen had yet to lock onto Chen Chang'e, when the latter was already upon him. His gaze shone with black runes, the supreme demon eyes opening and closing, a streak of black light shooting forth. Swish! Jiang Shangzhen's head exploded, his body plummeting downward, yet, before he could fall, Chen Chang'e appeared beneath him, delivering a flying kick. Bang! Jiang Shangzhen exploded, dead beyond redemption. Young master, wretched creature, you are finished. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you shall face the wrath of the Jiang family. Jiang Xian roared, only to be struck by the enormous tail of the ice dragon, her body crashing into an ice mountain, followed by a dragon's breath descending, turning her form into a frozen statue. True dragon's tail, true dragon's breath. With the two true dragon's secret techniques unleashed, she was completely sealed. Kill him, Chen Chang'e stated expressionlessly. You roar. The ice dragon howled, the ice sculpture shattering. Jiang Xian perished. Wretched creature, you dare to kill Shangzhen. Roar! The heavens echoed with a roar. It was the old crone, seething with rage, ready to strike, but was obstructed by Chen Fan. The enormous hand attempting to seize the entire Tianshan was obliterated by a single punch from Chen Fan. Chapter 39. The Northern Empress Ing. How many explanations do you require? The battle among the stars raged with unparalleled ferocity, the Elder's supreme blood staining the cosmos, overwhelming the starry rivers, inciting the realms to burn and shatter, reducing them to mere dust in the myriad heavens. Boom! The might of the ultimate path erupted to its zenith, pressing down upon Chen Fan, who relentlessly struck out, forcefully carving out a piece of the sky. The blood of the holy body surged and burned, incinerating the starry void, while his brilliant golden eyes danced with the presence of thunderous dragons, his brow radiating dazzling golden light, opening like a fissure. It was a vertical golden eye, the eye of heaven. You have actually awakened the eye of heaven, the elder gasped in astonishment. The conditions for awakening the eye of heaven are exceedingly stringent, unrelated to one's realm, relying solely on luck and innate talent. Its powers vary greatly. Some can manipulate time, others can see through illusions, some can amplify the body, while others can evolve into supreme realms. As Chen Fan's eye of heaven opened and closed, the battlefield like cosmos trembled violently, suddenly unleashing two golden bolts of lightning that struck the phantom of the emperor. Boom, the Emperor's phantom swayed, and a terrifying force rebounded, sending the Elder's colossal form flying. The immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens. Chen Fan's body shimmered with golden light, and an immensely vast figure coalesced above him. This figure, akin to him, transcended the mundane, rising above all sentient beings. The visage of the immortal king, the divine ability of the ancient holy body. At Chen Fan's level, this divine power could merge with his own, causing his combat prowess to surge once more. Buzz, the two figures overlapped, and Chen Fan's aura grew increasingly formidable. The reincarnation 10,000 paths fist. Chen Fan formed a fist seal, striking toward the elder. This punch could shatter myriad paths, obliterating countless laws, gathering boundless rays of light, an unstoppable force that could break through anything. The elder spat blood, and upon witnessing this terrifying punch, a singular thought consumed her. Great-grandmother is summoning her, unstoppable. She had lost the strength to control the ancient imperial diagram. Enough. Just as the punch descended, a voice resonated from the depths of the cosmos, imbued with supreme authority. In an instant, time and space froze, ensnared in a moment of eternity. A youthful figure materialized. Chen Fan's fist halted, bound by the supreme rules and order, never striking the elder. This battle was to cease. The youth stepped through the void, his words seemingly carrying a formidable power that rendered the cosmos motionless. Chen Fan, aglow with golden radiance, felt the laws in his hand coalesce and remain unmoving. Roll away, break, boom, he roared, releasing a terrifying force of reincarnation that shattered the constraints of the rules, breaking through eternity, as his fist thundered toward the starry realm of the elder. The dreadful fist light pierced through the domain, causing the worlds to collapse like resplendent fireworks. The elder's form exploded, supreme blood raining upon the ancient realm. Insolence, the youth bellowed, his anger palpable. He intervened, astonished that this individual dared to strike, yet he was also shaken. The holy body could actually break free from his rules. What are you, to presume to lecture me? Chen Fan shouted furiously. His divine form loomed large, spanning the cosmos. Calm down. At that moment, Yang Wujie landed beside him, halting his advance. The righteous and demonic agreement was initiated by you, yet now your people have breached the rules. How shall we address this? The youth turned to Yang Wujie and inquired, what breach of rules? This is merely a contest of opportunity. They sought to claim the imperial lotus seat of my sect, and death is but a natural outcome. Yang Wujie responded with a smile. The arrival of this person was somewhat unexpected. Is that so? Yet why have I heard that it was that young man who slaughtered the entire Shao clan, prompting the Zhang clan to act? As the youth spoke, he raised his hand, releasing a thread of law, causing Chen Chang'an's figure to appear in the air simultaneously. The ancient imperial diagram shone brightly, vanishing into the boundless cosmos, returning to the Zhang clan autonomously, an endeavor impossible to thwart. At this moment, several observing elders from the celestial palace also approached, standing behind the youth. Why, at such a young age, do you resort to wholesale slaughter? The youth asked Chen Chang'an. His words bore a terrifying weight, piercing directly into Chen Chang'an's heart. Chen Chang'an involuntarily recalled the moment of his family's extermination, including his thoughts at that time. Begone, Chen Fan bellowed. He retracted his divine form and shattered the youth's rules. To be a perfected holy body under 200 years of age, one must admit you are indeed a genius. Your fortune is formidable. Do you know who I am? The youth, unfazed by the shattered rules, inquired further. An ancient supreme waste. What, do you wish to act? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your background? Do you dare? Chen Fan scoffed, revealing the youth's identity. An ancient supreme, a being who had severed themselves to fall from the imperial realm, surviving through forbidden methods. Such beings are more powerful than the supreme, yet typically remain hidden in forbidden zones. The individual before him was evidently not from a forbidden zone, but rather from the celestial palace, here to support the Zhang clan. However, Chen Fan was not swayed. Truly, the perfected holy body possesses ample confidence. The youth, having had his background exposed, remained unperturbed. He continued, I indeed do not dare to employ excessive force. Otherwise, I would not merely be verbally advising you. My purpose today is ultimately to prevent the battle from continuing. It all originates from this young lad. Let him provide an explanation, and there is no need for further conflict. The youth turned to Chen Chang'an, who raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, detection of the inexplicable revival of the ancient enemy, Northern Empress Ying, has occurred. Please continue your vengeance. Reward Kunping's secret methods, immortal soil. What? The ancient enemy has inexplicably revived. Northern Empress Ying, ancestor of the Celestial Palace, initiated the extermination of demons when you were 50. By 80, she was tainted by darkness, her temperament drastically altered, slaughtering the Celestial Palace and slandering you, leading to a rift with your beloved. When you were 500 years old, you killed her. Detection indicates she still exists. Suspected revival. Please continue your vengeance. Reward Kunping's secret methods. Immortal soil. What the hell? Chen Chang'an was astounded. This is actually a narrative boss. An explanation. What a splendid explanation. 15 years ago, they annihilated my Chen family. Why did you not appear? Why did you not demand an explanation from them? Chen Fan yanked Chen Changzhen behind him, ask his son for an explanation. We shall see whose fist is harder, yours or his. What, lost for words? Too ashamed to respond, Chen Fan taunted. 15 years ago was the Celestial Palace's dereliction of duty. The Celestial Palace can only express regret. However, to address the matter at hand, your son breached the righteous and demonic agreement first and should provide an explanation. Go to hell. The words of the Northern Empress fell, and Chen Fan roared in anger. A vertical eye appeared on his brow, and a golden bolt of lightning shot forth. Boom! The golden lightning stretched for unfathomable miles, piercing through the infinite cosmos, forming an immensely terrifying rift. An explanation. Let me see what the Celestial Palace truly is. Boom! Chen Fan opened his mouth, and a resplendent three-legged cauldron materialized in the starry sky. The moment it appeared, a terrifying pale yellow gas surged forth, causing the entire cosmos to erupt at an astonishing speed. The might of the ultimate path spread, utterly horrifying. An ultimate imperial weapon. You too possess an ultimate imperial weapon. The three-legged golden cauldron was enveloped in a terrifying pale yellow gas, reminiscent of the source of all things, its imperial patterns intact, exceeding the Northern Empress's imagination. Come, how many explanations do you desire? I shall provide them. Let us see whether your head is harder or the cauldron of heaven and earth. Chen Fan summoned the three-legged golden cauldron, his aura unparalleled. You, Yang Wujie, is this the stance of your demonic sect? Indeed, this is the stance of the demonic sect. He is now the sect leader, representing the demonic sect, Yang Wujie stated plainly, offering no face to the Northern Empress. An explanation has been given. Do you dare to refuse? Chen Fan pressed on. What of the ancient supreme? Aren't they still supreme? He showed no fear. Very well, this matter is indeed the Jiang clan's fault first, and the Celestial Palace's dereliction, thus let it be so. The Northern Empress's expression darkened, her voice cold. She was compelled to concede. After all, the demonic sect also possesses ancient supremes, a reason why Yang Wujie could venture to the Celestial Palace and return alive. He feared conflict between the two great forces. Now is not the time. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, he dared not employ excessive power, as he was no match for the perfected holy body and the ultimate imperial weapon. Who knows how terrifying the combat prowess of one who wields both might be? Very well, I have provided you with my son's explanation. Now, it is your turn to provide me with an explanation. Chapter 40 of the Power and Dominance of Chen Fan. It is your turn to provide an explanation. Chen Fan's words radiated authority, evoking a sense of, give me a reason, and I shall unleash chaos. His utterance caused Ji Ying's brows to furrow into a tight line. Indeed. It is time for you to account to our demon sect, Yang Wujie interjected. Account? What do you wish for me to account for? As for the annihilation of the Chen clan, I can only express my regrets, as there were no formal agreements between the righteous and the demonic at that time, Ji Ying retorted with dissatisfaction. Previously, he demanded an explanation, but now he found himself on the receiving end of the inquiry. As for the Chen clan, I shall handle the reckoning myself. Today, we discuss the matters of Tianshan. You and the Jiang family conspired to bully my son, overwhelming him with your numbers. An explanation is due. As Chen Fan spoke, the resplendent heaven and earth cauldron rapidly expanded, presenting a clear message. Without a satisfactory response, he would not hesitate to wage war. He was utterly unafraid. Ancestor, the seal at the entrance to the polluted earth is loosening. It is unwise to act now. Shall we simply allow them to taunt us? An elder beside Ji Ying expressed his concern. The situation at the Celestial Palace is dire. Humph, what kind of explanation do you seek? Ji Ying coldly replied. Having been bested in the past, he felt powerless against Chen Fan's audacity. My son is deeply frightened by you ancient ones. He may carry a heart demon into the future, jeopardizing his path. Allow my son to borrow your Celestial Palace's Bodhi seed for a few days to calm his mind. It would waste only a few days of his cultivation. The human emperor's scripture is quite commendable. Let him study it as well. I have heard there exists a substance known as divine calamity liquid in your palace, ideally suited for cultivating one's spirit. My son has been greatly frightened and requires restoration of his soul. That heavenly book is also of interest. He has a passion for learning and devours literature. Let him peruse it as well. Chen Fan spoke nonchalantly. However, Ji Ying's anger flared at his words. Chen Changzhen found amusement in the exchange. Old Deng, if you continue to flatter, I might just ascend to the heavens. Impossible, you must discern the situation before fabricating lies. One of Ji Ying's elders could no longer contain himself. He was a grand sage, a high elder of the Celestial Palace. He knew all too well the immense value of what Chen Fan had mentioned. Moreover, Chen Changgen's current demeanor hardly suggested any sign of a heart demon or fear. Father, I feel scared. Chen Changzhen suddenly shrank back, his expression one of genuine fear. You! The elder was incensed by this unexpected display of theatrics, his beard trembling as if he were performing a dance of rage. Enough! The Bodhi seed and divine calamity liquid can be yours, the heavenly book, however, is out of the question. Jiang declared, his murderous intent palpable, yet he refrained from taking action, he dared not. The human emperor scripture is non-negotiable. It must be provided, the heavenly book can be disregarded. Chen Fan replied, exuding an air of concession, questioning what more they desired. Only a handwritten copy. Initially, this was impossible, you shall not take it. Jiang took a deep breath to quell his rising anger. He could not afford to lose his composure. Should he become enraged to the point of cracking his own seal, this realm would hardly accommodate his true form. Very well, I can begrudgingly accept this, Chen Fan conceded. Father, I was frightened again. My heart aches, and I feel scared, Chen Changzhen lamented. You! The elder trembled with rage, stamping his feet in fury. The tremendous force erupted, shattering the stars beneath his feet. I have heard that your celestial palace possesses a lovely young lady. Why not consider her as a potential partner for my son? Yang Wuji suggested at that moment. Absolutely not, impossible. As soon as the words left his mouth, both the Celestial Palace members and Chen Fan, along with Chen Changzhen, unanimously rejected the idea without hesitation. Yang Wuji sensed an awkwardness in the air as he observed the united front. Upon hearing the mention of a woman from the Celestial Palace, Chen Changzhen's first thought was of the righteous fairy, an entity he dared not approach. Let it be, I have no interest in your other offerings, and neither does my son, Chen Fan stated. With a wave of his hand, a radiant Bodhi seed and a pristine jade vial emerged from the storage ring of the elder beside Jiang. The human emperor scripture can only be passed down in written form. Do you dare to accept it? Jiang inquired, directing his gaze toward Chen Changzhen. Just pass it to me, do not attempt any tricks. Chen Fan warned that he had no intention of allowing Jiang to implant anything into Chen Changzhen's mind, lest it be misused. Do you not fear my assault on your consciousness? Jiang challenged coldly. You are welcome to try. At that point, it shall not merely be your demise, Chen Fan retorted, unafraid the contents of his consciousness could suppress all the buzz. As Jiang raised his hand, a multitude of runes converged, surging toward Chen Fan's form. Chen Fan eagerly received the human emperor's scripture. I hope that during the righteous and demonic conference, your demon sex juniors can still exhibit today's grandeur. Jiang scoffed as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Chen Changzhen realized that the Kunping secret technique was now out of reach, causing him some worry. Is this truly the destined future? Father, why do you not strike him down? You could easily defeat him, he queried Chen Fan. If Chen Fan could act and eliminate Jiang, he would not only earn rewards but also lighten their future burdens. The ancient sovereign, after all, has achieved the status of a great emperor. In a true contest, no one would benefit, Yang Wuji remarked. My father has no qualms, it is merely that this old man is in poor health and cannot engage in battle, Chen Fan replied. Do you think everyone possesses your resilience? Yang Wuji retorted. The ancient holy body is indeed formidable. In terms of body refinement, only the legendary dominant body could rival it. Enough of this, we have lingered long enough, it is time to return to the Patriarch's Hall and regain our composure. You two can converse at your leisure, during the righteous and demonic conference, do not hold back. Should you encounter trouble, simply summon me. If I am unable to handle it, I can always dig up the coffins of other ancestors, Yang Wuji stated before vanishing. Chen Fan flickered, bringing Chen Changzhen away from the starry expanse and arriving beside the gluttonous sacred steed of Tianshan. Hold on to these items and cultivate diligently. He patted Chen Changzhen's shoulder as countless runes flowed into Chen Changzhen's consciousness. That was the human emperor scripture. In truth, Chen Changzhen had little desire for it. The Bodhi seed was meant for enlightenment, but with his system, it held little value. As for the divine calamity liquid, he had plenty. Drinking it was hardly a concern. The human emperor scripture, while a worthy technique to peruse, paled in comparison to the rewards from his system. Such matters were directly accessible, why would he need to study? Father, when shall we seek vengeance? Chen Changzhen inquired. The Jiang family, the Ji family, the Xiang family, these were all great clans involved in the massacre of the Chen clan. Now they possess the strength to seek retribution. Patience, although the holy body has reached its pinnacle, it cannot sweep through the ancient realm indiscriminately. Some ancient immortals still have connections with these families. Wait a while longer. Once I, as the father, can traverse the ancient realm without regard for the forbidden zones, I shall act then. For now, you can afford to be a bit brazen. I in the ancient realm, none can rival me. If anyone displeases you, feel free to deal with them harshly. I will shoulder any consequences. Chen Fan spoke with unwavering confidence. Chen Changzhen smiled. With a father like this, what more could a son desire? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 42. The 10,000 Paths Ignite the Divine Fire. Using oneself as a seed, you have merged completely with the Ice Cloud Empress, earning the Ice Emperor's scripture as a reward. Your complete fusion with the Ice Cloud Empress has granted you the Supreme Tranquility Heart Mantra. You have bestowed upon the Ice Cloud Empress immense wealth, receiving the ability to use yourself as a seed in return. 3 days later, Chen Changge tidied up his belongings and glanced at the unconscious Lang Bingyun sprawled on the ground. It must be said, she is truly remarkable, no wonder she is the esteemed palace master. Ice Emperor's Scripture, a unique cultivation method created by the Ice Emperor, encompassing all ice-related techniques, containing myriad ice attribute spiritual skills, among which the Ice Cloud Immortal technique is the complete version of the Ice Cloud Sacred Art. Supreme Tranquility Heart Mantra, it refines the mind, allowing one to sever evil thoughts and maintain clarity of consciousness, using oneself as a seed in unparalleled existence created by the Eternal Emperor, utilizing oneself as the seed of the Tao, breaking through to the true God realm, embarking upon an invincible path. Chen Changge's gaze swept over the 3 substantial rewards, and a broader smile spread across his face. The other 2 are commendable, but this using oneself as a seed is indeed extraordinary. It's time to break through the divine fire. Having harvested 1320 divine-level cultivation pills, he pondered whether he could ascend to the heavenly God realm. Chen Changge murmured to himself. He settled down and directly consumed the pills of buzz. The 3 divine-level cultivation pills melted upon entering his mouth. An incredibly pure divine energy began to emanate from his tongue, coursing through every part of Chen Changge's body, causing his divine form to tremble as if it had encountered much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. Delightful, the rewards from the system are exceedingly pure. The divine-level cultivation pills transformed directly into pristine cultivation energy, and his aura began to rise. 3 pills, then 3 more. Chen Changge consumed them as if they were mere jelly beans, continuously indulging. Meanwhile, Lang Bingyun opened her eyes, her complexion ashen, her gaze was vacant, as though she were already dead. In just 3 days, she had lost not only her purity but also thousands of years of cultivation. She had painstakingly practiced the Ice Cloud Sacred Art to the 9th layer, having been stuck for over a millennium, desperately pursuing the legendary 10th layer. Little did she expect that in a single moment of loss, her 9 layers of cultivation would dissipate, enabling the demon beside her to thrive. Boom! At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds emanated from Chen Changge's body. He had broken through, from the Divine Calamity realm to the Divine Fire realm. 10,000 paths ignite the Divine Fire, commence. In an instant, the myriad paths of heaven roared, and dense clusters of light manifested behind Chen Changge. These clusters transformed into flames, rapidly burning the Tao laws he had unleashed. Soon, his entire being was engulfed in flames. Lang Bingyun cast a glance, and the resentment flickered in her once vacant eyes. Quickly, burn this demon to death, burn him until nothing remains, she cursed silently. However, to her dismay, despite his flesh being incinerated by the Tao fire, Chen Changge did not utter a single cry. He felt no pain, rather, he experienced a sense of comfort. This is a reward from the system, he could neither suffer nor fail. The Divine Fire realm was a natural progression. This is quite splendid, Chen Changge murmured, continuing to consume the pills. The divine-level cultivation pills dissolved upon ingestion, and his cultivation continued to ascend without any adverse effects. Before long, after consuming 300 pills, Chen Changge had reached the pinnacle of the Divine Fire realm, stepping into the true God realm. Boom, his aura surged violently, and a surge of inspiration struck him. Seed the Tao, using oneself as a seed. In an instant, Chen Changge's divine consciousness spread throughout his body. His spiritual sea underwent a terrifying transformation, filling all spiritual apertures with power. Boom, terrifying golden light erupted from his body, rapidly expanding like a vast ocean. For ordinary cultivators, the higher the level of the Tao seed, the longer it took to nurture their spiritual sea, yet, this method of using oneself as a seed nurtured the entire body. Chen Changge was astonished. The spiritual sea is the source of all power, connecting to the spiritual apertures opened during the spiritual aperture realm. When he was in the spiritual aperture realm, he had reached the extreme, opening all 720 apertures. Now, these apertures were dispersed, fully merging into the spiritual sea, with the power stored within radiating throughout his entire being, as if the ocean were overflowing. This bears some resemblance to the traditional method of nurturing a Tao seed, but for others, it is the Tao seed nurtured from the spiritual sea. For him, it is the body nurtured from the spiritual sea. The individual who devised such a method must have been a lunatic. If all spiritual apertures were not opened, employing this method would inevitably lead to demise. Chen Changge exclaimed in awe. He could not help but admire the genius of the one who devised this method. Tao seeds are rare. If one has perfected their previous realms to an impeccable level, it is indeed feasible. Chen Shanga whispered to himself that the Tao seed is a medium through which true God beings communicate with the heavenly Tao, requiring one to comprehend the truths of the Tao from it. However, this is a challenging endeavor. It is a scarce commodity. Moreover, it is categorized by rank: divine-grade Tao seeds, holy-grade Tao seeds, noble-grade Tao seeds, emperor-grade Tao seeds, immortal-grade Tao seeds, and chaotic Tao seeds. In this era, noble-grade Tao seeds are already exceedingly rare, while the emperor-grade and even immortal-grade seeds have not appeared for a long time. Once someone possesses an immortal-grade Tao seed, barring any other factors, they are destined to ascend to immortality. Thus, many beings halt at the Holy Realm, as the Supreme Tao seed is simply too difficult to acquire. Break, Chen Shanga shouted. Achieving the true God realm of the aura he emitted left Lung Bingyun, who was not far away, both astonished and enraged, unable to believe her eyes. This little demon, at such a young age, has already broken through to the true God realm. Her disciple, Bai Ningbing, was hundreds of years old and had only reached the heavenly God realm. This was indeed a prodigious feat. However, what shocked Lang Bingyun even more was that Chen Shanga was still consuming pills, incessantly indulging. What kind of pills are these that require no refinement? Lung Bingyun pondered, perplexed. Chen Shanga consumed 3 pills at a time, swallowing them whole and immediately reaching for more, faster than he would for jelly beans. Is there truly such a terrifying rate of refinement? Lang Bingyun found it incomprehensible. She attempted to move her delicate body but found herself unable to do so. The restraints upon her had yet to be lifted, allowing only her long legs to shift slightly. Yet, even this small movement brought a terrifying sensation of tearing, making her reluctant to move at all. For 3 days, Chen Shanga had turned her existence into a nightmare. After consuming over 200 pills, Chen Shanga finally paused, frowning slightly. After training in the Divine Calamity realm for a while, he only needed a little over 100 to break through. The Divine Fire realm required over 200, yet it took over 800 pills to reach the pinnacle of the true God realm. With around 200 left, it seemed impossible to break through to the heavenly God realm. What a vexation, Chen Shanga sighed. If anyone were to hear this, they would likely wish to strangle him. Others take decades, even a century, to progress from the Divine Calamity realm to the true God realm, while he accomplished it in a single day. No, he still had 3 days. Over these 3 days, he had utilized the Yin-Yang Dao Cannon, absorbing a bit from Lang Bingyun. The ice had turned to water. Alas, let you rest for a while. Initially intending to continue reaping benefits, Chen Shanga looked at the despondent Lang Bingyun and abandoned the thought. After 3 days, he appeared as a sage, momentarily devoid of any desire to harm her. He slowly rose and approached Lang Bingyun. Kill me! Lang Bingyun uttered, her voice lighter than before, devoid of its previous chill. She had already developed a desire for death. Isn't following this young master a better choice? Resources at your disposal, status at your command, Chen Shanga replied. You have ruined my cultivation. I am already a, Lung Bingyun stated. She wished for death, but Chen Shanga did not grant her that mercy. It was still too early to talk of death. Allow yourself some time to consider. Should you come to a decision, not only will you not have to die, but this young master can also impart to you more advanced techniques. With that, Chen Shanga departed from the World Treasure Box. Once he left, Lung Bingyun found herself able to move as she sat up, and the scattered garments around her flew up, swiftly donning her form. Chen Shanga is still quite courteous. He is not a beast. He did not brutally tear apart her clothing. No, just as she was contemplating such notions, Lung Bingyun was suddenly alarmed. She still possessed power, she could still manipulate those garments, her strength remained, and she was not a. Realizing this, Lung Bingyun felt an overwhelming joy and immediately turned her focus inward. The world she had nurtured within herself was still intact and growing larger. She had not lost her power due to her previous encounter. In fact, she had broken through, successfully reaching the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud Sacred Art. She was astounded, feeling it was inconceivable. How could this be? According to tradition, the Ice Cloud Sacred Art necessitates a pure and unblemished body. How could she possibly have broken through? Lung Bingyun found it hard to believe, yet the situation before her confirmed the truth. Not only had she not become a, but she had also surpassed the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud Sacred Art, with a faint possibility of transcending to the Supreme Realm. A scene flashed in her mind. At that time, Chen Shanga had been atop her, leaning in close to her face, whispering, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. As those words fell, Chen Shanga had bitten her lip, prying open her jaw to offer her a pill. And then she had been unable to resist. Could it have been that pill, combined with his technique? Lung Bingyun murmured. Chapter 42. The 10,000 paths ignite divine fire. Becoming a seed, you have merged completely with the Ice Cloud Empress, earning the Ice Emperor Sutra as a reward. You have thoroughly integrated with the Ice Cloud Empress, gaining the Supreme Tranquil Heart Mantra. In return, you bestow upon the Ice Cloud Empress immense wealth, receiving the title of becoming a seed as a reward. 3 days later, Chen Shanga tidied up his belongings and glanced at the unconscious Lang Bingyun lying on the ground. One cannot deny her brilliance. Truly, she is worthy of being the palace master. Ice Emperor Sutra, a self-created technique by the Ice Emperor, encompassing the entirety of ice-related powers, containing myriad ice attribute spiritual techniques, among which the Ice Cloud Immortal technique is the complete version of the Ice Cloud Sacred Art. Supreme Tranquil Heart Mantra, a method to refine the heart, capable of severing evil thoughts and maintaining a clear consciousness, becoming a seed in unparalleled existence of the ancient emperors that established a technique, using oneself as a seed of the Tao, breaking through to the true God realm and embarking on the path of invincibility. Chen Shanggang swept his gaze over the three significant rewards, his smile growing ever more pronounced. The other two were commendable, but this becoming a seed is truly extraordinary. It is time to break through to the divine fire realm. Having harvested 320 divine-level cultivation pills, he pondered whether it would suffice to reach the celestial god level. Chen Shanggang murmured to himself. He sat cross-legged and directly ingested the pills. Buzz, the 3 divine-level cultivation pills melted instantly upon entering his mouth. An incredibly pure divine power began to spread from his tongue, coursing through every part of Chen Shanggang's body, as if his divine form was awakening after a long drought. Delightful, the goods from the system are exceedingly pure. The divine-level cultivation pills transformed directly into authentic cultivation energy, causing his aura to begin to ascend. 3 more pills, and then 3 more. Chen Shanggang consumed them as if they were mere candy, continuously eating. Meanwhile, Leng Bingyun opened her eyes, her complexion as pale as death, her gaze was vacant, as if she had already perished. In just 3 days, she had not only lost her chastity but also dissipated several millennia of cultivation. She had cultivated the Ice Cloud Sacred Art to the 9th layer, having been stuck for over 1,000 years, desperately pursuing the legendary 10th layer. Little did she expect that in a single moment of loss, her 9th layer of cultivation would be rendered futile, serving to empower the fiend beside her. Boom! At that moment, a resounding roar emanated from Chen Shanggang's body. He had broken through, from the divine tribulation realm to the divine fire realm. The myriad paths ignite divine fire, commence. In an instant, the heavens and myriad paths reverberated, and countless luminous orbs manifested behind Chen Shanggang. These orbs transformed into flames, rapidly consuming the Tao techniques he released. Soon, his entire being was engulfed in flames. Leng Bingyun glanced over, and the resentment flickered in her previously vacant eyes. Quickly, burn this monster to death, burn him to ashes, she cursed vehemently. Yet, to her disappointment, even as Chen Shanggang's flesh was incinerated by the Tao fire, he did not utter a single cry. He felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a sense of comfort. This was a reward from the system. He could not possibly feel pain or face failure. The divine fire realm came naturally. This is splendid. Chen Shanggang murmured, continuing to consume the pills. The divine-level cultivation pills dissolved upon entry, and his cultivation continued to rise without any aftereffects. Before long, after ingesting 300 pills, Chen Shanggang had reached the pinnacle of the divine fire realm, stepping into the true God realm. Boom! His aura surged violently, igniting a spark of inspiration. Seed of the Tao, becoming a seed. In an instant, Chen Shanggang's divine consciousness spread throughout his body. His spiritual sea underwent a terrifying transformation at an alarming speed, filling all his spiritual acupoints with power. Boom! Terrifying golden light erupted from his body, rapidly expanding like a vast ocean. For ordinary cultivators of the Tao seed, the higher the quality of the Tao seed, the longer the spiritual sea takes to nurture. Yet, this becoming a seed method nurtured the entire body through the spiritual sea. Chen Shanggang was astonished. The spiritual sea is the source of all power, connecting to the acupoints established during the spiritual acupoint realm. He had reached the pinnacle of the acupoint realm, opening all 720 acupoints. Now, these acupoints were unfurling, completely merging into the spiritual sea, with the power stored within the sea flooding his entire being, akin to an ocean brimming with water, nurturing every part of him. This method bears some resemblance to the typical Tao seed nurturing process, but others nurture a Tao seed through the spiritual sea. He, however, nurtures his body through the spiritual sea. The individual who devised such a method must surely be a lunatic. If all the acupoints had not been opened, utilizing this method would undoubtedly lead to certain doom, Chen Shanggang exclaimed in awe. He could not help but admire the genius behind this method. Truly, they were remarkable. Tao seeds are rare, and if one has cultivated to perfection in the preceding realms, this method is indeed feasible. Chen Shanggang murmured, the Tao seed is a medium for true God beings to communicate with the heavens and the great Tao, requiring comprehension of the truths of the Tao within. However, acquiring a Tao seed is no easy feat. It is a scarce commodity. Moreover, it is classified into grades: divine grade Tao seeds, sacred grade Tao seeds, honorable grade Tao seeds, emperor grade Tao seeds, celestial grade Tao seeds, and chaos Tao seeds. In this current era, honorable grade Tao seeds are already exceedingly rare, while emperor grade and even celestial grade Tao seeds have not been seen for ages. Once someone possesses a celestial grade Tao seed, barring any external interference, they are destined to ascend to immortality. Thus, many beings halt at the sacred realm, for the supreme Tao seed is difficult to obtain. Break, Chen Shanggang shouted, achieving the true god realm of the aura he radiated left Lung Bingyun, not far away, both astonished and furious, unable to believe her eyes. This little monster, at such a young age, has already broken through to the true god realm. Her disciple, Bai Ningbing, took hundreds of years to reach the celestial god realm. And he is already among the ranks of prodigies, yet what shocked Lang Bingyun even more was that Chen Changgang was still consuming pills, incessantly. What sort of elixir is this, that requires no refining? Lang Bingyun was baffled. Chen Changgang consumed 3 pills at once, swallowing them down swiftly, faster than one could eat jelly beans. Is there truly such a terrifying refining speed? Lang Bingyun was perplexed. She attempted to move her delicate body but found herself unable to do so. The restraints upon her had yet to be lifted, only her long legs could move slightly. However, even that slight movement brought forth a terrifying sensation of tearing, causing her to immediately lose the desire to move. For 3 days, Chen Changgang had turned her existence into a nightmare. Having consumed over 200 pills, Chen Changgang finally paused, frowning slightly. After practicing in the Divine Tribulation realm for a period, he only required over 100 to break through. The Divine Fire realm demanded over 200, yet the True God realm required a staggering 800 pills just to reach its peak. With only around 200 pills remaining, he found it utterly frustrating that he could not break through to the Celestial God realm. Chen Changgang sighed deeply. If anyone were to hear this, they would likely wish to strangle him. Others take decades, even centuries, to ascend from the Divine Tribulation realm to the True God realm, while he accomplished it in just 1 day. No, wait, it was 3 days. Over these 3 days, he utilized the Yin Yang Dao cannon, drawing a bit from Lang Bingyun. The ice had melted into water. Alas, let you rest for a while. Originally intending to continue reaping benefits, Chen Changgang glanced at the despairing Lang Bingyun and abandoned the thought. After 3 days, he resembled a sage, momentarily devoid of any intent to harm her. He slowly rose and approached Lung Bingyun. Kill me, Lung Bingyun uttered, her voice lacking the previous coldness, now soft and faint. She had already given rise to thoughts of death. Is it not better to follow this young master? Resources are abundant, and status is assured. Chen Changgang replied, you have ruined my cultivation. I am now but a useless being. Lung Bingyun lamented. She wished for death, yet Chen Changgang did not grant her that wish. It was too early to speak of death. I shall give you some time to consider. If you come to a decision, not only will you not have to die, but this young master can also impart to you more advanced techniques. With that, Chen Changgang departed from the World Treasure Box. After he left, Lung Bingyun found herself able to move again. She sat up, and the garments that had scattered nearby flew back to her, swiftly dressing her. Chen Changgang was quite polite after all. He was not a beast. He did not violently tear apart her clothing. No, wait. Just as the thought of self-destruction crossed her mind, Lung Bingyun was taken aback. She still possessed power. She could still manipulate those garments. Her strength remained. She was not a waste. Realizing this, Lung Bingyun was filled with ecstasy and immediately turned inward, noting that the world she had nurtured within herself remained, growing ever larger. She had not become a waste due to her loss of chastity. Instead, she had broken through, successfully advancing to the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud sacred art. She was now on the verge of supreme power, which astonished her beyond belief. How could this be possible? The ancestral Ice Cloud sacred art required one to maintain an unblemished body. How could there be a breakthrough? Lung Bingyun found it hard to believe, yet the situation before her confirmed its truth. Not only had she not become useless, but she had also advanced to the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud sacred art, with the faint possibility of surpassing the supreme realm. A vision surfaced in her mind. It was the moment when Chen Changgang had ridden atop her, leaning down close to her face, whispering, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. As those words fell, Chen Changgang bit her lip, prying her mouth open, and delivered a pill to her. Then, she found herself unable to resist. Could it be that pill, along with the influence of his techniques? Lung Bingyun pondered. Chapter 42 The 10,000 Paths of Divine Fire. Becoming a seed, you have merged completely with the Ice Cloud Empress, earning the Ice Emperor scripture as a reward. You have thoroughly integrated with the Ice Cloud Empress, receiving the Supreme Tranquil Heart Mantra as a reward. You bestow upon the Ice Cloud Empress vast wealth, earning the title of Becoming a Seed. 3 days later, Chen Changgang tidied up his belongings and cast a glance at the unconscious Lang Bingyun on the ground. It must be said, she is remarkable, truly deserving of her title as the Palace Master. Ice Emperor Scripture, a unique cultivation method created by the Ice Emperor, encompassing all aspects of ice, containing countless ice attribute spiritual techniques, among which the Ice Cloud Immortal technique is the complete version of the Ice Cloud sacred art. Supreme Tranquil Heart Mantra refines the state of the heart, capable of severing evil thoughts and maintaining a clear consciousness. Becoming a seed, an unparalleled existence of the Eternal Emperor who initiated a cultivation method, using oneself as a seed to transcend to true divinity and embark on the path of invincibility. Chen Chang's gaze swept over the 3 significant rewards, and his smile grew ever more radiant. The other 2 are commendable, yet this, becoming a seed, is genuinely extraordinary. It is time to break through the divine fire. After consuming 320 divine-level cultivation pills, he wondered if he might reach the celestial god realm. He murmured softly to himself, settling into a meditative position. He directly ingested the pills. Buzz, the 3 divine-level cultivation pills melted in his mouth. An incredibly pure divine power began to spread from his tongue, coursing through every part of Chen Changa's body, causing his divine form to tremble as if it were a long-awaited rain after a drought. Delightful, the rewards from the system are remarkably pure. The divine-level cultivation pills transformed directly into authentic cultivation energy as his aura began to rise. 3 pills after 3 pills, Chen Changa consumed them as if they were mere candy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lang Bingyun opened her eyes, her complexion as pale as death, her eyes were devoid of spirit, as if she had perished. In just 3 days, she had not only lost her purity but also her cultivation that had taken thousands of years to build. Having cultivated the Ice Cloud sacred art to the 9th layer, she had been stuck for over a millennium, desperately pursuing the legendary 10th layer. To her dismay, in a single night of loss, her 9th layer cultivation was rendered futile, all to fulfill the desires of the demon beside her. Boom! At that moment, a series of thunderous roars emanated from Chen Changa's body. He had broken through, from the divine calamity realm to the divine fire realm. 10,000 paths of divine fire, ignite. In an instant, the heavens resonated with a deafening roar, and countless luminous orbs manifested behind Chen Changa. These orbs transformed into flames, swiftly consuming the methods he had released. Soon, his entire being was engulfed in flames. Lang Bingyun glanced over, and her originally soulless eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Quick, burn this demon to death, burn him to ashes, she cursed fervently. Yet, to her disappointment, even as Chen Changa's flesh was incinerated by the divine fire, he did not utter a single cry. He felt no pain, rather, he experienced a sense of comfort. This was a reward from the system. He could not possibly feel pain or face failure. The divine fire realm was a natural progression. This is quite remarkable, Chen Changa murmured, continuing to consume the pills. The divine-level cultivation pills dissolved upon entry, and his cultivation continued to ascend without any side effects. Before long, after consuming 300 pills, Chen Changa reached the pinnacle of the divine fire realm and stepped into the true god realm. Boom! His aura surged violently, a sudden inspiration struck him, seed of the Tao, becoming a seed. In that instant, Chen Changa's divine consciousness expanded within him. His spiritual sea underwent a terrifying transformation, filling all his spiritual apertures with magical power. Boom! A terrifying golden light erupted from his body, rapidly expanding like a sea of gold. For ordinary cultivators of the Tao, the higher the grade of the Tao seed, the longer it takes to cultivate the spiritual sea. Yet this, becoming a seed, was nurturing his entire being through the spiritual sea. Chen Changa was astonished. The spiritual sea is the source of all magical power, connecting to the spiritual apertures opened during the spiritual aperture realm. When he was in the spiritual aperture realm, he had reached the extreme, opening all 720 apertures. Now, these apertures dispersed and fully merged into the spiritual sea, the magical power stored within the spiritual sea spreading throughout his entire body, akin to the ocean brimming with water, nurturing every part of him. This method of nurturing the Tao seed shares similarities with ordinary methods, yet others nurture their Tao seeds through the spiritual sea. He was nurturing his very body through the spiritual sea. The individual who devised such a method must be a mad genius. If all spiritual apertures were not opened, employing this method would surely lead to ruin. Chen Changa gasped in amazement. He could not help but admire the genius of the one who conceived this method. Tao seeds are scarce. If one has perfected their prior realms to an impeccable degree, it is indeed feasible. Chen Changa murmured softly. Tao seeds serve as a medium for true God beings to communicate with the heavenly Tao, requiring comprehension of the truths of the Tao from within. Yet, acquiring such a thing is exceedingly difficult. It is a rare commodity. Furthermore, it is categorized into grades: divine grade Tao seeds, sacred grade Tao seeds, noble grade Tao seeds, emperor grade Tao seeds, immortal grade Tao seeds, and chaotic Tao seeds. In this era, noble grade seeds are already exceedingly hard to find. Emperor grade and even immortal grade seeds have not been seen for a long time. Should someone possess an immortal grade Tao seed, barring any other hindrances, they would undoubtedly become an immortal. Thus, many beings remain stagnant at the sacred realm, as the supreme Tao seeds are nearly impossible to find. Break, Chen Changa shouted, achieving the true God realm. Of the aura he emitted left Lang Bingyun nearby both astonished and enraged, utterly incredulous. This little demon, at such a tender age, has already broken through to the true God realm. Her disciple, Bai Ningbing, was hundreds of years old and had only reached the celestial God realm. This was already among the ranks of prodigies, but what stunned Lang Bingyun even more was that Chen Changa was still consuming pills, continuously and without pause. What kind of elixir is this, that requires no refinement? Lang Bingyun pondered. Consuming the same elixir, Chen Changa devoured 3 at a time, swallowing them and immediately reaching for more faster than one would eat jelly beans. Is there truly such a terrifying speed of refinement? Lung Bingyun was perplexed. She wished to move her delicate body, yet found herself unable to do so. The restraints upon her remained unbroken, allowing only her long legs to shift slightly. However, even that slight movement brought a horrific sensation of tearing, rendering her unwilling to move at all. For 3 days, Chen Shanga had turned her existence into a nightmare. Having consumed over 200 pills, Chen Shanga finally paused, his brow furrowing slightly. After training for a while in the Divine Calamity realm, he required just over 100 pills to break through. The Divine Fire realm demanded over 200, yet this True God realm consumed over 800 pills just to reach its peak. With only around 200 pills left, he found himself unable to break through to the Celestial God realm. Truly vexing. Chen Shanga sighed deeply. If anyone were to hear this, they might wish to strangle him. For others, transitioning from the Divine Calamity realm to the True God realm, even the mightiest prodigies require decades, or even over a century to achieve, yet he accomplished it in a single day. No, there were still 3 days. During these 3 days, he had utilized the Yin Yang Dao Cannon, absorbing a bit from Leng Bingyun. The ice had melted into water. Enough, I shall allow you to rest for a while. Originally intending to continue extracting resources from her, upon seeing Leng Bingyun's despondent expression, Chen Shanga abandoned the thought. After 3 days, he appeared sage-like, temporarily devoid of any intention to harm her. He slowly rose and approached Lung Bingyun. Kill me, Lung Bingyun spoke, her tone lacking the previous icy demeanor. Now soft and frail, she had already begun to entertain thoughts of death. Is it not better to follow me? Should you desire resources, they are yours. Should you seek status, it is yours as well. Chen Shanga responded, you have ruined my cultivation. I am now a useless being. Lung Bingyun replied. She wished for death, yet Chen Shanga did not grant her that mercy. It was too early to speak of death. I shall give you some time to contemplate. Should you come to a decision, not only will you avoid death, but I can also impart to you more advanced techniques. Having said this, Chen Shanga departed from the World Treasure Box. Once he left, Lung Bingyun found herself able to move as she sat up, and the scattered garments around her twirled rapidly, automatically adorning her body. Chen Shanga was still quite polite. He was not a beast. He did not violently tear apart her garments. No, just as she was contemplating such self-destructive thoughts, Lung Bingyun was taken aback. She still possessed magical power, she could still manipulate those garments, her strength remained, and she was not a waste. Realizing this, Lung Bingyun was overwhelmed with joy. She immediately turned her focus inward, discovering that the world she was nurturing within was still intact, growing ever more immense. She had not faltered in her cultivation despite her loss of purity. She had even broken through, successfully reaching the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud sacred art. To her astonishment, she felt a faint possibility of transcending to the supreme realm. This realization left her in disbelief. How could this be possible? According to tradition, the Ice Cloud sacred art requires one to maintain a body of pure integrity. How could she still break through? Leng Bingyun found it hard to comprehend, yet the situation before her confirmed the truth. Not only had she not become useless, but she had also broken through to the 10th layer of the Ice Cloud sacred art, with an implicit potential to transcend to the supreme realm. A vision suddenly flashed in her mind. It was of Chen Shanga, riding atop her, leaning in close to her face, whispering, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. As the words fell, Chen Shanga bit down on her lip, prying open her jaw to deliver a pill into her mouth. Then she found herself unable to resist. Could it be that the pill, along with his techniques, was the cause of this? Lung Bingyun murmured softly. Chapter 43. The Chaotic Sword Stone. Young master, have you emerged? Chen Xiangyang stepped out from the World Treasure Box, finding himself in the courtyard of the demon sect. Lu Ruyan, holding the World Treasure Box, exclaimed, this is truly miraculous. It can actually store living beings for 3 whole days, and to think, the young master has been so diligent in his cultivation, entering to practice for 3 days straight. Do not consume them all at once. Lu Ruyan received the pills, her eyes wide with surprise. Young master, what kind of pills are these? Chen Xiangyang tucked away the World Treasure Box. Just hold on to them. As a maid, you lack the standing to inquire about your master's possessions. Grow stronger swiftly. I require your primordial yin. As he spoke, 4 maidens emerged from the dwelling, clad in the attire of core disciples of the demon sect. They appeared to be around the same age as him. Oh no, my heart is racing so fiercely. What should I do? My eyes cannot help but gaze upon the young master. But what if the elders find out? They said not to stare at the young master too long, or there would be consequences. Yet, I still cannot resist. What should I do? The 4 young women were in a flurry of thoughts, while Chen Xiangyang frowned. Another new batch. What are your names? Do you understand the rules? As soon as he spoke, the 4 hurriedly, why has the Shui family not sent anyone this time? Chen Xiangyang cast a glance and remarked sarcastically, these 4 surnames are among the most powerful factions within the demon sect. Although all 4 are divine bodies, their beauty is unparalleled, rivaling that of the most revered saintesses. However, he was surprised that the Shui family had not sent anyone. Young master, Shui Bingyue did not wish to come. She was persuaded by Elder Dan. Enough, you four, hurry and prepare the medicinal bath. I wish to bathe. Sima Fian was about to explain, but Chen Qiangying, unable to restrain his impatience, issued a directive. The water he desired for his bath was no ordinary hot water. It was a concoction of various medicinal liquids, designed to strengthen the body and invigorate the blood. Please wait a moment, young master. The four maidens said, slowly retreating. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan continued to examine the pills, sensing the pure energy within, yet unable to discern their nature. Divine-grade cultivation pills, such as these, were entirely unfamiliar to her. Better consume these, Chen Qiangying suggested, tossing out over 10 heavenly-grade cultivation pills and some king-grade pills. He had acquired these from Qi Lian. Just a few days had passed, and once again, he provided her with pills. The divine liquid he had given her previously had enabled her to break through to the celestial realm, and she had yet to consume that fruit. Now, more pills. Being his maid was certainly far superior to being a fiancée to Xiao Yun. Chen Qiangying's residence within the demon sect was among the largest, featuring numerous chambers. Lu Ruyan and the four maidens had their own resting quarters. After obtaining the pills, she returned to her room to consume and cultivate. Kid, after being back for so long, do you not wish to see what I am up to? At that moment, a voice emanated from the corner. It was the voice of the nine-leaf sword grass. Its 5 verdant leaves danced in the wind, resembling a sword cultivator performing a blade dance. Chen Qiangying chose to ignore it. You have ignored the nine-leaf sword ancestor. Invincible sword intent strengthened by 100. You have ignored the nine-leaf sword ancestor. Invincible sword intent strengthened by 100. Hey, you are ignoring me again. Clang, the nine-leaf sword grass exclaimed, as its swaying leaves slashed through the air, unleashing a strand of sword energy. Though formidable, it was instantly shattered the moment it approached Chen Qiangying. Clang, Chen Qiangying flicked his finger, releasing a beam of sword light. Damn, the nine-leaf sword grass's expression changed dramatically. It attempted to move, but its base was firmly restrained by Chen Qiangying's formation, rendering it utterly immobile. Boom, the sword light struck beside the nine-leaf sword grass, startling it and leaving it in shock. You have frightened the nine-leaf sword ancestor, causing it to tremble. Invincible sword heart strengthened by 100. You want to drink urine? There is none for you, Chen Qiangying stated. In this courtyard, he had 3 NPCs to draw upon. However, both Qi Lian and Old Deng were seldom present, and the rewards from them were quite satisfactory. Only the ever-present nine-leaf sword ancestor provided rewards related to swordsmanship. His sword intent and sword energy were formidable, and the sword techniques he possessed were numerous, all obtained from it. You have broken through again. Are you some kind of monster? The nine-leaf sword grass was utterly astonished. Having regained its true divine strength, it was shocked to find Chen Qiangying had also transcended to the divine realm. A 15-year-old divine being, it had witnessed the lives of emperors, yet had never encountered such a prodigious entity. You have astonished the nine-leaf sword ancestor, invincible sword. He approached the nine-leaf sword grass, casting a glance at its 5 leaves, which resembled light green blades. What are you planning to do? The nine-leaf sword grass demanded. It was bewildered. Despite having licked excrement, it still felt fear in his presence. Oh no, the heart of the grass is wounded. Let me gift you something good, Chen Qiangying announced, producing a vial and pouring its contents onto the nine-leaf sword grass. What is this? Ah, it's so hot, this energy. You brat, what have you made me consume? The nine-leaf sword grass cried out. Were it not for the formation restraining it, it would have transformed at that moment. That SA9 turns yin-yang pill steeped in some holy liquid. Enjoy it. I'm curious if there are any female grasses in this courtyard. Can grasses also fight? Chen Qiangying mused, slowly rising. Ah, you brat, you've poisoned me. Wait, don't leave, give me the antidote. The nine-leaf sword grass turned crimson, emitting steam, and the sword energy it released wreaked havoc. However, trapped by the formation, it could not inflict harm on its surroundings and was left to scream in the corner. Ding. You have poisoned the nine-leaf sword ancestor. Reward acquired. Chaotic sword stone. Chaotic sword stone? What is this? Chaotic sword stone, a sword stone born from chaos, illuminated by the first sword light that split heaven and earth, containing supreme sword patterns. A material for crafting, this could be used to forge an extreme imperial weapon. Yet, in this world, finding such a craftsman would be quite difficult. Chen Qiangying murmured softly. There are few crafting masters, and those capable of forging holy weapons are exceedingly rare. The ancient realm has never heard of anyone creating supreme battle weapons. To refine the chaotic sword stone into a treasure is no easy feat. Young master, the medicinal bath is prepared, the 4 busy maidens announced. Very well, Ruyan is cultivating, you 4 come here and attend to my bathing, Chen Qiangying commanded. As his words fell upon the ears of the four maidens, a flush of crimson graced their exquisite faces. Though they had undergone training for this, the thought of what was to come made them exceedingly nervous. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and come in." Just then, Chen Chang's voi's rang out from within the room. The maiden snapped back to reality, hastily stepping inside. Chapter 43 The Chaotic Swordstone. Young master, you have emerged? Chen Changzhen stepped out from the world treasure box, finding himself within the confines of the demonic sect's courtyard. Lu Ruoyan, clutching the world treasure box, exclaimed in astonishment, "This is incredible, it can actually store living beings for 3 days, and the young master is so diligent in his cultivation, directly entering for 3 days of training." Prepare some bathing water, Chen Changzhen instructed, casually tossing out 2 divine-grade cultivation pills. "Take your time to refine them. Do not consume them all at once." Lu Ruoyan accepted the pills, her eyes wide with surprise. "Young master, what kind of pills are these?" As Chen Changzhen stowed away the world treasure box, he replied, "Just hold on to them. As a servant, you have no right to question your master. Grow swiftly, I require your yuan." As he spoke, 4 young maidens emerged from the room, clad in the attire of core disciples of the demonic sect. They appeared to be around the same age as him, approximately 14 or 15 years old. "Greetings, young master." The 4 girls paused momentarily before bowing their heads in respect. Is this truly the young master? Upon closer inspection, he was even more handsome than she had previously seen. Oh no, my heart is racing so fiercely. What to do? I cannot help but steal glances at the young master. What should I do? The elders had warned against staring too long at the young master, lest misfortune befall me, yet I am powerless to resist. What to do? What to do? What to do? The 4 young maidens were in a flurry of thoughts, while Chen Changzhen furrowed his brow. Another batch. What are your names? Do you understand the rules? As soon as he spoke, the 4 quick. Why was the Shui clan not included this time? Chen Changzhen remarked with a glance. These 4 noble families are among the most powerful affiliates of the demonic sect. Although they are all divine bodies, their beauty is unparalleled, rivaling that of the saintly maidens. However, he was surprised by the absence of the Shui clan this time. Young master, Shui Bingyue did not wish to come. She was summoned by Elder Dan. Enough, you 4, hurry and prepare the medicinal bath. I need to bathe. Sima Fian was about to explain, but Chen Changzhen waved her off impatiently. The water he required for bathing was not merely hot water. It was a concoction of various medicinal liquids designed to strengthen the body and invigorate the blood. Please wait a moment, young master. The 4 maidens spoke as they slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan was still examining the pills, sensing the pure energy within yet unable to discern their nature. Divine-grade cultivation pills were unlike anything she had ever encountered. Consume this instead. The previous 2 are too advanced for you. Taking them might lead to your demise from overexertion, Chen Changzhen advised, tossing out a dozen or more heavenly grade and king grade cultivation pills. He had pilfered these from Qilian. Thank you, young master. Lu Ruoyan exclaimed joyfully. It had only been a few days, and he was already providing her with pills. The divine liquid he had given her at the Lu family had allowed her to break through to the celestial realm, and she had yet to consume that fruit. Now, with more pills, being his servant was far superior to being a fiancée to Xiao Yun. Chen Chang'an's courtyard was among the largest within the demonic sect, comprising numerous rooms. Lu Ruoyan and the 4 maidens each had their own resting quarters. After taking the pills, she returned to her room to begin her cultivation. Little brat, you've been back for so long, and you don't even want to see this lord? It was the voice of the 9-leaf sword grass. Its 5 vibrant green leaves swayed in the wind, resembling a sword-wielding swordsman in motion. Chen Changzhen chose to ignore it. You have ignored the 9-leaf sword ancestor, granting a 100 enhancement to your invincible sword intent. You have ignored the 9-leaf sword ancestor, granting a 100 enhancement to your invincible sword intent. Hey! You've ignored me again. Clang! As the 9-leaf sword grass spoke, its swaying leaves sliced through the air, releasing a strand of sword energy. This energy was formidable, yet as it approached Chen Changzhen, it was effortlessly dissipated. Clang! Chen Changzhen flicked his finger, unleashing a beam of sword light. Damn it! The 9-leaf sword grass's expression shifted dramatically. It attempted to move, but its roots were firmly ensnared by Chen Chang'an's formation, rendering it immobile. Boom! The sword light struck beside the 9-leaf sword grass, startling it and leaving it in shock. You have frightened the 9-leaf sword ancestor, inciting a 100 enhancement to your invincible sword heart. Want to drink urine? There is none for you, Chen Changzhen retorted. In this courtyard, he had 3 NPCs from whom he could extract benefits. Though Qilian and Lao Dang were not frequently present, they still provided satisfactory rewards. Only the ever-present nine-leaf sword ancestor yielded sword-related enhancements. His sword intent and energy were terrifyingly potent, and he had learned numerous sword techniques from it. You've actually broken through again. Are you a monster? The nine-leaf sword grass was astounded. It had regained its true divine strength, and yet Chen Changzhen had also ascended to the divine level. A 15-year-old divine being, it had witnessed the life of an emperor but had never encountered such a prodigious existence. You have astonished the nine-leaf sword ancestor, granting a 100 enhancement to your invincible sword heart. Chen Changzhen had grown indifferent to the rewards readily available to him. As he approached the nine-leaf sword grass, he examined its 5 leaves, which resembled pale green sword blades. What are you up to, little brat? The nine-leaf sword grass demanded, confused. Despite having been subjected to humiliation, it still felt fear in his presence. Oh no, the essence of the grass has been wounded. I'll gift you something nice, Chen Changzhen announced, producing a vial and pouring its contents onto the nine-leaf sword grass. What is this? Ah, it's so hot, this energy. You little brat, what have you fed me? The nine-leaf sword grass cried out. Had it not been for the formation restraining it, it would have transformed at that moment. This is a Jiuzhuan Yin Yang pill, steeped in holy liquid. Enjoy it. I'm curious if there is a mother grass in this courtyard. Chen Changzhen said, rising slowly. You little brat, you've poisoned me. Wait, don't go, give me the antidote. The nine-leaf sword grass turned crimson, steaming, and exuding an aggressive sword energy. However, trapped by the formation, it could not inflict any harm on its surroundings, leaving it to scream in anguish from the corner. Ding. You have poisoned the nine-leaf sword ancestor, earning the reward. Chaotic Sword Stone. Chaotic Sword Stone, what on earth is this? Chaotic Sword Stone, a sword stone birthed from chaos, illuminated by the first sword light that opened the heavens, harboring supreme sword patterns. A crafting material? This could be used to forge an unparalleled imperial weapon. However, in this world, finding such a skilled artisan would be quite the challenge. Chen Changzhen mused softly. There are few crafting masters, and those capable of forging holy weapons are exceedingly rare. The crafting of supreme war weapons has not been heard of throughout the ancient realms. To refine the chaotic sword stone into a treasure, difficult. Young master, the medicinal bath is ready. As his words reached the ears of the 4 maidens, a flush of crimson spread across their exquisite faces. Although they were trained for such tasks, the thought of what was to come made them quite anxious. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in. Just then, Chen Changgen's voice echoed from within the room. The girl snapped back to reality and hurried inside. Chapter 44. The path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few in a certain palace of the demonic sect. Mother! How can you act this way? Shi Lian expressed her dissatisfaction towards Qizhenjin. Upon hearing this, Qizhenjin displayed a smile, pinching her daughter's cheek, and then cradling her face, inquired, "What is it now?" "You're already throwing a tantrum upon exiting seclusion." "Changgung's furnace, how could you find such a person for Changgung's furnace?" Shi Lian huffed. "Humph, that Lu Ruyen is pitifully weak." Qizhenjin's smile grew wider. "Oh. A little jealous, are we? No wonder your temper is so fierce. You also have feelings for Changgung, yet you didn't mention it to your mother." The mother and daughter exchanged laughter, one amused and the other sulking. Hearing this teasing remark, Shi Lian became even more displeased. "I don't like him, I only see him as a brother, but that Lu Ruyen clearly looks like a flirt. She is unworthy of Changgung." "You don't like him? Then why are you so sour?" Qizhenjin remarked, placing her hand on Shi Lian's shoulder and embracing her. "Child, sometimes when you like someone, you cannot keep it hidden in your heart forever. If you like him, you must boldly express it. The more you conceal it, the more it will turn into regret. Some people, once missed, are gone forever." "Humph, if you know all this, why would you still find such a flirt for Changgung?" Shi Lian snorted. She had already seen Lu Ruyen. Although a bit young, she was indeed a beauty, exuding an aura from her very bones. "Flirt, she will grow up to be a seductress. Your mother does not possess such authority. This decision was made by your aunt and uncle Fan. You must understand one thing: if you like him, or there will never be a shortage of women around him, such is the world. The strong are revered, a flower is remarkable as he will always attract countless butterflies. Lu Ruyen will only be the first. If you wish to be by his side, you must confirm your position swiftly." Qizhenjin spoke gently. She would not meddle in Shi Lian's personal feelings, for she herself was a failure in that regard. She would merely offer advice, never coercing her into any decisions regarding marriage. Shi Lian fell silent upon hearing this. "Think it over well, the time is drawing near. You should set off to the sacred domain to participate in the Right and Demonic Conference, where he will undoubtedly attract various extraordinary women," Qizhenjin continued. At the Right and Demonic Conference, the most exceptional heroes and heroines from both paths would make their appearances, including numerous prodigies from the demonic races. Even Chen Changgung's appearance alone was enough to make many women infatuated, not to mention his formidable talents. After all, in this world, admiration for the strong is quite prevalent. In Chen Changgung's courtyard, Chen Changgung was indulging in a medicinal bath, surrounded by 4 maidens who gazed upon his robust physique, their hearts fluttering. The young master is truly handsome. Those muscles are extraordinary. Are all men like this? I wish to reach out and touch. What a beautiful body. I want to feel it. Fei Yan is so lucky, getting to touch the young master. The young master is so special. It feels so strange to touch him. Each of the 4 maidens harbored their own thoughts. Meanwhile, as Chen Changgung circulated the indestructible scripture, countless indelible runes adorned his body, shining with increasingly brilliant golden light. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from within him, and the frightening golden lightning surged forth, transforming the entire medicinal cauldron into a sea of golden thunder. I've broken through the 5th layer of the indestructible scripture. This technique is truly monstrous. Chen Changgung murmured to himself as he opened his eyes. This was the complete and most powerful body refinement technique, the indestructible scripture, which he had acquired from Old Deng. Although Old Deng practiced it, he possessed only a fragmented version. Just as Chen Changgung leapt from the medicinal cauldron, the 4 maidens gasped in unison, only to quickly regain their composure. Oh no! Young master, calm down. Young master, please calm down, they hurriedly implored. You've broken the rules. Silence for 3 days. Chen Changgung's words fell, and the 4 maidens were instantly muted. With a mere thought, a white robe draped over him, concealing the magnificent display. Changung! Changung! Just as Chen Changgung was about to step outside, he heard Qi Lian's ethereal voice. Sister, you've arrived, Chen Changgung said with a smile as he stepped out. Where have you been? Qi Lian asked, her consciousness probing into the inner room. The 4 maidens are tidying up the medicinal cauldron, he replied. I've been cultivating and made some gains. When did you emerge from seclusion? Chen Changgung inquired, surprised that Qi Lian had exited so quickly after being in seclusion for healing. Did the 4 of them bathe with you? Did they enter the cauldron naked? Qi Lian whispered, her voice growing softer. Impossible, servants are still servants. How could they have the privilege to bathe with their master? But potent medicinal force would be too much for their small frames to bear, Chen Changgung replied honestly. He was well aware that the elder sister before him was feeling jealous. That's good then, Changgung, do you have someone you like? Qi Lian asked, turning away, unable to face him, yet falling into a long silence. She felt anxious, the wait for a response felt excruciating. Just as she contemplated whether to add more words, a large hand wrapped around her. Of course, isn't it you, sister? Chen Changgung whispered in her ear, his breath causing Qi Lian's cheeks to flush crimson. They had embraced each other countless times since childhood, even bathing together, yet today, her heart raced inexplicably. If you confess to the Red Emperor and share mutual affection, you will be rewarded with the 3 Lives Stone. The 3 Lives Stone. When both partners wear it, they gain a bond of mutual understanding, doubling their cultivation speed and rapidly increasing their affection for one another. Will Changgung like other women? Qi Lian asked cautiously, remembering her mother's words about his lack of female companionship. She wished to know his thoughts. Sister, the path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few. I cannot guarantee that I will only like you, but I can always keep a place for you in my heart. You may love me, and others may also love me. If I were to only love you, it would mean failing them, which would be unfair to them. I need to take responsibility for them and embrace the affections of all the fairies with an open heart. Sister, if you wish to love me, you must accept all of me. That is true affection. If you cannot, then it proves you do not love me, you merely covet my body. Ah! As Chen Changgung spoke, he felt a scorching sensation on his ear. A delicate hand was pinching him. This is absurd, the Right and Demonic Conference is fast approaching. When are we preparing to leave? In the holy sect, everything is up to you, Qi Lian said, irate. She attempted to draw closer to him in this manner. We shall depart in 5 days, to wander the so-called sacred domain and see what the so-called fairies or prodigies look like. Chapter 45. Bai Ningbing visits another day dawned. Chen Changzhen was in the courtyard, playfully toying with the 9-leaved sword grass, extracting a hint of sword intent from it. Master, there is a lady who claims to be Bai Ningbing, the saintess of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, seeking an audience with you. She insists that there is a matter of great importance to discuss, a voice announced from outside. Chen Changzhen rose to his feet. By Ningbing, this unexpected visitor has come knocking, bring her to meet this young master, he commanded. Chen Changzhen returned to the reclining chair in the courtyard, reclining comfortably, while 4 maidservants attended to him. 2 of the maids massaged his legs, while the other 2 stood on either side, kneading his shoulders. As he luxuriated in his repose, 2 figures entered the courtyard. 1 was a disciple of the demonic sect, and the other was Bai Ningbing herself. She stepped forward, casting a glance at the languid figure of Chen Changzhen in the recliner, and began to survey her surroundings. Only 4 maidservants, is he not afraid of me? How bold, Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she approached slowly. Greetings, young Master Chen. I am Bai Ningbing of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, she said politely, bowing slightly. However, Chen Changzhen merely regarded her with a languid glance and offered no further words. This behavior left Bai Ningbing momentarily at a loss for words. Having grown up in the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, she was not adept in conversation, and the likelihood of her initiating dialogue was exceedingly rare. Asking for a favor, this was a first for her. She stood there, dazed, until Chen Changzhen finally sat up. Boring, he remarked, waving his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Young Master Chen, you were the first to descend into the cold pool. I wish to inquire if you truly did not see my master. Bai Ningbing finally spoke, her voice breaking the silence. Dead, did I not inform you? Chen Changzhen responded nonchalantly. Impossible, I refuse to believe it. Even if she is dead, young Master Chen should have seen her remains. So where is my master's body? Bai Ningbing questioned, her disbelief palpable. Life to see the living, death to see the corpse. The body is naturally in my possession. What, do you wish to have it? Chen Changzhen's words caused Bai Ningbing's expression to turn cold, her icy gaze glinting with murderous intent, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Control yourself, I must endure, young Master Chen. My master has treated me with great kindness. I hope you will allow me to see her one last time and return her to the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace for eternal rest, Bai Ningbing implored, striving to appear as humble as possible. Regardless of whether Chen Changzhen spoke truths or lies, she had to act this way. What does this have to do with me? The body is mine to keep. I expended considerable effort to retrieve it from the cold pool. Why should I simply hand it over to you? What is Bai Ningbing to me? Chen Changzhen scoffed. Having been trained by the cold ice cloud, he would not easily relinquish his prize. It was truly a treasure. He had only ridden it once. How could he let it go so easily? It required further taming. Young Master Chen, if you could return my master's remains, the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace would be immensely grateful and could offer generous rewards, Bai Ningbing said. However, Chen Changzhen shook his head. To speak plainly, your Ice Cloud Sacred Palace is not as formidable as my sacred sect. What could you possibly offer that would entice me? Imperial weapons. Imperial elixirs, do you possess any? At this, Bai Ningbing fell silent. Indeed, the demonic sect and the celestial palace were on equal footing, with few forces in the ancient realm able to rival them. In truth, only the celestial palace could be mentioned in the same breath. The ancient clan of the Zhang family had been utterly defeated and was currently feasting in despair. What does young Master Chen desire? Anything the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace can provide, we will offer. If we lack it, I will personally seek out whatever you wish, Bai Ningbing assured him. What do I want? The most precious thing you possess is that yuan, is it not? If you were to offer it to me, I might consider allowing you to take your master's remains, Chen Changzhen replied, rising slowly. He approached Bai Ningbing, examining her closely, as if he were selecting a bride in some lavish establishment from his past life. How about we cultivate together just once? Chen Changzhen teased, reaching out to caress her cold visage. Yet, before his hand could make contact, a chilling force repelled it, preventing him from touching her. Please, young Master Chen, have some decorum, Bai Ningbing implored, striving to suppress her anger. Were it not for her desire to ascertain the truth of her master's fate, she would undoubtedly have drawn her sword. However, to her astonishment, Chen Changzhen's hand merely hesitated momentarily. With a surge of divine power, he shattered the cold barrier, and his hand came crashing down upon her icy face with a resounding slap. Do you not understand the attitude befitting one who begs? The abrupt slap left Bai Ningbing stunned. How could this be possible? She, a dignified figure of the divine realm, had been struck by a rising star. How had he managed to break through her protective cold aura? What realm are you in? She exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the sting of her cheek. You have 10 breaths to contemplate, Chen Changzhen declared, offering her the opportunity to decide. Impossible. As a disciple of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, I must remain pure and chaste. I would rather die than engage with a man. Bai Ningbing resolutely rejected the proposal. Their customs dictated that any who lost their purity would have their cultivation stripped and be expelled from the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, and even she, as the saintess, was no exception. There was no way she could agree. Then, it seems your master is not of great importance to you. Leave. Chen Changzhen dismissed her outright as the negotiation failed. Bai Ningbing stood there, dumbfounded. Su Laosan, see her off, Chen Changzhen ordered, and a vortex formed beside Bai Ningbing, swiftly engulfing her. Young Master Chen. Her voice echoed in the void. Why did you not speak a word upon your arrival? Chen Changzhen remarked, turning his gaze toward the courtyard. You're becoming increasingly adept at using your influence to intimidate others, and you even have your sights set on the saintess of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Xi Jinjin's voice drifted in from outside. She appeared beside Chen Changzhen, taking a seat on a stone bench. Chen Changzhen wore a broad smile, glancing at the beautiful woman before sitting beside her. He personally poured a cup of tea. Jinni, please enjoy this tea. Consider it thoughtful of you, and now, enlighten me on the matter regarding the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Xi Jinjin inquired, taking a sip of tea. Had she not overheard the earlier conversation, she would never have believed that the master of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace had perished, with her remains in the possession of this young man. It was truly unbelievable. It's nothing of great significance. I merely stumbled upon the cold ice cloud, and her disciple came seeking her. Chen Changzhen replied nonchalantly. Really, she is truly dead? Xi Jinjin asked, her brow furrowing in concern. This was a formidable being, a figure of renown in the ancient realm. Without the emergence of a supreme being, few could contend with her. Not quite. She sustained severe injuries and I have hidden her away, Chen Changzhen confessed. Impressive, you've mastered the art of keeping a cherished one hidden away. What do you plan to do next? With your strength, if you truly desired Bai Ningbing's Yuan, you could easily have those old fogies intervene. Why resort to such tactics? Xi Jinjin questioned, puzzled. Bai Ningbing had placed herself in a perilous situation. If Chen Changzhen had wished for her, he could have simply taken her without such manipulation. I wish to test my control over the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Of course, I also want to amuse myself and see if the so-called saintess truly embodies purity, Chen Changzhen stated candidly. In his eyes, Xi Jinjin was akin to family, and he felt no need to conceal his motives. Moreover, he genuinely wished to toy with this lofty saintess, curious to see how she would choose. He also hoped to provoke the system, wondering if there might be any rewards for her identity surfacing. Be cautious, the women of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace value their purity above life itself. Tread carefully, Xi Jinjin warned, taking another sip of tea. She continued, the righteous and demonic assembly is about to commence. Be wary, as the Celestial Palace has an ancient anomaly emerging, reportedly possessing a celestial body, alongside those with dual pupils, comparable to your supreme devil's eyes. Xi Jinjin briefly outlined some of the prodigies. This was her purpose for coming here, to caution Chen Changzhen against arrogance. Do not worry, Jinni, I have a sense of proportion. I am well aware of the prodigies of the righteous path, Chen Changzhen replied with a smile. His Nightfall organization was not lacking in intelligence. He had reviewed the profiles of many prodigies. One could only say none of them posed a threat. Chapter 46, The Gathering of Prodigies at the Sacred Path City and the Sacred Domain of Heavenly Path. Sacred Heavenly City stands as the largest city within the Sacred Domain, renowned even in the ancient realms, governed by the Sacred Path sect. As the time for the Righteous and Demonic Conference draws near, an increasing number of prodigies converge upon Sacred Path City. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation. Boom, a colossal vermilion bird arrives at Sacred Path City, transforming into its humanoid form as it enters. Its arrival instantly captures the attention of countless beings. It is a member of the Vermilion Bird clan. This is none other than the prodigy Zhu Yanyan of the Vermilion Bird lineage. Truly audacious, he dares to appear alone in our human race's Sacred Path City. Is he not afraid of being hunted down? Hunt, who would dare? Who knows if there are guardians lurking in the shadows? Whispers fill the air as some hastily avoid him if you dare to offend the prodigies of the Vermilion Bird clan. Zhu Yanyan, a figure of remarkable talent, radiates divine light, his fiery hair resembling a blazing bonfire as he strides confidently into the city. Boom, another thunderous sound erupts as numerous figures traverse the skies, entering the city. It is the Ji family's sacred body, Haoren's sacred body. Ji Haoren has also arrived, a young man points excitedly, locking onto a youth at the forefront of the group. Ji Haoren, youthful and commanding, exudes an aura of righteousness, his black hair billowing, eyes sparkling with divine light, radiating confidence, instantly captivating the attention of many female cultivators. Heavens, that is the goddess of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian. It is said she harbors feelings for Ji Haoren, and seeing her now, it is indeed true. Amidst the shock, another woman beside Ji Haoren draws everyone's gaze, rendering them momentarily speechless. Jiang Xian is famous not only for possessing the 5 elements sacred body but also for her extraordinary beauty. In rankings of the younger generation female cultivators, she stands proudly in 5th place. She truly is with Ji Haoren. In an instant, numerous prodigies feel their hearts shatter. The goddess has found her beloved. Brother Ji, they are so annoying, staring at us as soon as we arrive, Jiang Xian remarks to Ji Haoren. Get used to it. Those as exceptional as us will always attract attention wherever we go. There is no need to be concerned, Ji Haoren reassures her. Had it not been for the prohibition against flying vehicles in Sacred Path City, he would have already entered in a luxurious chariot. Of course, if a cultivator's strength does not reach the sacred realm, they are only permitted to fly at low altitudes. This is the decree of the Sacred Path sect. Both the Ji and Jiang families are prominent clans, yet they still must show respect to the Sacred Path sect, which is akin to a celestial palace. However, people truly find them irritating. Jiang Xian scoffs. As the Ji family enters, more prodigies arrive at Sacred Path City, shielded by numerous powerful guardians. Ah, the Celestial Palace! A voice exclaims as another group of young individuals appears. Clad in silver and white robes, they bear a golden token at their waists. The token, inscribed with the character for Celestial, glimmers in the sunlight, radiating vibrant colors. Indeed, it is the Celestial Palace. Is that person the esteemed one? It is he. With an ethereal presence and an unearthly demeanor, he is none other than the esteemed Yuxian Lin. The individual beside him must be the formidable Han Tian, the perennial runner-up, and there is Su Mu, the one with the dual pupils. Who among the human forces can withstand such a lineup? This righteous and demonic conference will undoubtedly see our righteous path triumph over the demonic. The demonic forces are bound to be defeated. The young elites cheer, their voices echoing. The Celestial Palace is the most powerful force in righteous cultivation, a place everyone aspires to, with its prodigies being revered figures. Each one, like a brilliant star, shines resplendently. As the grand era unfolds, prodigies emerge as if they were fish crossing a river. Meanwhile, an ancient wild bull strides into the city, exuding an unparalleled aura. I, Nyoba-do, have arrived. Nyoba-do, a figure of renown, has returned to his ancestral roots, holding a formidable status within the demon court. Even in human form, he remains impressively tall. His towering figure resembles a black iron tower, each step reverberating with terrifying strength that distorts the very fabric of space. Nyoba-do, you big brute, don't provoke recklessly. A golden-winged roc follows closely behind him. This is Jinpingzi, rumored to have acquired a primordial feather on the heavenly demon ancestral mountain, gaining the legacy of the ancestors, his cultivation having reached the sovereign level. People gasp in astonishment. The golden-winged roc descends, its vast form casting a shadow over the land, resembling a mountain carved from gold. Transforming into a young man, he follows Nyoba-do, his golden hair shining brilliantly, golden wings unfurling behind him, and sharp claws beneath his feet. Beware of your tender behind. Nyoba-do laughs heartily. He has clashed with Jinpingzi before. Even if the latter is a half-step sovereign, he still cannot withstand the charge of the wild bull. I have no interest in you, you hard-headed oaf. I have come only for a battle with it. Jinpingzi declares, a fierce battle intent flaring in his sharp golden eyes, catching Nyoba-do off guard. Who, he inquires. Kunpengzi. The Kuanpeng clan has not shown itself for an entire era. Now that it does, having entered the battlefield of 100 clans, I wish to see whether the so-called Kuanpeng is deserving of the title of the 10 Fiends. Upon hearing this, Nyoba-do is taken aback. This fellow, who cannot even defeat him, dares to challenge the fearsome Kuanpeng, a clear act of digging his own grave. That is a being with pure Kuanpeng bloodline. Just as they enter the city, a deafening roar shakes the heavens. From afar, 9 enormous, shadowy figures obscure the sky, pulling a grand carriage, exerting an overwhelming presence. The already bustling Sacred Path City erupts into chaos at the sight of these terrifying figures. On the jade towers, strong figures gaze out, while pedestrians on the lively streets come to a halt. The 9 shadowy beasts, fearsome and majestic, crash into Sacred Path City. In an instant, a terrifying pressure envelopes the city. What are these beasts? What level of power do they possess to emit such an overwhelming aura? The demonic energy swirling around them indicates they are creatures of the demonic sect, within Sacred Path City. Upon seeing these 9 shadowy beasts, everyone is struck with fear, left stunned. The 9 beasts, fierce and imposing, radiate an overwhelming demonic aura, akin to gods of war dominating the void. Even more alarming is that they have entered the city. The rules of Sacred Path City forbid vehicles from entering. Could they be demons of the demonic sect? That must be the chariot of the demonic sect's leader. Would the disciples of the Sacred Path sect dare to stop them? Such an audacious arrival likely belongs to the demonic sect's leader. They may not even have the courage to intervene. Strong figures from noble families murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the guardians of the Sacred Path sect, stationed atop the city walls, gaze at the entering beasts, their expressions grave. What to do? Should they intervene? If they do not, the reputation of the Sacred Path sect will suffer, but if they do, the individual within the chariot may become enraged. A mere guardian cannot withstand such wrath. The sect master has decreed that those who come to Sacred Path City must lay low, even if they are dragons. What of a mere demonic sect? Our Sacred Path sect does not fear you. A beautiful woman declares, raising her hand as a beam of sword light shoots into the sky, piercing the void, then manifesting before the beasts. Esteemed guests. The rules of Sacred Path City do not permit vehicles to enter, so please withdraw your carriage. The woman vanishes and reappears in the air. Asian. A man on the city wall exclaims, filled with anxiety. The woman is his partner, and he fears provoking the powerful individual within the chariot. His expression tense, he steps forward to follow her. Our chariot is a treasure, not merely a vehicle, began. Su Laosan, who drives the beasts, coldly retorts. Although he is merely a charioteer, he is undoubtedly a sovereign king, releasing a breath of pressure that makes the two men grow increasingly solemn. Li Zhen, Wang Chang, this is a treasure, not a vehicle. Let it pass. Suddenly, a voice resonates through the heavens. The two men exhale in relief. It is the Grand Elder of the Sacred Path sect. We were blind to your grandeur, esteemed elder, please forgive us. They respond, it is not just the fact that the beasts are treasures that astonishes them, the sect's concession is even more startling. If the sect were truly powerful, they could have prohibited its entry, regardless of its status as a treasure. Esteemed guests, the Sacred Path Tower is a fine place to rest. You may take shelter there. The voice echoes once more in the void as Su Laosan hastily maneuvers the chariot into the city. Young master, shall we head to the Sacred Path Tower? It is said to be the premier establishment in Sacred Path City, filled with various curiosities. Many prodigies are likely to be present there, Su Laosan inquires. Indeed, let us go, Chen Changing replies, as the 9 shadowy beasts make their way through Sacred Path City towards the Sacred Path Tower. Chapter 47 of the Challenge, Instant Annihilation of the Sacred Tao Sect. Atop the peak of the Sacred Tao Mountain, several elders gathered around a mirror, within which the scene of Sacred Tao City unfolded. Elder, the figure seated within is certainly not the leader of the demon sect. It appears to be that supreme demon. Why did we not intervene? This could tarnish the prestige of our sacred sect, one elder inquired. Not at all, even if that is not the leader of the demon sect, we cannot afford to offend the individual within. The Grand Elder replied, stroking his white beard as he cast a glance at the other elders, preparing to elucidate. You are unaware that the Jiang family suffered grievously in the Tianshan due to that young fellow seated in the carriage. What, elder, are you suggesting that the individual with the supreme demon eye is related to the great accomplished holy body? Is he from one of the 4 great families of the demon sect? If that is the case, the demon sect may indeed be formidable. The elders were taken aback. Tianshan, this term had not yet spread throughout the ancient realm, but it had already reverberated among the higher echelons of their factions. The battle of the great accomplished holy body in the Tianshan, where the supreme was stained with blood, resulted in the fall of 2 great saints and catastrophic losses for the Jiang family. It is he, the blood-handed butcher, Chen Fan. He has achieved the great accomplished holy body, the Grand Elder said, a bitter smile gracing his features. Chen Fan, we are familiar with him. During the previous righteous and demonic convention, he was merely a young man of little renown, yet he emerged victorious, becoming the greatest dark horse. The ancient holy body has been perfected in under 2 centuries, that is indeed terrifying. We have lived for thousands of years without reaching such heights, no wonder the great accomplished holy body is so audacious. Grand Elder, this is dire. Should we not inform the younger generation? If they provoke the supreme demon eye, the consequences could be dire. Yes, it would be wise to alert those families, the elders suggested. However, the Grand Elder shook his head. I have already notified our own sacred sect. As for the other factions, if they seek death, let them be. There is no need to prevent them from hastily courting their demise. The Grand Elder wore a cunning smile. Though they were all righteous forces, internal strife among various factions was commonplace. Let those factions battle against the demon sect, they would relish the opportunity. For instance, this time, with the calamity at Tianshan, the Celestial Palace and the Jiang family suffered greatly, and their sect master was the one who laughed the loudest. Sacred Tao Tower. This was the tallest and grandest building in Sacred Tao City. In front of this tower lay an immense square. The glistening sacred beast slowly descended, its massive form gradually shrinking. A monstrous beast pulling a carriage. Who possesses such audacity to enter the city in a carriage? Truly bold, to ride a carriage in Sacred Tao City. Some individuals sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast and looked up, astonished and speechless. Shoo, do you not see the totem above? Do you not perceive the overwhelming demonic aura radiating from the beast? How foolish to dare discuss such matters when you are in the presence of a demonic force? Do you wish to perish? Keep your distance, I implore you. I fear for my life, someone cautioned. This is the demon sect. Aside from the major powers, who would dare speak recklessly and stir up trouble? They might only whisper about the demon sect's fiends behind closed doors. Who would dare utter such names aloud? A single utterance could lead to utter annihilation. The arrival of the demon sect's chariot was momentous. Just then, a youth with fiery hair rushed forward as the sacred beast landed, clad in a robe of flames. He was engulfed in a terrifying blaze that resembled a fire dragon. His presence was formidable. An extraordinary little brat, return whence you came. This is not a place for you to seek your demise. Su Laosan admonished. As the sacred beast stilled, the formation gradually ceased its operation, and the occupants were about to emerge. Predecessors, I am Zhu Yanyi from the Zhuke clan. I have heard that your sect possesses a supreme demon eye, comparable to the reincarnation Ida. I have come today for battle. May I inquire if he resides within this carriage? Zhu Yanyi proclaimed, exuding an overwhelming aura. A domineering force flowed around him, intertwining with the terrifying flames. Imperial path power, Emperor realm. The prodigy of the Zhuge clan has broken through to the Emperor realm. Observers from a distance expressed their astonishment. This level of power firmly placed him among the elite, particularly among those under 20 years of age. Zhu Yanyi was undeniably formidable. Do you dare challenge this young master? At that moment, Chen Shanggung emerged from the carriage, accompanied by two maidens, Qilian and Yurua, the two great maidens of the demon sect. Is this the transcendent being, clad in garments as white as snow, with a beauty unmatched? Is he truly the possessor of the supreme demon? He is simply too handsome. Wow, this demonic cultivator is not to be feared. Good heavens, the two maidens accompanying him are also breathtaking, enchanting enough to topple kingdoms. Is this the standard of the celestial maidens of the sacred sect? I suddenly wish to join the sacred sect, master. Wah, I want to join the sacred sect. Surely it wouldn't matter if I betrayed my master. Just pretend you saw nothing. Originally observing from afar, the female cultivators could not help but swarm closer upon witnessing this scene. The vast square erupted into chaos. Zhu Yanyi furrowed his brow. You are the supreme demon. Dare you engage in battle? Bang! As Zhu Yanyi's words fell, Chen Shanggung flicked his finger, and a beam of sword light pierced directly through his skull. In an instant, a massive Zhuge fell to the ground. Su Laosan, drag him to Sacred Dao Tower and roast the Zhuge. Chapter 48. The Ruthless Demon Emperor, Brother Su Laosan, dragged to the Sacred Path Tower to roast the Vermilion Bird. As Chen Shang's nonchalant words fell, even Su Laosan failed to immediately grasp their significance. Dead, an annihilating finger, the others were stunned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Holy Son, you little beast, you have slain my clan's holy son. I shall see you dead. The void erupted, and from a distance, a figure surged forth. It was an elder. With a single step, he reached Chen Shangge, only to find Su Laosan standing defiantly before him. Bang! The elder struck with a palm, while Su Laosan retaliated with a punch. Their collision unleashed a terrifying holy light, resembling a myriad of starry seas manifesting in that very moment. The elder was sent flying, his expression grave. A Saint King, this is indeed a Saint King. Old fool, do you wish to lay a hand on my young master? Are you tired of living? Su Laosan bellowed. The elder before him was also a Saint King, a paragon among the Vermilion Bird clan, yet Su Laosan remained undaunted. Among those who accompanied Chen Shangge, he could be considered the weakest. The three great saints had yet to make a move. They were the true guardians, not to mention, Chen Shangge had a father in the perfected saint body. He had never feared anyone. It was your young master who first killed my clan's holy son. I merely seek justice. Do you humans intend to bully my Vermilion Bird clan to such an extent? The elder roared. Zhu Yanyi was the holy son of the Vermilion Bird clan. He could not simply perish without consequence. He had to act. His demise was due to his own lack of foresight. My young master is not someone just anyone can challenge. If the young master is to take action, be prepared for death. Su Laosan scoffed. What are you, a bunch of chickens, doing? Not even providing a holy son with some means of survival? Do you truly believe that your Vermilion Bird clan reigns supreme among the world's prodigies? The elder's killing intent soared, eager to slay Chen Shangge, yet he was wary of Su Laosan and the other powerful beings. After all, this was the territory of humanity. Wait, having slain my clan's holy son, we shall not let this matter rest. The elder declared fiercely before tearing through the void and departing. I, for one, am eager to see when I can roast your entire clan, Chen Shangge remarked dismissively, his words igniting the elder's fury. With a cry, the elder revealed his true form, a colossal figure that obscured the sky and shattered the surrounding emptiness. He howled in despair, crossing the void in haste. He was seeking reinforcements from his clan. However, not long after, an ominous commotion reverberated from the depths of the void. Of the ancestor Huan, Tianyun, and the mad dragon had made their move. Three great saints targeted a single Saint King. The battle concluded swiftly. The elder fell. Young master, this Vermilion Bird is so immense, do you intend to roast them all at once? Su Laosan inquired. As Zhu Yanyi's body was far too large. If roasted entirely, they would certainly be unable to consume it all. Not a problem. Roast them all, we can break down some bones for soup, Chen Shangge replied nonchalantly. Shangge, making such a ruckus upon arrival may not be wise. After all, the Vermilion Bird clan is a major force. They maintain good relations with the Phoenix clan, and even the golden-winged Great Peng has deep ties with them. Indeed, our current adversaries are the righteous path. Slaying a prodigy of the demon clan so brazenly could spell trouble, Qilian and Yurua whispered. To so swiftly annihilate a sovereign, the speed at which it occurred left them both bewildered. Their curiosity only deepened regarding just how much strength he had concealed. Had he truly reached the divine calamity realm? The group attracted the gazes of countless onlookers, yet none dared speak against them, for the sight of the captured vermilion bird served as a powerful silencing tactic. "Brother, I am hungry." At that moment, a voice drifted from not far away. Chen Shanga turned to see a filthy little beggar gazing at him with hungry eyes. He frowned. "Scram, where did this beggar come from? Get lost!" Su Laosan bellowed, forbidding the little girl from approaching. Though she appeared to be a beggar, he did not believe she was one. For he could not see through this little beggar. Moreover, the sight of such a large vermilion bird being dragged away did not seem to frighten her. Her audacity was illogical. A ding. Detected the unparalleled great villain, the ruthless demon emperor's Dao fruit. Recruit the ruthless demon emperor to join the dark heavenly court. Reward indestructible heavenly skill. The ruthless demon emperor? The ruthless demon emperor, a mortal body ascending to emperorhood, the founder of the indestructible heavenly skill, who endured hardship and hunger from a young age, relying on her brother, constantly uttering, "Brother, I am hungry." When her brother fell, she shattered the shackles of her mortal body, pioneered the devouring heavenly demon skill, using the myriad spirits as her cultivation elixir, achieving the status of emperor, wandering through the mundane world seeking her brother not to become immortal, but to await his return in the mortal realm. Chen Shanga gazed at the little beggar, momentarily taken aback. She was filthy, disheveled, with what appeared to be snot resembling a white caterpillar hanging from her nose. She looked at him with longing while sniffling. "This child is the demon emperor? Brother, I am hungry." Upon seeing Chen Shanga, she pitifully uttered once more, "Young master, be cautious. She possesses an unusual karma." Chen Shanga approached, and Su Laosan warned anyone who eluded his perception must certainly harbor some secrets. However, Chen Shanga was unconcerned. Could she not be enigmatic, the unparalleled demon emperor? She created the devouring heavenly demon skill from a mortal body, refining it into the indestructible heavenly skill. This is truly extraordinary. "Hungry, what is your name? Would you like to come with brother? I will get you something to eat." Chen Shanga approached, but the little beggar seemed somewhat timid, her clear eyes avoiding his gaze. "Brother, I am hungry." She sniffled again, repeating her plea. Chen Shanga frowned. "Isn't this the Dao fruit of the ruthless demon emperor? Surely she cannot be so dim-witted." "Will you come with brother? I have food," he coaxed again. "Brother, I am hungry." Once more, she offered the same response. Chen Shanga furrowed his brow. At this moment, Shi Lian and Yu Ruo could no longer bear to watch. What a pitiful child. They approached, and the little beggar immediately darted to Chen Shanga's side. "Brother, I am hungry." Yu Ruo extended a fruit towards her, yet the little beggar did not accept it. It was a common spirit fruit that Chen Shanga and the others usually consumed as snacks. It was not only sweet but also had a delightful texture. "Brother, I am hungry," the little beggar reiterated. She was not afraid of Chen Shanga, but seemed to dread the two women, leaving Chen Shanga perplexed. Is this all she can say? "Eat this, it's edible and very sweet." Chen Shanga took the spirit fruit and offered it to the little beggar. The two women frowned. How ravenous must she be? A little girl, after finishing one spirit fruit, is still hungry. Chen Shanga handed her another. She finished it in a few bites and said again, "Brother, I am hungry." Chen Shanga offered another. She quickly consumed it and declared, "Brother, I am hungry." You have bestowed resources upon the ruthless demon emperor. Reward Dao fruit X1. You have bestowed resources upon the ruthless demon emperor. Reward Dao fruit X1. You have bestowed resources upon the ruthless demon emperor. Reward Dao fruit. Chen Shanga felt like a feeder, continuously handing out Dao fruits, his smile growing ever more radiant. Yet internally, he sensed a conundrum. This little girl had only uttered a single phrase from beginning to end. How could he recruit her as an ally? The indestructible heavenly skill was no trivial matter. Could it be that her childhood experiences had shaped her this way? Chen Shanga pondered inwardly. "Brother, I am hungry." Having consumed over 100 spirit fruits, the little beggar still repeated her refrain, and the two women looked at her as if she were a monster. She was indeed different, mysterious. Even an adult man who had never cultivated would struggle to eat a second spirit fruit. The spiritual energy within would be overwhelming, yet she had devoured over 100, finishing everything they had brought. "Brother, I am hungry. Brother will go find you something to eat. Do you want to come along?" Chen Shanga said helplessly, before making his way towards the sacred path tower. To his delight, she truly followed. "Brother, I am hungry." Yet she still recited her mantra. The two women gazed at Chen Chang'e with peculiar expressions, as if to ask, "Are you truly going to let this enigmatic little girl accompany you?" In this bizarre world, it was only natural to remain vigilant. No one wished to have an unknown individual following them, who knows what she might transform into, at such a tender age. What malice could she harbor? Chen Chang'e replied, utterly unconcerned, the Tao fruit of the ruthless demon emperor. If I can recruit her, it could yield numerous benefits. Not that I intend to deceive her, it is merely my overflowing compassion, unable to bear the hardships of the world, and seeing her plight, I wish to guide her through her suffering. It is certainly not for the sake of any rewards. Chapter 49 Yi Chen, the devouring heavenly demon armor before the sacred Tao pavilion. Shortly after Chen Chang'e's departure, a young man hurriedly approached, scanning the surroundings with anxious fervor. He was searching for someone, muttering to himself, "How strange, by all accounts, she should be here. The infamous demon emperor, the last great emperor of this world, I encountered her here before my rebirth. Where could she have gone? Could it be that I, Yi Chen, arrived too early, and fate has conspired to delay our meeting?" Clad in an azure robe, Yi Chen pondered. He meandered through the square but found no trace of the figure he sought. How frightening! This demon sect's young master actually killed the young lord of the Zhuge clan with a mere finger, and that was a figure of the imperial sovereign realm. Indeed, it is said that this young master possesses the supreme demon eye, rivaling the rebirth eye, and may have already transcended the divine calamity realm. Just look at his youth and yet such formidable prowess. The talent of the supreme demon eye is truly alarming. Do not speak carelessly about the matters of the demon sect. It is wise to refrain from such discussions to avoid unforeseen consequences. Some cautioned, while others expressed curiosity. Yi Chen, intrigued by their conversation, quickly approached a young man and, with a cheerful demeanor, offered him a spirit stone. "My friend, how long have you been here? Would you kindly share some insights?" The young man, noticing the spirit stone in Yi Chen's hand, welcomed him with a grin. "Friend, the crowd is too noisy. Let us converse over there." He gestured toward the sacred Tao pavilion, his meaning clear. "If you wish to gather news, you must treat me to a lavish experience at the sacred Tao pavilion." "Very well, let us retreat to that place. I have heard that the delicacies and celestial wines at the sacred Tao pavilion are unparalleled in the ancient realm. I would be delighted to discuss matters with you there." Yi Chen agreed, for although he had not found the person he sought, he could still glean some recent news, particularly regarding the supreme demon eye, Chen Chang'e. "Thank you, my friend. Unbeknownst to you, not long ago, that prodigious young master of the demon sect, the supreme demon eye, made quite an entrance, accompanied by the nine-headed Tao Tai, which startled me greatly. Indeed, the supreme demon eye is truly a paragon. Both in appearance and strength, he surpasses anyone I have encountered. The young lord of the Zhuge clan, Zhu Yanyan, is also a prodigy, having challenged many human prodigies and already reached the imperial sovereign realm. Yet he dared to challenge the supreme demon eye. Can you guess what happened? He was obliterated with a mere finger. You might not believe me, but had it not been for the terrifying elder accompanying him, I would have recorded the event." As they conversed, they entered the sacred Tao pavilion. The pavilion was vast, offering a wide array of services including food, drink, lodging, and even alchemical furnaces. There were various types of male and female demon beasts available as well. Yi Chen and the young man entered the tavern area on the first floor, ordered some fine wine, and listened as the young man spoke. Why Yi Chen felt a sense of disbelief. By all reasoning, Chen Chang'e should also be of the imperial sovereign realm. It was inconceivable that he could annihilate Zhu Yanyan with a mere finger. What could have gone awry, and where was Nyo? It appeared that nothing had changed, yet something felt amiss. Could it have been a dream? Yi Chen murmured to himself. After a while, the young man finished his tale and began to recount his own background, revealing that he was a disciple of the sacred Tao sect, named Lu Rinjia. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a hint of disdain. "With that attire, I could tell at a glance that you are a core disciple of the sacred Tao sect, otherwise, who would pay you any heed?" he thought to himself. Were it not for Lu Rinjia's status, he would not have squandered spirit stones to invite him to this pavilion. However, there is one thing that puzzles me. The supreme demon eye effortlessly killed the Zhuge clan's prodigy but seemed unusually attentive to a small beggar. He even generously offered that precious spirit fruit for the child to consume, and the beggar gobbled down over 100 of them. How strange! A small beggar? Yi Chen, who had been absent-minded until now, suddenly became interested, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it be her? "Brother Lu, what kind of beggar was it?" Yi Chen inquired. She appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old, dirty and disheveled, yet her eyes were remarkably clear. I suspect she might be a runaway young lady from a noble family. She is certainly no ordinary child. Her mind seems a bit unhinged, as she repeatedly cries out, "Brother, I am hungry." As Lu Rinjia spoke, Yichen felt a jolt of realization. It is her. When they had first met, she had approached him timidly, tugging at his robe, saying, "Brother, I am hungry." How could the supreme demon I have suddenly taken Nyonyo away? How could she have followed him? What on earth had transpired? Yichen fell into deep contemplation. He had lost focus on his conversation with Lu Rinjia. "Brother Lu, I must take my leave." With a swift motion, Yichen vanished from sight. "Hey! The bill!" Lu Rinjia exclaimed in shock, hastily giving chase, only to be confronted by a figure blocking his path. "Young man, you cannot dine for free here. 68,000 top-grade spirit stones. Settle the bill," the elder declared. "This is the property of the sacred Tao sect, even disciples must pay for their consumption. The wine we drank is the most expensive." "Senior, this is the gentleman who invited me. It should be on him." Lu Rinjia protested, his expression sour. 60,000 spirit stones, how painful. Even as a core disciple, he felt the sting of the cost, as he was not a child of a noble family. The elder paid no heed. "Though you are a core disciple of the sect, the bill must be paid. If you lack sufficient spirit stones, you will have to work here for a year." Reluctantly, Lu Rinjia produced the spirit stones to cover the bill, cursing each 1,000 times in his heart. Meanwhile, Chen Changzhen was busy assisting the fearsome demon emperor with her bath. "You are helping the fearsome demon emperor bathe, using the chaotic golden body liquid." Chen Changzhen was reveling in the influx of chaotic golden body. "Enough, you've scrubbed off my skin, look, I'm all red." Shilian protested. Originally, this task could have been handled by some of the maidens of the sacred Tao pavilion, but Chen Changzhen insisted on doing it himself. And so it continued for over half a day. After being cleaned, the small beggar revealed her true appearance, astonishing the maidens. They had expected her to be dark and dirty. Instead, she appeared soft and delicate, like a newborn, truly peculiar. "You are quite adorable," Yu Ruo remarked, playfully pinching the little girl's cheek. "Bring the address," Chen Changzhen commanded. In no time, several maidens entered, each carrying a set of dresses. "Young master, this is the flowing sleeve fairy dress. It floats lightly, resembling drifting clouds, comparable to a sacred treasure. This is the cloud garment moon feathers. The lunar patterns can be activated to form a small formation. This is the pleated auspicious dress, symbolizing everything going smoothly, with patterns meticulously embroidered by our esteemed master Shinru." "Enough. No need for further discussion. If she likes it, we shall keep them all." Chen Changzhen declared. He had no qualms about spending spirit stones. Their price was of no concern. As long as she was pleased, that was all that mattered. "Which one do you like? Shall we take them all?" Chen Changzhen asked the fearsome demon emperor. The leading maidens beamed at the fearsome demon emperor, thrilled by such extravagance. "We must take them all. It has been many years since we encountered such generosity. If we complete this transaction, our business for the year will be fulfilled, allowing us to return to the sect for cultivation." "Brother, I am hungry." The sacred Tao disciples were taken aback by the small fearsome demon emperor's utterance. Chen Changzhen, exasperated, lifted her up and selected what he deemed the most beautiful dress to adorn her, the cloud garment moon feathers. Like his own robe, it was white. "Splendid, you resemble a celestial maiden from the moon palace. It suits you perfectly." Chen Changzhen affectionately tousled her little head. "Brother, I am hungry." She repeated her request. Chen Changzhen's face darkened, yet he soon chuckled. "You have bestowed the fearsome demon emperor with a treasure, rewarding her with the extreme Tao imperial armor, the devouring heavenly demon armor." Devouring heavenly demon armor. An imperial-grade battle armor. Once activated, the wearer becomes a massive vortex, capable of devouring everything around them. When paired with the undying heavenly technique, its effects are greatly enhanced. Chapter 50 of the Dual-Pupiled One. A dress worth over 100,000 top-tier spirit stones exchanged for an imperial-grade battle armor was indeed a remarkable gain. He gazed at the little girl before him as if she were the embodiment of wealth, fearing that if he held her too tightly, she might vanish. "You don't have a name, so how about we adopt my surname? I shall name you. From now on, I will be your brother. Let us call you Nianchu, Chen Nianchu. Never forget your original intention," Chen Xiangying declared, gently ruffling her hair. He was uncertain of the name of the ruthless demon emperoress Tao fruit, and the system had provided no hints. He had simply chosen it at random. "From now on, I am your brother. Do you remember, I will buy you delicious food, splendid clothing, and you shall never know hunger again. You will reside in a beautiful princess palace and experience a life of perfection." I will protect you, no one shall dare to bully you again in this world. Brother, brother. Chen Yanchu's lips parted slightly, and to the surprise of the three, she did not express her hunger. You have invited the ruthless demon emperor to join the indestructible heavenly technique, an imperial-grade technique that devours the heavens and earth, using countless beings as nourishment, with many prodigies serving as elixirs for cultivation, condensing the primordial chaos, and forging the postnatal chaotic body. Wonderful! With the reward received, Chen Chang'ing scooped up Chen Yanchu in his arms. This is a stroke of fortune. Brother, will you leave me? Chen Yanchu suddenly inquired. Never. As long as Nianchu wishes, I will always be by your side. Come, the barbecue they prepared should be ready. Let me treat you to a hearty meal. Chen Chang'ing replied earnestly. This was a promise. She nestled in his embrace, revealing a faint smile, a very subtle smile indeed. At the saintly Dao Tower, on the top floor, in an elegant room. Senior brother, the senior sister has slipped away again, a woman said to a young man. The young man, dressed in a purple robe, was strikingly handsome, tall and robust. Oddly, his eyes possessed two pupils, two overlapping pupils. Sinister runes swirled within, gazing into them could reveal terrifying visions. With eyes that open the heavens, unfolding the beginnings and ends of the world. This is the dual-pupiled heavens opening. He was none other than Su Muzha, the dual-pupiled one. Pay her no mind. How is the imperial son faring? Is he enjoying himself? Su Muzha inquired nonchalantly. The imperial son said nothing, engrossed in music, seemingly uninterested in the frivolous company. By the way, senior brother. That supreme demon I killed, a prodigy of the Zhuke clan in the square, reportedly with a single finger. Are you interested in meeting him? The woman remarked, filled with curiosity. With a single finger? Has he broken through the divine catastrophe realm? Su Muzha responded, surprised. To be able to slay a prodigy of the sovereign realm with a mere finger, he must have indeed reached the divine catastrophe realm, or even the divine fire realm. Such a being would likely rank among the top 5 powers at this demon and saint conference. Few would stand as his adversaries. Has he also entered the saintly Dao Tower? Su Muzha asked. The dual pupil is said to be invincible among peers. He seeks to contend with the so-called supreme demon. Currently, he is on the 3rd floor, seemingly having picked up a little beggar, which is rather perplexing, the woman replied. Su Muzha nodded, rising to leave the elegant room. At the saintly Dao Tower, on the 3rd floor. Delightful, this roasted meat is exquisite. It is a pity we did not bring back the Zhuke from the Saint King, that would have been remarkable. Chen Chang'ing wiped the grease from his mouth, praising the dish. This Zhuke meat truly does smell divine. Not only was he relishing the meal, but both Qilian and Yu Ruo had also filled their bellies to satisfaction. Upon noticing Chen Chang'ing watching them, they immediately adopted a refined demeanor, delicately tearing off small pieces of roasted meat. Cough, cough, I can't eat anymore. Qilian declared. Nianchu, are you full? Chen Chang'ing queried, glancing at Chen Nianchu, who had been eating rather voraciously, as if she had never tasted food before. Could it be due to her childhood? Chen Chang'ing pondered, noticing that Chen Nianchu seemed to pause, perhaps fearing his judgment on her appetite. I'm full, brother. Aren't you going to eat? Go ahead. I know you're not satisfied. You must eat more to grow tall and strong. Chen Chang'ing chuckled. Come, little Nianchu, let me help you tear some off. You are truly remarkable. This is the flesh of a sovereign realm beast, yet you seem to have no adverse effects from consuming it, Qilian remarked, tearing off a piece of meat. Originally, she had hesitated to allow Chen Nianchu to eat it, but Chen Chang'ing had insisted she could, which had given them the courage to let her tear. To their astonishment, she had consumed it without any issue. This is simply too intriguing. Could it be that a certain esteemed figure has been reborn? Yu Ruo speculated. They sensed no trace of spiritual energy from Chen Nianchu, who appeared to be an ordinary mortal, yet her various actions seemed extraordinary. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us eat quickly. Afterwards, we shall take Nianchu out for a stroll, Chen Chang'ing urged. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. My lord, a young man claims that you have taken his sister. He has come to find her and wishes to enter. May I allow him in? A voice from outside inquired. Chen Chang'ing raised an eyebrow. Searching for a sister? Chapter 50 of The One with Dual Pupils, Seeking Sister, Such a Treasure. Chen Chang'ing exclaimed in astonishment. A gown worth over 100,000 top-tier spirit stones was exchanged for an imperial-grade battle armor. What a substantial gain! Gazing upon the little girl before him was akin to beholding the god of wealth. He feared that she might slip through his fingers. You have no name, so how about taking my surname? I shall name you, From now on, I will be your elder brother. Let us call you Nianchu, Chen Nianchu. Never forget your original intentions, Chen Qiangying declared as he affectionately ruffled her hair. He was unaware of the name of the demonic fruit of the ruthless demon emperor. The system provided no hints, it was merely a name he conjured on a whim. I will be your elder brother from now on. Do you remember? I will buy you delicious food and lovely clothes, and you shall never go hungry again. You will reside in a beautiful princess palace and enjoy a perfect life. I will protect you, and no one shall dare to bully you again. Elder brother, elder brother. Chen Nianchu's lips parted slightly. To the surprise of the three onlookers, she did not utter that she was hungry. You have invited the ruthless demon emperor to join the dark heavenly court, and as a reward, you receive the indestructible heavenly art. Indestructible heavenly art, an imperial-grade cultivation technique, devouring the heavens and earth, feeding upon the myriad beings, turning many prodigies into nourishing elixirs, condensing chaotic essence, and forging a postnatal chaotic body. Delightful. With the reward received, Chen Qiangying scooped up Chen Nianchu into his arms. This is a golden opportunity. Elder brother, will you leave me? Chen Nianchu suddenly inquired. Never. As long as Nianchu is willing, I shall remain by your side forever. Come now, the barbecue that they prepared should be ready. I will take you to eat to your heart's content, Chen Qiangying replied earnestly. This was a promise. Nestled in his embrace, she revealed a faint smile, a fleeting yet precious expression. At the Holy Path Tower, on the top floor, in a private chamber. Senior brother, the senior sister has slipped away again, a woman said to a young man. The young man, clad in a purple robe, was strikingly handsome, tall and robust. Curiously, his eyes possessed two overlapping pupils, where terrifying runes ebbed and flowed. Gazing into them could unveil dreadful visions. With such eyes, he opens the heavens, unfolding the beginnings and ends of the world. He is Su Muzha, the one with dual pupils. Do not concern yourself with her. How fares the prince? Is he enjoying himself? Su Muzha inquired nonchalantly. The prince had said nothing, engrossed in melodies, seemingly uninterested in the frivolous company. By the way, senior brother. That supreme demon I killed, a prodigy of the Zhuke clan in the square, reportedly with a single gesture. Would you be interested in meeting him? The woman remarked, her curiosity piqued. One gesture to annihilate? Has he broken through to the divine calamity realm? Su Muzha expressed surprise. To be capable of such a feat against a prodigy of the monarch realm must mean he had reached the divine calamity. Such a being would likely rank among the top 5 of this demonic and righteous gathering, with few rivals. Has he also entered the Holy Path Tower? Su Muzha asked. The one with dual pupils was reputed to be invincible among his peers, and he too wished to contend with the so-called supreme demon I. At this moment, he is on the 3rd floor, seemingly having picked up a little beggar, which is rather perplexing, the woman replied. Su Muzha nodded, rising to leave the private chamber. On the 3rd floor of the Holy Path Tower. Not bad, this meat is wonderfully roasted. It is a pity we did not bring back that same King Zhuke. Chen Qiangying wiped the grease from his lips, praising the meal. The meat of the Zhuke truly tasted divine. Not only was he satisfied, but even Qilian and Yurua had their bellies round in full. Upon noticing Chen Qiangying's gaze upon them, they immediately composed themselves, delicately tearing tiny pieces of roasted meat. Ahem! Ahem, I can no longer eat. Qilian declared. Nianchu, are you full? Chen Qiangying turned to Chen Nianchu, who was devouring her food with wild abandon, as if she had never eaten before. Was it due to her childhood circumstances? Chen Qiangying pondered, sensing that Chen Nianchu seemed apprehensive about his observation of her voracious appetite, prompting her to pause. I'm full, elder brother. Aren't you going to eat? Go ahead, I know you are not full. Eat a bit more to grow taller and stronger, Chen Qiangying encouraged with a smile. Come, little Nianchu, let me help you tear it apart. You are quite remarkable. This is the flesh of a monarch realm beast, yet you seem unfazed after consuming it, Qilian remarked, tearing off some meat. Initially hesitant to allow Chen Nianchu to partake, they relented only when Chen Qiangying insisted. To their astonishment, she experienced no adverse effects. This was too intriguing. Could it be that some great figure has been reincarnated? Yurua speculated. They sensed no spiritual energy emanating from Chen Nianchu, perceiving her as an ordinary person. Yet her various actions hinted at the extraordinary. Alright, let us not dwell on this any longer. Let us eat swiftly and venture out for a stroll. Taking Nianchu along, Chen Qiangying urged. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Sir, a young master claims that you have taken his sister and has come in search of her. He wishes to enter. May I permit him entry? A voice inquired from beyond the door. Chen Qiangying raised an eyebrow. Seeking his sister? Chapter 51 The Devouring Demon Cauldron. Looking for my sister? Please bring her here. No need, I have arrived. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. The door swung open, revealing Yi Chen, who strode in with purpose, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yanqiu. Nyo. Brother has finally found you. Yi Chen exclaimed. However, to his surprise, the instant Chen Yanqiu laid eyes on him, fear and trepidation clouded her expression. She immediately concealed herself behind Chen Changge. Nyo. It is me, Yi Chen, your brother. Come here, let us go home together. Yi Chen urged, his brow furrowed slightly. He needed to take Chen Yanqiu away. She was a crucial ally. If she could protect him in the future, he would surely ascend to immortality, and no one would dare to threaten him again. Nyo? I am your brother, come here, and I'll buy you some buns. Yi Chen continued, recalling vividly how in his previous life, Chen Yanqiu had clung to his leg, expressing her hunger. He had bought 2 buns, and that had sufficed to win her over. From that moment on, she had followed him, even into a perilous forbidden zone. Only she could safely guide him to that place and procure what he desired. Are you really her brother? Shi Lian could not help but inquire. Indeed. My sister has some mental issues and got separated from me. I am immensely grateful to the 3 of you for aiding Nyo. I kindly request that you allow her to return with me, Yi Chen replied. Yet, Chen Yanqiu paid him no heed. Her clear eyes reflected only fear, devoid of the dependence he had anticipated. This unsettling realization struck Yi Chen like a thunderbolt. If she is truly your sister, why does she fear you so? Why is she wandering outside? Chen Changge questioned, his voice tinged with skepticism. According to the system, the ruthless demon emperor's Dao fruit wandered the mortal realm in search of her brother. If this man was indeed her brother, she would surely respond, rather than merely possessing the Dao fruit. But if he were not her brother, how had he managed to locate her? I am Yi Chen, from the Yi clan, and I came here early to participate in the Righteous and Demon Assembly. However, I was ambushed en route and lost Nyo. I have been inquiring everywhere and only then discovered that she had been taken by you, hence my arrival, Yi Chen stated with a calm demeanor. Humph. Nyo's background is known only to me, no one else is privy to it, and this lineage is not something I speak of lightly. In Nyo, your brother is come. Let us go home, I shall never leave you again. I will buy you delicious food, beautiful clothes, and lovely shoes, Yi Chen continued, attempting to entice her. Ding, detected that the child of destiny, Emperor Chen Tian, is attempting to manipulate your ally, the ruthless demon emperor, sowing discord between you and the ruthless demon emperor, thereby destabilizing the hearts of the Dark Army. Prevent Emperor Chen Tian from succeeding, solidifying your relationship with the unparalleled archvillain, the ruthless demon emperor, and maintain your alliance. Reward extreme Dao imperial weapon, the devouring demon cauldron. Child of destiny? Emperor Chen Tian? Chen Changge's murderous intent became apparent upon hearing the system's proclamation. Yi Chen, Emperor Chen Tian, emerged as a prodigy after the ascension of Emperor Chen Tian. He had endured silently, striving to become a great emperor, appearing before the world only after Emperor Chen Tian's ascension. He had unleashed an overwhelming force that crushed the myriad paths, overpowering and claiming the title of the greatest emperor, a rare and unparalleled figure throughout history. Ha ha! Chen Changge laughed. Is that so? You claim she is your Nyo, why then does she fear you? I demand an explanation, or else you shall perish. Chen Changge declared, lifting Chen Yanqiu into his arms. He was determined to uncover the truth. It was likely that Yi Chen knew of Chen Yanqiu's connection to the ruthless demon emperor's Dao fruit. Such knowledge could not be permitted to remain. When Nyo and I became separated, she was attacked, leading to her unstable state of mind. I kindly request you return her to me. I wish to take Nyo home. Yi Chen asserted, his fists clenched tightly, though he soon relented, recognizing the futility of resistance. He was no match for Chen Changge. As the rumors suggested, with a mere gesture, Chen Changge had annihilated Zhu Yan, a formidable figure of the Zhuke clan, who was of the emperor realm. Yi Chen was merely a true king. Nyo, come here. Brother has come to fetch you. Yi Chen implored, his gaze fixed on Chen Yanqiu, who averted her eyes. Brother, yes, I am your brother, come here, I've come to take you home. Yi Chen exclaimed, elated. She had called him brother. However, in the next moment, Chen Yanqiu tugged at Chen Changge's robe, prompting Chen Changge to raise his hand. What does this brother want? Chen Yanqiu asked, her words sending a chill through Yi Chen. She called that man brother, not him. Nyo, I am your brother, do you not remember me? Allies of the demon sect, I implore you to return my sister, she is but a 5-year-old child, what grievance could we possibly have? You can take it out on me, do not involve an innocent child. Yi Chen bellowed, his voice echoed loudly, drawing onlookers to gather around. quickly filling the area outside the private chamber. The maidens of the sacred Tao Pavilion and several overseers rushed in to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. Hand of the Celestial. Chen Shanga raised his hand, his chest glowing as resplendent supreme bones released celestial runes, manifesting a colossal hand. With a single strike, Chen Fang unleashed a punch. Boom! In an instant, blood splattered, and a terrifying force erupted, shattering the entrance to the private chamber, sending several onlookers flying. Several youths perished on the spot. A figure caught the blood-soaked Yi Chen, absorbing much of the divine power. Yi Chen's arm was rendered useless, twisted like a pretzel, and his chest bore numerous cracks, fear etched across his face. With just one blow, he could not withstand even a single attack. Ever since his rise, he had fought beyond his realm, each time emerging victorious. He had once triumphed over an established emperor with his true king status. Yet, he could not endure a single strike from this individual. Had it not been for the assistance of the person behind him, he would have been dead beyond salvation, just like those who had gathered nearby. Ally, to strike with lethal intent is rather ruthless. My junior brother bears no enmity with you, does he? A young man behind Yi Chen spoke up. Yi Chen turned, astonished. Senior brother, what brings you here? It was none other than his senior brother, Chuanxiu Shirsan, the holy son of the heavenly transformation Holy Land, the future heir. You dare invade my territory and frighten my sister? You do not have enough lives to repay that debt. Chen Shanga's voice was icy. Everyone, the sacred Tao Pavilion prohibits internal strife. Any matters must be resolved on the life and death platform. An elder entered from outside, the head of the third floor of the sacred Tao Pavilion. What? Do you wish to deceive our young lord? Do you truly believe our sacred sect is without defenders? Boom! Su Laosan strode in, his figure flashing into the private chamber, an overwhelming aura rendering everyone present immobile. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Sacred King. He realized he was faced with a sacred king even more powerful than himself. Su Laosan, kill that man. He frightened my sister, I demand his life. Chen Shanga declared, his words sending shockwaves through the crowd. Murder. Summoning a sacred king to take action, this is truly shameless. Let us see who dares. I am Chuanxiu Shirsan, holy son of the heavenly transformation Holy Land. Should anyone harm my junior brother, they are inciting conflict with my Holy Land. You seek to ignite a feud between the righteous and the demonic? Chuanxiu Shirsan bellowed, his tone firm that he had to assert himself to maintain order. By immediately associating Chen Shanga with a grand accusation, he aimed to instill fear in the demon sect. But that was merely his intention. Chen Shanga was unperturbed. He glanced at Su Laosan, who understood the unspoken command. Come forth. Boom! With a thought, Su Laosan sent the two men hurtling towards him, the immense pressure squeezing them. Ah! Their bodies began to crack under the strain, racked with pain. What a demon sect! What a supreme demon eye! Chapter 51 The Devouring Demon Jar. Looking for my sister, please have him come over. No need, I have arrived. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. The door swung open, revealing Yi Chen, who strode in confidently, his gaze fixated on Chen Yanxu. Nyo. Brother has finally found you. Yi Chen exclaimed. However, to his surprise, the first glimpse Chen Yanxu caught of him was one of fear and trepidation. Instinctively, she concealed herself behind Chen Shanggang. Nyo. It is me, Yi Chen, your brother. Come here, let us go home together. Yi Chen urged, his brow furrowing slightly. He was determined to take Chen Yanxu away. She was a valuable asset. With her protection in the future, he would undoubtedly ascend to immortality, and no one would dare to lay a finger on him again. Nyo? I am your brother, come here, I'll buy you some buns. Yi Chen continued, his voice filled with warmth. He vividly recalled that in his past life, when Chen Yanxu had clung to his leg, lamenting her hunger, he had bought her 2 buns to satiate her. From that moment on, she had followed him, even into a terrifying forbidden zone. Only she could safely guide him to that domain and procure what he desired. Are you truly her brother? Shi Lian could not help but inquire. Indeed. My sister has some mental issues and got separated from me. I am deeply grateful to the 3 of you for looking after Nyo. I kindly request that you allow her to come with me, Yi Chen replied. Yet, Chen Yanxu paid him no heed. Her clear, innocent eyes regarded him with nothing but fear, devoid of the dependence he had anticipated. This left Yi Chen feeling uneasy. If she is your sister, why does she fear you so? Why is she wandering alone? Chen Shanggang questioned, his curiosity piqued. According to the system, the ruthless demon emperoress Dao Fruit wandered in the mortal realm in search of her brother. If this man were indeed her brother, she would have shown herself, rather than merely the Dao Fruit. But if he were not her brother, how had he managed to locate her? I am Yi Chen, hailing from the Yi family, and I arrived early to participate in the Zhengma conference. However, I was ambushed midway and lost track of Nyonyo. After inquiring, I discovered that she had been taken by you, hence my arrival, Yi Chen stated with a composed demeanor. Oof, only I know Nyonyo's background. No one else is privy to it. This lineage is not something I divulge lightly in Nyonyo. Your brother has come, let us return home. I shall never leave you again. I will buy you delicious food, beautiful clothing, and lovely shoes, Yi Chen continued, attempting to entice her. Ding! It has been detected that the Son of Destiny, Emperor Chen Tian, is attempting to manipulate your ally, the Ruthless Demon Emperor, sowing discord between you and the Ruthless Demon Emperor, causing unrest among the Dark Army. Prevent Chen Tian from succeeding, stabilize your relationship with the unparalleled villain, the Ruthless Demon Emperor, and maintain your alliance. Reward Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, the Devouring Demon Jar. Son of Destiny? Emperor Chen Tian? Chen Shanggong's murderous intent surfaced upon hearing the system's words. Yi Chen, the Emperor Chen Tian, was a prodigy who emerged after the ascension of Emperor Chen Tian. He had endured and cultivated himself into an emperor and revealed himself to the world after the ascension of Emperor Chen Tian, establishing his dominance as an unparalleled emperor, rarely seen throughout history, reversing the cycle of 8 lifetimes and reopening the path to immortality. Ha! So it is. Chen Changgang chuckled. You claim she is your Nyonyo, yet why does she fear you? I demand an explanation, otherwise, death. With that, Chen Changgang lifted Chen Nianchu into his arms, eager to unravel the truth. It was likely that Yi Chen was aware of Chen Nianchu's identity as the Ruthless Demon Emperor's Dao fruit. Such knowledge would make him a liability. When Nyonyo went missing, she was ambushed and suffered psychological trauma. I implore you, fellow cultivators, to return her to me. I wish to take Nyonyo home. Yi Chen asserted. His fists were clenched tightly, but he relaxed them moments later, suppressing his anger. He was no match for Chen Changgang, as rumors suggested. With a mere gesture, Chen Changgang had obliterated Zhu Yan from the Zhuke clan, who was at the monarch realm. Yi Chen was merely a true king. He was no opponent. Nyonyo, come here, brother has come to take you away. Yi Chen pleaded, his eyes locked onto Chen Nianchu, who averted her gaze. Brother, yes, I am your brother, come here, brother has come to take you. Yi Chen exclaimed, elated. She had called him brother, yet in the next moment, Chen Nianchu tugged at Chen Shanggong's robe. Chen Changgang raised his hand. What does this brother want? Chen Nianchu's words caused Yi Chen's expression to change dramatically. She had addressed that man as brother, not him. Nyonyo, I am your brother, do you not remember me? Yi Chen shouted desperately. Fellow disciple of the demon sect, please return my sister to me, she is but a 5-year-old child. What grievances exist between us should be directed at me, do not involve an innocent child. Yi Chen's voice boomed, drawing the attention of onlookers, and soon the area outside the elegant chamber was crowded with people. The attendants of the Holy Dao Pavilion and some officials arrived to disperse the crowd, but to no avail. Hand of the heavens. Chen Changgang raised his hand, his chest emanating a brilliant glow as his supreme bone released celestial runes, manifesting a colossal hand. With a thunderous clap, Chen Changgang unleashed a punch. Boom, in an instant, blood splattered as a terrifying force erupted, smashing open the door of the elegant chamber, sending those who had gathered flying. Several youths perished on the spot. A figure caught the bloodied Yi Chen, diminishing much of the impact. Yi Chen's arm was utterly ruined, twisted like a pretzel, and his chest bore numerous cracks. Fear was etched across his face. With a single blow, just one blow, and he could not withstand it. Since his rise, he had fought across realms, succeeding each time against formidable foes. He had once bested an old monarch realm opponent as a true king, yet, he could not endure a single strike from this man. Had it not been for the assistance of the person behind him, he would have been dead beyond measure, just like those who had been watching. Fellow cultivator, to strike with such lethal intent is rather ruthless. My junior brother bears no enmity with you, spoke the youth behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned, utterly astonished. Senior brother, what brings you here? The arrival was none other than his senior brother, Chuanqiu Shisan, the holy son of the heavenly transformation sacred land, the future heir. Entering my territory and frightening my sister, he does not have enough lives to repay for this. Chen Changgang declared, his tone icy. Everyone, the Holy Dao Pavilion prohibits internal strife. Any dispute should be resolved at the life and death stage. An elder entered, asserting authority. What, do you intend to bully our young master? Do you truly believe our holy sect is without defenders? Boom! Elder Susan emerged from outside, his presence radiating a terrifying aura that rendered all present immobile. The elder's countenance changed dramatically. A same king, how could there be a same king even more powerful than him? Su-san, kill that man. He frightened my sister, I demand his life. Chen Changgong's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Murder, to summon a saint king. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How audacious, I am Chuanqiu Shi-san of the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land. Should anyone harm my junior brother, they defy the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land. You wish to incite a conflict between the righteous and demonic paths? Chuanqiu Shi-san thundered. He had to assert himself to maintain order. By accusing Chen Changang of such serious allegations, he sought to instill fear in the demon sect. However, this was merely his intention. Chen Changang was unperturbed. He glanced at Su-san, who nodded in understanding. Come forth. Boom. Su-san's thought descended, and the two figures were propelled uncontrollably toward him by an overwhelming pressure. Aha! Their bodies began to crack, their pain excruciating. What a demon sect, what an imperial demonic eye. Chapter 52. Have you been given face? A voice echoed from outside, instantly interrupting Su Laosan's decree. The two fell, their garments stained crimson with blood. Two figures emerged from the crowd, an elderly man and a young man. The youth, draped in a flowing purple robe, possessed strikingly unique eyes. It was he, the one with the dual pupils, Su Muzha. He has arrived, but for what purpose? To challenge the supreme demon eye, or to defend that individual? Gasps of recognition rippled through the crowd as Su Muzha was identified. The elder was a formidable figure from the Celestial Palace, serving as Su Muzha's protector. Young master, it is the great sage, Su Laosan remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. He was merely a saint king, no match for the great sage, and this was not a venue for their level of confrontation. Are you all right, little one? Su Muzha's protector inquired, casting a glance at the two. They staggered to their feet, barely managing to bow in respect. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely assistance. I am profoundly grateful. They exhaled in relief. At last, a righteous power had intervened. It was but a trifling effort. In years past, your holy master from Tianyin Sacred Land rendered me a favor, thus, aiding you now serves to repay that debt, the elder stated, turning his gaze toward Chen Changang. Su Muzha scrutinized Chen Changang as well, his dual pupils shimmering with a faint chaotic light. With a sudden flash, a beam of obsidian light shot forth, appearing before Chen Changang with alarming swiftness. Chen Changang opened his eyes wide, releasing a jet-black beam of light that collided with Su Muzha's. The resulting explosion reverberated, unleashing waves of devastating force. Su Laosan felt his breath hitch as the impending destruction was swiftly subdued and dissipated. Is the dual pupil truly so formidable? Chen Changang spoke nonchalantly. The girl in his arms, Chen Yanshu, trembled with fear, nestling closer to him as if seeking solace in his embrace. Such is the extent of the supreme demon eye, Su Muzha retorted with an identical tone of disdain. Gentlemen, that is my sister, Nyonyo. The followers of the demon sect have bewitched her through some means, leading her to refuse recognition of me. I implore you to intervene on my behalf, Yi Chen interjected, unwilling to relent as he sought to take Chen Yanshu away. Future ally. I must secure her. Yi Chen thought, pressing on. We have been separated for far too long, and I had hoped for a reunion, yet this misfortune has befallen us. I beseech the esteemed elder to assist me. Ha! Young man, this is not your demon sect, surrender the child, the elder asserted, his aura intensifying. He was acutely aware of the fallacy in Yi Chen's words. With his discerning vision, he could easily perceive Yi Chen's ulterior motives and recognize Chen Yanshu's extraordinary nature. Yi Chen had already been offered a way out, and the elder was determined to take it. What, old man, do you intend to pressure me with your status? Chen Changang glared at the elder, his gaze unwavering. The elder's previously placid expression shattered in an instant. Impudent, surrender the child, your demon sect is bereft of successors, there is no need to resort to such tactics on the territory of the righteous. With a fleeting flash of murderous intent, he concealed it just as quickly. Nianyu, tell them who I am, Chen Changang urged, looking down at Chen Yanshu, revealing an uncharacteristically gentle smile. It's my brother, she stammered, gathering her courage to speak to Yi Chen. I don't know him. He is not my brother. This revelation startled Chen Changang. She can speak, she is not foolish, she is not limited to merely saying, brother, I'm hungry. Esteemed gentlemen, do you have anything further to say? Chen Changang inquired. Impossible. Nyonyo, it's me, I am your brother, esteemed elder, he must have used some strange means to enchant her, that is why she is acting this way. Yi Chen immediately protested, recalling that Nyonyo had recognized him solely because of his resemblance to her brother. Surely this individual had discerned something and used other methods to confuse her. Young man, this girl has been wandering in this vicinity for some time, she cannot possibly be your sister. Her situation aligns perfectly with what he described, you should relinquish her, the elder insisted, adding, this is not the territory of the demon sect. His meaning was clear, even if a powerful dragon were to arrive, they would still have to submit to the righteous. Relinquish her? Old man, are you jesting? My sister and I have been living here in peace, and you barge in with such arrogance. Do you think me easy to bully, or is it that your mind is muddled? Chen Changgang shot back defiantly. His words caused the elder to tremble with indignation. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, a mere child? Even your father would address me as esteemed elder. You have no right to be so disrespectful. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. The elder seethed with fury. In all his years, he had never encountered a junior who dared to speak to a saint king with such insolence. But at that moment... Oh, you wish to discipline my son? How audacious! Boom, a voice resonated, and a golden figure materialized, radiant with light, sending the elder hurtling away. Chen Fan had arrived. Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even strike my own son. What audacity do you possess to presume to discipline him? Chen Fan hovered before the gathering, exuding such overwhelming vigor that many found it hard to breathe, trembling in his presence. The overseers of the Holy Dao Tower turned grave, knowing that while they had chosen to ignore the Celestial Palace's intervention to embarrass Chen Changgang, this newcomer was far more formidable. Why you dare to touch me? Ancestor, save me, the elder cried, terror gripping him as a dreadful aura locked onto him, compelling him to shout for help. But before he could finish his plea, boom, the crushing force bore down upon him, pinning his trembling form to the ground. Chen Fan had ascended, he had achieved the pinnacle of the supreme realm. The speed of his breakthrough astonished even Chen Changgang, leaving him utterly amazed. Unbelievable, how could he have advanced so rapidly? It has barely been a month. Old man, you are far too arrogant, the Celestial Palace would not interfere unnecessarily, a voice echoed from the void. Ji Ying's words resonated, and the figures of Su Muzha, Yi Chen, and the 13 from the spring and autumn period vanished, taken away by Ji Ying. Trash, Chen Fan uttered dismissively. He had sought to provoke Ji Ying into action, yet to his surprise, the individual remained remarkably restrained. It would not be an exaggeration to call him an ancient tortoise who refrained from action. Do you still intend to discipline my son? Chen Fan glared at the elder, and the overwhelming pressure intensified, causing the entire Holy Dao Tower to quake. Esteemed elder, I spoke in error. My mind was clouded, I beg for your forgiveness. The elder trembled in fear, fully aware that Ji Ying was observing. He had dared to speak so brazenly, only to discover that this individual had arrived. Ji Ying had fled without any intention of intervening. In that instant, the elder felt utterly abandoned. Changgang, come here and teach him a lesson, Chen Fan commanded. To presume to discipline my son? I wonder who has given him such audacity. Is it permissible to kill him? Chen Changgang inquired as he approached. His words caused the elder's complexion to pale, his fear escalating exponentially. Young friend. I see my error now, I should not have used my status to oppress you, it was my fault, please, show mercy. The elder pleaded. As one ages and cultivates higher, the fear of death amplifies. Had he been the youthful version of himself, pride might have quelled his fear of death, but now, with age came a loss of arrogance and an overwhelming dread of mortality. Boom! Who are you calling young friend? Have you been given face? Chen Changgang kicked out, a brilliant green light illuminating the space as he sent the elder sprawling. A radiant green aura enveloped him, his hair shimmering with the same hue. The light of righteousness, employing the concept technique, Chen Changgang unleashed his power. The elder scrambled to his feet, hastily exclaiming, I know my mistakes, it was my error, please, forgive me. Chen Changgang glanced at Chen Fan, who shook his head. It is not the right time to strike. Chen Changgang nodded, refraining from questioning the reasoning. Humph. As long as Nianchu is present, it is not suitable for bloodshed, otherwise, I would have slain you. He held Chen Nianchu close, longing to execute the elder as a warning to others. However, since Chen Fan had deemed it inappropriate, he had no choice but to comply. Begone! Chen Fan flicked his fingers, and the elder was sent hurtling through the void, vanishing without a trace. Why can we not kill him? Chapter 53. The immortal emperor's matriarch Chen Qiangying inquired, "Spare him a dog's life, and let us converse with the immortal palace. Although I no longer fear the immortal palace, we must remain vigilant due to the formidable entities lurking in the forbidden zones behind them," Chen Fan remarked. "There are still powerful beings observing this place, and only he can sense their presence. By allowing that old wretch to live, we extend them a courtesy to facilitate our negotiations. You need not concern yourself with this matter, I shall handle it adeptly during this period. You are to act with audacity in the Holy Path City, seek out those so-called prodigies, and deal with them. If no one provokes you, then it is you who should provoke them," Chen Fan advised. This took Chen Qiangying by surprise. "It seems there is something significant afoot with the old man. Do not inquire further, you will know when the time is right. Also, how did you manage to bring her back?" Chen Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at Chen Nianchu. He recognized her. Chen Nianchu nestled timidly in Chen Qiangying's embrace. "This is Nianchu, my newly adopted sister Nianchu. This is old Deng. He will protect me, and I shall protect you. We will deal with anyone who displeases us," Chen Qiangying chuckled. "She is not to be underestimated. Over 2 centuries ago, when I arrived here, she was already of considerable stature. Are you certain you wish to keep her by your side?" Chen Fan cautioned telepathically. He had not only met Chen Nianchu but had also offered her steamed buns. What malice could a mere child possess? Chen Qiangying laughed dismissively. "It's merely the Tao fruit of the ruthless demon emperor. I will keep her close to exploit her potential. As for future matters, we shall decide later." "Ding, you have repelled the dusty emperor, exposing his schemes of discord, thereby strengthening your relationship with the ruthless demon emperor and enhancing mutual trust. You are rewarded with the Devouring Demon Jar." Devouring Demon Jar, a supreme imperial weapon forged from the first incarnation of the ruthless demon emperor, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, absorbing myriad spirits, and refining blood pills. The system's voice echoed, leaving Chen Qiangying astounded. To forge an imperial weapon from one's own body, how truly ruthless. It is one thing to be merciless to others, but to be so to oneself is extraordinary. No wonder he is hailed as the most ruthless being throughout history. You should take heed. Chen Fan patted Chen Qiangying on the shoulder. The father and son duo had spent little time together, as Chen Fan was perpetually occupied with training and adventures. Had it not been for Chen Qiangying's reincarnation and the absence of parental affection, he might have grown into a warped individual. "Are you not confident in my capabilities?" Chen Qiangying chuckled. The two walked side by side in silence for a moment. "Speak your mind," Chen Qiangying urged. "Old Deng has something on his mind." Qiangying, you have endured much these past 10 years. Had it not been for your Aunt Yao Yao's assistance, we might still be wandering aimlessly." "What do you think of Aunt Yao Yao?" Chen Fan inquired, observing Chen Qiangying's expression for any telltale signs of emotion. However, Chen Qiangying remained remarkably composed. "She is splendid," he replied nonchalantly. "If you wish to marry her, then so be it. I have no objections, merely a change of title. However, the one you should inquire about is not me but your mother. You mentioned that she is still alive and of extraordinary status. Should she choose to confront you with her sword, I would undoubtedly side with her, as any son ought to do." Chen Qiangying's expression remained serene. What he saw before him was not his mother, but old Deng. Regarding the role of mother, he had gleaned only the slightest information from the system. Her name is Lin Qingxue, the immortal emperor. Perhaps this realm cannot accommodate her, or perhaps, as an immortal emperor, she awakened unwilling to acknowledge that chapter of her life, preferring to distance herself from them. "Such matters do not concern me, I shall go with the flow." Chen Fan sighed deeply. "Are you afraid she will disapprove? Is your heart in turmoil, caught in a difficult choice?" "Not particularly," Chen Qiangying replied with a smile. "Father is not displeased with you, Aunt Yao Yao is with child. My breakthrough to the great sage is due to her influence, and my ascended prowess owes much to her as well. She is a remarkable woman." Chen Fan spoke slowly. Chen Qiangying was not taken aback. "The child of destiny, encountering danger, a beauty willingly sacrifices herself. What of it? You shall decide for yourself." With that, Chen Qiangying turned and departed to sister. "I have heard that the Holy Path Tower possesses a spiritual pool for cultivation. Shall I take Nianchu to have a look? Would you care to join us for a cleansing?" Chen Qiangying inquired. The two women shook their heads. "Absolutely not. Who would wish to bathe with you? How naive of you to think so." Qi Lian huffed. "You little lecher, still trying to take advantage of her." "I am going." At that moment, Yurua dashed to catch up. "Hey, you, dead Yurua, you brazen hussy, wait for me." "Uncle Fan, farewell." Qi Lian quickly followed suit, not forgetting to bid Chen Fan goodbye, who could only smile wryly. Youth is indeed a blessing. Chen Fan sighed as his figure faded into the void. "Holy Path Tower, 12th floor." "Young master, I apologize, but only ladies are permitted here. You cannot enter." A few women obstructed Chen Qiangying's path as he attempted to enter the spiritual pool. "Isn't this a public cultivation area?" Chen Qiangying frowned. "It is, but currently, it is exclusively for women to cultivate. Men are not allowed. Although you are quite handsome, entry is still prohibited. Even if we were to agree, the other women may not." The leading woman stated. She observed a hint of color rise in Chen Qiangying's face, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. Slap. Chen Qiangying swiftly dismissed her with a resounding retort, "If this is indeed a public cultivation area, then be gone." Su Ling of the unyielding battle body, with a tendency for masochism. This is a fragment from the upcoming chapter, but due to repeated revisions failing to pass review, I can only fill it randomly. Just think along those lines if you're uncertain. Chapter 53. The immortal emperor's mother Chen Changzhen inquired, "Spare him a chance to live, and engage in discourse with the immortal palace." Although his father no longer feared the immortal palace, the forces lurking behind them in the forbidden zone necessitated a degree of caution. Chen Fan remarked, "There are still powerful beings observing this place, and only he can sense their presence. By allowing that old wretch to live, it is merely a concession for negotiations. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it adeptly during this period. While you are in the Holy Dao City, be as brazen as you wish, seek out those so-called prodigies and deal with them. If no one provokes you, then go and provoke them," Chen Fan urged. This revelation took Chen Changzhen by surprise. It seemed his father had matters of significance to attend to. "Do not inquire further. When the time comes for you to know, you shall know." Chen Fan's gaze shifted to Chen Nianchu, a slight frown forming on his brow. He recognized her nestled in Chen Changgen's embrace. Chen Nianchu appeared somewhat timid. "This is Nianchu, my newly adopted sister. Nianchu, this is old Deng. He will protect me, and I shall protect you. We shall deal with anyone who crosses us," Chen Changzhen declared with a smile. "She is not to be underestimated. Over 200 years ago, when I first arrived here, she was already of considerable size." "Are you certain you wish to keep her close?" Chen Fan cautioned telepathically. He had not only encountered Chen Nianchu but had even offered her steamed buns. What malevolent intentions could a child possess? Chen Changzhen chuckled, dismissing the concern. "Just a mere product of the ruthless demon emperor. Keeping her around to reap the benefits is all that matters. Future decisions can wait." Ding! You have repelled the Dust Sky Emperor, exposing his attempts at sowing discord. Your relationship with the ruthless demon emperor has deepened, resulting in increased mutual trust. Reward: Devouring Heaven Demon Jar. Devouring Heaven Demon Jar, an ultimate imperial weapon forged from the first incarnation of the ruthless demon emperor, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, absorbing all living spirits, and refining blood elixirs. The system's voice resonated, leaving Chen Changzhen in awe. Forged from one's own body into an ultimate imperial weapon that is truly ruthless. To be merciless to others is one thing, but to be so towards oneself is astonishing. No wonder he is regarded as the most ruthless person throughout history. "Just keep your wits about you," Chen Fan advised, patting Chen Changzhen on the shoulder. The father and son had little time together, as Chen Fan was perpetually occupied with cultivation and adventures. Had it not been for Chen Changgen's reincarnation and the absence of parental affection, he might have grown up in a twisted manner. "Do you not trust my capabilities?" Chen Changzhen retorted with a smile. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, enveloped in a moment of silence. "Speak your mind," Chen Changzhen urged. Old Deng seemed to have something weighing on his heart. "Ah, Changzhen, these past 10 years have been arduous for you. Were it not for your Aunt Yao Yao's assistance, we might still be wandering aimlessly. What do you think of Aunt Yao Yao?" Chen Fan asked, observing Chen Changgen's expression for any signs of distress. However, Chen Changzhen remained remarkably composed. "She is quite well," he replied nonchalantly. "If you wish to marry her, then do so. It matters not to me. It is merely a change in title. However, the one you should inquire about is my mother. As you mentioned, she is still alive and of significant status. Should she draw her sword against you, I would undoubtedly side with her. That is the duty of a son." Chen Changgen's demeanor remained serene. The figure of his mother was a distant shadow, while old Deng stood before him. His knowledge of his mother was limited to what the system had revealed. Her name was Lin Qingxue, an immortal emperor. Perhaps this realm could not accommodate her, or perhaps she, as an immortal emperor, was reluctant to acknowledge that past affection. Regardless, he was indifferent. He would adapt to whatever circumstances arose. "Ah." Chen Fan sighed heavily. "Are you afraid she might disapprove? Is your heart pained by indecision?" "Not quite," Chen Changzhen replied with a smile. "Father is also displeased with you. Aunt Yao Yao is with child. My father's breakthrough to the great saint level is largely due to her, and his current supreme cultivation is also attributable to her. She is a remarkable woman," Chen Fan recounted slowly. Chen Changzhen was unfazed. "A child of destiny. When faced with peril, a beauty offers herself. What of it? You may handle it as you see fit." With that, Chen Changzhen turned and departed. "Sister, I have heard that there is a spiritual pool for cultivation within the Holy Dao Tower. I plan to take Nianchu to see it. Would you both care to join us for a refreshing dip?" Chen Changzhen inquired. The two women shook their heads in disapproval. Absolutely not, who would want to bathe with you? How naive you are. Shi Lian scoffed. You little lecher, hoping to take advantage of her. I'm going. At that moment, Yu Ruo hastily caught up. Hey, Yu Ruo, wait for me. Farewell, Uncle Fan. Shi Lian quickly called out as she dashed outside, leaving Chen Fan to smile wryly. Youth truly has its advantages. With a heavy sigh, Chen Fan vanished into the void. Holy Dao Tower, 12th floor. My apologies, young sir, entry is restricted to female guests only. You cannot enter. Several women obstructed Chen Changzhen as he attempted to approach the spiritual pool. Is this not a public cultivation area? Chen Changzhen frowned. Indeed, but at present, only women are cultivating within. As a male, you are not permitted entry. Though you are quite handsome, that does not grant you access. Even if we were to agree, the other women would likely object, the leading woman stated, her gaze lingering on Chen Changzhen, a blush rising to her cheeks, reminiscent of a water lily. Smack, Chen Changzhen promptly dismissed her with a swift motion. If this is a public cultivation area, then be gone. Su Ling, the unyielding battle body, with tendencies towards masochism, this is merely a placeholder for the next chapter's upper section, as it has undergone multiple revisions due to review issues. Please think along these lines. Chapter 53. The immortal Emperor's matron Chen Changzhen inquired, spare him a meager existence and engage in discourse with the Celestial Palace. Although I no longer fear the Celestial Palace, caution is warranted due to the formidable entities lurking in the forbidden zones behind them, Chen Fan remarked. There are powerful beings observing this place, and only he possesses the ability to sense their presence. Granting that old wretch a reprieve serves to placate them, facilitating negotiations, you need not concern yourself with this matter, my son. I shall manage it accordingly. During this period, indulge in your arrogance in the Holy Dao City, seek out those so-called prodigies and bestow upon them a sound thrashing. If no one provokes you, then you should provoke them. Chen Fan advised. This revelation took Chen Changzhen by surprise. It seems that old Deng has matters to attend to. Do not inquire further. When the time is right, you shall be informed. Moreover, how did you manage to bring her back? Chen Fan regarded Chen Nianchu with a slight furrow of his brow. He recognized her. Chen Nianchu nestled in Chen Changgen's embrace, exhibiting a hint of timidity. This is Nianchu, my newly acquired sister. Nianchu, this is old Deng. He shall protect me, and I shall protect you. We shall deal with anyone who dares to cross us. Chen Changzhen chuckled. She is not to be underestimated. Over 2 centuries ago, when I first arrived here, she was already of considerable stature. Are you certain about keeping her by your side? Chen Fan cautioned through silent transmission. He had not only encountered Chen Nianchu but had also offered her steamed buns. What malice could a mere child harbor? Chen Changzhen laughed, dismissing the concern. Merely the Dao fruit of the ruthless demon emperor. Let her stay close and exploit her potential. We shall determine the future as it unfolds. Deng, you have repelled the dusty heavenly emperor, exposing his divisive schemes, thereby enhancing your rapport with the ruthless demon emperor. The mutual trust between both parties has been elevated, and you are rewarded with the Swallowing Demon Cauldron. Swallowing Demon Cauldron, an imperial weapon forged from the very essence of the ruthless demon emperor, capable of devouring heaven and earth, absorbing myriad spirits, and refining blood essence. The system's voice resonated, leaving Chen Changzhen in awe. To forge an imperial weapon from one's own corporeal form, that is truly ruthless, to show no mercy to others is one thing, but to be equally merciless towards oneself is something else entirely. No wonder he is hailed as the most ruthless individual of all time. You should assess the situation for yourself, Chen Fan remarked, patting Chen Changgen's shoulder. The father and son had spent precious little time together. Chen Fan was perpetually occupied with cultivation and adventures. Had it not been for Chen Changgen's rebirth, lacking parental affection, he might have become a warped reflection of himself. Do you doubt my ability to handle matters? Chen Changzhen laughed. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, enveloped in a contemplative silence. Speak your mind, Chen Changzhen finally urged. Old Deng harbors unspoken thoughts. Alas, Changzhen, these past 10 years have been arduous for you. Were it not for your Aunt Yao's assistance, we might still be wandering aimlessly. What are your thoughts on Aunt Yao? Chen Fan inquired, observing Chen Changzhen's expression closely, wary of any emotional shifts. Yet, Chen Changzhen remained unfazed. He replied coolly, she is quite admirable. If you wish to marry her, then do so. It matters not to me, it is merely a change of title. However, the one you ought to inquire about is not me, but rather mother. You have stated that she is still alive and possesses an extraordinary identity. Should she wield her sword against you, I would undoubtedly side with her, for that is the duty of a son. Chen Changgen's demeanor was remarkably calm. What he beheld was not a mother, but old Deng. His knowledge of the maternal figure was limited to fragments gleaned from the system. Her name is Lin Qingxue. The immortal emperor. Perhaps this realm cannot accommodate her, or perhaps, as an immortal emperor, she is reluctant to acknowledge the chapter of her life and chooses to distance herself from them. Such matters are inconsequential to him, he prefers to go with the flow. Chen Fan sighed heavily. Are you afraid she might disapprove? Is your heart burdened with indecision? Chen Changzhen chuckled. Not particularly a father. I must inform you that Aunt Yao Yao is with child. My ascension to the great sage is attributed to her. As for this supreme cultivation, it is also largely thanks to her. She is an exceptional woman, Chen Fan recounted gradually. Chen Changzhen was not taken aback. A child of destiny, when faced with peril, beauty offers herself. What of it? You must decide how to proceed. After saying this, Chen Changzhen turned to leave a sister. I have heard that the Holy Dao Tower contains a spiritual pool for cultivation. I shall take Nianchu to have a look. Do you wish to accompany us to wash away the fatigue? Chen Changzhen inquired. The two women shook their heads. Not a chance. Who would want to wash with you? Dream on, Qilian scoffed. Little lecher, do you think to take advantage of her? I'm off. At that moment, Yurua hastily followed behind. Hey, you, dead Yurua, wait for me, Uncle Fan, farewell. Qilian quickly dashed out, not forgetting to bid Chen Fan goodbye, who could only smile wryly. Youth truly has its advantages, Chen Fan sighed, his figure vanishing into the void. Holy Dao Tower, 12th floor. Young master, I apologize, but entry here is restricted to female companions. You cannot enter. Just as Chen Changzhen was about to step into the spiritual pool, he was intercepted by several women. Is this not a public cultivation area? Chen Changzhen frowned. Indeed, but at present, it is exclusively for women to cultivate. As a man, you are not permitted entry. Although you possess pleasing features, that does not grant you access. Even if we were to agree, the other women may not be as accommodating, the leading woman stated. She regarded Chen Changzhen, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks, evoking the image of a lotus emerging from water. Slap! Chen Changzhen swiftly returned her a resounding slap. Since this is a public cultivation space, then be gone. Su Ling, the unyielding battle body, with a tendency towards masochism. This is merely the beginning of the next chapter, though it has undergone multiple revisions due to review issues, and I can only fill in randomly. Just think along those lines if you are uncertain. Chapter 53. The Immortal Emperor's matriarch Chen Changgang inquired. Spare him a life, and engage in discourse with the Immortal Palace. Though your father no longer fears the Immortal Palace, they are still backed by entities from the Forbidden Zones, thus caution is warranted, Chen Fan remarked. There are formidable beings observing this place, and only he can perceive them. By allowing that ancient one to live, it serves as a concession, facilitating negotiations. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it appropriately during this period. In the Sacred Path City, feel free to be as audacious as you wish, and take it upon yourself to confront those so-called prodigies. If no one dares to provoke you, then you should be the one to instigate them, Chen Fan advised. This revelation took Chen Changgang by surprise. It seems that the old man has matters to attend to. Do not ask too many questions. When the time comes for you to know, you will know. And how did you bring her back? Chen Fan's gaze turned to Chen Nianchu, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized her. This is Nianchu, my newly adopted sister Nianchu. This is old Dang. He will protect me, and I shall protect you. Let us deal with anyone who displeases us, Chen Changgang said with a smile. She is not to be underestimated. Over 200 years ago, when I first arrived here, she was already of considerable age. Are you certain you wish to keep her by your side? Chen Fan cautioned telepathically. He had not only encountered Chen Nianchu but had also offered her buns. What malice could a mere child harbor? Chen Changgang chuckled, dismissing the concern. Merely a manifestation of the ruthless demon emperor's Dao fruit. Keeping her close to reap benefits is a prudent course. As for future matters, they can be decided in due time. Ding, you have repelled the Dust Sky Emperor, exposing his schemes to sow discord, thereby enhancing your relationship with the ruthless demon emperor. Mutual trust has been elevated, and you are rewarded with the Swallowing Heaven Demon Cauldron. Swallowing Heaven Demon Cauldron, a supreme imperial weapon forged from the first incarnation of the ruthless demon emperor, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, absorbing all living spirits, and refining blood elixirs. The system's voice resonated, leaving Chen Changgang in awe. Forging an imperial weapon from one's own body, that is indeed ruthless. To be merciless towards others is one thing, but to be equally harsh upon oneself is something else entirely. No wonder he is hailed as the most ruthless figure throughout history. You should take heed, Chen Fan remarked, giving Chen Changgang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The father and son duo had spent little time together. Chen Fan was perpetually occupied with cultivation and adventures. Had it not been for Chen Changgang's rebirth and the absence of parental affection, he might have grown into a distorted individual. Do you doubt my capabilities? Chen Changgang chuckled. The two stood shoulder to shoulder in silence for a moment. Speak your mind, Chen Changgang urged. Old Deng harbors thoughts. Changgang, these past 10 years have been arduous for you. Were it not for your Aunt Yao Yao's assistance, we might still be wandering. What do you think of Aunt Yao Yao? Chen Fan inquired, observing Chen Changgang's demeanor closely, wary of any emotional shifts. However, Chen Changgang remained remarkably calm. He replied nonchalantly, she is quite admirable. If you wish to marry her, then do so. It matters not to me, as it is merely a change of title. However, the one you ought to consult is not me, but rather mother. As you have mentioned, she is still alive and her identity is extraordinary. Should she wield a sword against you, I would undoubtedly side with her. That is the duty of a son. Chen Shanggang's expression was tranquil. What he beheld was not a mother, but old Deng. His knowledge of the maternal figure was limited to scant information from the system. Her name is Lin Xingxue, the immortal emperor. Perhaps this realm cannot accommodate her, or perhaps, as an immortal emperor, upon awakening, she is reluctant to acknowledge that past affection and wishes to distance herself from them. This is of little concern to him. He chooses to flow with the currents of fate. Chen Fan sighed heavily. Are you afraid she will disapprove? Does your heart ache with indecision? Not quite, Chen Shangang chuckled. It is not that I harbor any discontent towards you, but rather, Aunt Yao Yao is with child. My breakthrough to the great sage was due to her influence, and as for this supreme cultivation level, it is also largely attributable to her. She is truly an exceptional woman, Chen Fan recounted gently. Chen Shangang showed no signs of surprise. A child of destiny, perhaps, when faced with peril, a beauty willingly offers herself. What of it? You decide how to proceed with that. Chen Shangang turned and departed. Elder sister, I have heard that there is a spiritual pool for cultivation within the Sacred Path Tower. I intend to take Nianchu to see it. Would you care to join us for a refreshing dip? Chen Shangang inquired. The two women shook their heads. Not a chance. Who would want to bathe with you? Your thoughts are quite amusing, Shilian scoffed. You little lecher, still hoping to take advantage of her. I'm going. At that moment, Yurua hastily caught up. Hey, you scoundrel Yurua, wait for me, Uncle Fan, farewell. Shilian quickly followed suit, not forgetting to bid Chen Fan goodbye, who could only smile wryly. Youth truly has its advantages, Chen Fan sighed, his figure melding into the void. At the Sacred Path Tower, 12th floor. Young master, I regret to inform you that entry is restricted to female companions only. You cannot enter. Chen Shangang was about to step into the spiritual pool when several women obstructed his path. Isn't this a public cultivation site? Chen Shangang frowned. Indeed, but currently, it is exclusively for women to cultivate. As a man, you are not permitted entry. While you may possess commendable looks, that does not grant you access. Even if we consented, the other women may not agree, the leading woman stated. She glanced at Chen Shangang, a faint blush appearing on her face, reminiscent of a water lily's smack. Chen Shangang swiftly delivered a firm retort, dismissing her. If this is a public cultivation space, then be gone. Chapter 54 of the Indomitable Battle Body, the Nether Demon. You, do you know who I am? The young woman exclaimed, her voice loud yet devoid of genuine anger. How could this be? It felt quite peculiar. Why was that? Am I ill? But what should I do, dear? What should I do? I am losing my mind. How could I entertain such bizarre thoughts? It must be an illusion he has cast. I am not the kind of person who reacts this way. I should be furious, yet, as Chen Shangang struck once more, the woman gasped, sensing something amiss in his tone. The expressions of her accompanying maidens changed dramatically. How dare you? How audacious! Do not assume that your good looks grant you the liberty to act as you please. Do you not know who our young lady is? She is Su Ling, the cherished jewel of the Holy Dao Tower's master. You must apologize to her, otherwise, you shall regret your actions. Indeed, immediately, bow and admit your fault to the young lady, the maid shouted. Young lady, what is wrong with you? The maids noticed something was off and hurriedly inquired. I am fine. I am simply furious. Su Ling declared, hands on her hips, her voice booming. This is the influence of a charm aura. Furthermore, her temperament has its flaws. Apologize to me. Su Ling insisted, curiously lacking any fury in her tone. What does that even mean? Chen Shangang waved his hand dismissively and struck again. Those emerging from the spirit pool were utterly astonished. You! Su Ling glared at Chen Shangang. If it weren't for my magnanimity, I would not let this slide. She abruptly changed her tone, leaving those nearby dumbfounded. No, that is not what I meant. I meant to challenge you to a duel in the spirit pool. Realizing the odd stares directed at her, Su Ling quickly corrected herself. Bang! In the next moment, she was flung backward by a terrifying force. Covering her face, she staggered to her feet. What is happening? What is wrong with me? What should I do? This is utterly absurd. Chen Shangang was taken aback. He grasped Chen Yanchu's hand, equally astonished by the scene unfolding before him. Previously, a single strike would leave opponents spitting blood, unable to move, yet this individual had taken a hit and not only remained standing but also recovered. Young lady, what is the matter with you today? Sir! What have you done to our young lady? The two maids shouted angrily. Something was indeed amiss. Their young lady was acting very strangely today. I am fine. Su Ling took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Chen Shangang. What a handsome fellow! If only I could. I am losing my mind. How could I entertain such thoughts? This must be an illusion. Su Ling shook her head, unable to meet Chen Shanggang's eyes. Young lady! Young lady, wait, wait! At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed over from the other side, appearing extremely anxious upon approaching. His immediate focus was on Chen Chang'ing. My apologies, young sir. Young lady is still quite young and inexperienced. She has offended you. During your stay at the Holy Dao Tower, all your expenses will be covered by my family. Young lady, the family head has commanded that you apologize to young Master Chen, and you must do so. During this time, you are to accompany young Master Chen on outings. Oh, and the family head also mentioned that if young Master Chen has any special requests, you must fulfill them. This is your duty as a member of the Su family. The elder's words caused a stir among the crowd. This, fulfill all of young Master Chen's requests, even special ones, young Master Chen. Who is he? Those emerging from the spirit pool were all astounded. Su Ling was equally shocked, utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss. What does my father mean by this? This fellow appears only slightly handsome, with a hint of something unusual about him. How could he make such demands? While it was not entirely out of the question, he should not have said it in front of so many people. A daughter also has her pride. Young Master Chen, I sincerely apologize. It was the Holy Dao Tower's oversight. You wish to enter the spirit pool, correct? We have a special spirit pool reserved exclusively for our most esteemed guests, and you are the most distinguished guest of the Su family. How about we go there? The middle-aged man's words caused another wave of astonishment. The most distinguished guest, what is the Su family up to? Chen Chang'ing was also somewhat taken aback. Ding. Detection of the righteous family Su's intention to curry favor with the Dark Heavenly Court. Please continue to maintain relations and persuade the Su family to join the Dark Heavenly Court. Reward 10 years of cultivation as the Dark General, the Nether Demon. The system's voice suddenly rang out, startling Chen Chang'ing. It was one thing to receive a task, but the reward, the Nether Demon, the last time he received such a reward was 3 years ago, plundered from Qi Lian, the Blackwood itself. The cultivation of the Great Sage, commanding his nightfall, however, Blackwood could not summon entities. The Nether Demon appearing now could summon the Nether Army. Wouldn't that be equivalent to possessing countless forces? However, this task is rather challenging. The Su family is one of the prominent families of the Holy Dao sect, akin to the 4 major affiliated families of their demonic sect. It would be quite difficult to draw the Su family into the demonic sect. Moreover, the current display of goodwill is likely due to his family's patriarch's arrival in Holy Dao City, showcasing formidable strength. The Righteous and Demonic Conference surely involves more than just a contest between the younger generations of the righteous and demonic paths. The higher-ups must have other matters to attend to. This is also one of the reasons why the Patriarch did not slay the offering from the Immortal Palace. Young Master Chen, you are a valued guest of the Su family. Our young lady was previously training in the spirit pool and did not recognize you, which resulted in her disrespect. We ask for your understanding, the middle-aged man added. Simultaneously, he transmitted a message to Su Ling. For this duration, you must endure some discomfort. As a member of the Su family, it is your duty to repay the family for their nurturing over the years. Su Ling frowned upon hearing this. As a scion of a noble family, she was acutely aware of her mission, to sacrifice everything for the family, especially for women like them. They were often sent off in marriage to solidify the family's interests. She had been indoctrinated with such beliefs since childhood. Since you are so earnest, then let us relocate to a quieter place. Please lead the way. Chen Chang'ing said. The prospect of the Dark General, the Nether Demon, excited him. He desired it, thus, he would attempt to win over the Su family. To draw the Su family closer, it was best to start with this young lady, Su Ling. My apologies, young Master Chen. Earlier, Linger was blind and offended you. Su Ling took a deep breath, lowering her head, unwilling to meet Chen Chang'ing's gaze. She feared that looking at him would reignite those strange thoughts. One must become acquainted through conflict. Miss Su has been overly formal. Chen Chang'ing donned a smile. He could afford to be at odds with anyone, but not with the tasks from the system. That was indeed enticing. Young Master Chen, this way, please. Su Ling gestured. The spirit pool of the Holy Dao Tower was no ordinary one. It was an independent little world. The room behind her was merely the entrance. Of course, the other one, which was not open to the public, was located on the top floor. Chen Chang'ing took Chen Nianchu and followed her up. Chapter 55. The schemes of the Celestial Palace and the ambitions of Yu Ruo in the Holy Dao City, within a certain manner. Do you know what mistake you made today? Jiying inquired, gazing sternly at the elder before him. I, the ancestor, the old man stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had returned battered and bruised from his encounter with Chen Fan, and rather than receiving solace, he was to be the outlet for the ancestor's wrath. With a sudden release of energy, Ji Ying's presence compelled the elder to kneel instantly. Humph. Your survival means we have lost a bargaining chip. In the upcoming negotiations, the Celestial Palace will find itself at a disadvantage. You ought to be dead, self-destructing to exchange for that little. The Celestial Palace is to engage in a negotiation with the demon sect, a matter of immense significance. Ancestor, please calm your anger. I, Xiong Chomo, have realized my wrongs. I beseech you to grant me another chance. Xiong Chomo pleaded, bowing deeply. Sensing Ji Ying's overwhelming fury, he felt compelled to prostrate himself, fearing for his life. Ancestor, good news, good news. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. An elder rushed in. It was Chang Sun Quan, the leader of the Celestial Palace. Get out! Ji Ying thundered at Xiong Chomo. The latter scrambled to exit, rolling away in haste. Ancestor, joyous tidings, our decision to rescue that young one from the Tian sacred land was indeed fortuitous. He disclosed an astonishing piece of information. Chang Sun Quan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Speak. Ji Ying replied, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. He had saved Ji Chen and Xuanxiu Shisan because of his acquaintance with Chen Nianshu, a girl shrouded in mystery, which undoubtedly raised suspicions. That girl is the Dao fruit of the great emperor. She is the Dao fruit of the ruthless demon emperor. That young lad assured me of this. Chang Sun Quan's words left Ji Ying in shock. The Dao fruit of the great emperor, are you certain? Did you conduct a soul search on him? Ji Ying inquired. Not yet, however, he spoke with profound reasoning. Even we cannot see through that young girl. She may indeed be the true Dao fruit of the great emperor. Most importantly, I had people investigate, and it turns out she has been here for several hundred years. She remains unchanged, merely uttering, brother, I am hungry. Just as when that little beast took her away, she spoke those exact words. According to ancient records, the last great emperor, the ruthless demon emperor, had an elder brother in her childhood, the most formidable of all, who rose to power due to his obsession with his brother. I once thought that was nothing but wild nonsense. But combined with what that lad said, everything begins to make sense. Chang Sun Quan was elated. The Dao fruit of the great emperor, if we could refine it and comprehend the laws of the emperor's Dao, we might very well ascend to the realm of the great emperor. Such an existence would be invincible in this age. Even the forbidden zones would pose no threat. At that point, the great era would revive, and the heavenly paths would re-emerge, heralding a magnificent age. Furthermore, it might even allow the resurrection of the celestial path. My inability to bear the heavenly path stems from my own Dao fruit being insufficiently powerful, which is why I self-destructed and sealed my cultivation. If I can refine her, perhaps I could bear all the myriad paths of heaven and ascend to the supreme throne of the emperor. Ji Ying murmured, his excitement palpable. He was akin to an ancient supreme being who had self-destructed. Were it not for his remaining 99% of power, he would not have survived to this day. He once believed there was no hope for the imperial throne in this life, yet now he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Ancestor! That little beast is so protective of that girl. He may know something. Otherwise, how would a young master of the demon sect care for a wandering little beggar? It will be challenging for us to acquire that girl. Chang Sun Quan's words brought Ji Ying back to the fully realized holy body in the supreme realm is what I fear most. As long as the forbidden zone remains sealed, that being is invincible. To seize her, I must resolve this. Damn it! If I had not claimed the opportunity at the imperial tomb earlier, I would not have attained the holy body's full realization. One misstep leads to another. Ji Ying muttered, his fists clenched tightly. They had contended for the opportunity at the imperial tomb, and at that time, Chen Fan was not yet a fully realized holy body. He could have easily been eradicated due to Ji Ying's disdain. In just a few years, Chen Fan had grown into a figure that instilled fear in them all. Xiao Quan, you must take charge of the situation. Keep them steady. We can afford to concede a little in the negotiations later. I shall make a trip to the celestial abyss and meet with the entities there. If they take action, a mere fully realized holy body is hardly a threat. With that, Ji Ying's figure vanished. In the Holy Dao Tower, on the third floor, Qi Lian and Yu Ruo trailed Chen Changgang, retracing their steps. Sister, I'm not scolding you, since you are aware that he— Now look, you're the one feeling jealous and ran back, inadvertently aiding that vixen. If you continue this way, you will miss out on this prime opportunity with the young master. Allow me to have a taste. I don't mind sharing the licking. Yu Ruo remarked. She had initially intended to follow him to the spirit pool, but upon seeing Su Ling with Chen Changgang, Qi Lian became jealous and petulantly pulled her away, leaving Yu Ruo utterly bewildered. Humph. Such an eyesore, a fickle swine, and you shameless vixen, none of you are virtuous. Shilian scoffed. Yu Ruo had always harbored feelings for Chen Changgang but had been warned multiple times, which deterred her from advancing. Little did she expect that while guarding against Yu Ruo, she would fail to account for others. Ah, you treat me as an enemy, yet you let the true enemy go, such a grave mistake. It is not too late to mend the fence. How about this, you and I join forces to sweep away the distractions surrounding the young master and enjoy him solely for ourselves. This is your only chance. Yu Ruo proposed. Sister Master, surely you would not want to contend for the young master alone against other vixens, lacking allies. Yu Ruo suggested. Shilian fell into contemplation, and after a long moment, she finally spoke. All right. However, I am your elder, you must call me sister. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruo raised her head proudly. Agreed, after all, it's merely a matter of status, it doesn't mean you are truly older than me. I have never feared anyone. She was overjoyed. After overcoming this hurdle, she would have countless opportunities to grow closer to Chen Changgang, who truly is the enemy. Perhaps it is yet to be determined. The spirit pool, rather than a mere pool, it resembled a vast ocean. Here, clouds and mist intertwined, and the potent forces of heaven and earth transformed into liquid form, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Chen Changgang was currently instructing Su Ling, Chapter 56 of the Indomitable Battle Body, a duel with the Palace Master. Ah, how delightful! Within the ethereal mist of the spiritual pond, a whip crackled incessantly, and Su Ling's cries echoed through the air. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Nianchu floated serenely in the pond, appearing as if she were in a deep slumber, not sinking at all. At Chen Changzhen, who had initially intended to bring her here to reap rewards, felt a pang of disappointment. The bathing session offered no rewards whatsoever. Growing weary, he resorted to relentlessly striking Su Ling, who, in contrast, reveled in the experience, her excitement palpable. By heavens, this indomitable battle body is akin to a sacred embodiment of SM. Chen Changzhen confirmed this revelation. Su Ling truly possessed this battle body, with such attributes, her will only soared higher with each strike, invigorating her spirit further. Bang! As Chen Changzhen retracted the chains of divinity, the naked Su Ling plummeted from the sky. She descended into the spiritual pond like a radiant white fish entering the water, creating ripples. In no time, her form emerged again, once marred by scars. Her body now radiated a vibrant crimson light, and ominous runes began to materialize. She was undergoing a transformation, only a true king in her realm. She was metamorphosing. Chen Changzhen was taken aback. Is this considered cultivation? Impressive. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. With such attributes, she could only grow stronger with each battle, unless she were to be obliterated outright. Against opponents of equal strength, she would only continue to grow more formidable, treating them as mere sharpening stones, aptly earning the title of battle body. It was time to administer some punishment. With a thought, Chen Changzhen summoned the world treasure box into his grasp, its chaotic light shimmering brilliantly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the world treasure box suspended above the spiritual pond, glimmering. Before long, Chen Changzhen appeared within the realm of the world treasure box. It remained as ordinary as ever. The vast estate lay empty, as if devoid of inhabitants. With a sweep of his divine sense, he pinpointed a particular house. Within that abode was a person, a beautiful woman, clad in a flowing white dress, beneath which lay an exquisitely voluptuous figure emanating a chilling aura, yet every curve was undeniably alluring. It was Cold Ice Cloud. Clang, a streak of sword energy shimmered, and Cold Ice Cloud materialized before Chen Changzhen, unhesitatingly unleashing a sword strike. The icy blade sparkled with a terrifying brilliance, the dreadful power of frost engulfing the surroundings, transforming the world into a realm of ice and snow, blanketed by a fearsome white. The Ice Cloud Sword, the treasured weapon of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, a supreme battle tool. This was truly formidable, yet, Chen Changzhen harbored no fear. He remained motionless, waiting for the menacing sword light to manifest before him. With a surge of breath, the terrifying might of the world enveloped him, shattering the laws of the sage in an instant. Lifting his hand, he skillfully pinched the icy blade between his fingers. Bang! How could this be possible? The Ice Cloud sword was locked in place by his fingers, and Cold Ice Cloud found herself unable to withdraw her weapon. She was incredulous, unable to fathom the reality. This fellow actually managed to withstand her strike. How could this be? It must be the fault of this world. Cold Ice Cloud discerned the crux of the matter. Even with her injuries, as long as she wielded her sword, with her half-step supreme strength, not even a sage could withstand her attack. The only explanation was that this peculiar world was the anomaly. Here, I am the sole sovereign. You have overstepped your bounds. Punishment is due. Slap. Chen Changzhen's indifferent words resonated as an overwhelming force descended upon Cold Ice Cloud's shapely form. The strike felt akin to a resounding slap. Cold Ice Cloud was momentarily stunned, her entire being stiffening. As the esteemed master of the sacred palace, she was taken aback by such an unexpected turn of events. You! Insolent, she exclaimed, her fury igniting as she unleashed a palm strike towards Chen Changzhen. However, just as her hand was about to descend, a resounding crack echoed, and with a whip-like sound, Cold Ice Cloud was sent sprawling. It was a lightning whip, to be precise, a whip of thunder forged from the Order of the World Treasure Box. It was incredibly fearsome, striking her delicate form and tearing away her pristine gown, leaving behind a deep crimson mark. Why must this be? Chen Changzhen remarked. If this were merely a trivial world, with your strength, you could easily tear it apart. But this is not the case. This is a world treasure box of the utmost caliber, and its internal realm cannot be breached, even by a supreme being. As the master of the world treasure box, I am the sole ruler here. Even if an emperor were to enter, I could still act at my whim, suppressing them without consequence. It's inevitable, such as the explosive power of system-generated items. What do you truly desire? Cold Ice Cloud demanded. We share no enmity. You rescued me from the cold pond, and I would naturally repay your kindness. Why must you imprison me? She longed for freedom, unwilling to remain a caged bird or a mere plaything for another's amusement. There is no need for animosity between us. Now that you are in my grasp, I seek only one thing, your body. Of course, you may refuse, but the price will be your life, consumed by my cultivation of the Yin-Yang Dao. If you acquiesce, you will henceforth belong to me, and I may assist you in returning to the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, Chen Changzhen declared. Today is your final opportunity, reflect wisely. He had no intention of simply killing Cold Ice Cloud. Firstly, she was quite alluring. Secondly, he sought to seize control of the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace. Cold Ice Cloud, the former palace master, was the ideal candidate. Taking her back would mean securing the palace itself. Impossible. Kill me, I vow never to compromise with you, the fiendish sorcerer. It shall never happen. Cold Ice Cloud bellowed. The thought of becoming someone's slave was intolerable to her, especially as a mere vessel for pleasure. Since you have made your choice, let it be fulfilled. With a thought, countless spectral hands seemed to descend upon Cold Ice Cloud. Her white gown was brutally torn asunder. Chen Changzhen approached her, and her expression shifted dramatically as she attempted to retreat, only to find herself utterly immobilized. Terrifying rules bound her, rendering her unable to move. The frosty realm vanished, restoring the original state. Chen Changzhen advanced towards Cold Ice Cloud, lifting her delicate, icy chin with his hand. Leave, she hissed coldly. She was completely bare, yet her face remained expressionless. She had endured this before. Every inch of her body had been touched by this loathsome creature. Without uttering a word, Chen Changzhen leaned in and kissed her. He suddenly felt pain on his lips and quickly pulled back. Pa! Cold Ice Cloud spat, blood trickling from her mouth. She had bitten him. Truly, she was as fierce as ice. The more you resist, the stronger my desire to conquer you. Chen Changzhen declared, forcefully pushing Cold Ice Cloud down. Her bite would become an indelible memory for her. She was destined to endure Chen Changzhen's relentless torment, even unto death. Content omitted for brevity, specific details available upon request. Chapter 57 of the original Demon Eye, Spirit Embryo. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had swiftly passed. Lang Bingyun, gently roused from her slumber, nestled against Chen Changzhen's chest, enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. For 10 days, they had not parted for a single moment. She had endured torment throughout this duration. I can become your servant, but you must promise to allow me to return to the Ice Cloud Sacred Palace, to take control of it, and to eliminate Lang Rushuang. With that proclamation, a sudden sound erupted from behind her. It was a stark silence, yet she remained unperturbed. After hearing it so many times over the past 10 days, she was desensitized. To eliminate Lang Rushuang, as a servant to my master, do you not understand what your master truly... She immediately altered her statement. I shall certainly capture Lang Rushuang and present her to you. Her willingness to comply stemmed not solely from the intimacy they had cultivated over the past 10 days, but also from the influence of... This was an extraordinarily powerful art. When a creature bears the beast taming seal and remains in close proximity to its master for an extended period, mutual affection flourishes rapidly. This was the principal reason behind Lang Bingyun's change of heart. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Dao Classic also played a significant role. It had bestowed tremendous benefits upon her. After consuming the 9 transformation Yin-Yang pill, her cultivation effects had... Her understanding of the Yin-Yang path had deepened as well. Indeed, you possess a commendable ambition. Chen Changzhen rose to his feet. 10 days had elapsed, and he found himself somewhat weary of the situation. I can impart more detailed aspects of the Yin-Yang Dao Classic to you, but it will depend on your future performance, he stated. With a thought, he donned his white attire. In that moment, he transformed back into the ethereal and handsome figure of a celestial being, devoid of the wildness that had characterized the past 10 days. Go wash up, Chen Changzhen said again, leaving Lang Bingyun astonished. Was he truly letting her go? You ought to be aware of what lies within you, Chen Changding remarked, perceiving her thoughts with a single glance. This left Lang Bingyun momentarily stunned. Over the course of these 10 days, she had accumulated many things within her, but none were life-threatening. It was the beast-taming seal implanted in the cold pool that posed the true danger, that was Chen Changding's means of control over her. Whoosh, their figures flashed and materialized in the spirit pool. Before Lang Bingyun could comprehend the situation, her voluptuous form plummeted straight into the water's splash. The water erupted, startling Su Ling, who had been cultivating in the spirit pool. She abruptly opened her eyes and beheld a stunningly beautiful sight. Atop the mountain, it stood proud amongst the world. She could not compare. Young master! Su Ling exclaimed as she turned to Chen Changding. Is the young master truly in that treasure realm with that woman? Could they be? The woman was truly fortunate. Ah, why am I even thinking about this? Su Ling reflected, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Speak only what is necessary, and refrain from the rest. You are aware of that, Chen Changding instructed. His aura surged, and his divine cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. He had broken through, he had ascended to the realm of the celestial god. The overwhelming pressure of a celestial god. She found it hard to believe the authenticity of this overwhelming presence. A celestial god. This seemingly youthful and handsome individual was, in fact, a celestial god. She was merely a true king. Under the pressure of a celestial god, she felt like a mere speck of dust. Lang Bingyun, who was cleansing herself in the spirit pool, was equally astonished and incredulous. A celestial god. He had broken through just like that. She had engaged in deep conversation with Chen Changding and was well aware of his bone age. He was merely 15 years old, yet he had achieved the status of a celestial god. Such talent was unprecedented. He bore the potential of a great emperor. No, he should be said to possess the aura of eternal life. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets had foretold that the ancient realm would undergo. Could it be because of him? Lang Bingyun mused to herself. A 15-year-old celestial god. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary prodigy, perhaps even a forbidden talent that might not appear even once in an entire era. Uncertainties, she had become entangled in uncertainties. Might she herself alter her fate? Lang Bingyun suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps serving him would not be inferior to her diligent cultivation. She might even win effortlessly. Why are you still asleep? Chen Changding frowned. He had broken through, and with the presence of the system, transcending tribulations was unnecessary for him. However, Lang Bingyun and Su Ling were perplexed. Was that it? Was there nothing more? The aura of a celestial god had emerged, yet there were no tribulations? Was this a failed breakthrough, or had his realm been suppressed because he did not wish to transcend so quickly? They were puzzled but dared not inquire. Meanwhile, Chen Changding had lifted Chen Nianchu into his arms. Ever since they had entered this place, Chen Nianchu had remained in a deep slumber, suspended atop the surface of the spirit pool. The waters of the pool could neither soak her body nor contain her, leaving her to float. What struck Chen Changding as strange was that glistening beads resembling tears were adorning Chen Nianchu's cheeks. They shimmered like strings of pearls, seemingly connected by tears. Surely, this cannot be tears? Chen Changding furrowed his brow. Tears could solidify. Was this the terrifying power of the Emperor's Tao fruit? He reached out to grasp the beads. Ding! You have wiped away the tears of the ruthless demon emperor, soothing her most fragile heart, and the supreme demon eye has evolved into the original demon eye. The system's voice suddenly resonated, and an endless stream of black light surged from Chen Changding's eyes. Terrifying apparitions manifested within his gaze. They were the figures of 3,000 deities and demons. Deep within those figures resided the essence of the 3,000 paths, suppressed by an even more formidable power. It was a force of transcendence. Chen Changding abruptly closed his eyes, only to open them again with a start, as if the very fabric of time and space had come to a halt. Did he possess the ability to influence time and space? Chen Changding was astonished. He then turned to the two women. The formerly neatly attired Lang Bingyun and Su Ling, under his gaze, were devoid of any barriers. They appeared as pure, unadorned forms. Moreover, he noticed a radiant light shimmering from Lang Bingyun's abdomen. What the hell? An unformed spirit embryo. Lang Bingyun was with child. A sudden realization struck him. This was not merely a singular occurrence, but rather a consequence of the past 10 days. Brother! Just as Chen Changding contemplated extinguishing the spirit embryo, Chen Nianchu in his arms awakened. P.S. Help, this is my debut. It may not end well. I am unsure how long I can keep this up, so I seek your support, writing until my mindset collapses. Chapter 58. The Consciousness of the Ruthless Demon Emperor, Annihilating the Spirit Embryo. Brother, have I fallen asleep again? Chen Nianchu blinked her large, shimmering eyes, a hint of confusion crossing her face. It seemed she had forgotten something. Yes, you fell asleep as soon as you entered. Do you know what this is? Chen Xianging picked up the crystal and tear. He was certain it was Chen Nianchu's tear, yet the purpose of such a thing eluded him. Curiously, it appeared to be inscribed with peculiar runes, devouring runes, annihilation runes, and a variety of others. Despite the transformation of his supreme demon eye into the primordial demon eye, he still struggled to discern its entirety. It was likely the path of the ruthless demon emperor. Her Dao fruit lay here. Was she still present? This was a matter worthy of contemplation. This is food. When I was hungry before, I would fall asleep, and they would appear, something to eat. Sometimes sweet, sometimes a bit bitter, but when I wish for it to be sweet, even if it is bitter, it transforms into sweetness. Chen Xianging carefully observed the two glistening tears. He placed one of them on his tongue, gently licking it, and then boom, an overwhelming surge of pure demonic energy coursed through his being. Instantly, a terrifying black mist erupted around him, enveloping Chen Xianging. Chen Xianging was taken aback. He felt his breath quicken and swiftly contained his aura. This could replenish demonic energy. Nianchu, are you afraid? He hastily inquired, having been engulfed by demonic energy, as if darkness had descended, fearing it might frighten the child. But Chen Nianchu shook her head. With brother here, Nianchu is not afraid. As long as brother is present, even if the world falls into eternal darkness, she remains unafraid. A gentle smile appeared on Chen Xianging's face. He bestowed a tender kiss upon her crystalline forehead, as light as a dragonfly's touch. Buzz. Suddenly, an incredibly fearsome aura emanated from Chen Nianchu's petite form. Chen Xianging's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, he was flung away. Chen Nianchu's small body levitated, releasing a torrent of black light. You seek death. The icy words resonated from her tiny frame, imbued with an overwhelming authority. It was the ruthless demon emperor. Chen Xianging was alarmed. A mere kiss awakened the consciousness of the ruthless demon emperor. Surely not, he had only intended to reap a reward. The lack of response from the system was one matter, but the awakening of the ruthless demon emperor's consciousness within Chen Nianchu was entirely unexpected. Buzz. At that moment, countless pitch-black chains of the Great Dao materialized, swiftly emerging from behind Chen Nianchu. The three were struck with terror, attempting to evade, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. The power of the emperor, even the half-step supreme Cold Bingyun was rendered helpless. They could only feel a suffocating sense of powerlessness. Cough. Nianchu, I am your brother. Are you going to kill me? Chen Xianging struggled to speak. The three were ensnared by the dark chains, suspended in the air. Chen Xianging repeatedly slashed at the chains with sword energy, striving for salvation, but it was futile. I am your brother. Nianchu, what are you doing? Chen Xianging implored. Brother, brother. At that moment, Chen Nianchu murmured suddenly, the black light in her eyes vanishing. Her enchanting, large eyes reappeared at bang, the dark chains dissipated, and the four plummeted to the ground. Cough. Damn, that was close. Chen Xianging exhaled in relief. Terrifying. The power of the emperor was indeed formidable. Even if it was merely a fragment of consciousness, they had no prospect of resistance. His thoughts were correct. He must awaken Chen Nianchu. Her brother was her obsession. What happened, brother? Chen Nianchu suddenly emerged from the spirit pool, her head popping up. She was soaked and swam to Chen Xianging's side. Nothing. Do you remember what just happened? Chen Xianging inquired. Just moments ago, they had nearly met their demise. Cold Bingyun and Su Ling still wore expressions of terror, instinctively distancing themselves from Chen Nianchu. Yet, simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity. Who was this little girl? How could someone so small unleash such fearsome power, even overpowering a half-step supreme? When brother kissed Nianchu, it made me very happy. Brother, I want another kiss. Chen Nianchu smiled, clinging to Chen Xianging like an octopus. As for the earlier events, she had no recollection whatsoever. Cough. Well, this is a reward, and Nianchu must behave well to earn it. Chen Xianging pondered for 3 seconds before uttering such words. He dared not kiss her again. The next time he attempted to reap a reward, he would have to tread carefully. Considering the terrifying implications, he had never experienced such a sense of powerlessness in his reincarnation. All right. Brother, this place is so boring, can we go outside? Chen Nianchu proposed, disliking the environment. Chen Xianging nodded. He had initially intended to reap rewards. Moreover, he hoped to utilize the water from the spirit pool to assist her in cleansing her corporeal form, to see if this Dao fruit could allow her to re-enter the path of cultivation, like a human. However, as soon as she entered, she fell asleep immediately. Chen Nianchu showed no signs of entering cultivation. Where does Nianchu want to play? Chen Xianging lifted her up, executing an over-the-shoulder throw, carrying the little one on his back. Wherever brother goes, Nianchu will go. Chen Nianchu declared, wishing only to be with her brother. She rested on his back, her smile growing ever more radiant, exuding innocence. To an outsider, one could not help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful little girl, so adorable." But Cold Bingyun and Su Ling dared not even glance at her. Chen Chongyang approached Cold Bingyun and expressed his disdain. The spirit embryo has yet to take shape, it hardly qualifies as a child. He would not leave his seed with Cold Bingyun, she had not earned that right. Cold Bingyun's expression darkened upon hearing this. Did he truly know? "What, do you intend to nurture it for revenge against me? Do not dare resist your master's will, your thoughts are known to me as long as this young master desires." Chen Chongyang replied. This was the terror of the ancient beast master technique. To Cold Bingyun was merely a tool for cultivation and release. Even as a maid, she had yet to earn that status. Naturally, he would not leave behind any seeds. Under Chen Chongyang's indifferent gaze, Cold Bingyun struck her abdomen with her palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood, forcibly extinguishing the spirit embryo that was beginning to take shape. "I was wrong, my lord. Please, do not be angry." Cold Bingyun lowered her head, speaking with utmost humility. "Brother, why are you so fierce?" Chen Nianchu observed Cold Bingyun and remarked, this was something she had never encountered before. While she had a degree of affinity with Su Ling, she held no desire for closeness, that was reserved for others. Brother's kindness is forever reserved for Nianchu. Chen Chongyang donned a gentle smile. To his own, he was naturally amiable. To his enemies, only indifference. Currently, Cold Bingyun had not entirely extinguished her inner hatred, it would require more time for her to reach a stage of gradual affection. "My lord, since you have traveled from afar, I imagine you are not well acquainted with this holy Dao city. How about I show you around?" Su Ling suggested, her gaze toward Chen Chongyang filled with anticipation. Such a handsome young man would undoubtedly draw attention if she accompanied him through the streets, becoming the center of admiration. "Let us head out," Chen Chongyang replied, carrying Chen Nianchu as they departed this small world. Chapter 59 The Immortal Extinguishing Finger. Gently before long, the four individuals arrived at the Sacred Path Tower. Chen Chongyang carried Chen Nianchu on his back as he stepped out of the elegant chamber. "Linger!" At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. A young man approached, his flowing white hair and azure robe contrasting sharply with the vibrant atmosphere. He gazed at Su Ling, who followed closely behind Chen Chongyang, his excitement palpable. "Get lost," Su Ling retorted coldly, a look of disdain flickering in her eyes. The white-haired youth, though handsome, paled in comparison to the ethereal presence of Chen Chongyang. "Linger, who is this man?" the youth shouted, turning his ire towards Chen Chongyang. Normally, Su Ling would not express such overt disdain even if she disliked him. Today, however, her words were sharper than ever. "Get lost," Chen Chongyang interjected firmly. "Humph, Su Ling, you have repeatedly rejected me, is it because of him? This pathetic pretty boy," the young man's voice trembled with indignation. Rumors had circulated that the esteemed daughter of the Su family had spent several days in the spirit pool with a certain individual. The implication was unbearable to him. "Why are you silent?" he pressed, his voice quaking further. To silence was tantamount to acquiescence. You, pretty boy, Linger belongs to me, Zhao Jinlong, how dare you seduce her? I challenge you to a duel, will you accept?" A thunderous aura erupted from Zhao Jinlong, revealing his true king-level strength, with the power of kingship radiating from his being. "Pretty boy, prepare for battle, for Linger's honor," he bellowed. "Zhao Jinlong, if you wish to live, then get lost," Su Ling retorted coldly. "Linger, how can you speak to me this way for his sake? You've changed, you must be bewitched by this pretty boy," Zhao Jinlong shouted, his fury igniting. He had harbored feelings for Su Ling for 3 years, and despite his efforts to win her over, receiving nothing but a mere thank you in return. The thought of her rebuking him for someone more handsome than himself infuriated him. "Pretty boy, we shall duel, the loser must withdraw," Zhao Jinlong thundered. "Nianchu, close your eyes," Chen Chongyang instructed softly. He did not respond to Zhao Jinlong's provocations. "How dare you ignore me? Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Hao's son," Zhao Jinlong cried, brandishing a resplendent golden battle blade, a formidable weapon in his grasp. "Linger, he is nothing but a coward. Look at my blade, sunset slash." With a resounding roar, Zhao Jinlong unleashed a strike he deemed worthy of pride, eager to showcase his might before Su Ling. "Tremble, pretty boy, a true king is beyond your reach. Die!" he shouted. "You frightened the child," Chen Chongyang remarked, stepping forward. A crimson mist erupted around him, akin to a blossoming firework. Zhao Jinlong was dead, utterly and incomprehensibly so, unaware of how his such arrogance. Chen Chongyang spoke coolly. Had it not been for Chen Nianchu's presence, the moment Zhao Jinlong had boasted would have resulted in his instant obliteration. The so-called prodigy would explode with just a glance from him. "Master, Zhao Jilong's servants finally comprehended the situation, their faces pale with horror. You've killed the master, you are doomed, the Zhao family will never let this go. Bang, bang, again, 5 bursts of blood erupted as 5 fleeing beings of the divine calamity realm met their demise in an instant. Chen Changgang began to depart, leaving behind a hushed assembly, none daring to utter a word. The atmosphere was chillingly silent. And Nianshu, you may open your eyes now, Chen Changgang announced as he exited the scene of carnage. Brother, I didn't need to close my eyes, Nianshu replied, unafraid. I have seen far more terrifying things, such as, Chen Changgang inquired, shifting the topic. A world shrouded in darkness, Nianshu replied. Darkness, is that what your true self beheld? Could it be the clash of emperors? Chen Changgang mused, intrigued. There were many corpses, floating alongside the stars, twisting endlessly, eventually transforming into horrifying monsters, she recounted, her brow illuminated with protective runes, the imperial path's symbols safeguarding her. The memories she recalled were fraught with terror, evoking a sense of dread. Stop, do not say more, brother is frightened, Chen Changgang urged, realizing the gravity of her recollections. So brother is also timid, Nianshu teased, planting a gentle kiss on his neck. Do not fear, Nianshu will always be by your side. Ding, you have earned the trust of the ruthless demon emperor, mutual trust has deepened, awarding you the immortal extinguishing finger, the system's voice echoed, and Chen Changgang was taken aback. Really, this is possible? He exclaimed, she kisses me and receives nothing, while she kisses him and gains celestial techniques. Suddenly, sensing a formidable presence, Chen Changgang frowned. Sword intent, an incredibly sharp and pure sword intent approached him. Turning, he beheld a woman clad in simple attire, coarse linen garments, a high ponytail, and straw sandals, carrying a wooden sword as she strode forth confidently. Such a humble appearance was a rarity in the Sacred Path Tower, a place dominated by the elite, yet none dared to provoke her, for she was undeniably powerful. She moved with the grace of a drawn celestial sword, exuding an aura that was both sharp and formidable, causing the younger generation to avert their gazes. Each step she took resonated with a terrifying sword intent. It was as if a celestial sword walked amongst them. As Chen Changgang observed her, she too regarded him, striding forward before introducing herself. Hello, I am Zhenli. Chapter 59 of the Extinction Finger. Zhenli. Before long, the 4 of them appeared at the Sacred Path Tower. Chen Changgang carried Chen Nianshu on his back and stepped out of the elegant room. Linger! At this moment, a voice echoed from outside. A young man approached, his flowing white hair cascading down, clad in a green robe. He gazed at Su Ling, who was following Chen Changgang, with unparalleled excitement. Get lost! Su Ling coldly retorted, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Although the white-haired youth was handsome, he paled in comparison to the ethereal and otherworldly Chen Changgang. Who do you think you are, Linger? The youth shouted, turning his ire towards Chen Changgang. Normally, even if Su Ling disliked him, she would not have dismissed him so harshly. Get lost! Chen Changgang commanded. Humph, Su Ling, you have repeatedly rejected me, is it because of him, this insipid pretty boy? The youth's voice trembled with indignation. Rumors circulated that the esteemed young lady of the Su family had spent several days in the spirit pool with some fellow. You truly... Noticing Su Ling's silence, his words quaked even more. You, pretty boy, Linger belongs to me, Zhao Jinlong, how dare you tempt her? I challenge you to a duel, do you dare? Boom, Zhao Jinlong's aura surged, revealing his true king-level strength, the power of kings flowing around him. Pretty boy. Come and fight, for Linger, he bellowed. Zhao Jinlong, if you wish to live, then get lost. Su Ling snapped. Linger, you dare speak to me like this for him, He had harbored feelings for Su Ling for 3 years, dedicating countless efforts to please her, only to receive a mere thank you in return. Now, she had the audacity to chastise him for a man who was merely more handsome. Pretty boy. We shall duel, the loser must withdraw. Zhao Jinlong roared. Nianshu, close your eyes. Chen Changgang did not respond but softly instructed the girl on his back. You dare ignore me, do you know who I am? My father is Zhao Hao. Zhao Jinlong thundered, brandishing a resplendent golden battle knife, a divine weapon. Linger, he even has a child, how could you have an eye for such a lowly wretch? I shall not allow it. He is nothing but a coward, observe my blade, setting sun slash. Boom, Zhao Jinlong unleashed his prideful strike, aiming to showcase his might before Su Ling. Tremble, pretty boy, a true king is beyond your reach. Die, he shouted fiercely. You frightened the child. Boom, Chen Changgang stepped forward, and a cloud of blood mist erupted, resembling blooming fireworks. Zhao Jinlong was dead, completely and utterly dead, he didn't even comprehend how it had happened. Unaware of the heavens and the earth, Chen Changgang remarked indifferently. Had it not been for Chen Nianchu's presence, this braggart would have exploded the moment he uttered his first word. Such so-called prodigies would meet their demise with just a glance from him. Young master! The servants of Zhao Jinlong were struck with terror as they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. You killed the young master. You are finished. The Zhao family will boom. Another 5 bursts of blood erupted as 5 Divine Calamity Realm individuals attempted to flee, only to be obliterated in the process. Chen Changgang slowly departed, leaving behind a chilling silence. None dared to utter a word in the oppressive atmosphere. Nianchu, you may open your eyes now, Chen Changgang stated as he left the scene of carnage. Brother, you didn't have to close your eyes, Nianchu replied. I am not afraid. I have seen far more terrifying things. Chen Nianchu added, recalling fragments of her past, some of which remained etched in her memory. Then why did you close your eyes? You said nothing. Chen Changgang smiled. If only the demon emperor were like this, how delightful it would be to deceive him with something as simple as a piece of candy. Nianchu must listen to brother. If you behave well, you may receive a kiss from me. Chen Nianchu sweetly responded, resting her chin on Chen Changgang's back, her large, watery eyes fixed on the figures below. The chatter around her seemed irrelevant, as if it belonged to another world. Ha! Chen Changgang was at a loss for words. You still remember that? Damn, who would dare kiss you now? A flicker of awareness crossed his mind. He feared even Lao Deng could not protect him. Nianchu, you just mentioned you've seen something more terrifying. What was it? Chen Changgang inquired, keen to divert the conversation. It was black. A world entirely devoid of color, Chen Nianchu replied. Black? Is that the vision of her true self? Could it be a confrontation of emperors? Chen Changgang pondered, curiosity piqued. And many corpses, floating alongside the stars, continuously twisting, transforming into incredibly terrifying monsters, Chen Nianchu recounted, her brow adorned with shimmering runes, the imperial runes safeguarding her. The memory she conjured evoked a sense of dread, drawing forth fearsome causality. Something ominous sought to interfere. Chen Changgang, realizing the situation, quickly interjected, Enough, do not speak further, brother is afraid. Ah, so brother is also timid, Chen Nianchu remarked, suddenly planting a gentle kiss on Chen Changgang's neck. Do not fear, Nianchu will always accompany you. Ding! You have earned the trust of the ruthless demon emperor, enhancing mutual trust. Reward Extinction Finger Celestial Technique, a single finger to extinguish celestial beings, the system's voice echoed, catching Chen Changgang by surprise. This is possible, he exclaimed. She kisses me, and I receive nothing. Yet she kisses him, and instantly acquires a celestial technique. Ha! Just as Chen Changgang reveled in his newly acquired celestial technique, he furrowed his brow, sensing a terrifying aura, a sword intent, an exceptionally sharp and pure sword intent. He turned to see a woman approaching. She was clad in simple attire, rough linen garments, her hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing straw sandals, and carrying a wooden sword as she strode confidently. Such a humble appearance was exceedingly rare in the Sacred Path Tower, a place where noble families congregated, and yet no one dared provoke her, for she was formidable. She radiated the essence of an unsheathed celestial sword, sharp and imposing, causing the younger generation to avert their gazes. Each step she took was steady, emanating a terrifying sword intent that filled the air with dread. It was as if a celestial sword walked among them. Chen Changgang observed her, and she met his gaze, striding towards him with purpose before speaking. Hello, I am Jian Li. Chapter 60. Li Daoxian greetings, I am Jian Li. Chen Changgang squinted as he scrutinized her. A frown creased his brow. The purity of this woman's swordsmanship was astonishing. She was undeniably powerful, perhaps the most formidable young individual he had encountered thus far. He sensed that even the one with the could not compare to her. Greetings, I am Jian Li, she repeated, her voice calm as she noticed Chen Changgang's silence. Despite her uniquely striking attire, her beauty was truly extraordinary, a rare gem in this world, embodying a kind of ethereal purity. A pure allure, her aura was sanctified and transcendent, far removed from the mundane. Were she to don an enticing crimson garment and adorn herself with exquisite ornaments, she would indeed resemble a celestial maiden. Devil sect, Chen Changgang acknowledged politely. I am aware. Your reputation precedes you, such beauty is indeed a rarity, making you a veritable handsome man, Jian Li remarked with a glimmering smile. Her candid compliment took Chen Changgang by surprise. It was his first encounter with a woman so unabashedly declaring his attractiveness, and her lack of shyness was equally startling. You flatter me, Miss Jian, he replied with a serene smile, turning to leave. I am not merely Miss Jian, you may call me Allure. I do not appreciate the title of Miss Jian, nor do I consider myself inferior. Jin Li's abrupt statement momentarily stunned Chen Changgang. He assured her that he had no ulterior motives. Brother, she is quite special, Chen Nianchu suddenly interjected, perched on Chen Changgang's back, her small head resting on his shoulder. In what way is she special? Chen Changgang did not pause or respond to Jin Li but continued to walk away slowly. I cannot quite place her. It feels as though I have seen her before, Nianchu murmured. I don't know, so it doesn't matter, Chen Changgang chuckled. He too felt a sense of familiarity but refrained from inquiring further. The woman bore no identifiable traits, and her sudden greeting raised his suspicions. Yet, they were indeed strangers to one another. Meanwhile, Jin Li observed the retreating figures of the two, her gentle smile gradually fading. In this life, you remain unchanged, Changgang, you still possess such beauty. Only I, Jin Li, am worthy of you. I shall not let you slip away again. Whoever obstructs my path must reckon with my sword. Jin Li whispered to herself. This was not mere narcissism or arrogance. She regarded herself as a paragon among her peers, dismissing all others. Even the esteemed son of the celestial palace held no significance in her eyes. Only Chen Changgang could capture her attention. Her beauty was indisputable, yet she scorned the need for adornment. A woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes. For now, she had no desire to present herself in her most exquisite form to Senior Sister, Wowo, I've finally found you. I searched high and low for you. At that moment, a young girl dashed from afar, embracing Jin Li's arm and rubbing her small head against it. Senior Sister. That fellow said he wishes to stroll with you in this sacred city. What should we do? He is truly insufferable, and our master insists we must get along with him. Jin Li withdrew her hand from the girl's embrace, which was adorned with two plump dumpling-like cheeks. Why bother with him? Does he truly believe that being the son of an ancient emperor makes him the foremost among the younger generation? How laughable. Jin Li scoffed. What son of an ancient emperor? I have no interest whatsoever. Her thoughts were solely fixated on Chen Changgang, a past regret she longed to rectify. He. Junior Sister, I never claimed to be the foremost among the younger generation, but I doubt there are many who can rival me. A soft chuckle resonated. A young man appeared before them in a flash, clad in a golden robe embroidered with a vivid five-clawed dragon, emanating an air of magnificence. Though his handsome visage could not rival Chen Changgang's, he was still undeniably a striking figure. Li Daoxian, do not presume that merely by bestowing titles upon yourself you are invincible. If you were truly that formidable, why not wait until this era to break free from your self-imposed limitations? Ultimately, you remain inadequate. You lack the courage to compete with the prodigies of that era, Jin Li asserted. She felt a twinge of disdain for Li Daoxian. He was the first to inspire such aversion within her, devoid of any positive sentiment. You do not comprehend that era's figures were terrifyingly powerful. A strategic retreat is not fear, it is wisdom, Li Daoxian responded, his demeanor unruffled, smiling lightly. He had encountered many prodigies, yet he truly dared not contend with those from that era. All who dared to challenge them had fallen, serving as sustenance for her imperial path. Even in this era, he doubted anyone possessed the qualifications to seize the divine mandate. Every era has its prodigies, Jin Li stated before turning to leave. He. While this may herald the dawn of a glorious era, I have already ascended to divine fire. Who among the world's prodigies can rival me? Li Daoxuan's words echoed, and suddenly, a terrifying sword energy surged forth from Jin Li's direction. This strand of sword energy bore a divine aura. Time-space eye, activate. Li Daoxuan's brow furrowed as he opened and closed his eyes, an ancient essence manifesting, cryptic time-space runes evolving, subtly influencing the fabric of time and space, before he struck forth with a palm. Boom! The sword energy erupted, shattering the void around Li Daoxian, causing him to stagger back several steps, astonished. Divine fire, you have also broken through to divine fire. Li Daoxian exclaimed. To find someone of comparable strength among the current generation's prodigies was utterly unexpected. Truly worthy of the innate sword heart and innate sword bone. I had thought only Yu Xianlin could surprise me, yet you are equally formidable. This union is indeed necessary, you are deserving of this imperial son. Li Daoxian mused to himself, a grin spreading across his face. Among the current generation's prodigies, he had only encountered two at the divine fire level of the untainted celestial body Yu Xianlin and the innate sword heart Jin Li. What a surprise, yet, he felt no fear. His hidden cards would allow him to triumph over these individuals' imperial blood. In the same realm, he was confident in his invincibility, unless another son of an ancient emperor emerged. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family's grand hall. Are you certain? Is it really that little beast? The elder inquired of the middle-aged man, his head bowed in palpable fear. The supreme magic eye is said to be exceedingly ruthless, a single strike is lethal. Jinlong was no match. Zhao Jinlong is dead. This was the heir Zhao Hao intended to cultivate, now tragically lost. Bang. You have gone too far in your oppression of the Zhao family. Zhao Hao slammed his palm onto the table, reducing it to powder. He was consumed by fury. His son Zhao Jinlong had met his demise. You cowardly protector, you dare not make a move. I tasked you with safeguarding Jinlong, yet you stood by and watched him perish. Zhao Hao glared at the kneeling elder, wishing to rend him into 1,000 pieces. Patriarch, I truly did not know that little beast was so powerful. He killed young Master Jinlong with a single blow. He wielded divine power. He is in the divine catastrophe realm, possibly even divine fire. The elder's face was a picture of despair as Zhao Jinlong's death had crossed his mind. He had considered intervening to eliminate Chen Changgang and provide an explanation for the Zhao family, yet he hesitated, fearing the Holy Dao sect's warning against conflict with the Devil sect, for a fully realized holy body was far too terrifying. Mobilize the troops. Declare war, avenge my son. Zhao Hao bellowed, his aura of a saintly king surging forth, yet, in the next instant, his furious presence was suppressed by an even more terrifying force. In an instant, the entire trembling hall fell silent, and everyone within was rendered immobile. A great saint has arrived. Yet, there was no fear. Zhao Hao furrowed his brow. Pay your respects to the sect master. He lowered his head and clasped his hands in greeting. A woman descended from the air, her form flickering before materializing within the grand hall. Zhao Hao, are you quite enraged? The woman inquired. Upon her arrival, no one dared to breathe. It was the sect master of the Holy Dao sect, Shang Yingxiao, the most powerful entity in the entire sacred Dao domain, capable of wielding absolute authority. Zhao Hao was astounded. This esteemed figure had personally descended upon the Zhao family. Sect Master, Jinlong is dead. Asa father, I must take action. While a fully realized holy body is indeed formidable, this is my chance to strike while he is conversing. The Zhao family will not implicate the sect, you need not worry, Zhao Hao whispered, his resolve to seek vengeance unwavering. In his mind, the absence of the fully realized holy body presented a singular opportunity for retribution. Should he miss this chance, he would never have another. Foolish, do you truly believe the devil sect has only one fully realized holy body? Shang Yingxiao admonished. She had come to prevent Zhao Hao from taking action. You can have another son. Sons can be born anew. You are not lacking in lifespan. Marrying thousands of partners to bear a talented son is not impossible. However, should you act rashly, the Zhao family will surely perish. Shang Yingxiao continued. But sect master, I am unwilling. Jinlong was my heart's blood. We shared a deep bond. He has been lost. Zhao Hao's face reflected his deep resentment. And yet, what of it? Is your aged saint of the Zhao family capable of contending with the 3 great demon lords of the devil sect? Even with my assistance, you would still fail. Remember, the devil sect cannot be provoked. Let it clash with the celestial palace instead, Shang Yingxiao instructed. With a mere gesture, a grand formation enveloped the Zhao family. This formation permitted only those below the saint level to leave. Any others attempting to depart would face death. After delivering her words, Shang Yingxiao vanished. She would not allow the Holy Dao sect to engage with the devil sect. She intended to observe the conflict from a distance. Boom! Zhao Hao struck the air with his palm, his uncontainable rage igniting. Confined, very well. Patriarch, do not be angry, the sect master's words hold wisdom. We cannot afford to provoke the devil sect. Rather, we should now seek to find suitable partners to continue the Zhao lineage or support a few other sons in their growth. Zhao Hao had several sons, yet none possessed the talent of Zhao Jinlong, thus they were overlooked. Find me 3,000, it matters not if they are from within the clan or without, as long as they possess decent talent and pleasing appearances. Furthermore, spread the word that Jinhu shall replace Jinlong, and all of Jinlong's cultivation resources shall be allocated to Jinhu. Zhao Hao promptly issued the command. Since Shang Yingxiao forbade him from taking action, he would create another prodigy of his own. Chapter 60 Li Dao Shen Greetings, I am Jianli. Chen Changge squinted as he scrutinized her, a frown creasing his brow. The purity of this woman's swordsmanship was formidable. She was the most powerful young person he had ever encountered. He felt that even the dual-eyed gaze of the heavy pupil paled in comparison to her prowess. Hello, I am Jianli, she reiterated, noticing Chen Changge's lack of response. She offered a serene smile and repeated her introduction. Despite her unique attire, her beauty was truly unparalleled, a rare gem in this world, exuding a kind of innocent allure, a pure desire. Her aura was sanctified and transcendent, utterly ethereal. Were she to don an alluring red belly wrap and adorn herself with exquisite jewelry, she would surely be a celestial maiden of this realm. Devil sect, Chunchanga, he replied politely. I am aware. Your fame precedes you. With such looks, you are indeed a rare beauty, Jinli said with a radiant smile. Her candid compliment took Chunchanga by surprise. It was the first time he had encountered a woman so forthright in declaring him handsome, and she exhibited not a trace of bashfulness. You flatter me, Miss Sword. Chunchanga returned her smile coolly and turned to leave. I am not Miss Sword, you may call me Alalai. I dislike that title and do not consider myself inferior. Jinli's sudden declaration momentarily stunned Chunchanga. He assured her he had no ulterior motives. Brother, she is quite extraordinary, Chen Nianchu suddenly interjected. She perched on Chunchanga's back, her little head resting on his shoulder. In what way is she extraordinary? Chunchanga did not pause or respond to Jinli, instead continuing to walk away. She seems somewhat familiar, as if I have seen her before, Nianchu murmured, perplexed. If we do not know, then let it be, Chunchanga chuckled. He too felt a sense of familiarity but refrained from inquiring. This woman bore no identifiable traits and had approached him without introduction, which undoubtedly raised suspicions, yet, they truly did not know each other. Meanwhile, Jinli observed the retreating figures, her faint smile gradually fading. I am this new life, you remain unchanged, Changa, you are still the same, so strikingly handsome, only I, Jinli, am worthy of you. I shall not let you slip away again. Those who obstruct my path must first reckon with my sword, Jinli murmured. This was not mere self-indulgence or arrogance. As a prodigy of this era, she regarded all others with disdain. Even the esteemed prince of the celestial palace held no significance in her eyes. Only Chunchanga captured her attention. Her beauty was beyond question, yet she scorned vanity. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. She felt no need to present her most exquisite self to attract those she abhorred. Senior sister. Senior sister, whoa, I finally found you, I've searched high and low. At that moment, a young girl rushed in from a distance, throwing herself into Jinli's arms, her small head nuzzling against her. Senior sister. That fellow said he wanted to stroll through the Holy Path City with you. What should we do? He is truly insufferable, and our master insists we get along with him. Jinli withdrew her hand from the embrace of the girl with two adorable buns. Why bother with him? Does he truly believe that being the son of an ancient emperor makes him the foremost among the younger generation? Ridiculous. Jinli scoffed. The identity of the ancient emperor's son held no allure for her. Her sole interest lay in Chunchanga. That was her past regret, one she wished to remedy. Junior sister, I never claimed to be the best of the younger generation, but I doubt there are many who can rival me. A soft voice interjected as a young man appeared before them. Clad in a golden robe adorned with a vividly embroidered five-clawed dragon, he was undeniably handsome, though he could not surpass Chunchanga's allure. Li Daoxian, do not presume that your self-proclaimed invincibility is genuine. If you were truly that powerful, why would you need to boast? Wait until this era to break free from your self-imposed limitations. Ultimately, you remain inadequate, you lack the courage to compete with the prodigies of that era, Jinli remarked, her disdain evident. She harbored a certain aversion toward Li Daoxian, the first individual to evoke such feelings within her, devoid of any fondness. You do not understand, that era was terrifically daunting. A prudent retreat is not fear. It is wisdom, Li Daoxian replied, unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had encountered many prodigies, yet he genuinely feared competing with those from that era. Those who dared to challenge them had all perished, their demise serving as sustenance for her imperial path. Every era has its prodigies, Jinli retorted before turning to leave. Although this marks the dawn of a glorious era, I already stand amidst the divine fire. Who among the world's prodigies can contend with me? Li Daoxuan's words reverberated as a terrifying sword energy suddenly sliced through the air towards Jinli's direction. This strand of sword energy carried a divine aura. Time and space activate. Li Daoxian furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering open and shut as an ancient aura emerged, the obscure time-space runes evolving, causing subtle fluctuations in time and space. He then struck out with his palm. Bang! The sword energy erupted, shattering the void around Li Daoxian, forcing him to retreat several steps. He felt astonished. Divine fire, you have also broken through to divine fire. Li Daoxian exclaimed in disbelief. The existence of a contemporary prodigy capable of matching him left him utterly astonished. Truly, the innate sword heart and innate sword bone were remarkable. He had initially thought that only Yu Xianlin could surprise him, yet he had not anticipated her strength. This union is indeed necessary. You are worthy of this prince. Li Daoxian spoke to himself, his smile broadening. Among the contemporary prodigies he had encountered, only two had reached the divine fire realm of the unsullied celestial body, Yu Xianlin, and the innate sword heart, Jinli. Such a surprise, yet, he felt no fear, for his trump cards would allow him to triumph over them. With imperial blood coursing through him, he was confident in his invincibility among those of the same realm. Unless, of course, another son of an ancient emperor emerged, at the Zhao family estate, within a grand hall. Is it confirmed? Is that little beast truly the one? The elder spoke to a middle-aged man, his head bowed in palpable fear. Zhao Jinlong is dead. This was the heir that the Zhao family head, Zhao Hao, intended to groom, and now he has perished. Bang! You have gone too far, Zhao family. Zhao Hao slammed his palm on the table, turning it to dust in his fury. He was seething with rage. His son, Zhao Jinlong, had been slain. The protector, that coward, had not dared to intervene. I commanded you to protect him. You were supposed to safeguard Jinlong, yet you stood by idly while he was killed. Zhao Hao glared at the kneeling elder, wishing he could subject him to 1,000 tortures. Master, I truly had no idea that the little beast was so powerful. With a single strike, he killed young Master Jinlong. He wielded divine power. He is in the divine tribulation realm. He could even be a divine fire user. I underestimated him. The elder lamented, his face contorted in despair. Zhao Jinlong was dead, and he had contemplated forcefully striking Chen Changge to provide the Zhao family with an explanation. However, he hesitated, recalling the teachings of the Holy Path sect, which advised against conflict with the Devil sect due to the formidable nature of a perfected holy body. Mobilize the troops. Let us wage war for my son's vengeance. Zhao Hao roared, the aura of a sage king erupting from him, but in the next moment, his furious energy was suddenly suppressed by an even more terrifying force. In an instant, the entire quaking hall fell silent, rendering everyone within immobile. A great sage has arrived. Yet, there was no fear among them. Zhao Hao frowned. Pay your respects to the sect master. He bowed, clasping his hands in greeting. A woman stepped in from the void, her figure flashing as she materialized in the hall. Zhao Hao, are you very angry? She inquired. Upon her arrival, everyone dared not breathe of the sect master of the Holy Path sect, Shang Yingxiao. The most powerful figure in the entire Holy Path domain, capable of covering the sky with a single hand. Zhao Hao was utterly astonished. This individual had personally come to the Zhao family. Sect master, Zhao Jinlong is dead. As a father, I must take action. Although the perfected holy body was indeed terrifying, he recognized that now was his opportunity to strike. The Zhao family would not implicate the sect. The sect master need not worry, as Zhao Hao spoke softly. He was determined to take revenge. With the perfected holy body absent, this was his only chance for retribution. If he missed it, he would never have another opportunity. Foolish. Do you think the Devil sect has only one perfected holy body? Shang Yingxiao admonished sternly. She had come expressly to prevent Zhao Hao from taking action. A son may be lost, but he can be reborn. You still have ample years ahead of you. Marrying thousands of partners to bear a gifted son is not impossible. However, should you act, the Zhao family shall surely perish. Shang Yingxiao continued. But sect master, I cannot accept this. Jinlong was my pride and joy. Our bond was profound. He is gone just like that. As a father, Zhao Hao's face twisted in discontent. And what of that? Do you think your aged great sage can compete with the 3 great demon lords of the Devil sect? Even with my assistance, you would not succeed. Remember, do not provoke the Devil sect. Let it clash with the Celestial Palace instead, Shang Yingxiao cautioned. With a wave of her hand, a grand formation enveloped the Zhao family. This formation only permitted those below the sage level to leave. Any others attempting to depart would face death. After delivering her warning, Shang Yingxiao vanished. She would not allow the Holy Path sect to clash with the Devil sect. She intended to watch the turmoil unfold from a distance. Boom! Zhao Hao slammed his palm into the air, his boundless rage igniting within him. You imprison me, very well. Master, calm your anger. The sect master's words hold merit. We cannot provoke the Devil sect. It would be wise to begin seeking suitable partners to ensure the continuation of the Zhao bloodline, or to support the growth of other sons, the elder urged. Zhao Hao had several sons, yet none possessed Zhao Jinlong's talent and thus were not favored. 100 is far too few. Find me 3,000, whether from within the clan or without, as long as they possess decent talent and pleasing appearances. Zhao Hao commanded without hesitation. Chapter 61 of the Stove. After leaving the sacred Dao Tower, the old man Chen Changzhen took Chen Nianchu on a leisurely stroll through the vast expanse of sacred Dao City. This city was teeming with life, inhabited by myriad beings, humans, demons, and a multitude of other varieties. Naturally, there were also many vendors calling out their wares. Kidney tonics, renal supplements, essence boosters. Fear not if you cannot rise, worry only if you are unwilling to rise. With a roar like a tiger and a zeal akin to a dragon, our elixirs are specifically formulated to treat your nightly vigor. Behold, divine weapons for sale. A grand clearance of divine armaments, Master Blacksmith is liquidating stock, offering divine weapons not for 99 or even 999, but for the astonishing price of 100,899. Ancient war relics, shards of ancient holy weapons from a bygone era, acquire them and reap the rewards. Those swift of hand shall seize the opportunity, those hesitant shall miss out. The air was filled with the sounds of enthusiastic haggling. Chen Changzhen merely meandered through the crowd at a leisurely pace. "My lord, do come here. Sir, do step up. That handsome gentleman, might you ascend? No spirit stones required." As they passed by the Hahuan Tower, strange, alluring cries emanated from within, prompting the women passing by to display expressions of disdain above. Captivatingly beautiful women waved silk handkerchiefs and cast flirtatious glances at Chen Changzhen. They were smitten by his striking looks. For such a handsome figure, even if it were free, or better yet, if they had to spend spirit stones to invite him for a dual cultivation session, they would likely oblige. However, Chen Changzhen held no interest whatsoever. The seductive invitations that reached his ears were met with a singular assessment: chickens clucking. To him, the Hahuan Tower was merely a den of poultry. For someone of his stature, venturing into such places would be a disgrace. It was the realms of celestial maidens in exquisite pavilions that were fitting for someone of his caliber. My lord, the majority of individuals on this street are quite ordinary, thus it is rather chaotic. Let us proceed to the adjacent area, where all is orderly and under the auspices of the sacred Tao sect, including an ongoing auction. Should you wish to attend, we may enter midway, Su Ling suggested. Her esteem and admiration for Chen Changzhen had only grown. Facilitating his entry into the auction would pose no challenge. Not interested, Chen Changzhen replied curtly. He had little enthusiasm for the so-called auction. His purpose here was to wander about, hoping to encounter the fabled child of destiny. After all, such individuals were most commonly found in this milieu, where those of humble origins often sought hidden treasures. Friend, I believe this old stove still has some life left in it. Sell it to me for 100 spirit stones. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached Chen Changzhen's ears. He turned to investigate. At the entrance of a narrow alley stood a small stall, where a young man was perusing items, none other than Yi Chen. 100 spirit stones? Are you jesting? I acquired it for far more than that. 150, deal. Yi Chen had directly inflated the price by 50 high-grade spirit stones, and the elder readily agreed to the transaction. The speed at which the old man's expression changed was astonishing. Clearly, the price at which he procured the stove was merely 100 high-grade spirit stones, if not less. The elder believed he had struck a remarkable bargain, yet, in Chen Changzhen's eyes, hold on. Just as Yi Chen was about to pay and take the stove, Chen Changzhen appeared before him, seizing the stove with a firm grip. The stove was roughly the size of a man's head, lacking a lid, and its entire body was a deep black, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. It's you! Yi Chen exclaimed in shock. What do you intend to do? I purchased this stove first. It's a matter of first come, first served, he retorted sharply. Owner, first come, first served. I was the first to buy this stove, for 150 high-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, Yi Chen produced a small storage pouch containing precisely 150 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the stove is mine, Chen Changzhen declared, turning his gaze toward the elder. Intuition told him that this old man was no ordinary character. Little brat, this simply won't do. He has already paid 150 spirit stones. If you wish to purchase it, you might have to part with your eyes. Chapter 62. The Celestial Clan, the complete overlord body. He purchased 150 spirit stones, which sufficed. Should you wish to buy, you must forfeit your eyes. The old man's words were spoken with a nonchalant tone, his demeanor exuding an extraordinary presence. You desire my eyes? Chen Changzhen released his grip, his gaze shimmered with an eerie black light, within which shadowy figures flickered into view. Those were the silhouettes of divine demons. The realm of the 3,000 divine demons was evolving, and the cosmos was undergoing transformation. Curiosity ignited within him. He wished to see in contrast. The old man was far more interested in observing your father. The complete holy body has not emerged for many years. I wonder if it will slay as effortlessly as it did in its prime. The old man rose. Yi Chen also bore a smile. Encountering Chen Changzhen here was unexpected for him. However, his presence was not merely coincidental. He had come here with purpose. Based on his experiences from his previous life, this old man was an unparalleled powerhouse, and this furnace represented his opportunity. He sought to acquire resources. Additionally, he could attempt to befriend the old man. You came for my father. Are you not afraid of death? Chen Changzhen expressed his surprise. This old man possessed immense strength and should be aware of the complete holy body's might, yet he still approached. Perhaps he was overly confident, or perhaps he was exceedingly powerful. I have had the fortune to slay the complete holy body, young one. You are remarkably composed. No wonder you have been chosen by the celestial overlord body lineage. The old man stood, gazing at Yi Chen with satisfaction. The celestial overlord body, this was Yi Chen's constitution. His arrival was due to the fact that the old man was also of the celestial overlord body. He was a successor. Moreover, this constitution bore a deep-seated enmity with the primal holy body. Senior, he is also of the primal holy body. I in his presence, my bloodline feels an unusual sensation. Perhaps I should annihilate him, Yi Chen declared. He could sense that Chen Changgang's constitution exuded the aura of the primal holy body. However, he remained unaware that Chen Changgang was, in truth, of the primal kidney body. He had already inherited the will of the golden kidney warrior. You are mistaken. As a successor of the celestial clan, you should not feel this way, nor should you fear one who is yet to fully mature as a holy body. Today, I shall make you aware of our clan's mission to hunt the primal holy body, the elder proclaimed. He was merely intrigued by Chen Changgang and would not take action against him. This was the demeanor befitting a formidable being. His ultimate goal was the complete primal holy body. Chen Fan, I have underestimated him. Chen Changgang's expression remained calm. Even if the individual before him claimed to be the most powerful of the celestial clan, he felt no trepidation. For he knew that old Deng was in this very city. Meanwhile, Su Ling gradually retreated behind the crowd. She dared not intervene. The primal holy body and the celestial overlord body were steeped in numerous legends, including an age-old enmity, well known among the various great powers. This man undoubtedly emerged from the forbidden chasm. Truly, a young calf fears not the tiger. In the past, any successor of the primal holy body would have fled at the mere sight of my presence. Yet here you are, utterly unfazed. Do you believe your father can triumph over me? The old man remarked. His divine sense fell upon Chen Changgang, revealing a hint of surprise, the aura of divinity. He could not discern Chen Changgang's realm of cultivation. The system's concealment was excessively potent. However, he was certain that Chen Changgang was at least at the divine calamity realm, far surpassing their lineage's successor, Yi Chen, who was merely at the true king realm. You are aged and frail. My father would have no trouble defeating you, Chen Changgang replied with calm assurance. Although he concealed himself well until he attained completion, what of it? Does one truly believe that upon reaching the complete holy body, they are invincible? To challenge an emperor, one must possess the fortune to witness an emperor. The old man scoffed. The sudden emergence of the complete holy body surprised them, yet they did not find it troublesome. The celestial clan would continue their hunt. Suppress your realm and engage him in battle. If you win, I shall grant you 1,000 years to grow. If you lose, you shall be added to our list of successful hunts, becoming the 76th slain holy body. The elder declared. His words left Yi Chen astounded. Senior, Yi Chen's face reflected his inner turmoil. What, are you afraid, you, who have awakened 3 celestial forms, fear that you are not his equal in the same realm? The old man inquired. The celestial forms are a hallmark of the celestial overlord body lineage. There are 9 celestial forms in total, and Yi Chen had already awakened 3, allowing him to battle against sovereigns at the true king level. But what if I do not suppress my realm? Chen Changgang retorted disdainfully. What, are you also afraid? The old man turned to Chen Changgang once more. Afraid? No, I fear that I may inadvertently kill this worthless fool. You, with your frail old body, will have nowhere to weep when that happens. Chen Changgang spoke frankly. His audacious demeanor incited a desire to silence him with a slap. Chen Fan, having arrived, why do you not reveal yourself? The old man disregarded Chen Changgang and called into the void. The space shimmered, and a figure materialized. It was none other than Chen Fan. He descended beside Chen Changgang, his expression serene. I have awaited you for a long time, Chen Fan spoke, his tone suggesting he was already aware that the celestial overlord body would come here. I must say, you are quite adept at concealing yourself. In this era, to have attained completion is impressive, the old man remarked. While their words appeared calm, their gazes clashed fiercely. The emergence of a complete overlord body from the abyss truly showcases the esteem in which you hold me, Chen Fan. Chen Fan discerned the old man's strength with a single glance, leaving Chen Changgang astonished. The complete overlord body, this was a being of the same caliber as the complete holy body, having cultivated the 9 celestial forms of the celestial overlord body. The 9 celestial forms corresponded with the 9 extraordinary phenomena of the primal holy body. You must understand that within the abyss, I am the weakest, and you shall surely perish, the old man declared, his aura ascending, his body emanating a terrifying purple light. A colossal dragon's head materialized, the head of the purple dragon. This was the first celestial form of the celestial overlord body, the true dragon's head. Roar, a battle that shook the heavens, the old man bellowed, causing the entirety of the Holy Path City to tremble. Their kind was too fearsome. Should a battlefield erupt within the Holy Path City, the city would be obliterated. The battle must take place in the cosmic void, far removed from the ancient realm. I shall strike and slay that wretch. Chen Fan's voice suddenly resonated within Chen Changgang's mind, and then he leapt into the air. The primal holy body and the celestial overlord body were ancient rivals. He had encountered his strongest adversary and did not wish for his son to face such a fate in the future. He aimed to eliminate Chen Chang'e before the celestial overlord body had fully matured. This was also Chen Chang'e's intention. Rumble, the barriers of the ancient realm tore apart, and the two appeared in the starry sky. The boundless cosmos trembled violently as a gigantic purple hand emerged from within, reaching for Chen Fan. The complete overlord body had made its move. His first strike was a lethal attack. The massive hand encompassed the starry river, severing the universe, and suddenly transformed into a claw that was the claw of the white tiger. The white tiger's celestial form, one of the 9 celestial forms, the enormous claw of the white tiger struck out, unleashing a torrent of purple light, infused with an unending killing intent. Chen Fan's eyes gleamed with lightning, his entire being radiated golden light, and a chaotic seedling of a blue lotus suddenly appeared beneath him, enveloping him entirely. The chaotic seedling blue lotus. This was the manifestation of the primal holy body, which had been evolved to its utmost by the complete Chen Fan, renowned as the most formidable defensive divine art, colliding with the white tiger's claw. The clash of two titans was exceedingly fierce, shaking the boundless starry sky, drawing the gaze of numerous great figures. The more they observed, the more apprehensive they became. The celestial overlord body. The celestial clan has emerged, the hunter from the abyss shall surely perish. In this manner, should the holy body fall, the prior agreement would be rendered moot, and the ancient realm shall once again be under our dominion. The Celestial Palace and certain ancient clan powerhouses whispered among themselves. In recent days, they had been wary of the complete holy body, yet had continually restrained their descendants. If Chen Fan were to die, then the demon sect's influence would undergo a complete reorganization. They would no longer be fearful. At this moment, within Holy Path City, Chen Chang'e sensed the commencement of the cosmic battle and immediately took a step forward. Annihilation Finger. Chapter 63. The Death of Yi Chen. The emergence of the imperial weapon with Chen Chang'e carrying Chen Nianshu on his back. He pointed decisively. A terrifying black ray of light erupted from his slender finger. Boom! As the finger pierced the void, the fearsome black ray struck Yi Chen's brow, unleashing a glimmer of golden light. Yi Chen was hurled away by an overwhelming force, transcending the universe. Chen Chang'e stepped forward, grasping the air, and a resplendent sun coalesced in his hand, rapidly expanding. The Sun Fist, the technique imparted by the old master. He paid no mind to whether Yi Chen had perished beneath the annihilation finger. He aimed to obliterate him outright. Boom! A sun hurtled towards Yi Chen's form, a torrent of terrifying light erupting forth. A pitch-black cauldron soared into the sky. It was the cauldron Yi Chen had acquired from the old man. The dark vessel surged with radiance, brilliant runes materializing as its outer layer swiftly shed. In an instant, the cauldron revealed its true form. It was a magnificent golden cauldron resembling an incense burner, adorned with ethereal figures. Ancient cauldron, arise! Yi Chen slammed his palm onto the ground, abruptly rising. He maneuvered the colossal ancient cauldron to collide with the descending resplendent sun, yet the impact was far from the fierce clash he had envisioned. Yi Chen was sent flying. Both he and the cauldron were sent sprawling through the air. How could this be possible? How could you be so powerful? Yi Chen spat blood continuously, unable to fathom the situation. He wielded the ancient cauldron, yet was inexplicably struck down with bare hands. What realm is this person in? The cauldron is commendable, but you are utterly worthless, Chen Chang'e remarked. This cauldron is an imperial weapon. It merely absorbed the brunt of his attack, otherwise, Yi Chen would have been annihilated in a single blow. His eyes opened wide, a dark light shooting forth from them, transforming into an unimaginably colossal phantom. This is the divine demon phantom. In the instant the divine demon phantom manifested, it wielded a battle sword, slashing towards Yi Chen. Roar! Celestial tyrant body, activate. True dragon head, manifest. White tiger claw, appear. Black tortoise shell, reveal. Yi Chen coughed up purple blood, igniting his essence as he desperately manifested the 3 lesser forms. He summoned all his strength. Boom! The divine demon sword swept through, the massive true dragon head exploded, the white tiger claw shattered, the black tortoise shell detonated, and then a terrifying force surged down upon him. A divine talisman materialized on his brow, burning fiercely, transforming into a protective shield, yet this shield was obliterated in an instant under the overwhelming power. Yi Chen's eyes widened in despair. Despite employing all his hidden cards, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Am I to perish? Boom! Just as despair enveloped Yi Chen, a figure emerged, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Someone had intervened. Stars shift, time turns, a gaze materialized, warping time and space, causing the divine demon phantom to vanish. A young man appeared before Yi Chen, clad in golden robes. He exuded an aura of unyielding pride and unparalleled dominance. The supreme demon I is you. Li Daoxian regarded Chen Chang'e with great interest. His intervention astonished many powerful beings. Why has the imperial prince chosen to act? Is he prepared to contest with the supreme demon I? Ha, surely, the Imperial Prince has recognized his strength and harbored the desire to engage in battle. The Supreme Demon Eye, before the Temporal Eye, it is nothing. The Temporal Eye commands the pinnacle of time and space, its mysteries unparalleled. A mere Supreme Demon Eye is inconsequential. The elders of the Celestial Palace scoffed. They had witnessed Li Daoxuan's formidable prowess, truly formidable, in this generation of prodigies. They did not believe anyone could rival him. Celestial Palace, you intend to protect him? Chen Chang'an's tone was indifferent. He gently set down Chen Nianchu from his back. You all possess merit. Would you be willing to follow this Imperial Prince and become his warriors? As I tread the path of my father to attain the title of Great Emperor, I shall bestow upon you the name of Imperial War Generals. In due time, you too shall belong to the Imperial clan. Li Daoxian declared, revealing his intentions. He had developed a fondness for talent, yet the only response he received was the hand of the heavens. A bone on Chen Chang'an's chest radiated a dazzling light as celestial runes converged. A colossal hand materialized, descending from the heavens, emanating an incomprehensible pressure. Li Daoxian furrowed his brow, unappreciative of the opportunity. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be a powerful being of divine fire. The Wheel of Time, Li Daoxuan's eyes manifested resplendent temporal runes, forming a rotating disc. As the disc spun, the power of time surged forth, and a colossal wheel appeared behind him. The Wheel of Time, he harnessed the power of time with the strength of a divine fire cultivator. Even a mere fragment of this force is fearsome. The power of time, the Imperial Prince is destined for victory. How could a mere Supreme Demon Eye contend with the Imperial Prince? Boom! The hand of the heavens descended, a force of reincarnation swirling, clashing with the power of time. Li Daoxian, who had aimed to manipulate time and space, was suddenly stripped of his lifespan by an overwhelming force. The power of reincarnation, in the realm of the heavens. To witness reincarnation is to enter it. No, the technique of the heavens. How could you possess the technique of the heavens? The heavens, the master of all of the Supreme Bone's innate secret method, had initially appeared familiar and formidable, but in this moment, he recognized it. The technique of the heavens, the Supreme Bone. He actually possesses the Supreme Bone. How is this possible? This little wretch did not inherit his father's primordial sacred body. How could he also possess the Supreme Bone? The elders of the Celestial Palace gasped, their pupils constricting sharply. Standing unmoved, Chen Chang'an, who could suppress the two prodigies with a single hand, maintained his indifferent expression, his white robes fluttering, untouched by dust. The Imperial Prince is no match. As the elders of the Celestial Palace regained their senses, they rushed to intervene, attempting to obstruct Chen Chang'an, but as soon as they moved, three dark figures appeared before them, blocking their path. It was the three great sages, Huang Laozu, Jie Tianyun, and Su Laosan. With their emergence, no one could approach Chen Chang'an's vicinity. Get away! The hand of the heavens grasped down, rendering two individuals white-haired and frail. They howled, invoking their respective divine powers. Ancient Cauldron, arise! Boom! Yi Chen, cornered and furious, shouted, refusing to succumb despite his white hair. The Ancient Cauldron spun rapidly, its totem shining, yet it quickly dimmed, unable to withstand any longer. Bang! A palm descended, shattering the earth, completely suppressing the two, their energy waning. Yi Chen, weaker than Li Daoxian, was on the brink of demise. Father, save me! Li Daoxian screamed. Boom! The myriad realms trembled, and far away in the Celestial Palace, beneath a subterranean palace, a golden coffin trembled. Boom! With a resounding crash, the lid of the golden coffin flew open, and a brilliant sword light burst forth from the palace, vanishing into the void. A trace of imperial might suppressed the myriad realms. An imperial weapon had awakened, the boundless void erupted, and a resplendent golden sword entered the sacred path domain, descending upon the sacred path city. It was the imperial weapon, the Golden Radiance Sword. The imperial weapon of the Golden Radiance Emperor has arrived. The imperial weapon protects the young master. That individual is truly a descendant of the great emperor. Chapter 64 of the Might of the Demon Jar, a page of golden scripture. The Golden Radiance Sword, the imperial weapon of the ancient Golden Radiance Emperor. Although the Golden Radiance Emperor may not be hailed as a supreme deity and does not merit the title of the ultimate path, this imperial weapon remains formidable. It sliced through the void, trembling slightly, as the imperial engravings inscribed upon it suddenly awakened. Clang! The Golden Radiance Sword resonated, its brilliance surging forth like the resplendent sun in the heavens. Its radiant light shattered the heavenly hand, obliterating the celestial arts, and disintegrating all supreme runes from above. Put! I will make you pay with your life. Li Daoxian roared, rising beneath the aegis of the Golden Radiance Sword, bathed in the glow of the imperial weapon. Never before had he felt so constrained since his emergence into the world. Vengeance was imperative. He must eliminate Chen Chang'an. Is this your confidence, old and frail? Chen Chang'an scoffed. He stood before Chen Nianchu, impervious to any imperial might. This astonished many beings, leaving them in disbelief. Yet, Li Daoxian, consumed by rage, remained oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. At this moment, all he desired was revenge. Firmly grasping the Golden Radiance Sword, clang! The Golden Radiance Sword trembled, a profusion of runes erupting forth. I must concede. In terms of innate talent, I cannot measure up to you, but so what? I have a father who is an emperor, while you do not. This is the reason for your defeat today. Boom! The entirety of the Sacred Path City quaked violently, as Li Daoxian, wielding the golden radiance sword, appeared as if an emperor had descended, slowly hovering above the ground, his bloodline ignited. It was the blood of an emperor ablaze. Time and space activate, reverse. Boom, Li Daoxian's eyes opened and closed, endless temporal runes converging, resembling a vortex of time that in an instant, he directly reversed the once weary and white-haired figure restored to his former appearance, under the imperial weapon. All were but ants. No matter how extraordinary your talent, I shall sever it. With a mighty roar, Li Daoxian shouted, golden radiance sword, strike! An inferno of unbridled fury erupted from him as he unleashed his father's self-created imperial sword technique, transforming into a dazzling sun. The sun rotated, with golden crows soaring, tearing apart the heavens and cleaving towards Chen Shanggang. An imperial weapon, ha, you are not the sole possessor. Chen Shangang's indifferent words fell as a blood-red jar materialized in his hand. The jar, entirely crimson and resembling a human form, or a bizarre pattern. The moment it was summoned, that strange design suddenly radiated the light of the ultimate path, the sky-swallowing demon jar. Upon its summoning, the imperial might of the ultimate path surged forth, sweeping across the myriad realms, boundless and immeasurable. Boom, with a tremendous crash, the demon jar opened, colliding directly with the resplendent sun, causing Li Daoxian to revert to his original form and fly backwards. Yet, before he could land, a terrifying force of absorption manifested, yanking Li Daoxian towards the jar. No, no, save me, he pleaded, yearning for the elders of the Celestial Palace to rescue him. However, not a single elder could approach. The overwhelming pressure of the demon jar was so fearsome that even in its absence, the might of the demon sect's powerhouses would prevent the Celestial Palace's experts from drawing near. Li Daoxian was engulfed in despair. He ignited all his vital blood, attempting to urge the golden radiance sword to save him, but it was in vain. The golden radiance sword remained immobile. Father! Li Daoxian howled. His body was on the verge of being consumed by the demon jar. Boom, the golden radiance sword quivered violently, and a terrifying consciousness stirred within. It was the remnant imperial soul of the emperor. The moment that wisp of imperial soul appeared, the golden radiance sword fully revived. Akin to the descent of an emperor, the entire Sacred Path City trembled under this overwhelming pressure, as if it were a solitary boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea. Stars tumbled from the heavens, and the entire starry sky was rent asunder, attempting to forge a path to carry Li Daoxian away. The sky-swallowing demon jar. How could it be the sky-swallowing demon jar? But at that very moment, the jar suddenly erupted with bloodlight, and the imperial might of the ultimate path surged once more, merely quaking slightly to suppress the golden radiance sword firmly. The remnant soul of the golden radiance emperor howled within the golden radiance sword, imbued with boundless terror. The sky-swallowing demon jar, the imperial weapon of that unparalleled emperor, a vessel that instills fear across the ages. Its appearance bestows only endless dread upon the beings of the myriad realms. Now it has reappeared. No, no, no! Li Daoxian screamed as he was drawn into the demon jar. Imperial Sun! The experts of the Celestial Palace roared. Some attempted to intervene, but were thwarted. Others quaked in fear. The demon jar, the dread-inducing entity, had once again revealed itself to the world. Chen Shanggang grasped the sky-swallowing demon jar, stowing it away, before lifting Chen Nianchu into his arms. A frown creased his brow. Just moments ago, at the instant the jar awakened, Chen Nianchu's entire being radiated light before she fainted. This was rather peculiar. Her internal aura was tranquil, as if she were merely asleep. What on earth was happening? Chen Shanggang furrowed his brow. Were it not for his ability to skillfully control the demon jar, he might have believed it was Chen Nianchu who wielded it. Clang! At that moment, the golden radiance sword stirred, attempting to flee. Chen Shanggang flicked his hand, hurling the demon jar to intercept the half-submerged sword, forcing it out of the void. Bang! The golden radiance sword hit the ground, its brilliance dimmed. You think you can return after coming this far? Chen Shanggang landed and seized the golden radiance sword. Ruined, this once ordinary imperial weapon has been utterly destroyed by the sky-swallowing demon jar, losing its sentience. Now it is merely a sturdier sword. To restore it and claim its allegiance, perhaps only the Golden Radiance Emperor or other emperors might suffice. Chen Shanggang dismissed the notion of further investigation. He possessed 3 swords of the ultimate path, while this ordinary imperial weapon held no value in his eyes. Having collected his belongings, Chen Shanggang approached a corpse, releasing his consciousness. It was the body of Yi Chen. Though he had perished, it was essential to search for any possessions, especially the golden light that had resisted his annihilation finger. With a snap of his fingers, a beam of light descended upon Yi Chen's aged head, causing it to explode. Buzz, a resplendent golden light surged forth, and a page of golden scripture soared into the air, enveloped in endless runes, with a terrifying aura of the path flowing through it. Such a treasure! This item belongs to Yi Chen? Chen Changgang marveled. He grasped the golden page, which instantly lost its dazzling radiance. The surging runes vanished without a trace. What is happening? Chen Changgang furrowed his brow. This item had transformed in an instant. Not only had the runes disappeared, but even the brilliant aura of the path had dissipated. What remained in his hand resembled a mere sheet of gold leaf. The furnace is also an imperial weapon, quite remarkable, Chen Changgang murmured. His primal magic I could not penetrate the golden leaf, so he stored it away and began to examine the furnace. The furnace was not large, resembling a censer, now turned pitch black, yet the patterns on its exterior were distinctly visible. Who crafted this primal furnace? Chen Changgang pondered, gazing at the sky, where endless radiant light surged. The battle beyond the ancient realm is fierce. Victory should be within reach, Chen Changgang murmured. Were he not assured that the old man was not some future heavenly emperor or child of destiny, he would harbor concerns. However, being descendants of the dragon, hailing from that azure planet, he had no cause for worry. After all, every individual there was a talent. Chapter 65 of the Fall of Li Daoxian. Is the Starry Sky War truly over? Chen Changzhen departed from the battlefield and returned to the Holy Dao Tower. Is it really him? Indeed, it is he, clad in robes as white as snow, with a demeanor as graceful as jade. He resembles a celestial being, that supreme demonic eye. He has captured the son of the emperor from the immortal palace alive. It is said that the son of the emperor is invincible in this era, yet, he was apprehended by this fellow. Is he truly a divine being? Some assert he is a true deity, others suggest he is a divine fire, and there are even speculations that he might be a celestial god. Though obscured by fearsome forces, it is evident that he is extraordinarily terrifying, the supreme demonic eye. Can the dual pupils truly stand against him? It is hard to say. Even the son of the emperor has been defeated. I feel the dual pupils may not be a match, their realms may be comparable, yet this supreme demonic eye is unfathomable. Such a formidable vessel exists. Some say that vessel belongs to the most ruthless figure of the previous era, a weapon of the emperor, and I cannot fathom how he could possess such extraordinary fortune. Chen Changgen's battle astonished the world. Although his realm was concealed by the system, preventing a clear observation, there were still those who speculated about it. For the devouring heaven demon vessel, it was recognized by some powerful beings. Consequently, such rumors spread throughout the Holy Dao City. The supreme demonic eye has acquired the legacy of the most ruthless figure in history. This news continues to proliferate. Soon, the entire ancient realm will be aware that the demon vessel lies in the hands of Chen Changzhen, the supreme demonic eye. However, Chen Changzhen paid no heed to it. He returned to the Holy Dao Tower. Buzz, the devouring heaven demon vessel shone with a sanguine light, and a figure descended, landing before Chen Changzhen. It was none other than Li Daoxian. You scoundrel, what do you want? Bang! As Li Daoxian emerged, he attempted to rise, only to be firmly pinned down by a colossal foot. You seem unaware of the current situation. Chen Changgen's voice was devoid of emotion. His foot pressed down upon Li Daoxian's head like a celestial body, grinding him into the ground. No matter how he struggled, he found it impossible to move. Release me, let bygones be bygones, Li Daoxian roared in anger. Your father may have escaped the grasp of the great accomplishment tyrant body, but should you provoke me, not only will you and your father perish, even the demon sect shall meet its end. You might think I am speaking absurdities, but I am unafraid to tell you, my father is still alive. He is in the immortal palace. Even if the great accomplishment holy body can contend with the emperor, it is merely a contest. Ah! Li Daoxian shouted, suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain as a terrifying force crushed down upon his back, shattering his ribs. He howled in agony. With a mere thought, Chen Changzhen summoned chains of divinity that bound Li Daoxian's limbs, suspending him in midair. The emperor, quite impressive, indeed, truly, it sent shivers down the spine. As his indifferent words fell, a strand of dreadful sword energy descended upon Li Daoxian, severing his third leg. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed Li Daoxian's entire being. At that moment, he finally felt fear. This fellow could very well disregard his previous words and kill him. Spare me, I am willing to submit to you, to serve as your slave. I am the time and space eye, the solar holy body. Spare me and I shall agree to all your terms. I can even bring numerous benefits from the immortal palace to you. Li Daoxian implored humbly. Surviving is of utmost importance. As for dignity, he had abandoned that notion the moment he fell to the ground. The time and space eye is indeed remarkable, but to follow me, As Chen Changgen's words fell, Li Daoxian felt a searing pain in his eyes, followed by a scream. His eyes were gouged out. Chen Changzhen seized the pair of time and space eyes. To think you are worthy to follow me. The bloodied eyes rested in his palm like crimson jewels, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a wave of his hand, Chen Changzhen activated his divine power, sealing these time and space eyes. He still had use for them. Perhaps they could be transplanted to Qi Lian. You dared to gouge out my eyes. Buzz, the indestructible heavenly art activated, unleashing a terrifying devouring force, turning Chen Changzhen into a massive vortex. He intended to consume Li Daoxian. This fellow is a holy body. He cannot be wasted. This was also why he did not directly kill him. Are you using me to practice your skills? Stop, release me, and I will have my father protect you. I am the son of the emperor, do not kill me. As the indestructible heavenly art circulated, Li Daoxian sensed his essence being devoured by the overwhelming power, desperately pleading. Yet, Chen Changzhen had no intention of releasing him, but he refined him directly. Simultaneously, he did not forget to search Li Daoxuan's soul for memories. As for that so-called emperor, even if he were not dead, he should have appeared by now. What is there to fear, Holy Dao Tower? Everyone, I, Xiong Chomo, am here on behalf of the Immortal Palace to negotiate. Please allow me to see your young master, Xiong Chomo said to Elder Huang. He was in a hurry to meet Chen Changzhen to exchange for Li Daoxian. As long as the person remains alive, any conditions can be discussed. I apologize, but our young master has exhausted himself and needs a few days to rest. Elder Huang had no intention of reporting you, Elder Huang, though it is a conflict between juniors. Do you not understand the importance of the son of the emperor? He is the child of the Golden Radiance Emperor. If anything were to happen to him, the wrath of the emperor is not something anyone can bear, Xiong Chomo shouted in anger. He had to take a firm stance. However, the powerful aura of the great sage emanating from Elder Huang rendered him insignificant in the presence of the three guardians. The emperor, why not invite him here? If the emperor were to personally visit, it would not be a problem to summon our young master, or even bring my father here, Elder Huang scoffed. In this fractured world, the emperor cannot walk among mortals, even the unrivaled emperor cannot, let alone the Golden Radiance, who is trapped in slumber, clinging to life like an ordinary emperor. He has no fear. Are you truly unable to come to an agreement? Do you not realize the significance of the son of the emperor to our immortal palace? Xiong Chomo bellowed, his presence formidable. Yet the three merely gazed silently, their expressions akin to observing a curious creature. Shark arm, the importance of the son of the emperor to the immortal palace is of no concern to them. Three elders, good news, blood stains the starry sky, the deputy leader has slain the supreme. Chapter 66 of the Fall of the Tyrant Body. Reckoning the younger generation, a myriad of stars flickered like fireflies, revealing an immense ancient map that intertwined the realms of yin and yang, encapsulating the profound mysteries of life and death, swiftly shattering the galaxy as it collided with the colossal Kirin armor. Stars exploded, and a terrifying spectacle unfolded as the indomitable Kirin armor erupted, splattering brilliant blood that crushed the celestial expanse. The supreme being was drenched in blood, and the tyrant body suffered another devastating blow. The elder coughed up blood, his body marred with wounds. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the perfected saint body wielding the diagram of yin and yang. Chen Fan was formidable. Far stronger than the perfected saint bodies he had previously vanquished. You may have bestowed the barren furnace upon your successor, yet he still perished at the hands of my son. With one foot on yin and yang, and bearing the universe upon his back, a golden light emanated from the vertical pupil in his forehead, morphing into an immense handprint that reached for the stars and the moon. The gigantic golden hand stretched across the galaxy, rapidly expanding, enveloping the boundless cosmos as it descended upon the elder. Kirin arm, roar, the elder bellowed, his form rapidly transforming into a towering figure 1,000 feet high, manifesting with the Kirin armor materializing on his right hand. His hand transformed into that of a Kirin, launching a counterattack against the approaching golden hand. Boom, the golden hand, unyielding and invincible, shattered the Kirin arm with ease. The elder's colossal was forcefully subdued. He trod upon the sun, moon, and stars, his body riddled with terrifying cracks, leaking purple blood. Heaven-piercing spear, slash, the elder roared, a fissure appearing on his forehead as a purple spear shot forth. Upon its emergence, an imperial might enveloped the starry sky, the universe upturned, as if the ancient realms were stirred into chaos, causing the entire expanse to burst forth. This was a frightening strike. Under the spear's thrust, the golden hand was obliterated. Chen Fan spat blood, golden blood seeping from his vertical pupil, his also fracturing. This spear was immensely powerful, utilizing the strongest attack of the tyrant body. Had it not been for the presence of something in his sea of consciousness, he would have undoubtedly been grievously wounded. The final resort of the extreme imperial weapon. You still cannot kill me. You are doomed. Boom, with these words uttered, the countless stars exploded into magnificent golden lotuses. The golden lotuses filled the entire starry sky, revealing an enormous three-legged cauldron, the cauldron of heaven and earth. The ultimate imperial weapon of Chen Fan, this was a three-legged golden cauldron enveloped in the essence of the primal chaos. Upon its awakening, the overwhelming imperial might shattered the authority of the purple spear. The terrifying force of the extreme Tao spread rapidly, influencing numerous universes, subduing all realms. Even the vast ancient realm trembled violently, as if facing its impending apocalypse. The elder's countenance darkened. He was unwilling to retreat. Hunting the perfected saint body was the mission of their celestial clan. a supreme glory for their lineage. To retreat would signify fear of the perfected saint body. Even if he returned to the celestial abyss, he would lose face. To fight to the death, roar, the elder screamed, making his decision. He wielded his war spear, resolved to make a final stand. Bang! As he thrust the spear, it was intercepted by the three-legged cauldron, the terrifying force rebounding. Chen Fan's imperial might was unparalleled, unassailable. He pressed forward with the cauldron, then hurled it at the elder's head. Bang! The elder's head, adorned with radiant runes, erupted with a resounding explosion, showering purple blood. No, why am I not your match? I refuse to accept this, the elder howled, his head reduced to mere fragments, yet his fighting spirit surged, releasing boundless humiliation. The tyrant body, having once slaughtered the supreme, how could he now find himself in such a humble state? His 9 divine forms shattered. This was a disgrace. Even more humiliating was that his damage to Chen Fan was minimal. Among the 9 divine abilities of the saint body, he had only managed to break 3, while the others crushed him effortlessly. Bang! Another cauldron came crashing down, striking the elder's chest, leaving a mangled mess of flesh and blood as he was sent flying once more, his collapsing back to his original form. Chen Fan's eyes opened and closed, releasing a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! A deafening roar echoed like thunder, the golden lightning striking the elder's body with precision. Roar! The elder screamed amidst the storm of lightning. Chen Fan would not grant him the opportunity, directly suppressing him with the golden cauldron, obliterating his corporeal form. At this moment, purple blood rained down upon the starry sky. Some fell into the ancient realm, causing the great paths within to boil and rumble incessantly. The tyrant body has fallen. Chen Fan, reborn from the blood of tyrants, would only grow stronger. Was he not destined to become the pioneer of this era? He might very well be the emperor of this age. We must still retreat. The perfected saint body can indeed stand against emperors. This is no mere legend, it is reality. There were titans murmuring, gazing at the fragmented starry sky, all filled with trepidation. But the ones who were most frightened were the families and sects that had once orchestrated the extermination of the Chen clan. The ancestor fell in battle, the great sage perished. My Jiang family truly faces extermination. What shall we do now? An elder within the Jiang clan lamented. In the battle at Tianshan, they had already lost more than half of their top combat power. Let alone now, with Chen Fan having become even more terrifying, having entered the supreme realm. If reckoning were to commence, the Jiang family would surely perish. Yet, what they did not expect was that Chen Fan did not strike, but instead vanished. Ancient realm, sacred path tower. Chen Changzhen was refining the essence of Li Daoxian when he was suddenly startled by a commotion beside him. He turned to look, his brow furrowing. You utilized a secret technique? The one who arrived was none other than Chen Fan. He spat blood, the golden blood somewhat dimmed, as if it had been backfired. When the divine ability was broken, it was like this. That heaven-piercing spear, after all, was an extreme imperial weapon. Although the old man could not wield its full strength, it still managed to inflict harm upon him. Chen Fan murmured. The perfected tyrant body could be regarded as the nemesis of the ancient sacred bodies, having engaged in numerous hunts, thus it possessed its own depth. To easily subdue it was no simple feat. This can heal, its effects are superb. Chen Changzhen tossed a vial over. It contained a drop of Heavenly Emperor's blood. He had also acquired it from Chen Fan, with the system describing it as the blood of Emperor Chen. Chen Changzhen was uncertain if refining his future blood would yield other effects. You young lad, have you encountered another opportunity? Chen Fan was astonished. Of course, do you think my trip to Tianshan was in vain? Chen Changzhen replied, regarding this old fellow. Chen Fan chose to speak less. The more he said, the more likely trouble would arise. After all, they both hailed from the same origin. He was, after all, utilizing the template of the destined protagonist. Not bad, not bad. However, this item is far too precious. It is more suitable for you to keep before your father. It is but a minor injury, nothing of great concern, Chen Fan remarked, tossing the vial back to Chen Changzhen. Take it, your son is still young, with plenty of longevity and opportunities. Such things will be abundant in the future. As for you, your complexion is pale as snow, as if you might depart this world at any moment. I do not wish to become an orphan, Chen Changzhen chuckled, and then, 1,000 blows struck his head. You young lad speak nonsense, you will not die. The reason for not reckoning is due to the presence of the celestial abyss, the dwelling of the celestial clan, who are the sworn enemies of the ancient sacred bodies. If I were to reckon with those people, they would surely intervene. One-on-one, I do not fear, but in a group fight, caution is required. Moreover, with you present, I cannot afford to be distracted to protect you at the onset of reckoning. Chen Fan expressed his concerns, reluctantly placing away the items that Chen Changzhen had returned once more. He feared that when the reckoning began and the battle erupted, someone might target Chen Changzhen. So what are you waiting for? Chen Changzhen inquired. The reckoning must commence. The events of the Chen clan from years past must be avenged. Wait for your protector. Your mother will not merely watch. She stated that once she finished her tasks, she would return to seal herself again, with her watching over you. I am at ease. Chen Fan smiled. On this point, Chen Changzhen did not agree. He felt it would be better to wait until he had grown stronger. He aimed to enter the Saint Realm, and it would not be long, though the reckoning may be temporarily postponed. That is my affair and does not mean you cannot act. This time, the Xiang family, Ji family, Jiang family, Xingyun sect, and many other forces have sent numerous of their younger generation. You should understand what to do, Chen Fan stated to MHM. I guarantee they will regret it. Chen Changzhen nodded. Chapter 67 of the Ji family, Provocation at the Holy Path Pavilion. After a lengthy discussion between father and son, Chen Changgung finally took his leave from the elegant chamber of the Holy Path Pavilion. He ventured to take a glance at Chen Nianshu, who remained in a deep slumber. To his astonishment, he noticed that this little one emitted a radiant glow while asleep. Where could the ruthless demon emperor be? Chen Changgung murmured to himself. He was certain that this formidable presence had not perished yet. Where could she be concealing herself? It was essential to note that in the current world, where the Tao was flawed, the existence of an emperor was not permitted. This was also the reason for Ji Ying's self-immolation. After all, his Tao fruit was incomplete. By sacrificing himself, he could still seek a more comprehensive path. It was time to leave, Chen Changgung whispered softly. He departed from the chamber where Chen Nianshu lay in slumber and summoned 2 guardians to protect the entrance. Subsequently, he sought out Qilian and Yurua. Upon their meeting, none spoke a word. Ahem, Yurua, if there is nothing amiss, you may take your leave. After a considerable pause, Chen Changgung finally spoke. He had always been close to Qilian since childhood and understood her current demeanor. It was none other than Su Ling and Leng Bingyun. She was sulking. No need for that. If there is something to discuss, just say it. Yurua is also our good friend. Feel free to express whatever it is. Surprisingly, Qilian responded in such a manner. This took Chen Changgung aback. Rahem, it is not a significant matter. This is the time-space. You should be aware of its origin. Do you wish to transplant it? That ancient secret technique is indeed quite effective, and the results of the transplant are rather impressive. As he spoke, Chen Changgung produced a pair of eyes. Although the time-space eye was sealed, runes still flowed within it, shimmering brilliantly. The 2 women gazed in astonishment at the eyes held in Chen Changgung's hands. You killed him. Aren't you afraid of that so-called emperor? Rumor has it he is not dead but has sealed himself in the immortal palace. The 2 women exclaimed, what is there to fear? If he has the courage, he should emerge. As for the completeness of this realm in the future, if he were to re-emerge, it does not necessarily mean he would be invincible. Chen Changgung scoffed. With old Deng around, there is nothing to fear. Moreover, he refined Li Dao Shen. Old Deng was quite frank. Refining is just refining. What golden emperor? He is merely an ordinary emperor, not the unparalleled emperor fused with the heavenly heartmark. There is truly no need to regard him highly. So, are you afraid? Chen Changgung looked towards Qilian and added. He intended to offer this to Qilian. After all, they had played together since childhood. Should she decline, he would then give it to Yurua. If you are not afraid, why should I be? If I were to transplant it, I would still need to return to the holy sect. The righteous and demonic conference is about to commence, and it might delay matters. Qilian held the time-space eye in her hands as she spoke. The righteous and demonic conference. This is a contest between the young prodigies of the righteous and demonic paths. It is also an opportunity for the youth to make their names. As the #1 saintess of the demonic sect, she certainly did not wish to miss the chance to showcase her talents. Then let us delay a bit. After Chen Changgung spoke, he turned to leave. The 2 women exchanged glances. Yurua glanced at his departing figure and leaned closer to Qilian, whispering, what should we do? He hasn't mentioned anything about those 2 women. This is unreasonable. Qilian frowned in response. In the past, Chen Changgung would always confide in her. Now, he seems somewhat distant. He has grown up, I suppose. Mother was right, some matters must be grasped independently. After a moment, Qilian murmured softly. After leaving the elegant chamber, Chen Changgung proceeded to a tavern where he sought a disciple of the demonic sect. This was the gathering place for the remaining disciples of the demonic sect. They were stationed here, awaiting the impending visit to the young master. Countless disciples of the demonic sect paid their respects. Chen Changgung waved his hand, signaling them to forego the formalities, and then turned to Yujun Mo and Yuan Tianxian. Jun Mo, Tianxian, do you have any news regarding the younger generation of the ancient clans? He inquired, to which the 2 looked somewhat perplexed. There is indeed information regarding the Ji and Xiang families. I just encountered Ji Haoran, the holy body of righteousness, at the Listening Rain Pavilion. We nearly came to blows. Yuan Tianxian replied. The Listening Rain Pavilion, a gathering place for righteous disciples. Many prodigies invite their favored companions there for meals and discussions. The Listening Rain Pavilion. Why didn't a fight break out? Chen Changgung glanced at Yuan Tianxian, who seemed momentarily confused, wondering if he had misheard. A fight? Are we to take action against the ancient clans? But there have been instructions from above to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yuan Tianxian explained. He possesses the heavenly demon battle body and is naturally inclined to fight against the so-called prodigies of the righteous path. However, the rules have been clearly stated. During this period, there should be no conflicts. This was a directive given to them by Qi Jinjin before their departure. Let us go and deal with them. Once Chen Changgung's words were uttered, he led numerous disciples of the demonic sect towards the Listening Rain Pavilion. The Listening Rain Pavilion, with pavilions and terraces, a misty lake stretches beyond. This is a magnificent pavilion constructed atop an immense lake, where numerous young people stroll with their companions. Within the Listening Rain Pavilion, in an elegant chamber, a young man was indulging in wine and revelry. "Brothers, what do you think of that supreme demon? The clan has relayed messages advising us to steer clear of him," Ji Haoran remarked. This chamber was filled with members of the Ji family. "Haoran, it is wise to avoid drawing attention. That individual is formidable. He may very well be a true deity, otherwise, the prince would not have been unable to best him. Indeed, if he is a true deity, his talent is utterly terrifying. We cannot possibly contend, although the notion of a true deity might be a stretch. At the very least, he is a divine fire, which poses a considerable challenge for us true kings and sovereigns. It seems only the celestial bodies of the immortal palace might stand a chance against him." Several direct descendants of the Ji family engaged in heated discussions. They not only held Chen Changgung in apprehension but also fear. "Bang, bang, bang, esteemed young masters, someone outside seeks you, claiming to bring you something." A voice from outside echoed. It was a maid from the Listening Rain Pavilion. "Get lost, we need no one to accompany us for drinks." Ji Haoran barked. Those who come to the Listening Rain Pavilion are not just the maidens of the pavilion but also those from the Joyous Union sect. The women of the Joyous Union sect, regardless of age, are quite enamored with these spirited young prodigies. After all, they are robust and vigorous, with deep roots. They are both strong and upright, and easily deceived. "Ji Haoran, do you look down upon this young master?" Just then, a voice rang out as the door to the elegant chamber swung open. A handsome face came into view, none other than Chen Changgung. "It's you," Ji Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. Although they had never crossed paths with Chen Changgung, they recognized him. "This is the elegant chamber book by our Ji family. What brings you here?" Ji Haoran shouted coldly, his brow furrowed in concern that he had an ominous feeling. "This place is quite pleasant, with a charming view. This young master is quite fond of it, so I kindly ask you to make some room," Chen Changgung stated, striding boldly inside. "Bang, impossible, we reserved this first." A young man from the Ji family slammed his hand on the table. Yet Ji Haoran swiftly pulled him back, saying, "Fine, we shall yield this place to you, we will take our leave." Ji Haoran chose to endure. How timid. Chen Changgung was somewhat surprised. He actually refrained from taking action, then he would have to act himself. "I have heard that the holy body of righteousness cultivates a breath of righteous energy, claiming to be invincible under heaven. This young master has come to seek enlightenment." Heavenly Emperor Fist, damn, when did I ever claim to be invincible? Chapter 68. The unyielding young master Haoran. What the hell, when did I ever claim to be invincible? A terrifying fist hurtled towards him, an endless radiance of punches akin to the blinding light of the sun, striking fear into the heart of Ji Haoran. He cursed vehemently, hastily retaliating with a punch of his own, but bang, the two fists collided, and an overwhelming force surged forth like an unrelenting flood, crushing Ji Haoran's fist and obliterating his entire arm, sending him flying. "I can't win, I am utterly outmatched." This thought echoed in Ji Haoran's mind as he was violently thrown against the pillar of the elegant chamber, causing the entire space to tremble, revealing numerous intricate patterns. Blood gushed from Ji Haoran's mouth as a brilliant light erupted from his chest, absorbing much of the devastating force. His protective artifact, were it not for this safeguarding treasure, a single punch from Chen Changgung would have rendered him incapacitated. "Ha! I have heard that the Ji family as scions look down upon their peers. Now we shall show them what we're made of." Yu Junmo and Yuan Tianxian, witnessing Chen Changgung's display, also turned their attention to the Ji family disciples. In an instant, the two factions began to brawl, while Chen Changgung continued his assault. "Having heard of the unparalleled Haoran sacred body, why must you, dear Ji, be so accommodating?" With a single step, Chen Changgung summoned the imperial seal of humanity with one hand, a technique derived from the human emperor's scripture. Old Deng had imparted the runes of the scripture to him, and with his innate talent, he had long since comprehended much of it. Once the imperial seal took form, a terrifying aura emerged, awakening a dreadful will within the bloodlines of those present, compelling them to submit to its might. This was the awe-inspiring power of the human emperor. The beings of the human race felt its profound influence. "You bastard, stop right now, I never claimed to be unparalleled." Ji Haoran seethed with rage. What nonsense about being unparalleled, and how dare he claim to be accommodating? You must be blind to speak such lies. Haoran soared, buzz, as the colossal imperial seal bore down upon him. Ji Haoran had no choice but to defend himself, summoning a sword. The Haoran sword, a sacred grade weapon, this was the sword that accompanied him throughout his life, infused with formidable righteous energy, forming an impenetrable shield. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The imperial seal descended, shattering Ji Haoran's sword shield as easily as glass. The overwhelming energy crashed against Ji Haoran's body, and even as he expelled the Haoran sword energy from within, he remained suppressed. With a mere gesture, Chen Changing gathered a terrifying sword intent, manifesting an invincible presence as a blade of grass appeared in his right hand. Nine-leaf sword grass. The grass resembled a sword. The sword shone like light, cleaving through the sun and moon. Grass character sword technique. Brilliant sword light illuminated the space as a sweeping strike aimed at the bloody Ji Haoran. That's enough. At that moment, a voice resonated from the heavens, and the dazzling sword light abruptly extinguished. Several figures materialized before Ji Haoran, their expressions grim as they fixed their gazes upon Chen Changgung. As Ji Haoran's guardians, they had no choice but to intervene, otherwise, Ji Haoran would either perish or be left crippled. This strike is far too terrifying. Predecessors. We youngsters are merely sparring, must you elders also interfere? Chen Changgung regarded the guardians with a piercing gaze, acutely aware that he could not kill Ji Haoran. This Haoran's sacred body of the Ji family was undoubtedly well guarded, not only by his protectors but also by numerous life-saving treasures. My house's young master has already been defeated. Why must you press him further? One elder spoke coldly. Had there not been more powerful beings observing the scene, they would undoubtedly have attacked Chen Changgung. Defeated? What nonsense are you spouting? The young master Haoran merely showed me leniency due to my youth. How can you claim he has been defeated? This is utter absurdity. Young master Haoran, be cautious. Yin-yang life and death diagram. Chen Changgung bellowed, his body radiating golden light. The forces of Yin and Yang evolved, with Yin giving birth to Yang, Yang transforming into Yin, a cycle of Yin and Yang, a reincarnation of life and death, as a colossal black and white divine diagram emerged. To hell with you. Ji Haoran unleashed a rare outburst of curses. Known as the young master Haoran, he had always been perceived as amiable and courteous, yet this time, he could no longer contain himself. The massive yin-yang diagram emerged, swiftly descending upon him. The guardians furrowed their brows, attempting to block it, but an incomparably dreadful consciousness locked onto them. This was the essence of a perfected sacred body. Boom, as the forces of yin and yang turned, the terrifying power of life and death descended upon Ji Haoran, causing him to spew blood incessantly. A figure manifested at his brow, a golden little man, akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm. The consciousness of the Ji family's ancestor. The moment this golden figure appeared, it shattered the descending divine diagram, tearing open the void to create a terrifying passageway that drew several Ji family disciples within. The sacred body has transcended. If you seek war, the Ji family will respond in kind. A chilling voice resonated from the void. It was the Ji family ancestor's words. Chen Fan offered no response, and Chen Changgung remained uncertain of his thoughts. Alas, the rumors of the Haoran's sacred body being unparalleled and looking down upon its contemporaries appear to be nothing more than embellishments. Chen Changgung sighed heavily, contemplating the profound solitude of invincibility. Young master, this is exhilarating. Indeed, I have long yearned to teach them a lesson. Today, I finally feel vindicated. Given a little more time, I would have beaten the very life out of them. Yu Junmo and Yuan Tianxian laughed heartily. They had just reduced two scions of the Ji family to a pitiful state, nearly incapacitating them. You are all utterly pathetic. There are several young ones without life-saving treasures, and you only managed to kill 3 of them. Chen Changung's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Several disciples of the demonic sect were taken aback, bowing their heads in silence, fearful of speaking out of turn. Let us move on to the next. Chen Changgung declared. Having only dispatched 3 Ji family prodigies was insufficient. He intended to confront all the ancient clans. Eliminate all who can be slain. After all, with old Deng, a perfected sacred body, watching over them, he aimed to wield the power of intimidation to its fullest. Esteemed young masters, might I inquire about the situation at our Listening Rain Pavilion? As Chen Changgung was about to leave, the formidable figures of Listening Rain Pavilion stepped forward, clearly distressed. Their meaning was unmistakable. They sought compensation. Consult young master Haoran. We had an agreement, the one who loses must compensate. Having spoken, Chen Changgung turned to depart. These individuals were merely fulfilling their duties and did not forcibly detain him. He offered them a semblance of respect. As for whether they could extract compensation from the Ji family, that would depend on the strength of their backing. Outside Listening Rain Pavilion. Young master, you have an appointment with Miss Shinru. You have just arrived. Is it not a tad late? A maid addressed a young man, and the young man, clad in golden robes, was accompanied by dozens of bodyguards and several youthful followers. What do you know? For someone of my stature, making her wait a moment is of no consequence. Xiang Jiju scoffed. As a scion of the Xiang family, a grand wielder of the daylight thunder body, what was the harm in making a headliner of Listening Rain Pavilion wait? Young master, something seems amiss. It is quite chaotic inside. One youth remarked, listening rain pavilion lacked its usual tranquility, with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. As a crowd had gathered, Xiang Jiju furrowed his brow. Hey, fellow cultivator, may I ask what is happening inside? Why is it so chaotic? One of Xiang Jiju's guards inquired of a young man emerging from within. There has been a duel among prodigies. Seeing Xiang Jiju's imposing presence, the young man recognized his status as a scion of a prominent family and responded honestly. The group was taken aback. A duel among prodigies, who is so bold as to cause a ruckus here? Is it a case of love driving one to madness? Esteemed friends, you should clear the way. That esteemed individual is just about to emerge. The young man said, hastily departing. Xiang Jiju frowned. Must I, a young master, yield the path? How grand of a reputation! I shall not yield. I must see who dares to stir trouble within listening rain pavilion. Make way, crab walk sideways. I refuse to believe there exists a being so formidable that the Xiang family must yield. Xiang Jiju proclaimed. As his words fell, his followers swiftly formed a line, blocking the passage. He strode forward with confidence, exuding charisma, yet in the next moment, a figure clad in white caught his eye, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The Supreme Demon Eye, Chapter 69 Deterrence of the Xiang Clan. The Supreme Demon Eye, hurry, scatter. Xiang Jiju was taken aback. The Xiang Clan, an ancient lineage, boasted an elder supreme seated at its helm, allowing them to traverse the ancient realms with impunity. Even when encountering disciples from other venerable clans, he harbored little fear. After all, the celestial palace was akin to kin, with members of the Xiang clan well placed within. There was no cause for trepidation. However, the demon sect was a sworn adversary, which made the situation markedly different. Their ancestor had recently issued a stern edict forbidding any conflict with the demon sect, particularly with the Supreme Demon Eye, Qin Changgung. Upon the expansive thoroughfare, a brazen figure strode, leaving no room for doubt that he believed this path belonged to the Xiang clan. Before the members of the Xiang clan could disperse, Qin Changgung had already cast his gaze upon them, sweeping his eyes across the assembly. The rotund and jolly Xiang Jiju's countenance darkened. Lord Chen, you jest. We merely traverse this path. It is the narrowness of the way that makes it appear congested. You ought to step aside and make way for Lord Chen. Xiang Jiju bellowed. Those trailing behind him hastily parted, positioning themselves to either side, anxious to avoid offending Qin Changgung. Master, that is Xiang Jiju of the Xiang clan. Though he bears a somewhat unseemly appearance and lacks prowess, his status is considerable as the illegitimate son of the clan head, murmured a disciple of the demon sect positioned behind Qin Changgung. A smile graced Qin Changgung's lips. Indeed, this vast road, and yet this bloated creature dares to claim it as yours. You seek to rob us, truly courting death. Allow me to teach them a lesson. As he spoke, he activated the great shift of the universe, instantaneously appearing before Xiang Jiju. His speed was astonishing. Xiang Jiju, not yet at the true king realm, could not even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Heavenly Emperor Fist, boom, a brilliant golden light erupted, and an enormous figure was sent flying, reminiscent of a mountain in motion. That figure was none other than Xiang Jiju. Lord, his followers, taken aback, were horrified. How dare they assault us? Let us teach them a lesson. Yuan Tianxian roared, eager to engage in battle. Without hesitation, they unleashed lethal strikes, and in a matter of moments, several prodigies lay bloodied. Once more, Xiang Jiju's massive form received a kick from Qin Changgung, crashing heavily to the ground. Flesh and blood erupted, and he coughed violently. Ah, you seek death, come forth and slay him. Xiang Jiju howled in fury, his brow splitting open as divine light surged forth. A resplendent fissure appeared, rapidly spreading from top to bottom, accompanied by a sword light that shone as if it could cleave the heavens. It was the sword light of a holy realm powerhouse. This was the life-preserving technique bestowed upon Xiang Jiju by the clan head, activated now in his furious desire to annihilate Qin Changgung. Buzz, a blood-red demonic vessel materialized in Qin Changgung's hand, as he prepared to revive the imperial weapon, yet, suddenly, his chest radiated with light. A brilliant glow coalesced into a fist. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Chen Fan's prowess manifested. As his son, it was inconceivable that he lacked his father's abilities. Bang! The colossal imprint of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation emerged, obliterating the swordlight, and Qin Changgung retaliated with a demonic vessel. Rumble, no, Jiju, blood erupted, and across the endless void, the Xiang clan head observed the scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Under the imperial weapon, his son was doomed. Chen Fan, you seek revenge upon us. The past is bygone. Must you commit such acts, inciting civil strife among humanity? The Xiang clan head roared to the heavens. A bygone, a splendid bygone it is. You and your kin annihilated my Qin clan, slaughtering my kin. Now that I have solidified my strength, you dare speak of the past? Absurd, this is merely the beginning. If you are unconvinced, step forth. Let us see whose blade is sharper, the sword of the Xiang monarch or the might of my fist. Rumbling echoed through the void, as Chen Fan's voice reverberated, a terrifying aura enveloping the Xiang clan. A colossal fist descended upon them, reducing several sacred mountains of the Xiang clan to dust. The Xiang monarch's face paled, breath caught in his throat, until the oppressive aura dissipated, at which point he could finally move, collapsing to the ground. Clan head, what shall we do? The young master's soul lamp has extinguished. What do we do? Shall we take action? An elder appeared beside the Xiang monarch, offering support and inquiring earnestly. He felt a profound sense of humiliation. As an ancient clan, the Xiang clan had deep roots. When had they ever endured such indignities? Clan head, though Chen Fan has achieved a perfected sacred body, he has yet to dare engage in direct conflict. There must be a reason. Perhaps he merely seeks to intimidate us, making us reluctant to act. If we ally with other ancient clans, we may wage war against the demon sect. The elder suggested. However, the Xiang monarch shook his head upon hearing this. He wiped away his sorrowful tears and murmured, "He is merely probing our forbidden zone." A young man with a perfected sacred body, wielding an imperial weapon, backed by the demon sect, how could we possibly contend with him? He is merely testing the depths of our forbidden zone. The anguish of losing a son was unbearable, and an endless fire of hatred burned within the Xiang monarch's chest, yet he remained composed. He understood all too well, a being capable of slaughtering a perfected supreme body would not fear a few ancient clans. What instilled fear was only the forbidden zone. They were merely being tested for the strength of their forbidden zone. Chapter 70 of the Kunping Child, the one and only Kunping in the world, stands before the rain-listening pavilion. A profound silence envelopes the area, marred only by the gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood scattered about. Many beings observe from a distance, yet none dare to approach. It is utterly terrifying. The young master of the Xiang family was crushed into a pulpy mass by a blood-red demonic jar. With a swift motion, Chen Changzhen conjured an incantation, channeling a strand of divine power into the jar. The demonic vessel glimmered with a sanguine light, and the remnants of flesh were instantaneously eradicated. Devoured by the jar, buzz, at that moment, a blood essence gleamed as it soared from within the jar, hovering before Chen Changzhen. Surprised, he marveled at the unexpected occurrence. He received the blood essence and, upon careful examination, discerned it contained an astonishing reservoir of energy. A tremendous tonic. Chen Changzhen turned to Yuan Tianxian, saying, "Tianxian, you must be exhausted after these past few days. This is quite a valuable item. I shall bestow it upon you. Do take it to replenish your strength." As he spoke, he tossed the blood essence into the air. It radiated a crimson glow as it landed in Yuan Tianxuan's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Young master, please consume it. You have been working tirelessly these last few days, and this is indeed a potent restorative," Chen Changzhen reiterated. He had no intention of consuming this first harvest solely for himself. It was only fitting that someone else should sample it first. After hesitating, Yuan Tianxian eventually nodded. "Thank you for your generous gift, young master." He understood that Chen Changzhen wished him to be the test subject, and after contemplating, he resolved to comply. The blood essence, glowing with sanguine light, was ingested, attracting countless gazes towards Yuan Tianxian. Furrowing his brow, he sensed a formidable energy coursing through him, yet it bore a significant drawback. The presence of malevolent energy. "What is your assessment?" Chen Changzhen inquired. "It's quite remarkable, but the malevolent energy is concerning. Should it accumulate excessively, it may compromise one's mental faculties," Yuan Tianxian responded. The malevolent energy was manageable in small doses, but an overabundance could lead to a loss of sanity, spiraling one into madness. Upon hearing this, Chen Changzhen reflected on the indestructible heavenly art, realizing the origin of the demonic fetus was indeed linked to this malevolent energy. The indestructible heavenly art was ideally suited to sever the demonic fetus. Truly, a ruthless individual deserves such a title. Chen Changzhen marveled that existence initially pioneered the devouring demonic art, consuming everything in its path, yet was hindered by the malevolent energy, leading to the gestation of the demonic fetus, unable to advance further. Thus, it made a decisive move to evolve the complete indestructible heavenly art, eliminating the demonic fetus. "Has she attained immortality?" Chen Changzhen inquired, intrigued. "At present, she walks the world only with her Dao fruit. Her true form must reside within some forbidden zone," came the reply. "Take this." Chen Changzhen said, tossing out a Dao fruit. This was a Dao fruit harvested from a ruthless being, capable of purifying the power of the Dao and dispelling malevolent energy. In that instant, he began to comprehend the nature of the rewards from this system. Yuan Tianxian gazed at the fruit floating before him, unable to suppress a gulp. The fruit was the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, with radiant light cascading from it, undeniably a magnificent treasure. "What, does it not appeal to you?" Chen Changzhen teased. "Absolutely not." "Thank you, young master." Yuan Tianxian exclaimed, finally snapping back to reality as he seized the Dao fruit and stowed it away in his storage ring. This spectacle left others envious. Yu Junmo cast knowing glances at Yuan Tianxian, his intentions unmistakably clear, silently suggesting, "Friend, let us share this delight, shall we?" However, Yuan Tianxian chose to ignore him entirely. Truly worthy of the supreme demonic eye, so generous. The items you casually present are indeed tantalizing. I too am intrigued by that fruit, a voice interjected from the side. Chen Shangzhen turned to see a peculiar young man approaching. He possessed an unusual appearance, with a pair of wings reminiscent of the great peng adorning his back, talon-like feet, and hair of a deep azure hue. This is no human prodigy. He is a transformed being of the demon race. Chen Shangzhen observed, somewhat taken aback. This individual appeared considerably powerful, his bloodline remarkably extraordinary. His haughty gaze swept across the terrain, locking onto Chen Shangzhen's with a flash that felt akin to two bolts of lightning colliding. A formidable mental assault. Chen Shangzhen's eyes gleamed with a dark light as he maintained a calm demeanor, effortlessly shattering that mental force. Come forth to offer your head? Chapter 70 of the Kuanping Child, the sole Kuanping in the world before the rain listening pavilion. A profound silence enveloped the scene, marred only by the gruesome sight of carnage. Numerous beings observed from a distance, yet none dared to approach. It was utterly terrifying. The young master of the Xiang family was obliterated into a mere pulp by a blood-red magical jar. With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Shangzhen executed a reverse seal, infusing a thread of divine power into the jar. The jar radiated a crimson light, swiftly cleansing the blood and flesh beneath it, devoured completely. Buzz, at that moment, a blood elixir shimmered as it soared from within the jar, hovering before Chen Shangzhen. He was taken aback. Remarkable, he received the blood elixir and, upon careful examination, discerned it contained an astonishing amount of energy. A potent supplement. Chen Shangzhen turned to Yuan Tianxian, remarking, "Tianxian, you must be exhausted after these past few days. This is quite beneficial. It's for you. Take it and replenish yourself." As he spoke, he tossed the blood elixir. It gleamed with a sanguine glow as it landed in Yuan Tianxian's hands, who paused momentarily. "Young master, please indulge," Chen Shangzhen urged. "You've worked hard these past days, and this is a remarkable restorative." Knowing it was the first of its kind, he had no intention of consuming it all himself. Naturally, he wanted someone to test its effects. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Tianxian finally nodded. "Thank you for the generous gift, young master." He understood that Chen Shangzhen intended for him to sample it, and after contemplating, he decided to comply. The blood elixir, radiant with crimson light, was consumed, drawing countless gazes towards Yuan Tianxian. He furrowed his brows. The energy was formidable, yet it bore a significant drawback. There was malevolent energy. "What do you think?" Chen Shangzhen inquired. "Very good, but it carries malevolent energy. If it accumulates too much, it could affect one's mental state," Yuan Tianxian replied. "Malevolent energy," Chen Shangzhen mused. "One elixir is manageable, but if there are more, and one cannot suppress that malevolent energy, the mind may become lost, leading to madness." Recalling the indestructible heavenly skill, Chen Shangzhen understood. So this was its origin. The demonic embryo emerged due to that malevolent energy, which the indestructible heavenly skill could sever. A ruthless individual indeed. Chen Shangzhen marveled that entity had initially created the devouring heavenly demonic art, consuming relentlessly, yet due to the influence of malevolent energy, a demonic embryo was birthed, hindering further progress. Thus, she had to evolve the complete indestructible heavenly skill to eliminate the demonic embryo. Has she attained immortality? Chen Shangzhen pondered with curiosity. At present, she wanders the world with her Dao fruit. Her true form likely resides in some forbidden zone. "Here, take this," Chen Shangzhen said, tossing out a Dao fruit. This was obtained from the ruthless individual. It can purify the power of the Dao and expel malevolent energy. In that moment, he comprehended the nature of the system's rewards. Yuan Tianxian gazed at the floating fruit before him, swallowing hard. The fruit was the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, and the radiant light cascading from it indicated its exceptional quality. "What, is it not to your liking?" Chen Shangzhen inquired. "Not at all. No, thank you, young master," Yuan Tianxian quickly responded, seizing the Dao fruit and storing it in his storage ring. This action left others envious. Yu Junmo shot Yuan Tianxian a sly glance, the meaning behind it unmistakable. "Friend, let us share a taste," yet Yuan Tianxian chose to ignore him entirely. A truly worthy of the supreme demon eye, so generous. The items casually produced were undeniably enticing, and Chen Shangzhen, too, was intrigued by the fruit. Just then, a voice emerged from the side. Turning his head, Chen Shangzhen beheld a peculiar youth approaching. He bore a pair of wings akin to a great roc, with sharp claws for feet and hair of a bluish hue. This is not a human prodigy, he is a transformed being of the demon race. Chen Shangzhen observed, somewhat surprised. This individual appeared considerably formidable, his bloodline exceptionally rare. His disdainful gaze swept across the surroundings, locking onto Chen Shangzhen, akin to two bolts of lightning colliding. A formidable mental assault. Chen Xianggang's eyes glimmered with black light, his expression calm as he effortlessly shattered that mental force. Come to offer your head?